Book 1 of the Legacy Trilogy. The Legacy by Melissa Delport. Prologue. World War III began on the 3rd day of September, the year 2016. The war lasted 12 days. 12 days was all it took for mankind to destroy a civilization that had taken thousands of years to evolve and to almost eradicate our species. No victor emerged from the ashes and billions lost their lives. Reports later estimated that less than 1% of the nuclear weapons ready for war were detonated. But this was more than enough to devastate the Earth. At that time, the United States and Russia alone had more than 2,000 strategic nuclear weapons on high alert, mounted on hundreds of missiles capable of launching with only a 3-minute warning. The lack of reaction time contributed greatly to the massive loss of life. The nuclear attack came out of the blue. The scrabble for what little remained of the Earth's oil supply had resulted in broken alliances and a global power struggle. The United Nations had lost all credibility, and endless peace treaties were violated. And yet, even though preceded by a deteriorating global political situation and a conventional war with conventional weapons, the imminence of nuclear attack was only made public a few hours before the first blast tore through New York City. In that city alone, more than 1 million people were killed, and 900,000 were injured in a matter of minutes, which, as it turns out, was not the worst. That was yet to come. While hundreds of thousands were killed in the initial blasts, billions died later all over the globe from the fallout effects and the famine that followed. Those who survived were left to fend for themselves in the bleakest of winters, as nuclear firestorms in the burning cities created thick, black, radioactive smoke that blocked the sunlight and caused unprecedented damage to the ozone, allowing dangerous ultraviolet rays into the atmosphere. Our warming sunlight was then blocked by this smoke, causing the Earth to cool rapidly, resulting in a moderate nuclear winter. The prolonged cold, decreased sunlight and rainfall, and massive increases in harmful UV light shortened growing seasons for over a decade, resulting in ongoing food shortages. The effects of the fallout on plant and animal life were devastating. Whole species were eradicated. In 10 years, the population of the United States was reduced from over 314 million to a mere 15 million people. Less than 5% of the population survived. In a dark world, where hunger, cold, and sickness were now commonplace, food, water, and shelter became scarce resources worth dying for. The entire West Coast, California, Oregon, and Washington State, and the eastern seaboard from Maine to Virginia were destroyed, and all neighboring states suffered fallout damage. Many of the survivors in the northern states fled into Canada, and Mexico experienced an influx of immigrants from Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. As far as we were told, few made it out of the targeted states alive, and those who did now live in exile in the barren lands. Over and above New York, Washington, D.C., Arlington County, Virginia, and San Francisco, among others, were also targeted and suffered direct hits. This successfully disabled the U.S. Department of Defense at the Pentagon and the financial district of Wall Street, and took out many of the most populated cities in the United States. More importantly, in hitting the Capitol, all 3 branches of the federal government, Congress, the presidency, and the Supreme Court, were reduced to ash. Without law and order, humanity did what it does best in times of crisis. It panicked. We looted, we pillaged, we raped, and we killed. In the absence of hope, society crumbled and lawlessness, chaos, and disarray followed. Civilization was stripped down to its very core, to the most basic and primal form of existence, survival above everything else. Our world was limited to the continent of America. We had no contact with the rest of the world, nor do we know what became of it, and so it remained for almost a decade. It was a bleak time, when humanity was at its lowest point and the fate of man hung in the balance. Then, just when it seemed that we would destroy ourselves completely and plunge the earth back into an era of extinction, one man stood up and changed the world. While his methods may have been extreme in some cases, his was the only way. He restored order to the chaos. He envisioned a world where society once again had structure. He devised a way to combat the aftermath of the war, to end the struggle. He sacrificed a few to save many. The radiation had affected thousands, and a new breed of monster had been born of the disaster. Genetic and birth defects resulted in mutations. Exposure even to relatively low doses of radiation generates genetic damage, and this damage can accumulate over several generations. Those affected by the radiation became colloquially known as rados. Some were unaffected by the radiation, but, as a result of living amidst the affected and the ongoing water and food shortages, a new form of barbarism emerged. Insanity was rife, and cannibalism common, and these deranged tended to live in isolation, lack of human contact driving them to even deeper levels of madness. This hero of our time had the strength to do what was necessary to protect the healthy. Through his guidance, a new era emerged, and, under his rule, society evolved and adapted. Out of the ashes, a new order was born. Nobody opposed him when he assumed the role of ultimate leader of the new world. No one questioned that he was the best man for it. The undertone of autocracy was overlooked in the desperate craving for justice and the return of civilization and social order. This man is followed by those of us who remain. He is exalted, idolized, and worshipped as the hero who saved us from our own demise. He established a new capital in Chicago, Illinois, and herded the healthy into the Midwest states, with the exception of Ohio and Kansas. In so doing, he ensured that we remained near the Great Lakes, the single largest water source on the planet, constituting 21% of the world's fresh surface water. He segregated the 10 habitable states from all the others and built the boundary fences to keep us safe. He implemented border controls and established ways to ensure that the radiation poisoning would not be passed down through the generations. He brought food to the hungry and warmth to the cold. He asserted a new regime and restored law and order so that we could once again sleep soundly in our beds without fear of attack. He rebuilt and advanced technology so greatly that in the cities it was almost impossible to remember where one civilization had ended and another had begun. This man is the hero of the people, the man who saved us. He is the president of the new United States of America and is the most heavily guarded man on the planet. He is also my husband and my greatest enemy. Chapter 1. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the mirror and rest it for a minute, gathering my thoughts and calming my inner turmoil. Putting on my First Lady face, I draw in a breath of air and exhale slowly, through gritted teeth. I pause for a moment and put on my public smile. My reflection smiles back at me, looking every inch the glossy, glamorous icon I have groomed myself to be. I was blessed with good genes. My dark hair is shiny and sleek, falling to the middle of my back in a curtain of good health. My gray eyes are probably my most striking feature, changing according to my mood, from startling silver to dark and stormy. My lips are full and my cheeks are rosy. I have an innocence about me that makes me look younger than my 26 years. My looks have served me well. They take most of the credit for the position that I am in today. I leave the bathroom, flicking off the light as I go. I haven't taken 2 steps when I am grabbed from behind and twirled high, around and around. I scream with mirth. "Eric!" Gasping, I correct my balance and he lowers me to the ground, his lips turned up in that slightly mocking smile of his.
"One for the woman I love,"
he croons, pulling a red rose from behind his back. Roses are a rare and exotic flower serving very little purpose, and thus not worth the energy and effort expended in growing them.
"And one for my best friend,"
he continues, and with a flourish, he produces a second rose, red as blood. Oh, Eric. For a moment I am lost in the beauty of the flowers, examining each closely and losing myself in the intoxicating perfume. I touch the petals, the stem. "Where did you get them?" I breathe.
"I have my secrets, love."
He smiles, and for the first time I notice a few fine lines around his sapphire blue eyes, although his hair is still black as ebony with no hint of gray. Eric turned 35 just a few weeks ago. Time is passing us by, I realize. We have already been married for almost 3 years.
"Beautiful flowers for a beautiful lady,"
Eric says. He bends to kiss me, and I stiffen involuntarily, silently cursing myself. I have long learned to control these impulses. Ouch! A thorn has pierced the soft flesh of my finger. I immediately stick my finger in my mouth. Eric laughs.
"You know that's not hygienic, Rebecca."
He grabs my hand and leads me to the bathroom where he holds my finger under the tap. I stand meekly, hopping from foot to minimize the contact of my bare feet with the cold floor.
"Becca,"
Eric scolds me, laughing at the same time. And it is one of those rare and crazy moments when I lose sight of my mission, my purpose, and glimpse a man I might have loved in another life. He throws me over his shoulder and smacks me on the backside, then drops me unceremoniously onto the king-sized bed.
"I'll deal with you later."
He winks, and then he is gone. I wait 5 minutes, then change into a pair of jeans and a sweater and pull on my comfortable trainers. I creep downstairs, careful to avoid the 3rd step, which creaks. I don't want to alert anyone to my presence. As I approach Eric's study, I hear the steady hum of men's voices speaking in low tones. Quinn is in there, undoubtedly. Eric is never anywhere without his shadow. Darius, too, probably. No one would dare oppose Eric or make an attempt on his life while their combined strength and speed are present. Another 2 voices I don't recognize. One is raised and agitated. I catch phrases, words here and there. Transhumanism, rebels, claiming hubristic, arguments centered on ethics. A feeling of frustration builds inside of me. I know this already. I glance around, searching fruitlessly for a better way to eavesdrop. Suddenly, Eric's voice rings out questioningly. It is only one word, but it is all I need to hear.
"Kansas."
I scarper. There is no need to hear anything else. I have all the information that I care about. For this moment, I no longer care about the cause, about the bigger picture and the best laid plans. All I know is that I need to get word out now. I fly down to the basement, fear lending me wings, and out of the cellar door into the garden. It is eerily quiet, but I know that the patrols are scouting the property, and I need to be quick to make sure I don't run into any of them. I would be shot on sight for breaking curfew without permission, no matter that I am the president's wife. I head south toward Chinatown, avoiding the perimeter fence as this is always the most heavily guarded. 5 minutes later, I am in Wentworth Avenue and I scurry up a steep flight of stairs. bursting through the door, there is no time to knock. I pant out the words. Kansas is compromised. They know. He needs to leave. Now. I don't wait for a response. I know that my instructions will be carried out immediately. I turn and race in the opposite direction. 10 minutes later, I hear raised voices in the hall, and a minute later, the front door slams.
Hi.
Eric leans against the bedroom door frame, his royal blue silk shirt clinging sexily to his lithe, muscular frame. He reminds me of an Arabian stallion, all sleek, sinewy beauty, but completely unpredictable. He is holding a crystal glass in his hand. Hi, I grin. He swirls his scotch and drains it in one swallow. Placing his glass on the nightstand beside me, he taps my nose with a long, manicured finger.
I believe there is some sorting out we need to attend to, Mrs. Dane,
he murmurs, and I laugh despite myself. Chapter 2. Marriage is the only war in which you sleep with the enemy. I remember my Aunt Jessie saying that ironically, because Aunt Jessie never married and spent the larger part of her life as a Vegas showgirl. My mother Kara and I lived with Jessie for years after the Holocaust that threatened the extinction of the human race. In 2016, my father, Jeffrey Davis, was Undersecretary to the Secretary of Defense in the fields of acquisition, technology, and logistics. The American government knew, of course, that, although not necessarily imminent, nuclear warfare was a strong possibility. In June 2016, my parents spent their last weekend together in Washington, D.C. In early July 2016, after swearing her to secrecy, my father sent my mother to Michigan with a mammoth task. He had chosen Michigan for its almost 65,000 lakes and ponds. No one in the state is ever more than 6 miles from a natural water source. My mother chose Ann Arbor, 35 miles west of Detroit, for its dense forestation. I still wonder what would have happened if my parents had not chosen Michigan, or any other of the Midwestern states that later became the new United States of America. I might have grown up in the wastelands ungoverned by Eric Dane's laws, or I might simply have perished in the blast or starved to death in the nuclear winter that followed. Had I known what would happen, I would probably have preferred either of those options to this life. Either way, we ended up in the safe zone and were later absorbed into the new United States. Unable to abandon her sister, my mother insisted that Jessie join her, and then she secured an isolated house surrounded by forest near the Huron River. The house had a large basement, and my mother immediately set about turning it into an impenetrable fortress. She bought all the non-perishable and tinned food that she could get her hands on, and in the early hours of the 3rd of September 2016, after a tearful phone call to my father, my mother ushered Jessie downstairs and sealed off the basement. My father was in Arlington County, Virginia, with the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense and the President together constituted the National Command Authority, whose sole prerogative was to order the launch strategic nuclear weapons. My father would therefore have been up front and center when the war began. As with New York City, it was believed that no one survived the bombing of the Pentagon. I think my mother believed that that phone call would be the last time she spoke to her husband. Jessie told me years later that my mother did not weep or scream or show any other natural reaction. She was brave and she was strong that day. And she was 8 weeks pregnant with me. Growing up, I heard the story from my mother, Jessie, and Jonathan 1,000 times. But I never tired of hearing it, and they indulged me by never refusing to tell it. My mother and Jessie did not leave that basement for almost 2 months. Michigan was not much affected directly by the nuclear blasts, but the sky did turn dark, and the temperatures dropped drastically. My mother kept a fire burning day and night to ensure their survival, and tried not to think about my father. His loss threatened to consume her. She told me that initially she wanted simply to lie down and die right along with him. If it hadn't been for me, I think she probably would have done just that. Her biggest concern at this stage was my imminent arrival and the eventual depletion of their food and water supply, although she had amassed enough to last her and Jesse well over a year if they were careful. In the second month of their hibernation, they were playing yet another game of cards when they heard shouts and banging from above. They had heard many looters in the house since the nuclear attack, ransacking and taking what they could. No one had ventured near the cellar, although whether that was because they had not discovered the doorway or because they did not feel there was anything of value below was anyone's guess. This time, however, was different. The person in the house had made much less noise, and the shouting, when it began, was addressed very clearly and directly to the inhabitants of the cellar. Although armed, my mother had ensured that they had weapons as well as food, in case one became necessary to ensure they retained the other. She was terrified. She was not so foolish as to assume the best of people, and was well aware that in times of chaos, human beings are capable of acts of desperation and depravity, and that, in a lawless society, people will kill for food and rape for entertainment. Nevertheless, the shouting persisted, and eventually she relented and broke their silence to carry out a conversation through the reinforced, locked door leading up to the main house. It took Jonathan Moore almost 3 days to persuade my mother that he meant no harm, and that he was simply looking for a safe place for himself and his 2-year-old son. He claimed that he could hunt and find food, and that he could make a contribution when their supplies ran out, which would happen eventually regardless of how much food they had stored in the basement. Jonathan told my mother that a group of rioters had caught him and his wife, Tricia, trying to leave town with their supplies in the back of their Jeep over a month ago. Tricia had been raped and her throat slit, while Jonathan had fought off as many as he could while trying to reach her. When the rioters turned their attention to the boy, Jonathan had been left no choice but to grab him and run. The way his voice broke as he recounted the events of that day was what eventually convinced my mother of his sincerity. Jesse's whispered question about how one man had managed to fight off so many without being put down was answered when he came through the door, back bent low to avoid hitting his head on the frame. He unfolded, and they stared up at him. Jonathan Moore was a giant of a man, almost 7 feet tall with broad shoulders and a freckled, open face. He laid down the sleeping child and stood up, eyes widening in shock when he saw the 2 women before him.
"There are just the 2 of you?"
he asked incredulously. Then, his eyes resting on my mother's hands which were unconsciously stroking her belly, he gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head.
"What is it?"
she demanded, immediately defensive.
"Nothing, ma'am."
He looked away and wouldn't meet her eyes. This infuriated my mother. She knew exactly what he was thinking, that her child was a lost cause, and that we could not possibly hope to survive.
"Well, nothing is due to make an appearance in about 5.5 months, so if this offends your sensitive nature, I suggest you go right back the way you came."
Her voice cracked on the last word, and she whipped around to attend to the fire, ashamed of the tears that had welled in her eyes. Much later, with Jesse snoring softly in the corner, he settled down beside her, rubbing his hands together.
"Can I help you with that?"
He inclined his head toward the fire she was stoking.
"You must be tired."
Softly spoken, his words were hesitant, unsure how they would be received. My mother sighed.
"No, I've got it, but thank you."
"That's how I knew you were here. Smoke must come from somewhere." There was no one in the house, so I figured there must be a hidey hole of sorts. Don't worry.
he hastened to add as he saw her look of apprehension.
It's very hard to see from the road. I was off the beaten track. Aiden had to answer a call of nature. So we were well into the woods when I spotted the smoke.
My mother relaxed visibly and continued adding kindling to the flames.
I didn't mean it, you know.
He began.
What you think I meant earlier about the baby. I wish you all the best. It's just that no child deserves this start in life.
His voice softened then, as his eyes found his son.
What's his name?
My mother asked, relenting slightly.
Aiden.
That's a nice, strong name.
She murmured.
He's a nice, strong boy.
He grinned. Growing up in Ann Arbor, I do not have one memory that doesn't have Aiden in it. I remember bathing together and sleeping in the same bed, until the day our parents decided it was no longer appropriate, and we cried for a week. It took me a long time to be able to fall asleep without him near me, and I suffered terrible insomnia. Aiden, knowing this, would sneak into my bed, facing the opposite way with our backs touching, and I would drift into a dreamless sleep until one or both of our parents would wake us, yelling. Aiden got more hidings than I could count, but it didn't stop him. I remember falling off the roof of an old abandoned building and dislocating my shoulder, and Aiden crying more than I did as he popped it back in. I remember shooting birds with homemade catapults, and the first time we got belted for stealing some of Mom and Jonathan's supplies and having a picnic in the Nichols Arboretum. They didn't care that we were trespassing. Society was well beyond that. It was the wasting of our precious resources that got their attention. It certainly wasn't the last time we got into trouble for doing this. Aiden was my best friend. He was my only friend, but I think, even in another life, we would have chosen each other. In the dark, desolate world we were living in, Aiden and I found comfort in each other. He was home to me, and without him, I never really felt complete. I was 15 years old when my mom got sick. The nuclear winter was over. We had enjoyed a few seasons of successful crops. Jonathan had been breeding rabbits and chickens and trading with our neighbors for other items we required. All in all, we were doing better than many of the other families I had known in town. Until now. My mother's health had been deteriorating for a few years, but, with the self-absorption of youth, I barely took any notice, convinced that she would recover because she had to take care of me. When she stopped eating, I grew slightly alarmed, but she quieted my fears, insisting that she was perfectly fine and capable, and that we should go out and enjoy ourselves. And then the coughing started. Still, my concern was fleeting, as Mom had been sick before and she had always recovered. Aiden and I had stayed out all day exploring, playing pirates and hopscotch and spying on some of the other kids who lived in town, a few of whom we knew from school. At school, Aiden and I were loners. He was 3 years older than me, in his final year, and I was just a freshman. Aiden could have been very popular had he wanted to be. All the girls in my grade talked about him and how good-looking he was, with his blonde hair and brown eyes and his chiseled features. More than one wondered why he spent so much time with me. I just giggled when I heard these stories. Aiden and I were like two parts of the same whole. I was a bit apprehensive as to what I would do when he left at the end of the year. How would I cope at school all on my own? Who would I sit with at break time? At one point, Aiden got all serious, and I stopped talking.
"Why are you staring at me?"
I asked.
"You look nice,"
he said, blushing and looking away. I laughed.
"You look nice too."
I answered kindly.
"I want to try something."
Aiden continued before I could answer.
"I want to try kissing a girl."
He was so red by this stage I thought he might burn up.
Why don't you ask Jenna Larson in town?
I asked innocently.
Bex, I don't want to kiss Jenna. I thought maybe we could,
Then I really laughed.
That we could what, Aiden?
Oh, forget it, Bex. I'll ask Jenna.
No.
It came out as a yell. Now it was Aiden's turn to laugh.
Jealous, Bex?
Jonathan eventually found us down by the old power lines, and he scolded me for staying away so long. But he did it so gently that I knew something was seriously wrong. I raced home, cutting my feet on the broken glass on the street, with Aiden's voice resounding in my ears as he called after me. I found my mother asleep on the old mattress in her bedroom, paler than I had ever seen her. Heart in my throat, I shook her gently.
Mom?
Her eyelids fluttered and a fit of coughing overwhelmed her before she turned her attention to me. Immediately a radiant smile spread over her face, the special smile that only I inspired.
Bex.
Her voice was hoarse, barely a whisper.
Mommy?
I was terrified, unable to ask the question, knowing full well I would not want to hear the answer.
Don't cry, baby.
She swept a stray lock of hair out of my eyes, and her smile was sweeter, but infinitely more sad. She looked out of the window. The sky isn't dark anymore, Bex. The sun is back. You will be fine, my angel. You'll have Jessie and Jonathan and Aiden.
But Mom?
No buts, baby girl. I know you're scared, but you listen to me. Someday the world's going to change, Bex. It's going to change for the better. You might not understand now, but one day you will. I promise.
My mother died that night. I woke up in the early hours of the morning and she was gone. I held her cold body and howled like an animal. I was kissing a boy while my mother was dying, was all I could think about. And when I felt Aiden's hand on my shoulder, I shrugged it away. Chapter 3. 4 years after my mother died, my father found me. Aiden and I had just finished washing up after dinner when Jonathan called me to the living room to meet the quiet, stern-looking stranger who had showed up late that afternoon, and with whom he had been closeted in his study for the best part of the evening. I was 19, but when I was introduced to my father for the first time, I felt about 4 years old. I was shy, insecure, and in shock. For 19 years I had believed this man to be dead, had resigned myself to the fact that Jessie was now my only living relative, and I was quite content with my adopted family. Jonathan and Aiden had never left us. I once eavesdropped on a conversation between Jessie and Jonathan shortly after my mother passed away, and was shocked and afraid when I overheard Jessie asking him how long it would be before they left, freeing themselves of our baggage. In his steady drawl, Jonathan had replied that an ordinary man did not want to be free. He only wanted to be safe, and that it would probably serve all our best interests if we stayed together. My father was not as tall as I would have expected. I remember thinking that quite clearly. Maybe it was because Jonathan was so exceptionally tall, or the fact that I was no longer a child, but I was not daunted by the size of the man. His eyes were shrewd, however, and brightly alert. I liked his eyes. They were as familiar as my own. His hair must once have been dark, like mine, but now it was predominantly gray, giving a distinguished look to his kind face. He was wearing faded khaki pants and an old army combat uniform jacket with the universal camouflage pattern. Jonathan broke the silence, startling me.
You should stay the night. It's not safe to be on the road after curfew.
Jeffrey Davis snorted.
Curfew,
He muttered.
I'm not a child, Jonathan. I will not be dictated to and told where I can go and when. I will not live in a cage.
I was taken aback at the venom in his voice.
Eric Dane will not control me.
He continued.
Eric Dane will become president of the new United States, Jeffrey. I'm sure you agree with that.
Jonathan asked.
Eric Dane hasn't created a new United States. He's created a select United States. Do you honestly think it's a coincidence that Dane's declared safe zones are situated in the Midwest, the nation's breadbasket? The richest, most fertile soils in the country are in these areas. All that Eric Dane has done is cordoned off the wealth. He's given a select few the best chance of survival and damn the rest.
Jonathan cleared his throat loudly.
What exactly has brought you to Michigan, Jeffrey, if you don't mind my asking?
Jeffrey took a deep, calming breath. When he continued, he was once again speaking in a careful, controlled manner.
What brought me here is no longer relevant, but where one door closes,
He smiled at me.
another opens.
He pursed his lips, as though considering his next words.
I owe you my eternal gratitude, Jonathan, for everything you've done to keep my daughter safe.
I've done nothing.
Jonathan proclaimed, shrugging his massive shoulders.
We both know that in this time and in this place, keeping children safe is a lot more than nothing.
My father bowed his head slightly, as though in silent appreciation. I could not take any more of this polite conversation. Where have you been? I blurted out. Jeffrey turned his gaze on me, and I could see him assessing me, his eyes searching my face, his gaze softening.
You are so like your mother.
Was all he said, and then he was silent for a long moment. I could sense him gathering himself together before he continued.
When the order was given that the war would become nuclear, I was with both the Secretary of Defense and Vice President Williams.
I heard his sharp intake of breath and arched my brows in a silent question to Jonathan. He ignored me, leaning forward in his seat, his eyes alive with excitement and curiosity.
You were with him? Did he survive?
At Jeffrey's nod of assent, he continued excitedly.
Williams is alive? Why then didn't he simply declare himself?
It was common knowledge that President James Vincent was in the air being evacuated when the nuclear bomb hit Washington, D.C. Air Force One was the safest aircraft in the world. Unfortunately, the jet stream amplified and strengthened the already bad weather conditions, and the weather-related delay resulted in his plane not making it out of D.C. in time. At Jonathan's question, my father shook his head.
Democracy is dead, Jonathan. You know that. The America we used to know is no longer. Dane's rule is tyrannical. It will not tolerate any opposition. Ken Williams might have had a chance a few years ago before Dane's rise to power. But after the war, the chaos and the devastation prevented anyone from doing anything. By the time the rebuilding started, the U.S. government that Ken Williams was a part of no longer existed. Eric Dane restored order, but he abused his power. He's taken control, and besides...
His smile was sad.
It's been 20 years. Ken Williams is no longer as young as he once was, and this world...
He spoke with disgust.
This world has not been kind to anyone. Although still keen-minded, Williams's health is failing. In traveling to Michigan, I've taken a great risk leaving him unattended, but it's worth it, obviously.
He smiled as he rested his eyes on me once more. Wait, I said, shaking my head as though that might clear my confusion. I don't understand any of this. I glanced at Aiden, who was sitting silently in the old armchair in the corner of the room. He shrugged in bewilderment, stretching his arms wide and shaking his head. He was as clueless as I was. Please. I drew myself up to my full 5'5", as unimpressive as it was, and started again. Help me to understand. Where have you been? I directed the question at my father. What do you mean about Dane being tyrannical? Are you talking about Eric Dane? Jeffrey raised his hands, palms facing me.
I'm sorry, Rebecca. I'm sure you have a million questions, and forgive me, I forget that you were born after the war. You don't know any different. Trust me when I say, though, that this life that you're living is not the life you're supposed to have. It's not the life that you deserve. And I will not let them take your freedom.
His fist beat the table at the last word, making me jump. He was a natural leader. I was mesmerized while he was speaking, and I could see a small part of why my mother had loved him so.
The ordinary man doesn't want to be free. He simply wants to be safe.
I recognized Jonathan's favorite saying, and I smiled encouragingly at him. He was so familiar and so sure of himself. Jeffrey's next words were cold, and I felt as though ice water had been splashed in my face.
My daughter wasn't born to be ordinary.
Even Aiden sat up. Now he was the one leaning forward, as though he could not wait a moment longer to hear what came next. Jonathan's expression was guarded as my father continued.
My daughter was born to be exceptional.
Aiden was nodding now, and I almost wanted to laugh at him, to wipe the fanatical expression from his face.
She deserves her freedom, Jonathan. They all do. The right to live as they choose, the right to live as they wish.
There was an interminable silence, broken only by the clicking sound of Aiden picking at his fingernails, a sign that he was feeling uneasy. I didn't blame him. I was also feeling quite out of my depth.
I don't dispute that.
Jonathan's deep, growling voice finally cut into the silence. Our heads turned to look at him, and I blinked in confusion. This was the first time I'd ever heard him say anything like that, or give any indication that our lives here in Michigan were anything but perfectly normal.
But Dane will never willingly give us our freedom, and we can live a perfectly content, safe life here.
With her sterilized and him unable to walk under the stars?
My father retorted, flicking his head in our direction.
Where does it end, Jonathan? When he's drafted into Dane's army and she's spending her life alone behind a fence in Wisconsin growing yams?
"Stop it!" I yelled, unable to contain myself a minute longer. I could not believe this was happening, and I was no nearer to understanding any of it. The conversation came to an abrupt halt. "How did you survive?" I asked. My father met my gaze.
I was in a fallout shelter in Arlington County. That's how we survived the blast.
I racked my brain for the information I was looking for. I had questioned my mother endlessly about the blast that claimed my father's life. As a young girl, I had always dreamed that he might somehow have survived the Pentagon explosion, but my mother had explained gently why that was not possible. I thought that all the fallout shelters had been decommissioned after 1991.
After the fall of the Soviet Union, clever girl.
He nodded his head in approval.
Your mother, I assume?
He arched his brows, and with a pang I realized that he did this exactly the same way I do. Yes, I answered his question.
Well, she was half right anyway.
He smiled, lost in fond remembrance.
What America said she did and what she actually did were always two different things. America decommissioned most shelters after the end of the Cold War as the perceived threat of global nuclear war was reduced. Not all, however, were shut down. The United States government ensured that at least one fallout shelter was maintained in each major city, including New York, and of course the one in Arlington at the Pentagon.
Why are you here now? I tried not to sound accusatory, but failed. A part of me was angry at him. It had been 19 years. Why had he only come to find me now? He was silent for a moment, considering. And when I met his eyes, I knew that he understood exactly how I was feeling. I looked away from the sympathy mirrored in his gray eyes and felt my cheeks grow hot with humiliation.
I wish I could say that I didn't know you existed, Rebecca.
He began guiltily, and my head jerked up in surprise.
But I did. I knew.
This did not make any sense. My mother didn't know she was pregnant with me until after the war. There was no way she could have told my father.
After the war, there was chaos. We couldn't leave the shelter for 2 years. When we did, I had certain responsibilities and I couldn't get to your mother. I had to travel south and,
He trailed off.
well, putting all excuses aside, when I was able to travel, much time had passed.
How much time? I asked in a smaller voice than I would have liked. He took a deep breath.
You were 4 years old when I saw you for the first time.
Once the words were out, he did not take his eyes off me, trying to gauge my reaction. What? I was bewildered. I looked to Jonathan for an explanation, but he was looking as puzzled as I was.
That's impossible.
He turned to Jeffrey, confusion etched on his face.
I would have known.
For the first time, I saw true anger flash in my father's eyes.
Please do not presume that you knew every move my wife ever made.
His threatening tone had Jonathan almost on his feet. Jeffrey shook his head and forced a smile.
Kara didn't want anyone to know I had been here.
He continued more gently, and Jonathan relaxed.
The world was a scary place, and I had an obligation to my country. I had to travel, and later I ended up working for...
He quickly stopped himself.
Well, anyway, it was safer that nobody knew about my family. I'll explain this to you in private.
He promised me. I nodded, thinking about my mother, and I felt a sudden rush of anger toward her for never telling me, for keeping me from him. She died. I hadn't meant it to come out so abruptly.
I know.
His eyes filled with unshed tears.
We remained in contact. She kept me updated and always let me know how you were all doing. Then 4 years ago...
He paused, and I knew what it was. The communications would have stopped the day my mother died. He pulled himself together and went on.
I figured out what must have happened, and I knew that I needed to find you and make sure you were okay.
I was about to snap at him and ask why it took him 4 years to do that, when he continued.
Circumstances prevented me from coming to you, Rebecca.
There was an awkward pause, and I could feel the indignation radiating off my adopted family. Everyone was wondering what circumstances could keep a father from his child, particularly at a time when she needed all the love and support she could get. Jeffrey, however, kept his eyes on me and seemed to be silently pleading with me not to be angry with him.
There is much to discuss, Rebecca,
he said softly. I thought about my mother and what she would have wanted, and I saw the unshed tears shining in his eyes. I took a tentative step forward, then another, until I was standing before him, my knee touching his. I placed my hand on his arm, hesitant, unsure of my reception. I was not sure why, but there was a part of me that wanted to console him. I may have lost a mother, but he lost his wife, and unlike me, he didn't get to say goodbye. He looked up at me, his eyes hollow with the anguish of her loss. This, at least, we shared. This man loved my mother. There is no doubt of that, and she loved him until her dying breath. Jeffrey pulled me onto his lap as one would a child, and stroked my back as I sobbed into his shoulder, not caring that I did not know him, that he was a stranger to me. All I knew was that in that moment he was the only person in the world who missed my mother as much as I did. She was our link, the thing that ultimately brought us together. At some point, I became vaguely aware that Aiden and Jonathan had left the room, and I felt guilty for a moment before it dawned on me that they loved me and only wanted what was best for me. What felt like hours later, my tears finally dried up. My body was stiff and my chest ached from the heaving sobs. I breathed in the smell of my father, a mixture of leather and soap, and when I raised my eyes to meet his, I saw the kindness reflected in his own. I had not felt this safe since before my mother died. He smiled down at me, and then pressed his lips to my temple just as any other father would. It was surprisingly easy and natural for both of us.
You need your sleep, Rebecca. Go and get some rest. I promise I will answer all of your questions in the morning.
Chapter 4. In the morning, my father and I walked down to the orchards. I could tell from the grim expression on Aiden's face that he was not yet comfortable with nor convinced by Jeffrey, but I placed my hand on his arm to restrain him as he made to follow us. He looked for a moment as though he might argue, but then he squeezed my hand and strolled back toward the house.
Shall we?
My father offered me his arm, and I linked my own through his as we set off. I was surprised that I did not feel at all shy or awkward around Jeffrey. He had a very calming, steadfast way about him. He was also not prone to prattle and reminded me of Aiden in that respect. We walked in silence for a few minutes, and then my gaze fell on the honeyberry bushes. I chuckled to myself. They don't grow, you know. My father raised his eyebrows and I smiled even more. Yams. They don't grow, we've tried. I think they prefer warmer weather and they need a long, frost-free growing season to mature. The few successful yams we yielded, the roots were too small to really be considered useful, so Jonathan gave up. Now we focus on what does grow: apples, berries, nuts, that sort of thing. There was an awkward pause. So? I asked, and he turned to look at me. I'm waiting.
You want to know why it took me 4 years to come back after your mother passed away?
In a nutshell, yes. I nodded. He sighed and started walking. I kept pace beside him.
There's no easy way to put this,
He began. Try, I encouraged, and he nodded, pausing for a moment as though trying to find the right words.
Rebecca. I work for an organization that goes against everything that you've been taught, everything that Eric Dane has brainwashed you to believe is right. The war we wage against Dane's rule is deadly, not for the faint-hearted, and it requires sacrifice. I take life-threatening risks every single day. If I were caught, I'd be killed immediately. I wasn't prepared to put anyone else I loved in jeopardy.
So what changed? I asked. Why now? He compressed his lips grimly.
Now you are old enough to make your own decisions, and Eric Dane has gone too far. His new laws are ridiculous. People are suffering out there, and he has abandoned them, while here in the States there are plenty of resources to go around.
Why have I never heard any of this from Jonathan? I asked.
Jonathan doesn't seem to be one to rock the boat. He strikes me as an adapt rather than force the issue kind of guy. He seems to be quite accepting of what comes his way.
What's wrong with that? I was not being defensive. I was honestly curious to know why he perceived this as such a bad thing.
It's just not in our nature. Well, it wasn't before. Mankind is nothing if not contrary.
Jonathan says it doesn't matter who we were. It only matters who we are.
Jonathan says these things, Rebecca, because he had 2 small children to protect, and stirring up trouble could have put you and Aiden in harm's way. I don't judge him for this. I probably would have done the same myself, but you're not a child anymore. It's time you learned the truth.
He began to talk then, in his quiet, confident way, and he didn't stop for quite some time. Eric Dane was a monster. I put my hands over my ears, subconsciously hoping to shut it all out. How could I not have known this? I had only ever laid eyes on Eric Dane once, 2 years ago when he came to Detroit to make a speech. This was shortly after the curfew law was passed, and he was here to commemorate the completion of the boundary fence. Ours was the last state to be fenced, probably because Michigan had the largest freshwater coastline of any of the 10 states. Being surrounded by water, it was considered slightly safer from attack. Illinois was the first. Ensuring that the capital and the judicial system were safe was a priority, followed by Wisconsin, which produced most of the food in the country. Aiden and I had pushed our way right to the front of the crowd for that speech. So excited were we about the break in our routine, a change from the daily monotony of our lives. I was mesmerized by the man who had saved us, this hero. I hung on to his every word, studying every feature of his handsome face. Eric's speechmaking was legendary. He was an amazing orator, practically hypnotizing his audience. At one point, he glanced down and caught my eye, and I could not look away, even when he held my gaze and spoke as though directly to me. I felt an almost physical pull to the man. He exuded confidence and power and raw, sensual energy, an almost animal magnetism. Glancing around, I noticed, with a pang of annoyance, that most of the women in the crowd were gazing at him adoringly, smiles on their faces. I shook my head and turned once more to the speaker, and with a jolt of excitement I noticed that he was still staring at me with those piercing blue eyes. As my gaze met his, he lifted his eyebrows mockingly, as though in silent question, and I felt as if he could sense exactly what I had just been thinking. Flushed, I looked down at my feet, and then I glanced sideways and noticed Aiden was watching me, a concerned and agitated frown marring his handsome features. "What?" I asked, feeling inexplicably embarrassed.
Nothing.
He shook his head.
Nothing, let's just go. This guy's a douche.
As he pulled me back through the crowd, away from the dais, I spared a fleeting glance over my shoulder and gasped in astonishment. Eric Dane was watching my progress through the crowd, his eyes narrowed. As soon as I caught his eye, his scowl became a smirk, and he gave a ghost of a wink, so quickly that I might have imagined it. Now, for the first time in my life, hearing about the atrocities he had committed, I felt ashamed that I had lived for 19 years not once considering what had been happening in the rest of the country, or what would become of me when I grew up. I had been selfish since my mother died, preferring to remain blissfully ignorant and zoning out when I heard others speaking in hushed tones about what was going on beyond our borders. My father explained in detail about the America that had existed before, the democracy and the people's right to vote and to choose, the Constitution and the justice system. It all sounded too good to be true, like a dream, far-fetched and delusional. In my world, people in power established laws and we followed them. It had never occurred to me to disagree. Until now. Jeffrey Davis read Eric Dane like a handbook. He had spent the better part of the last 3 years researching the man who had ascended so rapidly to a position of such power that he was passing and enforcing laws, that he had become judge, jury, and executioner. Jeffrey claimed that Dane would not stop, would not be satisfied until he was the ultimate and undisputed leader of the New World. He would not tell me a thing until he had sworn me to secrecy, saying it would do no good for Eric to learn just how much was known about him. Dane's life was both fascinating and terrifying, and my reactions ranged from shock and horror to sadness and sympathy as the story unraveled in my father's soft baritone voice. Eric Dane celebrated his 8th birthday with his hands over his ears, trying in vain to block out the sound of screaming. He survived the nuclear holocaust, but his father did not. As a result, his mother fell apart, withdrew from society, and although physically present, she left Eric without a soul in the world he could depend on, and no one from whom he could seek solace. For 10 years, Eric survived, and then he started to do more than that. He started to plan. His mother, finally giving in to her depression, committed suicide before Eric's 18th birthday. I do not know if he mourned her passing, but after her death, shying away from weakness, he surrounded himself with only the strong and the powerful. People were drawn to him, to his good looks, his charm, his intellect, and his charisma. Women wanted to be around him, and men wanted to be like him. In a world where there was very little to be had, Eric found that he seldom went wanting. People had not been idle in the 10 years that had passed. They had started to rebuild, repair, and reform. Groups of people gathered together in clusters, and society began to restructure itself. For the next 5 years, Eric used every ounce of his wit and intellect, and, by the time he was 23, he was mingling with the most powerful men in the country. Many looked to him as a leader. His ideas were inventive, ingenious, and uninhibited. There seemed to be no boundaries to his vision, and his personal magnetism was the perfect accessory in his quest for ultimate control. Eric started outlining a plan that involved rebuilding the United States. Lawlessness was rife, and although progress had been made in efforts to eliminate it, there were still those who preferred the easy way out. Crime paid. There were also many people affected by radiation poisoning living in areas which had not been declared safe zones. And so the known safe zones were fenced off and collectively became the new United States of America. This consisted of only 10 states, as opposed to the original 50, and the area beyond the borders, referred to as the Barren Lands, became isolated. Illinois, Iowa, Michigan, North and South Dakota, Indiana, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Missouri, and Nebraska now formed the new United States of America. The rest of the country was a desolate wasteland. It was forbidden to enter the Barren Lands. Chicago was the capital where Eric Dane resided and had established his ascendancy. Anyone caught looting, stealing, or breaking any law was immediately exiled to the Barren Lands and was thus shunned by society. Eric then recommended that, for our safety, people refrain from being out on the streets after dark. These enforced curfews were accepted by the masses as yet another way in which Eric Dane was improving our lives and ensuring our safety. There were a few who contested these laws. Their propaganda indicated that such measures violated free will. They were arrested, tried for treason, and supposedly banished to the Barren Lands, while the rest of the NUSA population continued with their day-to-day lives, secure in the knowledge that the extremists were no longer going to trouble them. Following the birth of 2 children with kidney abnormalities in Indiana, and 3 with physical deformities in Wisconsin, both of which were designated safe zones and had not been contaminated by radiation poisoning, Eric passed a decree that having a child would only be permitted with the written consent of the Judicial Council. He served as chairman of the council, the balance of the membership being made up of a variety of his yes men. This consent would only be granted subject to a full screening of both parents for radiation poisoning. Without a license, a couple could not procreate, although in certain special cases, a man or woman would be permitted to take a sexual partner who had been approved by the state for a short time, and for the sole purpose of producing a child for the childless couple. The archaic methods of sperm donation and artificial insemination were not options. Sperm banks were far too expensive to run, and the radiation screening of a multitude of donors was not viable. It was also declared that anyone of age who did not possess a procreation license would be subjected to mandatory sterilization to ensure no transgressions occurred. The protesters were more numerous at the promulgation of this law, which resulted in more people being banished. Society settled down once again, And although there were whispers of discontent, they were nothing that would make any difference. Eric's suggestions were supported by many powerful and influential people, and were adopted by society. And anyone who opposed him was soon found to be breaking one or other law, and was exiled. Most of this I knew, and, although I disagreed with some of it, I still held fast to the belief that Eric Dane was only doing what he believed was best for his people. What I didn't know was what came next.
Rebecca, how much do you know about the Rebeldom?
My father asked me. The Rebeldom? I couldn't even begin to guess.
Everything outside of the 10 states beyond the boundaries?
Oh, you mean the barren lands? Okay, this I understood.
Why do you call it that?
He asked. Well, because that's what it is. The wasteland, the affected radioactive areas, unusable since the war. Nothing grows there, and everyone outside of the safe zones is either affected or at high risk of being affected by radiation poisoning. I recited this almost verbatim from the popular literature that we had been spoon-fed all through high school. My father chuckled and shook his head, looking almost amused. I'm not sure why you find that funny, Dad. I frowned. Those people are almost certainly suffering and probably as good as dead. They're depraved, little more than beasts. His chuckle became a hearty laugh. I scowled at him, appalled at his lack of compassion. He soon sobered up and met my level gaze.
I'm sorry, Bex.
I softened at the use of the nickname my mom gave me years ago.
It's just that there's so much that you don't know, and Eric Dane has played you all for fools. You shouldn't believe so blindly, but then I suppose you had no reason to question or doubt.
He mused.
Never mind, it's not too late.
He continued.
Bex, the barren lands, as you call them, are not as barren as you might think. We call the areas outside of the 10 states the Rebeldom for obvious reasons.
He smiled at my arched brow and answered my implied question.
It's where the rebels live.
Chapter 5. What? I barked. What rebels? What are you talking about?
Bex, since Eric started rising to power 10 years ago, there have always been those who have defied him. Those who haven't fallen for his propaganda, those who have violently opposed his ideas and have spoken out against the dictatorship that he has been building for almost a decade. Eric did not get where he is overnight, and he certainly didn't get there without a struggle. He just managed to keep it very hush-hush. The point, though, sweetheart, is that most of the people who defied him were silenced or exiled. There were many who he had killed outright, but a fair number are living in the Rebeldom. There are also those who choose to remain out there rather than enter the 10 states and live under Dane's rule. People who choose to be free and to live life by their own rules, who get to love whom they wish and have children if they want to without a clinical trial being conducted first. The human spirit will not be subdued. It will not lie down and die or become a slave to one man's whim.
That's impossible, I insisted. The barren lands outside of the states are uninhabitable.
That's a lie, Rebecca.
How do you know that?
I've been there. We have family living in Georgia as we speak.
What?
Why do you think that, with the technology available to him, Eric Dane has never tried to resurrect any form of air travel?
My father asked cryptically. I had never thought of this. I knew that fighter jets and military planes were outlawed for the same reason as guns, to prevent future wars. But I had always assumed that air travel was simply a wasted exercise. There was nowhere left to travel to. We can travel the states by car, I began awkwardly, hearing the doubt in my own voice. My father smiled placatingly.
We have no idea what has become of the rest of the world, Bex. For all we know, there could be others out there just like us across the globe. Eric doesn't want to find out. He does not want anyone pointing out that what he is doing is wrong. He prefers to isolate our people and keep up this charade of order. There is a lot of damage, that much is true, but it's not as extensive as Eric Dane would have you believe. He has simply isolated the wealth. It's an age-old problem. Power to the powerful. Eric wants full control over the food and water supply. The Midwest produces most of the corn in the country and is the agricultural hub of our civilization.
But how do the rebels survive? I asked, after taking a moment to process his words. Where do they get food and water? My father chuckled.
We get it from the rivers and lakes, Bex, and we grow food just as you do. There's not always as much as we would like, but there's always enough. There has to be. We smuggle out a lot. The majority of the resistance resides in what were previously the mountain states. Our headquarters are in Las Vegas, Nevada, but we have a large military base in Dodge City, Kansas.
He must have noticed my dubious frown because he laughed and ruffled my hair.
Yes, there are areas affected by nuclear radiation, Rebecca, but that's not all there is. Not all of the Rebeldom is barren. Dane would just have you believe that to ensure that people don't venture beyond the fences.
We couldn't even if we wanted to, I countered. It's not allowed.
Allowed?
There was anger in his voice.
Allowed, Bex. Listen to yourself. When did Eric Dane get to decide that human beings should be kept in cages like animals?
It's not like that, Dad. I was determined to hold on to what I knew, what I had always been so sure of. This new information was too much for me. It threatened to destroy everything I'd ever known and believed. I sat down on the soft grass, needing to process and think. Does he know? I asked. About you, your people, that there is a resistance? Maybe if we just asked him, we could put it to a vote. We could bring back democracy.
He knows, Bex.
Jeffrey interrupted me.
Why do you think he built the boundary fences? Why do you think he monitors them so closely? He's trying to keep our ideology out, to make sure that you don't question, don't ever rise against him, and so far it's working. Who would believe what I'm telling you? You are battling to believe me, and I'm your father. Eric Dane is very clever. He knows full well that social control is best managed through fear.
Where do you fit into this? How did you learn of the resistance? I was trying desperately to make sense of everything he had told me, and for the first time he looked uncomfortable.
Bex, Rebecca, I need you to understand that I'm taking an enormous risk telling you any of this. You cannot tell anyone what I've shared with you today, not even Aiden.
I won't. He nodded, placed his hand on my leg and gave it a reassuring squeeze.
I traveled into the wastelands shortly after I left the fallout shelter. I knew exactly what it looked like before Eric Dane ever created the image that we now associate with the barren lands. I was never under any illusion. Knowing the truth, I couldn't accept the lies, and I soon met others with the same mindset. I am a member of the Resistance, Bex, one of the founders, along with Kenneth Williams and a few others. We've had enough of Eric Dane's rule. We are determined to end it and bring back democracy and social equality, to bring back the right to choose.
Why don't you just stage a coup? I asked, only half serious. It sounds like you have the numbers. What are you waiting for? My father shook his head, looking serious. No matter how much I had learned in the past few hours, what came next was a blow unlike any other.
Eric Dane has a private army, Bex.
Yes, but surely you could—
No, we couldn't.
He interrupted me.
Not yet, anyway. Dane's army is unprecedented and unbeatable.
But— Once again, he cut me short.
Rebecca, what do you know about transhumanism?
He asked. Trans what?
That's what I thought.
Prior to 2016, science had made startling progress. the Department of Defense had already begun researching the possibility of using genetic modification and engineering to create an army, using science as a weapon. Research had been conducted on mice and monkeys, and certain traits had been enhanced, making them smarter, stronger, faster, and even more immune to certain degenerative diseases. For years, Eric Dane had been developing and refining this research. According to my father, he had succeeded, and had spent the last 2 years creating a genetically advanced army, so powerful that by the time anyone realized he had taken control, they would be powerless to stop him. That's not possible. I stood up, unable to sit still a minute longer. How can that be possible?
It is, I'm afraid. Eric's army is elite and indestructible. His soldiers have abilities far beyond normal human physical and physiological capacities. Most possess one of 2 primary abilities: accelerated speed or strength. He's also enhanced a select few of his militia with the ability to heal, although only those who are indispensable to his research and planning.
He paused, allowing his words to sink in.
Rebecca, do you really think that Eric's rule is as uncontested as he would have us all believe? That people would just accept his ideas and conform without so much as a whisper of opposition? Eric has had his army deal with any unrest, and because of their abilities, those who come up against him have not stood a chance. His soldiers also monitor the boundary fences and make sure that no unauthorized person can get into the states.
Well, that makes sense. I nodded my head. We can't have the monsters out there getting into the states. They are dangerous.
Oh, Bex, Eric doesn't want anybody coming in through the fences, not even the perfectly healthy. Then he would have to admit that he's abandoned normal Americans who are starving and dying of thirst. He's left them out there to fend for themselves.
You're saying that Eric Dane is surrounded by an army of thousands of soldiers who have unlimited strength and speed and cannot be hurt or killed? I shook my head. Then why are you even bothering? Any opposition would be futile, surely.
Not quite. No one person can possess all 3 abilities, Bex. Any one soldier will have only one attribute, and it is more likely a few tens of soldiers, not thousands. The procedure is extremely risky. Almost as many people die on the operating table as survive it. The chance of any one person surviving it 3 times is highly unlikely. Creating an army like that would be impossible. Those who have been inducted into Dane's army will each possess only one of these skills. It would be foolish to risk a successfully enhanced soldier with a second procedure, let alone a third.
How do you even know this? I asked.
Because I perfected the procedure and was the first person to perform it successfully.
I knew that my mouth had dropped open, but I was too stunned to shut it again. You what?
I've been on Dane's research team for the past 2 years, Rebecca. I helped him develop the procedures. His scientific engineering movement had long sought to develop and make available technologies to eliminate aging and greatly enhance human intellectual, physical, and psychological capacities.
I tried to keep up, but, dumbstruck as I was struggling to make sense of everything he was telling me. How did you end up working for him? I asked.
My position with the Department of Defense before the war was in the field of technology, Bex. I was a military man, but I was first and foremost a scientist. I was simply the best man for the job. Eric Dane realized that immediately. He is also so arrogant that he has never thought to question my commitment to his cause.
So, Dane doesn't know that your allegiance is to the rebels?
No.
My father shook his head.
My inside knowledge and position are crucial to the resistance. Dane must never learn of my duplicity. Not only would he have me killed immediately, but we would lose our ability to remain on an even footing. The greatest conqueror is he who overcomes the enemy without a single blow. But without access to my research, the resistance would be like David without a sling facing Goliath with an assault rifle.
What are you doing with the research in the Rebeldom? I was surprised at how easily these foreign words were now rolling off my tongue. My father smiled, apparently pleased with my comfort and my obvious acceptance.
Nothing yet. We're simply ensuring that we have enough serum to give us a chance in the war that is coming. We need to be able to create an army of our own.
Why haven't you already? I asked.
It's not that simple, Bex.
Why not? It sounds simple enough to me. If Eric Dane is creating a private army, then you need to create a bigger one. First.
Ah, the innocence of youth.
My dad smiled at me fondly, and I felt more than a little patronized.
Men are less enthusiastic than one might think, Bex, when it comes to risking their lives. An ordinary life is often far more appealing than an extraordinary death.
So, how does the serum work? I changed the subject. I was fascinated with everything that I had learned, and my curiosity could not be sated.
Well, subjects are put through rigorous testing beforehand. It is imperative that we know where their natural affinities lie. If someone shows a natural affinity for speed, he will be given the speed ability, the same with strength. The ability to heal is trickier to assess, and, as such, that particular procedure has the highest mortality rate. It is a very rare ability. The laws of nature still apply too. If a person is naturally stronger than you and you are both given the ability of strength, he or she will still be stronger than you are. Training helps, though.
What training?
Combat training, martial arts, that sort of thing. Bear in mind that with the correct training, even the smallest soldier becomes deadly. Brute strength does not always guarantee victory.
Aiden would disagree. I smiled.
Most men would disagree. That's why I'm so grateful that you are a woman and not burdened with a lack of insight.
So, how many of you are there with these abilities in the Rebeldom?
I'm not sure. Don't forget I'm not the only member of the resistance working within the fences. It would be difficult, but it's not impossible that the serum has been smuggled out by others without my being aware of it. I think it's safe to say, however, that not more than a few hundred people on the continent have been granted abilities, most of whom are part of Eric Dane's army.
What ability does Eric have? I asked, out of sheer curiosity. In all the time we'd been together, I'd never witnessed anything that offered even a clue.
None.
My father answered. You can't be serious.
Eric Dane places far too high a value on his own life to risk undergoing any procedure.
My father answered grimly.
He surrounds himself with gifted soldiers because they are expendable. If a volunteer dies on the operating table, Eric does not bat an eyelid, he just moves on to the next. But his life, that's a different story. His life needs to be protected at all costs.
That night I lay in my bed, unable to sleep, my head spinning with all that I had learned that day. Aiden tried in vain all afternoon to draw me into conversation, and I knew that he was both concerned and desperate to know what happened that morning. I distracted him as much as I could, feeling weighed down with guilt, but it was worth it. I made a promise to my father, and even if I wanted to break it, I would never willingly put Aiden's life at risk. Knowledge was power, but it was also dangerous. I tossed and turned all night, an idea blossoming and growing in my mind, refusing to be pushed aside no matter how hard I tried. I had my suspicions that my father would not have told me what he knew unless he wanted me to be involved. And now that I knew the truth, I could not go back to my normal life, to pretending that everything was okay. Growing inside me was the need to fight, the need to change things for the better. My father was right. I wanted to live in a world where every voice mattered, where my voice mattered. I wanted to live and love and have a family if I chose. I wanted to walk under the stars and travel and see what little of the world was left to me. I wanted to live. I wanted to love. I wanted to fight. In the morning, I found my father playing backgammon with Jonathan. I kissed Jonathan on the cheek, made myself a cup of tea, and then caught my father's eye, inclining my head in the direction of the back door. I stepped through it, walked a few feet, and waited. He was beside me in a matter of minutes.
What is it, Bex?
He sounded only mildly concerned. I want to help, I answered simply. He sighed, sad, but resigned.
I know, and I admire your courage, but there's not much you can do.
I gestured at the sandy path leading around the back of the house. Walk with me.
Absolutely not, no way.
My father snapped furiously a few minutes later, once I'd made my intentions clear.
I won't allow it, Rebecca, I can't.
I knew he would react like this. Anyone would. My plan was practically suicide, but it was what I must do.
Eric Dane is dangerous, Rebecca. He will kill you. You understand that, right?
Yes. Yes. I understand that, Dad. The use of the word stopped him in his tracks, on the verge of another speech. The thing is, though, if it works, you'll have the ultimate spy. Think of what I could uncover, how much better prepared the resistance will be. You can't deny that this could change the outcome of this war, Dad. He was silent, but I knew he was desperate to contradict me.
How do you know that Dane will even notice you?
He asked. He'll notice, I shrugged. One way or another I would make him notice. I continued quickly before he could build up any more momentum. This is bigger than you and me, Dad. This is war. There are always casualties. Before you decide, think about this. What would you have said if I wasn't your daughter? If I was just another soldier volunteering to help?
But you are my daughter. That kind of thing is hard to set aside.
I knew by his tone that the battle was won. He was resigned, not adamant. What would my mother have done? I asked in a small voice.
Oh, Rebecca,
He snapped, irritated.
I think you already know the answer to that question.
It took almost 6 months to plan. My father insisted we consider every possible scenario and devise a backup plan for each.
Strong is the army that is well prepared.
He kept saying until I was sick to death of hearing it. I celebrated my 20th birthday with the people I loved most in the world. It was a bittersweet celebration since I was about to embark on the most dangerous journey of my life, one that I was still fairly certain I might never survive. Still, the worst was behind me, and there was a part of me that could not help but be excited. I would be seeing and experiencing things that I had never considered possible. If my life was to end sooner rather than later, at least it would end with me living. I was done with merely existing. I had a new appreciation for life, and I could not bear the thought of returning to what my life had been only a few short months ago. I felt I had grown a lifetime, far beyond everything else I had known before. Aiden had asked me only once what was going on. He was no fool, and he had eyes. Anybody could tell that my father and I were up to something, although nobody in their right mind would ever have guessed what. I had, of course, denied that anything was going on, at which point Aiden had laughed, a harsh, forced sound. Realizing I could not fool him, but knowing that I could not tell him either, I had settled for putting my arms around his neck, breathing in his familiar smell, and telling him the truth, that he had been the best friend in the world, that I would always love him, and that he should not believe everything he would hear and see in the future. I told him that everything I did would be for a better world, and that I would miss him, but that, although he might know where I was, he should never, ever come after me. He seemed surprised by this, but after I explained that he might get me killed, his brown eyes filled with grief and the anger of loss, and he nodded his head in unwilling acceptance. The following day, my father found me in the orchard with Aiden. We often went there, spending hours lying in the soft grass and talking. It was peaceful. Aiden quickly made himself scarce, sensing that we needed to speak in private. He had always had an uncanny ability to read my mood and know what I needed, even if I wasn't always sure myself.
He's a nice boy,
My father remarked, watching Aiden walk away. He's not a boy anymore, I responded, and as the words left my lips, I knew them to be true. Aiden had grown into an amazing man. He was protective, loyal, and brave, and I was astonished that he was still around, still spending time with me. I forced myself to look away from his retreating form and focus on my father. It took only a glance to see that he had something important to say.
It's time, Bex. We need to leave.
His eyes were expressionless, giving nothing away, although I knew from our endless conversations that he was by no means happy about the situation. I drew in a deep breath and turned slowly around, taking in the familiar sights and smells. I knew that this was it, that when I left this place there was a strong possibility that I would never ever make it back. I considered this for a moment, feeling a gnawing sensation in my belly. It was like I was forgetting something important. I wondered how long I had known. No, Dad, not yet. There's something that I must do first. At some point during my journey, it had crept up on me and had grown to consume me. I was prepared to die for the cause that I had become so passionate about. But while I was alive, I would live, with every fiber of my being. I would not leave a life unfinished. It would be almost 2 years before I would be ready to summon up the courage to go, and even then, I was still not entirely sure that I was making the right decision. Chapter 6. 1 week shy of 2 years later, I met Eric Dane. I was 22 years old, and it had all been carefully arranged. My father had sent word. For someone who had been so opposed to my plan, he was doing a very good job of ordering me about and executing each phase with military precision. I think that once he had resigned himself to the fact that I would be going through with it, he was determined to give me all the backup I needed to succeed. The cocktail party was held in the Science Museum of Minnesota, celebrating yet another successful restoration of some or other historical piece of art. Eric Dane had a slim blonde girl on his arm. I had watched him for over an hour, mingling, chatting, and laughing, seeming not to have a care in the world. My heart hardened against him even more. 3 days earlier, I had crossed the boundary fence illegally for a preparatory meeting with the vice president and a few others at a rebel camp in Ohio. My father had accompanied me. We were making our way back when I witnessed something that would haunt me forever. Just before we crossed the fence back into Michigan, my father pulled me back at the last minute into a copse of trees and put his hand over my mouth. I stifled a scream before the reason became apparent. A young woman was approaching the fence. She was walking slowly and seemed disorientated. She passed close to where we crouched, hidden, and I noticed that her clothes were torn and threadbare, and she had no shoes on her blistered and bloody feet. The guard patrolling this section of the fence soon caught sight of her and warned her to leave. The girl, seemingly delirious, probably a combination of dehydration and exhaustion, paid no attention. We watched helplessly as she got nearer, and the soldier yelled more and more frantically. Despite the obvious danger that she was in, The girl continued walking, and I started squirming in my father's grasp, trying to free myself. I could see exactly what was going to happen. I had to stop her. My dad yanked my arm and shook his head vehemently.
You can't be seen, Rebecca.
He hissed in my ear.
You have to be rational, learn to save her or save thousands.
He let me go suddenly.
The choice is yours.
I still don't know what I would have decided, but in that instant, it was too late. I heard the gut-wrenching scream, and as I turned around, I saw the guard hit her over the head with his baton. She crumpled like a piece of paper, dropped to the ground and lay unmoving. Blood seeped into the dry ground from the gaping wound in her skull, and I felt the bile rising in my throat. I let out a whimper, and my dad held me tightly. She didn't do anything, I whispered in disbelief, trying to come to terms with what I had just witnessed. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent young girl whose only crime was to seek sanctuary and try to find food and water to save her life.
I know.
My father's voice was clipped, and I sensed that he too was struggling to keep control of his emotions and his anger. There was nothing wrong with her. I turned to face him, wide-eyed, and noticed his own grim expression.
No, nothing. I told you, Bex, nothing is as it seems. Innocent people have been locked out of our civilization to protect a select few.
It's inhumane. I could not bring myself to look back at the wretched sight.
Let it go, Rebecca.
His tone was solemn.
Casualties in any war are unavoidable no matter how hard you try. If you don't learn to deal with them, then you cannot fight this war. It will destroy you. Rather, learn from it. Use it. One day Eric Dane will pay for what he has done, but today is not that day. We cannot make a martyr of him. He must be exposed for what he really is, and when the time is right, we will make him pay.
He squeezed my shoulder, and I forced myself to nod and rise to my feet. I'm ready, I said, more determined than ever. Now, watching Eric Dane charm his guests, his blonde date hanging on his arm, I want to push my way through the crowd and scratch his eyes out. Instead, I clench my jaw and push my emotions aside, determined to follow the plan. Our associate, a man named Evan Wright, eventually makes his way to my side, squeezing my left arm discreetly to identify himself, and then he immediately twirls me in the direction of our president. Dane appointed himself president shortly after my 20th birthday. Unsurprisingly, no one contested this, although the nation's celebrations were not quite as enthusiastic as one would have expected. Evan stops directly in front of Eric Dane, and I catch my breath despite myself as I take in the man up close. His eyes, sapphire blue and hypnotic, meet mine, and I see a brief flare of recognition before he resumes his arrogant, deadpan expression. He remembers my face, obviously, although he will have no idea where he saw it.
Eric, good evening.
Evan croons.
Eric, this is Rebecca. Rebecca, this is Eric Dane.
It's a pleasure.
I have not paid the slightest attention to the introductions, looking over Evan's shoulder instead, as though searching for someone. I'm sorry. Please excuse me. I turn away and stride across the room, hearing the collective intake of breath behind me. I feel every eye in the room following my progress. I have just broken every rule in the book, showing the utmost disregard for protocol. I have left the President of the new United States standing in the middle of an introduction. I hear Evan spluttering behind me, trying to apologize. Hi, I say brightly, leaning forward and kissing the blonde man on each cheek. He is the complete opposite of Eric Dane, blonde where he is dark, tall where he is of medium height, his greeting smile open and honest. whereas Eric's mocking smile is secretive and sexy as hell. Of course, I do not know this blonde man at all, not even his real name, but he works for my father and is playing along as he has been told to. I rest my hand on his arm and smile coyly up at him as though we share a secret. I lean up on my toes to whisper in his ear when I see his hand casually brush his chin.
I'm sorry, miss.
Eric leaves the question hanging. I turn away from my companion and face him, a look of irritation on my face. Miss Mackenzie. I am careful not to cross the line between irritated and rude. Eric searches my face, his blue eyes staring into my gray ones, as though trying to read my sincerity. I match his even gaze, not daring so much as to blink. Finally, he steps back, grabs 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter's tray and hands one to me. Raising his glass, he smiles his mocking smile.
Miss Mackenzie, do you honestly expect me to believe that you have no idea who I am?
I take a sip of the champagne, the bubbles tickling my nose, and then tilt my head to one side. I lick my lips, narrowing my eyes in contemplation. Then I widen them in alarm and choke on my champagne. Oh my God! Eric's smile is predatory, victory shining in the blazing orbs of his blue eyes. I'm so sorry, Mr. Dane, I splutter. I had no idea. Oh my God, when my girlfriend convinced me to come tonight, she said it would only be boring old artsy people. He laughs, and I notice that both our blonde associates have disappeared into the crowd.
I guess that makes me a boring old artsy person?
He takes a swig of champagne while he regards me over the glass.
Do I know you?
He asks, his brow furrowed in thought. Definitely not. I laugh. I'm pretty sure I would remember meeting the president.
That's if you even recognized him.
He winks at me and takes another sip.
Who is this friend of yours anyway? Is she one of the gallery owners?
He looks around as though she might materialize in front of him at any second. Not quite, I answer, swinging the hand holding my glass around vaguely. Catering, actually. I meet his eye and giggle when I catch the amused expression on his face.
Aha!
He shrugs his shoulders.
Well, I suppose we have to get butts on the seats somehow.
This time I really do laugh out loud. Then I glance around deliberately. We appear to have lost our dates. I smile up at him.
So it would seem, Miss Mackenzie.
Rebecca, please.
Rebecca.
He raises his glass in a toast to me, and I ping my glass against his, a seductive smile playing on my lips. Eric and I were married within 6 months of that initial meeting. After a whirlwind courtship, he proposed, and we were married in a lavish televised ceremony, with the whole country watching. I became Mrs. Eric Dane, First Lady. It made me sick to my stomach. Chapter 7. My name is Rebecca Dane. I was born in the year 2017, and I am 26 years old. It has been 3 years since I married my husband. I abide by the nation's rules, and I am the perfect wife to the President of the new United States. I support my husband. I make him happy, and I set an example to the people who follow him. I support the curfew laws. I have been voluntarily sterilized, and I stay within the boundary fences, no matter which of the 10 states I am visiting. I live in Chicago, the nation's capital in the state of Illinois. Many would say I lead a charmed life, but it's more like a curse that I have chosen willingly to protect the people I love and ensure that they grow up in a better world. My true allegiance lies with the resistance. I gather information on a daily basis, information which is then fed back to them weekly, over a secure line, during a 3-minute telephone conversation. Only a few key players in the resistance know that I am on their side. It is a bitter pill to swallow, but the truth is that any one of the rebels would take my life in a heartbeat if they had the opportunity. However, it is imperative that I keep my sympathies to myself. I have infiltrated the enemy at the highest level, and my position is invaluable to the resistance. High profile as it is, it would be all too easy for an error to be made, and if I am caught, I will be executed immediately. I exercise extreme caution in everything I do because the information that I hold is too important to be lost. No other rebel holds a position that can be compared to mine. No other rebel could get closer to the source of the nation's power. I am married to the President of the new United States, and, at some point, I will have to kill him.
Which do you think?
Eric holds up first a Prussian blue, then a gray silk shirt. Blue, definitely. I smile. It goes with your eyes.
Yes, love, but gray goes with yours.
He winks at me, then saunters into the bathroom, the gray shirt thrown over his shoulder. After about a minute, I hear the shower come on. Hurriedly, I pull my phone from my handbag, typing frantically, keeping one eye on the bathroom door. Did he get out? The reply comes through in a matter of seconds. Yes. I breathe a sigh of relief, which is short-lived as another text comes through. Just. I delete the thread and slip the phone back into my handbag. Crossing to my wardrobe, I pull out the dove gray satin slip dress I had made for tonight's event. It is yet another charity auction being held at the Dane Corporation Plaza. Thus far, however, I have yet to see much in the way of charity funding from these events. I have my suspicions, which of course I have passed on to the resistance, that the bulk of the funds raised at these events is used to perform genetic procedures on candidates for my husband's army. Eric has never openly acknowledged that he has succeeded in developing and administering the ability serums, although he does confide in me from time to time about rebel activity. He assumes, as I mean him to, that I am as concerned about these outlaws as he is. The rebels are dangerous, and eliminating them is of top priority. The Plaza building is home to all Eric's businesses, and it is impressive, even by Eric's standards. In pre-nuclear times, it was known as the John Hancock Center, although Eric has made many changes, including privatization of the entire top 9 floors, which are now accessible only via private elevator. I know that his laboratories take up a large portion of this space, and then, of course, there is his office on the 100th floor, along with an ostentatious private apartment that he seldom makes use of.
Almost done.
Eric kisses the nape of my neck as he passes me, his black hair still damp from the shower.
I just have to make a few last-minute calls and we can go.
No problem, I answer automatically. I wait 5 minutes and then descend the stairs. I position myself near his office door and strain my ears, but I cannot hear anything.
You shouldn't skulk around in doorways, Rebecca. It doesn't suit you.
Eric's voice booms out behind me and I jump in alarm. Turning to face him, I shudder involuntarily. His eyes are narrowed and his head is cocked to one side. I know that expression well. He is trying to decide how best to handle the situation. His scowl deepens and anger flashes in his sapphire blue eyes. The cold look he gives me sends a trickle of fear down my spine. Eric is only 35 years old, but at times like these he seems much older. I was looking for you, I stammer. I need help with my clasp. I turn to show him the open button at the back of my dress.
Do you now?
Eric regards me suspiciously, and I fight the urge to bite down on my lip. It goes without saying that if I am caught spying, things would end very badly, but More than that, it would be a devastating loss for the resistance, and Eric would double, if not treble, his security measures, which would mean the rebels would probably never get another opportunity like this, would never be able to infiltrate his empire at this level. Eric purses his lips, his body relaxed, and his shoulder resting against the doorframe. After only a moment's hesitation, he appears to come to a decision and he stands upright. He takes a few brisk steps forward, raising his hands. I feel his fingers brush my neck as he does up the button.
Let's go.
He swings his keys in his right hand and pushes past me toward the garage. I breathe a sigh of relief and follow him meekly out the door. Quinn is driving. I stare at the back of his shaven head and focus on the evening before me. Eric is still angry. I can tell by his harsher breathing and his withdrawal of affection. Usually he cannot keep his hands off me in the car, a hand on my knee, playing with my hair, or reaching for my hand. Tonight there is nothing. He stares unseeingly out of his passenger window and a muscle pulses in his jaw. He is clearly concerned about what happened and is still deliberating. I don't think he would ever actually entertain the idea that I might betray him, but Eric is suspicious by nature and anything out of the ordinary gets him thinking. I just need to weather the storm and not give him any reason to doubt my sincerity. I spend the evening mingling and laughing, and by the end, my jaw aches with the strain of having held my first lady smile in place all night. The evening is drawing to an end, and I close my eyes briefly. I am tired and looking forward to climbing into my bed. Sidling up to Eric, I whisper in his ear, "Are you ready to leave yet, love?" I smile up into his eyes, determined to re-establish the trust.
You must be tired, Rebecca.
His answer is curt and dismissive, and I flinch.
I'll call Quinn to take you home.
He raises his hand in the direction of the rear of the room, and Quinn materializes out of nowhere. "You're not coming?" I ask in alarm.
No, Becca, I'm not. I have business to take care of.
He doesn't elaborate, and I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. "Eric, baby." I trail off. Eric has moved away, out of earshot, and something else is registering. I sense a presence next to me and I open my eyes. The man on my left is standing far too close to me for comfort, and I try to step away from him to regain my personal space. He steps closer and I turn to confront him. The shock of recognition prompts my outburst. "Da!" I slam my mouth shut, then immediately resume where I left off, while surreptitiously looking around to ascertain that no one has noticed my faux pas. "Mr. Davis, how are you?" I gush, placing my hand on his arm. "I haven't seen you since, what, the Corn Belt Convention in Indiana last June?" I smile, but my eyes are wide in silent question. What is he doing here? We have always maintained minimal public contact to avoid suspicion, and here he is approaching me in the middle of a high-profile event. My father takes my elbow and steers me away from Eric, who has given us nothing more than a perfunctory glance. As soon as we are out of earshot, I hiss, "What are you doing here, Dad?" I glance back and forth to check that no one is paying us any attention, and I notice Eric slipping through the crowd, making his way to the elevators, Darius and 2 other guards accompanying him. What's going on?
Something big is happening tonight, Bex.
He murmurs, coming to a halt beside the hors d'oeuvres table. He finally turns to face me, and I see the worry etched on his face.
Eric is planning something. We're not sure what, but it has something to do with his army. The procedure is no longer working, and he has been unable to create any new soldiers. I think he is looking for another way to increase his numbers.
Like what? I ask.
We don't know, Bex, but we need to find out.
My gaze roams through the crowd. All these people, laughing and dancing, oblivious to what is really going on. Leave it to me. I remain silent for the 10 minutes it takes Quinn to drive me back to the house. Thank you, Quinn, I murmur demurely as he follows me up the stairs to the front door, which is immediately opened from the inside by one of the butlers. I place my hand lightly on his arm and smile up at him. It's very kind of you to see me safely inside.
No problem, ma'am.
Quinn inclines his shaven head respectfully, and then retreats down the stairs. That will be all, Joseph. I snap at the hovering butler, and he scurries off immediately, leaving me feeling slightly guilty about my impatience. I close the door behind Quinn and take a moment to catch my breath and collect my thoughts. I listen to the sound of the car reversing, and then the noise recedes as Quinn drives away. I check the lobby. Joseph is long gone, and there is not a whisper of movement. Not for the first time. I am grateful that despite Eric's obsession with security, he is also intensely private. Within the house itself, there are no surveillance or security devices, although the grounds are heavily monitored both by camera and guard. Not wasting any time, I fly upstairs and change into black leggings and matching vest, and then cover it up with a slim, waterproof jacket. I change my shoes before returning to the lobby and slip a small Leatherman multi-tool into my jacket pocket. The house is still silent as I open the door and slip outside. I am soon making my way back down Michigan Avenue. The Dane Court Plaza is an impressive building, a familiar and imposing facade against the Chicago city skyline, 100 stories high. Keeping my head down, I skirt the crowd, trying to avoid being seen. It has been barely 20 minutes since I left, but already the crowd is smaller. People are beginning to leave for home now that the auction is over. I need to hurry. I scan the room, praying that Eric and anyone else who might know that I am supposed to be at home are upstairs ensconced in his office. Across the room, I catch my father's eye. He is leaving with a few other guests, bidding everyone a rather rowdy farewell. I know that he is establishing his alibi, ensuring that there are plenty of people who can attest to the fact that he left at this time before any incident might have occurred. I smile at him, and he dips his head slightly in my direction before turning away and heading down the front stairs. I experience a moment of feeling very alone, and I fight the urge to run after him. Instead, I allow myself a minute to pull myself together and then head in the direction of the public elevator. Eric's office is on the top floor and is accessible only via the private elevator. I cannot take the elevator car, which would spit me straight onto the expensive Persian carpet in the center of Eric's office. I doubt I would go unnoticed in that event. I weigh up my options, and in no time at all I have reached the 91st floor. This is as far as I go in the passenger elevator, and I am still 9 stories short of my destination. I make my way down the corridor, keeping an eye out for any personnel, although at this time of night I am fairly certain all employees are at home or downstairs enjoying what is left of the free alcohol. I have memorized the security schedule and am able to avoid the patrols easily. I make my way to the private elevator shaft, and am about to prise open the doors when I hear soft footsteps behind me.
Mrs. Dane?
I spin on the spot and come face to face with Ricky, another of Eric's security personnel. Hi, Ricky. How are you? I purr, moving closer to him, wishing it was someone else who had discovered me. Anyone else. I have never liked Ricky. He is callous and uncouth, and unfortunately, he is impervious to my charms.
What are you doing here, Mrs. Dane?
His tone is not at all friendly, and he is already reaching for his radio. Ricky is not going to be seduced. He takes his job far too seriously. Damn it. As he pulls his radio from his belt, I pull his baton from its sheath and knock him over the head. He slumps to the floor. Ricky is unconscious, but I cannot risk him waking up and alerting security. I sigh, but there is no way to avoid it. Ricky will tell Eric not only that I was here, but also that I attacked him, and that would be my cover blown. I cannot allow that. I take up position behind him, holding his head in my arms, and in one swift movement I pull up and twist it, breaking his neck instantly. I make a last sweep of the corridor to check that there are no more surprises heading my way, and then I move back to the elevator. Prizing open the doors is easy enough, and I blow a stray lock of hair out of my eyes as I stare up the elevator shaft. The car itself is at the top, blocking my access. I climb 5 stories up the elevator shaft to the 96th floor, and I exit onto the carpeted floor. This floor is purely maintenance-related, and it is just a stopover. I hurry down the corridor and slip into the maintenance closet, shutting the door behind me with a relieved sigh. Balancing on an old broken filing cabinet, I unscrew an air duct in the ceiling, and then I pull myself up into the ventilation system. I have been studying this building's blueprints for years, and have twice before gained entry to Eric's office, but this will be the first time anyone will be aware of the unlawful entry. Leaving the cover hanging, I begin crawling, grateful for the fact that I am below average size. It doesn't take me long to reach a point where voices start to filter through to me and I stop, making myself as comfortable as possible. Nothing being said in the office below me is of much interest. Eric is simply discussing the latest procedures, and his board is trying to establish any patterns or probable causes as to why some people just do not survive their procedures. So far, nothing obvious has turned up. I am surprised that my father is not at this meeting, but from the tone of the conversation, this is just a rehash of a previous discussion. No doubt my father would have been present at the initial meeting. Whatever is of importance that these men have met to discuss, it is over and has already been concluded. I stay in my confined, cramped space until I hear chairs being pushed back and thanks being offered. The dull thud of footsteps reaches my ears, and then the sound of the elevator doors closing, followed by absolute silence. I wriggle forward a bit, trying to ignore the pins and needles affecting almost the entire left side of my body. Soon enough, I regain complete mobility, and I edge forward once again. I find the vent just above Eric's desk, repeat the process of unscrewing it with the leather man, and then drop down gracefully into the office, taking a moment to stretch my legs. The soft neoprene shoes I am wearing ensure that no prints will be left to trace. The room shows a few signs that a meeting has taken place. There are 3 empty whiskey glasses on the oak table, and another half-full glass on the desk, right next to the state-of-the-art, larger-than-life computer screen, which is still glowing. It has been in use recently. Sleep mode has not been activated yet. I cross the room and make my way around the vast desk, cursing as I stub my toe on a sharp end. Shit. I curse again as the screen comes into view. Eric has locked the workstation, which is password protected. The 2 little flashing words seem to be mocking me deliberately. Enter password. I try a few obvious combinations, but nothing works. I do a few mental calculations. Eric will no doubt socialize for a few minutes downstairs before going home, but I cannot sit here indefinitely punching random letters in the hope of striking it lucky. I try my name and a new message appears on the screen. This terminal has been locked. Incorrect password. It must have a limit on password attempts. I really don't have time for this. I unclip the small leather man from my belt and move around to the other side of the desk. I quickly unscrew the casing on the back of the screen and pull out the hard drive. Eric will have a backup, but that is not my concern. Besides, Ricky's body will alert them to the break-in. There is not much point in trying to hide what I have taken. I slip the hard drive into my jacket pocket and hurriedly retrace my steps. Chapter 8. I open the door as Eric lifts his key to unlock it. "Welcome home, Mr. Dane," I smile, tilting my head to one side. My robe falls open slightly, making it obvious that I have nothing on underneath. "What took you so long?" Eric's gaze travels downward, and then he spins around, making sure that Quinn has driven off.
Rebecca,
He growls, grabbing my waist and spinning me around before lifting me over the threshold and back into the house.
what the hell do you think you're doing?
He kicks the door closed behind him, his hands already tangled in my hair, pulling my head back almost painfully and exposing my throat. Trailing kisses along my jawline, he breathes into my mouth.
God, you're sexy.
He groans, and I feel his knead pressing against the small of my back. I smile grimly. The crisis has been averted. I am back in Eric's favor, although I sense that his anger is not entirely over. He squeezes my shoulder slightly harder than is necessary, and I resist the urge to react.
You're my most valuable possession, Rebecca. I would kill to keep you. You know that.
He murmurs, and I nod, turning to face him and kissing him back. I press my body against him and close my eyes. I know. And I do know. Only too well. The next day, the moment Eric leaves for work, I call my IT contact and arrange the drop-off. I don't have long to wait. He calls me back shortly after lunch and gets to the point immediately.
"I have the files."
I'm on my way. Eric is staying late at the office. The break-in the night before has him in a state, although he won't say why. And he is reviewing surveillance videos, interviewing security personnel, and liaising with his advisors. The discovery of Ricky's body has added to the seriousness of the situation. He won't find anything, of that I am certain, and I welcome the solitude. My head is spinning, and I need to speak to my father. I have left a message for him to contact me urgently, and now there is nothing for me to do but wait. He arrives just after sundown, stealing in through the back door which I have left open. The guards at the main gate and those patrolling the property would not question Jeffrey Davis's presence at the house, as all Eric's senior staff have identity cards. "Dad!" I run across the room and throw my arms around him, burying my face in his blazer and drawing strength from his solid familiarity. In this world where deception and facade are such integral, parts of my daily life, being just simply gloriously me with another person, is like coming up for air after being kept underground for weeks. He rubs my back, squeezing me tightly, then drops a heavy envelope on the kitchen table.
My alibi.
He rolls his eyes.
I'm dropping this off for Eric.
Ah. I retrieve it and drop it in the bin.
How are you?
My father asks. Not good, Dad. Not good at all.
I thought as much. What did you find out, Bex? What's Eric up to?
It's like a valve has been released and the words pour out of me faster than I can believe. You were right. He has found another way to increase his numbers. He has files, about 200 of them, of different people, all of whom seem to show above-average capabilities. He's looking for these people. I think he believes they've had the procedure, although not legally. I take a breath. Dad. My voice is solemn. I think he has plans for recruiting these people.
Ready-made soldiers.
My father is pensive.
Well, it makes sense he wouldn't have to run the risk of the procedure, as these people have obviously already survived it. Not that we are anywhere near testing the new formula.
He scratches his chin thoughtfully. What exactly is wrong with the procedure? Why has it stopped working? I ask. My father works in the lab. If anyone would know, it would be him. He smiles, my favorite smile, the one that reaches his eyes.
Why do you think?
Seriously? I laugh. You didn't? He grins at me, and it's all the answer I need. It is times like these that make doing what I do every day worthwhile. We may not win every battle. In fact, we have lost far more than we have won. But there are these small victories. I plant a kiss on his cheek. Well done. I laugh again. We soon come back to the discovery I have made. Do you think these people might really be gifted, Dad? Gifted is the rebel's term for a person who has undergone a procedure and has one of the 3 known abilities.
Oh, I have no doubt that some of them will be.
His answer is not what I had hoped for.
As I told you, Bex, there have definitely been leaks in the system and smuggling of the serum outside of the laboratories. I do not, however, think that there are as many as 200. It is possible that some of these people are simply naturally talented, although Eric, being as thorough as he is, will no doubt investigate every possibility until it is proven true or otherwise. Realistically, though, I would guess that perhaps 1/3 of these people would legitimately be gifted, if that.
So if Eric succeeds, he potentially adds another 60 or 70 soldiers to his army.
Essentially, yes.
My father's mouth tightens. We can both appreciate that this is hardly an ideal situation. Eric is dangerous enough with the soldiers he already has. More of them will just make it that much harder for us to have any hope of ever defeating him. My dad seems about to say something when he looks at me.
Rebecca.
I barely hear him the second time.
Rebecca.
My mind is scurrying, frantically playing out scenarios and coming to possible conclusions.
Rebecca.
His shout rouses me from my musings. What? I blink, confused.
What's going on in that head of yours, Bex? I know that look.
He gives me a questioning smile. I raise my brow and nod. We both know that he's right. I am hatching a plan. We're going to steal his soldiers.
What?
I'm going to find these gifted people first. I'm going to do the only thing we can do, the only thing that will give us any ghost of a chance if we declare war against Eric Dane. War in practice, not in principle. I'm sick and tired of waiting for the resistance to do something. I want out of this life, Dad. I've been committed to this cause for 6 years, and I've seen no tangible evidence of change. I'm relaying information back to a group of people who are doing nothing with it. In fact, this is something the rebels should have done a long time ago. Now that I've made the decision, it is as good as done. I never back out of a plan. I'm going to build my own army, I say assertively. My father jerks his head in astonishment. And then I'm going to end this war once and for all. Chapter 9. Hi. I throw my weight backward as Quan's hand slices through the air a mere inch from where my head had been a second before. He strikes again immediately, all his weight coming forward, and I use his own strength against him, grabbing his arm, twisting and throwing myself into a floor roll. I look down at him, my hand around his neck, perfectly positioned to rip out his trachea. After a long moment, I remove my hand, a smug smile spreading across my face. That's twice today, Quan. I grin at my trainer as I help him to his feet.
Yeah, you are getting a bit better.
He laughs, wiping the sweat from his brow. Quan Lee has been my taekwondo instructor for the past 3 years, even before I met Eric. His parents immigrated to the States from South Korea just a year before the war, when Kwon was 13. They intended to give their son a better life in America, the land of hopes and dreams. Although they had all survived the blast, neither of Kwon's parents had been alive to celebrate his 40th birthday last month. The hardships that people experienced in the few years after the blasts had taken their toll. The mortality rate was high, and the average lifespan of humans had dropped considerably for a long time. Things were better now, and technology had been rebuilt, but many of those who survived the war did not survive for long. Eric had tried to stop my training sessions with Kwon shortly after our wedding, claiming that with the security at my disposal, it was a waste of time. It was one point that I refused to back down on, though, knowing how important my fighting skills were to achieve my end goal. In the end, Eric conceded, humoring me and brushing it off. He never mentions it, preferring to ignore the one aspect of my life that he cannot control. I gaze at Kwon, deep in thought, wondering if I should confide in him, if I should let him know what I have discovered. Kwon is more than just my instructor. He has been a mentor and a very dear friend. There is not a fleck of gray in his black hair. He looks much younger than his 40 years. In my experience, Asian men usually do. 3 years of training have sculpted my body, which is lean, toned, and strong. I enjoy running too, but I enjoy the discipline of Taekwondo more and pushing my body to its peak physical performance.
Once more, shall we say the best of 5?
He asks, interrupting my thoughts. Sure. I have a hidden agenda, and I am not yet sure how to address it. I have known Kwon for 3 years, and I think I know him well, certainly better than most. He is an intensely private person. Although he does not know my true identity and the disdain I feel toward my husband, I do not think he has as much respect and adoration for Eric Dane as many of the population do. Although we have never broached the subject, Kwon has known me since before I married Eric, and I believe that he sees me for the person that I am, not as the First Lady. I suspect he did not approve of my marriage, but he would never have said anything to me. It would simply not have been his place to do so. Now, however, I know more about Kwon than I ever have before, probably more than I have any right to know. I know that Kwon had a Chinese wife called Nina who volunteered for one of the government's, Eric's, trials. A few years back, but never returned. Kwon was notified of her death when the procedure failed and was issued financial compensation, a check that he never banked. I know that Kwon has not been romantically involved with anyone since, and I know that Kwon may well have the gift of speed. I know this because Kwon Lee is one of the 200 names on my husband's list.
Shijak!
Kwon yells, lunging at me. I feint to the left and jump right, my arms up, ready to defend. Kwon is still coming, holding nothing back. I think I have injured his male pride this morning, and I stifle a giggle. Kwon misses nothing, and he draws himself up to his full height, drops and sweeps his leg around in a low roundhouse kick. I jump at exactly the right moment, and he sweeps nothing but the parquet floor. We both jump back and stand upright. Kwon starts to move in a wide arc, and I do the same. I know about your wife. The words are out before I have really thought them through.
What?
Kwon pauses momentarily, his arms dropping to his sides.
What did you say?
He frowns but does not look entirely surprised. Your wife? Nina? I know how she died. I mean to go on, but something in Kwon's expression stops me. His gaze has hardened and his features have morphed into something I have never seen. Pure, unadulterated fury. Too late, I realize what he must think. Kwon, no! I yell, but it is pointless. Kwon has lunged at me for the first time with genuine intent to harm, possibly kill. I dive aside, then arching my back, I flick myself upright and face him. I cannot risk taking my eyes off him for even a second. Kwon is lethal. Suddenly he turns and runs to the back of the dojo. Seizing 2 bow staffs, he hurls one at me and I catch it in midair, swinging with it to land in a low crouch. Bow at the ready. Kwon, you don't understand, I plead, swinging the bow staff from side to side, building up momentum.
I understand perfectly.
He growls.
Everything that Eric Dane touches turns to shit, Rebecca, even you.
I am shocked by the profanity. Kwon is the epitome of a Korean man and is very respectful toward women. His opinion of me, however, has dropped so low that it no longer matters to him. I look into his eyes and I can see that nothing I say is going to make any difference. This man is out for vengeance. He will kill me without hesitation. I am mesmerized by the bow in his hands as it twirls above his head, around his body, faster and faster until it is nothing but a blur. Kwon below it is beautiful in his fury and as still as a picture, seeming to be held in slow motion beneath the twirling staff. I know that one strike will end this battle. If the bow staff hits me at this speed, it will take my head off as easily as bowling over a skittle. In those final few moments as I stare death in the eye, 2 things become clear to me. The first is that Eric was right. Kwon Lee has, without a doubt, the gift of speed. He is glorious and dangerous, and is now moving faster than my eyes can keep pace with. Just a swirl of color, and the fury of the bow that I can no longer track with my eyes. The second is that Kwon has hesitated. I should be dead already. Then it dawns on me that I can see him again. He is becoming more focused. I can now follow the bow with my eyes and, although it is still moving at deadly speed, I am now able to plan my defense. Not that there is any need to anymore. Glancing up, I notice there is no longer anger in Kwon's expression. It has been replaced by astonishment. His mouth has dropped open and his eyes are wide with shock. Glancing up, following his gaze, my heart seems to stop. Unwittingly, I have mirrored his actions. My bow staff is flying in an arc above my head, the wood in my hands beginning to smoke with the friction. The bow staff is moving as quickly as Kwon's, if not faster. Simultaneously, both bow staffs start to slow down, the movements becoming more and more gentle until we both stand holding our staffs still at our sides, still facing each other, our breathing labored, our eyes locked. All this time I have been so cautious, so careful, and finally I have blown it. Someone has discovered my secret, someone who only seconds ago would have killed me. Kwon is the first to speak.
I never suspected.
Neither did I say.
How did he convince you?
His question catches me off guard. What? Oh, no, I protest. No, Kwon. Eric doesn't know about the speed.
Then how? Why? When?
He stumbles over his words. It was before I met Eric. I was 20. He is silent, so I continue, unsure of the impact my words are having. I chose this. It wasn't forced on me and I wasn't paid for it. I pause, not sure if I should say what I am about to. I'm sorry about your wife. I only found out this week. He nods in acknowledgement, and I'm surprised at how much it means to me that he believes me. Why didn't you tell me? I ask tentatively.
Eric Dane is your husband?
He replies simply. Yeah, well, we Westerners attach a little less meaning to that word than you Koreans. I smile.
Apparently.
He grins back. My father had argued for weeks when I told him I wanted the procedure. He had tried everything he could think of to talk me out of it, but I had made up my mind. If I was going to fight for the resistance and be of use to them, I needed to be more than just a pretty girl with a good brain on her shoulders. I needed to be a soldier. I needed to be one step ahead, and that would not be possible unless I upped the ante. Eric had a multitude of gifted soldiers at his disposal. I had to try to even the odds, even if ever so slightly. Quan had discovered the existence of the serum after his wife's death. He would not tell me exactly who had helped him, protecting his ally, but I gathered enough that he had risked it for retribution. Quan was biding his time, but he would eventually seek justice for his wife's unnecessary death. In turn, I told him about my procedure, although I left my father out of it. I did not need anyone connecting the dots and realizing that Eric's star employee was actually his father-in-law. Only a handful of people know about my ability, including my father, and now Quan Li, who has so many secrets of his own that I am quite certain he will not betray me. I explained to him about the resistance and the war that is coming. I explained that Eric Dane will not remain uncontested for long, and I outline my plan. I tell him, with a heavy heart, about the gifted list, the one that his name is on, and I explain why Eric is searching for these gifted individuals. I tell him how I am determined to recruit as many of these people as possible before Eric does. Quan agrees that he needs to be especially careful now and ensure that no one discovers his ability. As long as Eric believes that Quan is just an ordinary person, he will leave him alone. After so much unveiling, I feel emotionally exhausted, and Quan's silence beside me leads me to believe he may feel the same. When he stands suddenly, I gaze up at him, a question on my face. He walks over to a chest in the corner of the room and opens it, withdrawing a small wooden picture frame. He gazes down at it for a moment, and I almost feel I should look away. So tender is the expression on his face. He returns to where I am sitting and shows me the photograph. It is of a startlingly pretty Chinese woman with a shy smile on her face.
She was everything to me.
His voice is charged with emotion.
And he took her from me.
I don't need to ask who he is talking about. Eric has destroyed more lives than I care to think about. Before I leave, Quan takes my hand, an uncharacteristic gesture.
Rebecca,
he begins, squeezing my hand and maintaining eye contact.
I want you to know that I am with you.
At my look of confusion, he hastily explains.
I will fight for you, for the resistance. I would love nothing better than to bear witness to the end of Eric Dane's reign. I want to help you.
And you will, Quan. I pat his hand encouragingly, and then his cheek. We will both be up front and center when the time comes.
Here's to Rebecca's army.
He salutes. Legion, I answer. Then, at his look of confusion, I add, the army is called the Legion. Chapter 10. My plan is to find soldiers, not children. So what on earth I am doing here, watching a high school athletics club practice on a Thursday afternoon? I stifle a yawn, and then stretch my hands above my head. My backside is numb. I have been sitting here for over an hour, and so far all I have found out is that the head cheerleader is dating the quarterback of the football team. Like I didn't see that one coming.
Michael!
The athletics coach's yell grabs my attention, all thoughts of cheerleaders forgotten. This kid is why I am here. Michael Kelly, 16 years old, a sophomore at Monroe High. I told Eric that I was visiting a friend here in the state of Missouri, the wife of one of his associates with whom I've become friendly. Of course, I then have to go through the tedium of actually visiting Lucy Carlisle. which is exhausting to say the least. This had better be worth it. I refocus on Michael Kelly. He jogs forward, looking very at ease, all long limbs and lanky frame. His tanned, youthful face is crowned by a mop of unruly blonde hair, and his brown eyes are warm and mischievous. Maybe Eric could use him to pretty people to death. He reminds me painfully of Aiden at that age, very cocky and very cute. I sigh. I don't want to think about Aiden. I wrap my jersey more tightly around me. The afternoon has turned chilly. I resign myself to watching one race, and then I am getting out of here. One race is all it takes. Michael wins, of course, not by too great a margin, but there is something else there. I am not sure what it is. Perhaps the way he kept turning around to check where the second runner was and adjusting his pace ever so slightly. I would almost say that he was deliberately staying only a few paces ahead, although it was so cleverly done that if I hadn't been looking for something out of the ordinary, I would never have picked up on it. Either way, Michael Kelly is obviously deserving of his place on Eric's list. But what am I going to do about it? I cannot recruit a child, even a cute 16-year-old boy. But I have to warn him. Eric is coming, and Eric will show no such reservations. Michael will be conscripted before he can wipe the dust off his track shoes. I sigh, stand and stretch my legs, stomping my feet to get my circulation going. Michael exits the locker room 20 minutes later, walking alongside another lanky kid with black wavy hair and an olive complexion. The two boys are laughing and joking and paying no attention to their surroundings. I am beginning to wonder how I am going to get him alone when the boys part ways, high-fiving and yelling across the parking lot as they get further and further apart. I stay close behind Michael, following him until he reaches a banged-up old Ford which he approaches from the passenger side. "Hello, Michael." I am only a few feet away from him when I start talking, and he gives a Tarzan yell before his eyes come to rest on me. He flushes scarlet, obviously mortified by his unmanly reaction. I watch him closely, but he doesn't seem to recognize who I am. I suppose that being dressed so casually and being here in this setting is like camouflage. People see what they expect to see. The chances of the First Lady scaring you half to death in a school parking lot are non-existent.
"Hi,"
he replies, obviously deciding to brazen it out and pretend nothing happened. The fact that I know his name has him freaked. This much I can tell by the nervous look he is trying desperately to hide. "Nice work today. I was watching." I incline my head toward the stands. It must be hard to restrain yourself like that. A brief look of alarm crosses his features and I see him glance back at the school. "Whoa!" I raise my hands in front of me, opening my palms in a gesture of peace. "Relax, Michael. I'm not here to hurt you." I take a step closer. "I just want to talk." I see his eyes dart once more toward the school building behind me, and a flicker of relief crosses his features.
"Sure,"
he says nonchalantly.
"Talk. Yeah, whatever's."
"Michael, I begin, but he turns and flees. Damn it. What is wrong with this kid? I race after him, both of us a blur, traveling at speeds well over 60 miles an hour. Michael turns back and sees me following, and he steps up the pace. My legs pump harder, and I exhilarate in the feeling of letting go and using my ability, as reckless as it is. I am yelling at him to stop, and I'm not paying attention to our surroundings. Too late, I realize that we have headed back in the direction of the school. Michael comes to a skidding halt right back where we started. He turns to face me, and then his eyes flick past me, just over my left shoulder, and he smiles smugly. Too late, I register and turn, just in time to catch a powerful blow to the side of my head. I fall to the ground, stars bursting in my vision. A shadow passes over me and I blink furiously, clearing my head. Through a haze, I see a small fist rise up, and in the moment that it comes back down, I lift my arm and deflect the blow, hearing the distinct snap of a breaking bone.
Fuck!
I hear a female voice shriek, and I stand up to see a tiny blonde girl jumping on the spot and holding her wrist.
Morgan!
Michael yells, and she spins on the spot, her injured wrist forgotten. She steps in front of Michael, pushing him behind her as she faces me.
What do you want, bitch?
She snarls, her canines showing. Geez, what is it with kids today? Does nobody teach you manners anymore? I spit back. I take a step forward and she mirrors the move, putting us almost within fighting distance of each other. This is not good. We are getting nowhere. Look, I haven't even finished my sentence and she strikes with her other hand, her little fist pummeling my stomach and winding me instantly. Ah! I yell, grabbing her hands and twisting them backward until her eyes water. I am as gentle as I can be with her injured hand, but she is a stubborn little thing. I'll give her that much. She tries to break my hold and her eyes widen in surprise and dismay when she realizes that she can't. She turns to Michael, who is standing behind her, hopping from foot to foot, unsure what he should do.
I thought she had speed.
She directs the question at him.
She does.
He answers, nodding his head.
I could barely keep ahead of her.
That's impossible.
She turns to face me, staring at her hands and the vice-like grip I have on them.
It's impossible.
She is shaking her head, as if by repeating the words she will make them true. Afraid not, Blondie, I whisper, and hit her on the back of the neck, hard enough to knock her out. I don't feel nearly as guilty as I should about hitting a girl, a teenage girl, at that.
How did you do that?
Michael asks, his voice shaking. Because I'm stronger than she is, I answer, dumping Blondie unceremoniously on the back seat of the Ford.
You can't be. She's the strongest person I know.
He answers. You drive, Michael, I'll talk. So, your girlfriend here is pretty protective. I wipe my mouth with my sleeve. I am in the back of the Ford with Morgan, while Michael sits up front and drives.
She's not my girlfriend.
His voice has the typical whine of a teenager who is about to set an adult straight.
She's my sister.
Ah. My opinion of Blondie has risen ever so slightly. I'm impressed that she would protect her brother to such an extent. Older, I assume?
2 years. She's 18. She's a senior.
He says, as though it should impress me. Ah. I nod.
Is she okay?
His voice trembles slightly as he looks back at her. Yeah. She's okay, kid.
Stop calling me that. I'm not a kid.
Okay. I glance out of the window. You want to tell me how 2 kids in Missouri happen to end up with your abilities?
No, I'm not saying anything until I know that Morgan is okay.
I take in the stubborn set of his jaw and shake my head. Okay, fine, Michael. We'll do it your way. We pull off the road onto a quiet street surrounded by nothing but fields. There is an old well a few yards away, and I grin as I open the back door of the car and lift Morgan out of it, laying her on the grass.
Hey!
Michael yells just as Morgan splutters and coughs, her eyes flicking left and right before settling on me, and then glancing down and taking in the bucket I am holding in my right hand.
You bitch!
She snarls, wiping the icy water from her face with the sleeve of her jacket, wincing as the pain flares in her right hand. My sympathy is limited. Yes, oh, whatever, sleeping beauty. I mock. If I hadn't done that, we might all still be here tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure your parents are expecting you home for dinner. Michael sits down next to his sister, and she looks him up and down.
You okay?
She asks.
Sure.
He shrugs.
What do you want with us?
Morgan demands. I take a deep breath. I don't want anything from you, Morgan. Truly. She snorts with derision. But there is someone who does, and he will find you soon.
What are you talking about?
Her voice is full of condescension, but beneath that I sense an underlying fear. I can understand only too well the fear of discovery. I take a deep breath. Eric Dane is looking for him. I nod at Michael. He doesn't know about, but your brother is on his list.
What list?
Morgan is still doing all the talking, although Michael is looking far more concerned now. It's a list of people that he suspects may have abilities, I answer.
Wait a minute.
Michael has spoken up.
Eric Dane? As in Eric Dane the president?
Yes, I answer, already expecting what comes next.
Well, that's awesome.
Michael's fist punches the air in jubilation. No, Michael, it's not awesome. I scold, fighting the urge to shake him. Eric Dane is not what you think he is. He will force you into his private army and relieve you of your free will. Does that really sound awesome to you?
Well, not when you put it that way.
He whines.
No one is taking my brother anywhere.
Morgan sounds panicky despite her bravado. She paces up and down, then comes to a sudden standstill, turns and slaps Michael on the back of the head, forgetting all about her broken bone.
This is your fault, you idiot!
She shrieks, clutching her right hand in her left.
What do you mean? What was that for?
He rubs the back of his head, a bewildered expression on his handsome young face.
I told you.
Morgan is still pacing, not even acknowledging his stammering.
I told you that all this showing off would land us in a heap of trouble. And now look. Now look what you've done. Landed us on some freaking hit list.
That's not exactly right, I interrupt. Technically, only Michael is on the list. You, on the other hand.
Shut up!
Morgan turns on me.
That's not the point. The point is that I've always said we should lie low, fly under the radar, you know. But oh no, not Mr. Hotshot track champion here. He couldn't possibly just cruise through high school unnoticed. Not when he could impress some girl.
The emphasis on the some made it all too clear what Morgan thought of her brother's crush.
She's not just some girl,
Michael exclaims. I give a short, derisive laugh. Teenagers. Morgan, you're kind of missing the point here. The point is that people do know. People who would abuse Michael's ability. Morgan sobers immediately. She sits down, deep in thought, gnawing on her lower lip. Michael is staring down at his sneakers, trying to attract as little attention to himself as possible. The look on his face reminds me of the time I caught Aiden flipping through an old Vegas program he had found. It was for a burlesque show, and the photographs revealed an enormous amount of bare flesh. He had jumped about a foot high when I cleared my throat right behind him. I smile absently at Michael, lost for a moment in my memories.
Don't encourage him.
Morgan's bossy tone cuts through my reverie. I sigh and turn my attention back to her. She is the mouthpiece for both of them. She is regarding me intently, and I look at her questioningly.
You're stronger than me.
She is accusatory. I regard her meditatively, wondering if I need to explain myself. I've had more practice, I answer, then, when she looks confused. Formal training.
And you're faster than him?
She inclines her head at her brother. I regard him, thinking this through. Maybe not. I do a lot of running to keep my speed up, but he's very athletic, so it could go either way. He would probably beat me at the sprints. I might outdo him over longer distances.
Oh, you think so?
Michael's voice oozes sarcasm.
Maybe we should put an end to all this speculation and go for a little run. Prove who's faster, huh?
Really, this kid is cocky incarnate. I am thankfully saved from embarrassing him with my intended reply by his sister, who is only slightly more annoying.
Don't be ridiculous, Michael. That's the most childish thing I've ever heard.
With her brother silenced, his mouth opening and closing like a goldfish as he tries to come up with a good retort, she turns her attention back to me.
Who are you, and what do you want with us?
It doesn't matter who I am, Morgan. In fact, for your own safety, you both need to make sure that you never tell anyone about me.
But you have two abilities.
Michael has already forgotten his sister's rebuke and is eager to jump back into the conversation.
Do you have any idea how cool that is?
Nobody can know, I say calmly.
But that's like unheard of. Morgan and I, we're pretty awesome, combining our strengths. We make a pretty awesome team, and normally no one can take us, you know? Because if they're strong, I run, and if they're fast, she fights. But, I mean, you're like invincible, dude.
He did not just call me dude. I decide that in the absence of a better idea, I will have to choose the lesser of two evils. Can we talk? I address Morgan, who regards her brother for a minute before nodding at me. Chapter 11. I explain about Eric's army and Michael's name being on the list. I tell them how important it is that Eric never discovers their secret. I am at a loss as to how to protect these children. Quan is different. He is a grown man and is quite capable of taking care of himself. The Kelly kids are just that. Kids. They are no match for Eric. Their story is quite amazing. Their mother had an executive position in a research laboratory, and about a year ago she became very secretive and started acting strangely. Morgan and Michael's father questioned her endlessly, but she refused to tell him what was going on. Then one evening when their father was away on business, she took the siblings to her office and stunned them with the news that there was a war coming, and that to be sure they survived it, they would have to cheat. She spoke of a threat to their family, a threat to society. She sobbed as she explained that they would be undergoing procedures that would help them to be strong enough to survive and fast enough to run. She told them that as long as they stayed together, they would always be safe. It dawned on me as Morgan relayed the story that her mother had been prepared to sacrifice her children in order to save them. I wondered briefly if I would have the same courage in that situation. The change in pitch of Morgan's voice was the first sign of what was to come. I pressed my lips together and sat up straighter. For the first time, I fully grasped that, beneath the bitchy exterior, Morgan was also just a young girl who had had to grow up far too quickly. Once Morgan and Michael's procedures had been successful, their mother had attempted to administer herself the gift of healing. She had not survived the procedure, leaving her children to adapt and cope with their new abilities on their own. Before her death, she had made them promise never to reveal their secret to anyone, especially their father. At this revelation, my head perks up. Why would she want to estrange the children from their father, their only surviving parent?
I believe you about your husband, Mrs. Dane,
Morgan says. It takes a moment for her words to register, and when they do, I shake my head hopelessly. You know who I am. It is not a question. Why do you believe me?
Because my mother was afraid of my father at the end.
I frown, not following. And then she speaks again.
My father works for Eric Dane.
I did not see that one coming.
I need to protect my brother,
she continues. I understand. I'm still brooding over what she has revealed and trying to decide on the best course of action.
No, you don't,
she interrupts.
I promised.
I glance up at her and see tears shining in her eyes.
I promised my mother
she continues. I won't let anything happen to him, I reply, wondering how on earth I'm going to keep that promise. It is unlikely that Eric will start here in Missouri. A 16-year-old boy will hardly rank high up on his list of possible soldiers. So I figure we have a bit of time before we need to take any action. But it is also unlikely that Morgan and Michael will be able to hide their abilities if Eric decides to investigate them. They are far too young, and, being two of them, it is twice as likely that they will slip up. I ask the Kellys to be patient while arrangements are made. I need to speak to my father, but I am quite sure that the only available solution will be to send them into the Rebeldom, where they will be kept safe and out of harm's way. I cannot possibly recruit these two into the Legion. That would make me no better than Eric. I leave Michael and Morgan with the promise that I will send word soon, and tell them just to sit tight for now and make sure that they do not draw any unnecessary attention to themselves. At this, Morgan fixes Michael with a look that clearly shows who she feels is bringing them unnecessary attention. It's been an exhausting few days, and I need to get some sleep. I get back to the Carlyles just before dark and have to sit through more than an hour of Lucy Carlyle's mindless prattle during dinner. I excuse myself almost immediately after dessert, ignoring Lucy's offended look, and I am asleep almost as soon as my head hits the pillow. I am packing the next morning when my cell phone rings. I have instructed my driver that we will leave straight after breakfast because I want to be back home in Chicago before nightfall. The caller ID shows an unknown number. Warily, I press answer, bringing the phone to my ear. Hello? The word is barely out of my mouth when she starts shrieking, a babble of words, so panicked and hysterical I can barely make sense of any of it. Morgan! I yell, trying to shut her up. Slow down!
They've taken him!
The words are a wail and send a chill down my spine. What? My mind is foggy. I almost convince myself that I have misheard her.
Michael!
She shrieks.
They've taken Michael!
My vision blurs and I sway violently before my legs give way and I collapse onto the bed. This is not happening. This can't be happening. I made these kids a promise. I left them alone. Blinking back the tears pricking my eyelids, I bark into the phone. I need to know where she is. Now. 5 minutes later, I sprint into the Fremont Cemetery, racing between rows of headstones and engraved plaques. I see her crouched down near the far west entrance. I skid to a halt beside her and my heart constricts as she looks up at me, her face a swollen mess, her eyes barely visible. Her desperation is tangible, and helplessness sweeps over me. Morgan. I don't know what else to say. I have never seen anything so pitiful. Her desolation is soul-destroying. This sassy girl who oozes attitude and confidence is a broken mess.
I promised.
Her voice is barely a whisper. Oh, Morgan. I crouch down, my arms widening of their own accord, reaching for her.
Don't touch me,
she hisses, jumping back. I flinch and withdraw, stepping back a few paces before crouching down again, giving her some space.
I promised her.
She continues as though nothing has happened, and I follow her gaze, swallowing back the tears as I read the inscription on the tombstone. Maria Kelly, 2000 to 2042. Beloved wife and mother. Morgan closes her eyes, tears streaming down her face. We sit like that for what feels like hours, in silence. The only sounds are the birds in the nearby trees and the soft, mewling sobs from Morgan. Eventually, the sobbing subsides, and she is completely silent and completely still.
We have to find him.
I jump at the unexpected voice, which sounds incredibly loud after the extended quiet. I lean forward and push a blonde curl off her forehead. We will, Morgan, I promise. I almost want to take it back. I do not feel I am worthy to make her any promises. But you need to tell me exactly what happened. I had been so wrong in my assumption that Eric would leave Michael until later. I had missed one very important detail. Morgan had told me, and I had not given it any consideration. Now Michael was paying the price. Morgan had told me that her father worked for Eric. It had been right there in front of me. Obviously, if Simon Kelly was working for Eric, it would be a simple task to gain access to Michael. What I couldn't believe was that Simon was quite happy to sacrifice his son to Eric. It explained a lot about their mother's behavior and her insistence that they never share their abilities with their father. But I still found it positively disgusting that a father could give up his child. When Simon had arrived home from work, Morgan said, he had seemed distracted, preoccupied, and didn't really talk to them much. They were quite overwhelmed anyway with what they had learned from me, so they didn't push the issue and instead retired to their rooms so they could chat in peace. They had heard their father on the phone, and a few minutes later Simon had come upstairs. He had started questioning Michael, casually at first, Morgan said, and then gradually more and more persistently when Michael failed to give him the answers he was obviously looking for.
All the questions were geared around his ability.
Morgan looks up at me.
And he's not super bright, right? He didn't realize at first. He just thought Dad was finally paying an interest in his track, you know?
She sniffs and I nod.
Anyway, he figured it out eventually and he just kind of clammed up and stopped talking. Dad got really angry and started yelling, and Michael didn't know what to do. He kept looking at me, but I didn't know what to do or how to help. I panicked.
Her voice rises again, and I sense her trying to regain control over her emotions. She takes a few deep breaths.
Anyway, eventually Dad insisted Michael go with him to the office. I told him to run, but Dad grabbed him and injected him with something and he passed out. Then he turned to me and I didn't know what to do, so I broke through the living room window and I ran. He didn't expect it. He had no idea about my strength. But he does now. He followed me a short way, but then the neighbors started coming out and I think he was scared they might discover Michael, so he went back to the house. I stayed close by so I could keep an eye out and I saw them come for him.
Who came, Morgan? I ask.
I don't know.
She closes her eyes.
Bald guy, black, tattoos on his arms.
Darius. I feel my stomach drop. It is definitely Eric. It is the first time that his actions have directly affected someone I know and care about, and I feel an incredible sadness settle over me. We need to get out of town, Morgan. I start.
No!
She interrupts.
What we need to do is find my brother.
We will, but first we have to get you to safety. I wave away her protests, raising my hand to cut her short. Morgan! I have her attention and I continue quickly. You must understand that Eric will not want Michael harmed in any way. He is very, very valuable to Eric. Believe me, Eric will make sure he is kept safe.
But he's only 16, and he'll be scared and alone. He needs me.
I smile for the first time. Morgan, he's not a baby. In fact, I think you'd be surprised how much he can handle. Also, Eric will not want him for an enemy. He will want him as an ally. If anything, Eric will spoil Michael and try to buy his loyalty. The only thing we need to worry about right now is that Michael might become addicted to Xbox and not want to leave with us when we find him. I know that it is far more serious than that. I know how convincing Eric can be, and although I am not overly concerned about Michael's physical well-being at this stage, I am terrified at the thought that Eric may well corrupt him and convince him that his way is for the greater good. I will not be able to stand it if Michael willingly joins Eric's army and fights for his cause of his own free will. Pushing all these thoughts aside, I stand and taking Morgan's hand, I help her to her feet. She brushes the dirt from her jeans and gives me a resigned smile. I know how hard it will be for her to leave him, and I rest my hand for a moment on her arm, encouraged when she does not push me away. Can you give me a minute? I just need to make a call, and then we'll get out of here. She nods and turns back to her mother's gravestone, lost in her private thoughts. I walk in an easterly direction, heading for a payphone that I had seen earlier. My heart is heavy in my chest. The loss of Michael is a heavy blow, and it is troubling my conscience. For the first time, the weight of my task seems almost too much to bear. How can I possibly succeed and hope to defeat the most powerful man in the country? How can I hope to change anything? I stand beside the payphone, tapping my nails on the glass. I shouldn't be doing this. I don't know why I am even considering it. Then I think of Michael and Maria Kelly, and it takes me just a moment to consider how quickly people can be taken from us, and the next moment my fingers are dialing, the number burnt into my memory. I count the rings, my heart hammering in my chest, my breathing coming faster and my mind in turmoil. I count the rings. 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
I almost dropped the handset at the sound of that voice.
Hello.
Still, I keep quiet, the only sound my breathing. There is a moment of silence, and then,
Is that you?
I squeeze my eyes shut and a forbidden tear courses down my cheek. I swallow hard, trying to force down the lump that has formed in my throat.
Are you okay?
Those 3 words are enough to send me over the edge, and I choke back a sob.
Are you okay?
There is a sense of urgency, followed by an audible sigh.
It's none of my business. You shouldn't.
I hang up, letting the tears fall, and sink slowly to the ground, my body racked with great heaving sobs that I have been holding in all day. Chapter 12.
Who is she?
Quan speaks in little more than a whisper. I consider Morgan, on the other side of the room, rifling through Quan's weaponry, her right hand wrapped in a tight bandage. Quan diagnosed a broken knuckle on the ring finger, which will heal on its own. I explain briefly and in hushed tones who Morgan is, and what I need him to do.
You want me to keep her here?
He is incredulous. Yeah, well, just for a few days, I counter. They can't sneak her through the boundary fence until next Thursday. That's 11 days away.
I don't have time to play babysitter, Rebecca.
He speaks quietly, but his statement leaves no room for argument. What about Trainer? I ask, tilting my head sideways in contemplation.
Oh no.
Quan is shaking his head.
I know that look. Don't even think about it.
She's strong. I raise my eyebrows in challenge. She's also undisciplined, disrespectful, and quite frankly a pain in the ass.
I'm right here, you know.
Morgan has her unbandaged hand on her hip and a sullen pout on her face. We know, Quan and I answer simultaneously. She narrows her eyes in ill-disguised annoyance and stalks across the dojo, slamming the door behind her. Quan stares after her with concern. She won't go far, I tell him, and he relaxes. She has nowhere to go, I add somberly, and the stiffness returns to his posture.
It won't work, Rebecca.
He turns to me.
I know what you're trying to do.
What? I feign innocence. Quan sighs.
I can't take her.
Please, Quan. She has nowhere else to go, but that aside, she has strength. You're right, she is completely undisciplined. She needs direction and training. She won't be able to realize her full potential without it.
She's a child, Rebecca.
Kwan's voice rings with anger.
She is not a new recruit in your army.
He pauses, then,
Or is she?
what? I turn to stare at him. What do you think I am?
Passionate,
He answers immediately.
angry, vengeful, determined. Not above using an 18-year-old girl as a soldier if it means you'll succeed.
I stare at him, hurt, and slightly ashamed that he thinks so little of me.
Rebecca,
His voice is softer, and he comes forward to place a hand on my shoulder.
this doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you the perfect person for the task you have been assigned. It makes you the only person who could succeed. Your life is not easy, nor is it simple. Your strength amazes me every single day. Living a lie, having to convince your enemy that you're his soulmate. You are the master of this fight, Rebecca, and I respect the sacrifices that you have made. I only hope that they were worth it.
I smile sadly. If it's worth the prize, it's worth the fight, Kwan. And freedom is always worth the fight. He shakes his head.
I can't take her.
This time he is far less convincing. Train her, Kwan. The least we can do is teach her how to defend herself. Training her to fight is not the same as sending her into battle.
I can't, Rebecca.
Why not? Morgan's voice rings across the dojo, startling us both. We had not heard her return.
It's complicated.
Kwan answers.
Because I'm a pain in the ass?
Morgan flushes scarlet but holds her ground, not breaking eye contact with the Korean.
I want to learn.
She continues.
I need to learn.
My head snaps up at those words. There's something in her voice that issues a warning. Morgan. But she cuts me off before I can address her.
No!
She shakes her head in emphasis.
No, Rebecca. You don't get to tell me what I can and cannot do. You're not my mother, and you...
She jabs a finger into Kwan's chest.
You're not my father. Neither of you gets to tell me what to do. I will fight for my brother and for my mother and for myself. We all know that I'll never be safe now that Eric Dane knows about my strength. My father will no doubt have filled him in on all the details, and my brother will never be safe either. I won't spend my life running.
She pauses, breathing deeply, her eyes flashing.
I'd rather die,
she finishes, the words echoing through the dojo. There is silence for a long moment. I am surprised and impressed, and I can tell by the way Kwan is looking at Morgan that he feels the same. The girl is brave, I'll give her that, but even more than that, she's passionate. I believe her when she says she would rather die than live her life running. Freedom is as important to her as it is to me. She's not a child. Childhood is a luxury that is not available to those living under Eric Dane's rule. Free will. It comes down to free will. If I insist that she's not allowed to join the Legion, that makes me no better than Eric, dictating what people can or cannot do. Before I can speak, Kwan's voice breaks the silence.
What did I tell you?
He turns on me accusingly.
Absolute pain in the ass.
A grin breaks over his face, crinkling the corners of his eyes as he turns back to a stunned Morgan.
Come on, hotshot.
He extends a hand toward her.
Let's see what you're made of.
Chapter 13. I am sitting at the kitchen table eating a bowl of pasta when Eric arrives home. I'm surprised that he's home so early. I have barely seen him since the break-in at his office. Hi. I smile at him as he enters the kitchen, loosening his tie as he comes through the doorway.
Hi.
He kisses my cheek and then pinches a mushroom from my plate, popping it in his mouth on his way to the fridge. Hey! I stab at him with my fork, then turn back to my magazine. I have read the same sentence about 3 times. I haven't been able to think about much. wondering how Morgan and Quan are getting along.
How was your day?
Eric asks, pulling a jar of pâté and some breadsticks from the cooler. Okay. Nothing wildly exciting, I answer. Yours?
I think we've had a bit of a breakthrough with regard to the burglary at the office.
I freeze in the middle of turning a page. Oh, really? I ask, making an effort to keep my voice steady.
Yeah.
Eric bites off a piece of breadstick.
Apparently, evidence suggests that the suspect had a sound knowledge of the building. Security thinks that possibly this person attended the charity auction on Friday night, and they are now going through the security footage, checking everyone in attendance, and looking for any suspicious behavior.
He dips another breadstick into the pâté and chews thoughtfully.
They're also interviewing all the staff.
He sits back.
They're quite confident they will have someone in custody within the week.
I want to laugh in his face. I relax when I hear the words, evidence suggests. Unlike Eric, I know that this generally means that they have no leads and no ideas. I am not concerned, and their reviewing of the surveillance videos will not bring them any closer to suspecting me. My suspicious behavior will not be on any of that footage. I made sure of that. Well, that's wonderful news, honey, I say, putting my knife and fork together.
We need to stop these rogue factions.
He looks thoughtful.
There's been quite a bit of activity lately. They're getting braver.
I try to look alarmed and sympathetic at the same time. Are we in any danger? I ask.
No, no.
He laughs as if the idea is absurd.
In fact, I think it's a good thing. Once the rebels become brazen, they will start making mistakes. And that's all we need, for them to make one small mistake.
Well, let's hope it's sooner rather than later, I reply, feigning apprehension. I rise, stretch, and click my neck, first left, then right. It's a habit I have always had, but it infuriates him.
Becca!
Eric shudders.
Don't do that.
Sorry, babe. I lift my hands in apology. I forget.
Well, you shouldn't.
Eric's phone rings.
Dane.
He answers brusquely.
Yes, oh?
A pause and then...
No, go on.
He raises his hand, palm forward, all 5 fingers raised indicating he will be a few minutes, and heads toward his study. He has barely gone a few steps when my phone rings. I check the caller display, but the number is unknown. Hello, Rebecca Dane speaking.
Hello, Rebecca Dane.
The voice is dripping with sarcasm. My heart rises straight up into my throat. That voice stirs up so many emotions. What the hell do you think you're doing? I hiss into the receiver, heading in the opposite direction to the one Eric has just taken, casting an anxious glance over my shoulder to check that he is not on his way back, has not come to check who is calling me. Eric is in the next room, I continue. He could come back at any moment.
Eric will be busy on that call as long as I want him busy. Who do you think he's talking to anyway?
I loathe the arrogant tone. Sarcasm? I ask. Really? I think I deserve better than that.
You don't deserve any of this, Rebecca.
His tone is curt, angry. This line is... Once again, he interrupts.
This line is secure. I've made sure of it.
What do you want? I ask, although a part of me already knows the answer. A pause.
Why did you call me?
I didn't. I feign ignorance.
Sure you didn't.
What do you want? I repeat.
He needs to see you.
No, I almost yell, casting another quick glance down the passageway. Don't be ridiculous, I continue in an angry whisper. You know that's not possible.
He needs to see you.
He persists.
He needs to understand.
No way. I need him safe. It's not worth anything if he's not safe. Forget it. I bark. Don't call me again. I hang up, moving quickly to the bathroom and closing the door behind me. I turn and lean back against it, my breathing fast and labored. My heart hurts. It is a physical pain, and I blink rapidly, swallowing a few times, trying desperately not to give in to the emotion. So often I have wondered if this is worth it. If the sacrifice I've made will come back to haunt me. Will I live a lifetime of regrets? I shake my head. I can't think like that. To think that I may have lost him for good is more than I can bear. It will smother me, consume me, drown me in despair. I force all these thoughts aside, take a few deep breaths, and then I yank the door open, smooth down my skirt, and flick my hair back before marching downstairs, my first lady face firmly in place. Eric is still busy on the phone. I walk into the TV lounge and switch on the television. I pull the soft mohair blanket from the armchair and settle down on the couch, pulling the comforting blanket up around me, tucking my feet underneath me and resting my chin on my knees. The news is on, and the fact that it is always so pro-Eric usually irritates me. But today, I do not even notice. I am paying absolutely no attention as I try to deal with the emotional turmoil that is running riot inside me.
Rebecca.
I wake with a start, my chin banging painfully down on my knee. Ouch! I rub my chin, blinking myself awake.
It's about time.
Eric rolls his eyes at me.
I need to go into the office. You need to set the alarm after I leave.
He leans forward, offering me his hand. Automatically, I reach for it, and he pulls me to my feet. I yawn and rub my head. Still half asleep, I tilt my head to the right, clicking my neck. I bring my head back upright and am about to repeat the procedure on the other side when an icy hand clamps around my neck.
Rebecca.
Eric spits out a warning. Sorry, I gasp. His fingers are biting into my skin, and although it is not painful, my natural instincts are screaming to lash out at him. I clench my jaw and ball my hands into fists. Just when I think I cannot stand it anymore, Eric relaxes his grip.
I'll see you later. Don't forget to set the alarm. All the servants have retired to their rooms.
At the foot of the stairs, he kisses my cheek, and then he is gone. Watching Morgan and Quan sparring the next day is a welcome distraction. It is also an amazing test of ability, her strength versus his speed. I know from my personal experience that Morgan cannot hope to win. Quan has been trained in martial arts since he was a child. He moves like a shadow, in and out of her range, landing blow after blow after blow. With her strength, however, Quan's strikes, which would incapacitate an ordinary person, are not half as effective. Morgan is getting more and more irritated, however. She is tiring and is becoming uncoordinated in her defense. Quan, calculated warrior that he is, immediately uses this to his advantage and moves around her in a blur, faster and faster until she is punching the air in frustration. Okay, enough, I call out laughing. You're even making me dizzy. Morgan heads toward the locker room and Quan sits cross-legged beside me, a bottle of water in his hand.
She loses her head too quickly. It's her weakness.
He takes a long swallow. Yes, but remember, although your speed makes it very hard for her to hit you, she really only has to hit you once, I tease, and Quan narrows his eyes. I smack his shoulder and he smiles in good humor. We sit in companionable silence for a few minutes.
So what have you learned? Where's my brother?
Morgan is back, tossing her wavy blonde hair over her shoulder. We both get to our feet. I'm not sure, Morgan.
Oh, come on!
Morgan's temper flares immediately.
How can you not know? You're sleeping with Eric Dane. What's the fucking point if you aren't going to get any information out of it?
Morgan!
Quan steps toward her, his face like thunder. She ignores him.
Or maybe you just enjoy it. It must be one hell of a power trip sleeping with the wealthiest, most powerful man in the country.
Morgan, you need to stop. I manage to get the words out, despite my fury. You don't know what you're talking about. But it is hopeless. She is building up momentum like a runaway freight train.
You probably don't even give a shit about the rest of us. You probably don't even remember my brother, do you? What's one kid in the greater scheme of things?
That is it. The final straw. I launch myself at her, and she hasn't even a second to respond before I have her flat on her back, her head cracking loudly on the wooden floor. Quan is at my side and he tries to pull me away, but I drive the heel of my hand into his chest and he lands painfully about 20 yards away. Morgan clamps her arms around my neck and tries to roll out from under me, but I pin her down easily. I can no longer see Quan, and as my eyes rapidly scan the dojo, I am aware of a whirl of color. And then I am flung off Morgan as Quan collides with my left side, using his full body weight to shift me. We land hard, Quan on top of me, but I launch my counteroffensive at full speed and now Quan seems to be moving in slow motion. He grabs my arm and spins me, throwing me to the floor. But at the last moment I tug his arm and pull him down with me. His body slams into the floorboards beside me. I am about to jump on top of him when I feel my arm wrenched behind my back. I laugh at Morgan's pitiful attempt to restrain me. We both know that her strength is no match for mine. But then I feel my other arm twisted up and under until it too is locked behind my back. Quan is lending his natural strength to the fight, and between the two of them they are doing their utmost to contain me. I feel the fight leave my body, but I do not relax and nor do they. We are all on edge, each waiting for the other to make a move.
Calm down, Rebecca.
Quan's voice is deliberately calm as he tries to soothe me. Let me go, I speak through clenched teeth.
Calm down and we will.
Quan is bargaining. This is not a negotiation, I hiss.
Rebecca, it's not like you have much of a choice. Tempers flare, but we are all on the same side here. Let's calm down and talk about this.
Yeah.
Morgan's voice is shaking as much from emotion, I suspect, as from the effort of restraining me.
Let's just chill, okay? I didn't mean it. I'm just really worried about my brother. It has me really worked up. You wouldn't understand it, but if it was someone that you loved in danger, you would be the same. At least it's easier for you.
Each word is infuriating me even more. This little girl who knows nothing about my loss. She continues, completely oblivious to the rage she is inciting.
You're so lucky you have nothing to lose.
The anger is back in a flash, and I feel my body tense with the flood of emotion. Quan and Morgan obviously sense it too, and I feel their hold on me tighten.
Rebecca.
Quan's low voice is a warning, one that I ignore. You have no idea what I have lost. I emphasize every word, and at the last I pull forward. My arms fly forward in a rush of speed and strength, and Quan and Morgan fall in a crumpled heap a few feet in front of me. I roll my shoulders and shake out my arms as Quan lifts himself up onto one elbow. Morgan is slower to rise, but her groan of complaint assures me that it is her pride that has suffered most. I meet Quan's gaze levelly. Ever the warrior, Quan's question, while unexpected, is not entirely surprising.
Was that everything you had? On a scale of 1 to 10, would you give it a 10 for effort?
He stands and grimaces as he slowly stretches out his limbs. I grin in response. feeling alive for the first time in a long time. Not even a 5, I reply. He shakes his head while Morgan looks on in astonishment.
You know that that's impossible.
Quan continues.
You're unique in every way. Not only do you have 2 abilities, which is unheard of, but you also seem to be exceptionally gifted in both of your abilities. I know you train hard, which has no doubt added to your talents, but I think even without the hard work, you would still be superior to the rest of us.
He pauses contemplatively.
I wonder why that is.
No idea, I muse, not entirely truthfully. Quan's head comes up immediately. He has picked up on the hesitation in my voice.
Morgan, do me a favor.
He addresses the moaning girl, ignoring her protests.
Go and get me a couple of ice packs from the kitchen, will you?
Morgan picks herself up, and after shooting daggers in my direction, stalks off toward the east entrance to the dojo, which leads back into the house. Just before she disappears from view, Quan calls after her.
Oh, and Morgan?
She turns to acknowledge him.
Please, could you make us some lunch while you're in there?
Other than a rolling of her eyes, she gives no indication that she has heard him, but we all know that she will do as he asks. Quan gets to the point as soon as she is out of earshot.
Spit it out.
I don't even try to deny it. What is the use? Okay, there is something you don't know, I admit, searching for the right words. Quan is silent, waiting, giving me time to collect my thoughts. Well, you know I have the speed ability and the ability of strength. It's not a question, but Quan nods his head in answer anyway. I got both from my father. His head jerks up in surprise, but I continue. 5 years ago. I feel the need to defend my dad. The look on Quan's face is a mixture of disgust and admiration. I insisted, I continue. Believe me, he didn't approve. He tried to talk me out of it, told me it would probably kill me and that he wasn't prepared to take that risk. But when I outlined my plan to get close to Eric and work from the inside, he knew I would need an advantage. He conceded first to the strength. Apparently that procedure has the highest survival rate. I pause, take a deep breath. Obviously it worked, so I told him I wanted the speed too. Quan is shaking his head.
Why am I not surprised, Rebecca?
He chuckles. Yeah, well, he didn't take it so well, but eventually he had to acknowledge that I would go through with the procedure with or without his help. The only difference is that with it I had far better odds. He's one of the researchers who developed the serums and perfected the procedures. I explain, by way of response to Quan's unspoken question. My dad has the highest success rate in administering the procedures. I can't help but add, pride ringing in my words.
He sounds like an exceptional man,
Quan says softly. He is. I nod. Anyway, as you've obviously gathered, I survived the second procedure too, and so I became the first known person to have 2 abilities.
Yes, and other than the specific details, I already knew most of that.
Quan smiles, a gentle reminder that I have yet to get to the point of our conversation. My dad doesn't hold much stock in either of my abilities. I continue. Don't get me wrong, he's grateful that I'll be able to flee or fight my way out of most dangerous situations, although he'd obviously prefer that I wasn't in any such situations to begin with. Quan nods.
Obviously,
he concedes.
So why doesn't he have much faith in your abilities?
He presses. He claims that it's inevitable that there will come a time where I won't be able to do either. Fight or flight. He says that doing what I do and living with Eric, well, let's just say that he believes there will come a time when nothing will save me. There, it's out. The reason that my dad initially fought so hard to stop me from going through with my plan to marry Eric. He believed then, as he does now, that it will ultimately get me killed. That was why, when he realized that I would do it with or without him, he refused to give up his position in Eric's lab, and why he continues to take chances every day that could get him killed. He does all of this to protect me.
He's probably right.
Kwan's voice is little more than a murmur.
You can't possibly hope to deceive Eric forever.
I don't, I admit. I know that eventually he'll discover that we're enemies, and I'm fairly confident that he will attempt to have me removed from the equation.
You seem very accepting of your own demise, Rebecca.
If that's what it takes. I don't have the words to finish. Kwan doesn't say anything, and we sit in silence for a few minutes. I think that he understands. He is an honorable man, and one who is prepared to fight for what he believes in. He is prepared to fight against the oppression and the tyranny, regardless of the consequences. I think that Kwan Lee would have made exactly the same decisions that I have, had he been in my position.
So, how does your dad cope every day, believing that any day could be your last?
He finally breaks the silence. I told him that the same applies to everybody under Eric Dane's rule. I pause, and then I make up my mind to tell him everything. And he tipped the odds in my favor. The smile I offer him is one of apology for another secret withheld. My father also gave me the ability to heal. Chapter 14. Thinking back to that time now, in hindsight, I wonder at how impulsive I had been, how lightly I had risked my life. Just 6 months after my father first found me, I successfully underwent all 3 procedures. This required me to travel to Nevada and was my first journey out of the States. It was also the first time I had ever been apart from Aiden, Jesse, and Jonathan. I was surprised how hard it was to leave them, knowing I might never make it back. In turn, my family, particularly Aiden, were not happy to see me leave with someone they regarded as a stranger whom I had known for just a few short months. The journey through the barren lands was in itself an education. Traveling illegally, without a travel visa, we kept off the beaten track. My father took me through 3 rebel camps, none of which was anywhere near what I had imagined. What struck me most about these camps was the general atmosphere. While living in harder conditions than we were used to in Michigan, the people here were full of life. They gathered together in the evenings and laughed and joked together, eating and even drinking alcohol. They sang and danced. The men and women were also completely uninhibited, hugging and kissing each other in public. I could not help but avert my eyes initially, but this kind of behavior was so commonplace I soon forgot that it was not socially acceptable. And the children. I had never seen so many children. Their grubby, smiling faces were everywhere, and unlike the lies we had been fed, there was nothing wrong with these children. They glowed with good health, their eyes alive with the sparkle of youth. I was glad that my father had brought me into the Rebeldom, that he had allowed me to experience, no matter how briefly, the kind of life that he had spoken so passionately about. A life that could not be planned, one that surprised, amazed, and intoxicated. A life which I could now personally attest to was worth fighting for. I saw a mother and father, arms around each other, her head resting on his shoulder, watching their 2 small children scamper around, and my heart contracted with a pang of envy. I had never seen anything like the contentment on their faces, and for a brief moment my thoughts flitted to Aiden. A part of me wished he could have seen this, that he could also fully understand why I would do what I was about to do, that part of me that had always wanted his approval and support. Alas, this time it was not to be. This was something I had to do on my own. Aiden could not know. I could not put him in danger, and I had to do the only thing I could to make sure that he would be safe. I had to let him go. We stayed in Nevada for 3 months. My first procedure was successful, and I recovered quickly. But my father wanted me to be trained to use my newfound strength, to become comfortable with it so that I would not give myself away by some foolish mistake. I needed to be able to mask it so that others would never suspect. I was quite content with the extended stay. It gave me time to convince my dad that I should have the second procedure. He eventually agreed, but insisted that if I was going to risk my life again, then we may as well make hay while the sun shines. He explained his idea that, if I was adamant that I was going to attempt a second ability, I might as well go for gold and attempt all 3. That way, if by some miracle I survived the procedure, he would not have to worry about me again. I still think no one was more surprised than I that I survived. My father wept when I came around. He later told me that, having missed out on so much of my life, he didn't think he would have been able to bear it if he had lost me for good so soon after finding me. I kissed his cheek and told him he had hidden his feelings well, which made him smile. We had slipped into an easy and comfortable relationship. Jeffrey did not push his authority on me. I think he respected that Jonathan was the only father figure I had ever known, and he could not replace that. Instead, he became more of a mentor and a guide, the person I looked to for direction in this crazy, chaotic life. Just 2 weeks after the final procedure, we returned to Michigan. I was still adjusting to my new abilities, but the planning was in full force. My dad wanted to explore all the possibilities, but more so, he wanted to know how I planned to infiltrate Eric's operation. Aiden had, of course, realized immediately that something was different. I knew that I had hurt him by leaving without an explanation, but I had had no choice. Now that I was back, I think he hoped that I might confide in him, but Dad and I had discussed it and agreed that it was better for him if he didn't know. I'm not sure when the idea had first taken seed in my mind, but soon after I made the decision to join the resistance, I had started thinking about how I could get close to Eric Dane. Even before I had my abilities, I knew that in order to really stand any chance of making a difference, let alone winning the war, someone would have to get close enough to Eric Dane to kill him, or at least get the resistance enough information to take him out. There was no chance of fighting our way to him, not with the army he had at his disposal. I had not forgotten the look Eric had given me years before when I had attended his speech, when he had practically undressed me with his eyes. I was also no fool. I knew what looked back at me in the mirror, and the amount of attention I received from the opposite sex proved as much. Aiden had once called me exquisite. I think it had slipped out by accident, but either way, he had been right. I had never put much stock in looks, but for the first time in my life, I was grateful for mine. I was relying on them to get me close to my enemy. Very close. Intimately close. I also knew that, in choosing to do this, I would be leaving my family behind forever. They would never understand, and they could not be a part of this new life I was about to embark upon. Not only would it be dangerous, but I knew that I would not be able to keep up the farce if they were around. One look into Jonathan's reproachful golden eyes and my determination would have crumbled. Still, I did not relish the thought of what I would have to do and, more importantly, what I would have to sacrifice. I knew the price I would pay. I would lose my family. Eric could never know about them, or he could use them against me. I would lose Aiden, something that I could not even bear to think about. I would lose myself. Rebecca Davis would no longer exist. She would be buried in the deepest part of my mind, and a new Rebecca would take her place, one who would agree with Eric Dane, support him, hold his ideals and his beliefs as her own. In order to be convincing, there could be no room for error. I had decided that I would go, but I also promised myself that I would not live with regrets either. I would not look back and wish I had done things differently. So I didn't. I acted. Shortly after my return from Nevada, I made up my mind that I would travel to the capital and try to infiltrate Eric Dane's camp. The day that I made the decision was a somber day for me, and I was not myself. By the evening, I was hanging off the edge of an emotional precipice and was in very real danger of falling off and breaking down. I took a few steadying breaths, whispered, "No regrets," and slipped out of my room into the passageway, closing my door quietly behind me. The memories come back as though it were yesterday. I padded down the hall and into Aiden's room. Sliding under his blankets, I covered his hand gently with my own, and, while he awoke with a start, he didn't make a sound.
Bex, what's wrong?
The genuine concern in his voice broke my heart, and in the moonlight I could see his beautiful brown eyes frantically searching mine, looking for any clue as to what could be troubling me.
Bex?
A puzzled question, his eyes still roaming my face. "Shh," I whispered, my fingers resting on his full bottom lip. "I'm fine," I smiled. I wasn't sure how to explain to him what I was feeling and what I wanted, so I kept quiet, my fingers tracing his lips. I saw comprehension start to dawn on his face, along with disbelief. He was still so unsure of himself. I rested my head on his bare shoulder, feeling his heart beating beneath my cheek. His arms came around me and he played with my hair, and for a long moment I allowed myself simply to be close to him, to pretend that there was nothing in the world but the two of us. His breath on my skin and his strong arms holding me tightly, as though I might be pulled away at any minute. A tear tracked its way down my face, knowing that this was exactly right. I would be gone soon, and everything in this moment would be lost to me. Growing up with Aiden, I had always hesitated, taken the road less traveled, assuming that he would always be there, and there would always be time. I was counting on forever, and now I might not even have tomorrow. I could barely breathe, and I knew that it was now or never. Forever didn't exist for me anymore. Before I could allow myself to think about it, I lifted my head, and with the smallest turn of my neck, my lips brushed Aiden's. It was like an electric shock. Both of us jerked away, and our breathing became harsher. I had always underestimated my attraction to Aiden, preferring to hide behind our friendship. In that moment, though, it was as if all the layers were stripped away and I could see him clearly for the first time. He was gorgeous. How did I not see it before? His eyes were endless, a deep, dark abyss that I could get lost in. The warmth in his gaze and his smile were both comforting and as sexy as hell, and his body was lean and hard and sculpted. How had I not seen it before? Aiden looked down at me with a shocked expression. I could sense he was hesitant, not sure of my reaction. In keeping with my living for today mood, I reached up and buried my hands in his blonde hair, pulling his head down to meet mine and touching my lips to his. It was like setting a match to kindling. Passion exploded between us, and for a long time I was incapable of coherent thought. Later, I lay beside Aiden, my body curled up against his, my head on his chest, my hand tracing lazy patterns on his torso.
Well, that was unexpected.
Aiden kissed my hair and I giggled. I guess. I was amazed that I was not feeling at all embarrassed or shy. Being with Aiden like this was as easy as breathing.
Feel free to surprise me any time.
Aiden grinned down at me, and as I looked up into his beautiful brown eyes, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Aiden was in love with me. I think he always had been, since we were kids, and I was the first girl he kissed. I was amazed that I had not seen this before, that I never realized. We lay awake and talked for hours, reminiscing and laughing about our childhood. Aiden, I asked sleepily, what happened in your senior year? I didn't have to elaborate. He knew exactly what I was talking about. The year my mother died, Aiden had been top of his grade. I remembered being apprehensive about how I would cope the following year without him, and whether he would attend a local university or head off for the capital where, at that time, there was a wider variety of courses available to someone of his academic caliber. As it turned out, I didn't have to worry about any of it. Aiden sat each one of his final exams at the end of the year armed with not so much as a pencil. I had never seen Jonathan so angry, and even I could understand it this time. To deliberately flunk his final year when he was top of his grade was absolute madness. Aiden never gave us a reason why he did this, but I assumed that my mother's death had affected him more than I, in the self-absorption of grieving, had noticed.
You needed me, Bex.
Aiden whispered in the dark, and for a moment I thought I must have misheard him. What?
You needed me.
He continued.
I couldn't abandon you when you needed me most.
I leaned my head back to look up at him, stunned by how he had put my needs first all those years, to his own detriment, and wondering if I would have been that selfless had our roles been reversed. There was so much revelation going on in my head that I lay awake for a long time. Much later, I heard Aiden's breathing become more regular, and a soft snore escaped him. Smiling to myself, I slowly eased myself off the bed, pulling the covers up over him. I stood there for a long time, watching over him, taking in every line of his face, the strong angle of his jaw, the 5 o'clock shadow covering the bottom half of his face. His body was tall and golden and beautifully proportioned. He was the boy next door who grew into the perfect man for me. I froze with my hand on the doorknob, the tiled floor icy beneath my feet, as the second truth of the evening hit home. Yes, Aiden was in love with me. Possibly I had always known that. But that night, right then, it dawned on me that I was also very much in love with him. Aiden and I had more than 2 beautiful, bittersweet years together, but leaving him was still the hardest thing I have ever had to do. They say that to have loved and lost is better than never to have loved at all. But when the pain of his loss hits me so badly that I can barely breathe, I beg to differ. He let me go, I assume, only because he believed me when I said that I would be in danger if he ever contacted me. I can't bear to think what he must have felt when I married Eric Dane. I couldn't explain, and, even if I could, he would never, ever have agreed with me. Mine was the ultimate betrayal, one of both the body and the heart. Aiden was a sacrifice this war demanded, and one I would gladly make again to ensure his safety. The only thing more painful than losing his love and respect would be if he was killed because of me. I would not survive that. And so I put him behind me. I married Eric Dane and I sealed my heart, shutting off that part of me that had responded only to Aiden, that part that he had awakened. Now here I am, 3 years later, still not entirely sure that I haven't made the biggest mistake of my life. Chapter 15. Morgan makes a mean sandwich. I'll give her that. I finish my chicken and mayo in a few bites and dust the crumbs off my sweatpants. She is on her best behavior. I think that she's worried I might ship her off to the Rebeldom at the earliest opportunity. She is probably right to worry. "I'll see you guys later," I call as I descend the stairs of the dojo and let myself out of the door onto the street. Surreptitiously, I immediately check my surroundings, looking for anything suspicious. Nothing stands out. A woman is walking a dog further down the street, and a blonde man is taking out trash at a bistro 3 doors down. I head toward Main Street, shaking my head when the unmarked car pulls up beside me. I don't need the driver today. I make my way to the market, wondering what I should do about Morgan. She is still so uncontrollable, and I don't need some teenager coming along and undoing all my best-laid plans. I think I probably will send her away, even if just for a while, until we can get her brother out and send him to join her. As much as she is determined to fight for the Legion, Quan is right. She is too young. She is also all that Michael has left, and I will not risk making an orphan out of him. I am so lost in thought that I'm not watching my step, and I trip over one of the baskets of produce. Before I can correct my balance myself, a hand shoots out and grabs my forearm, steadying me. I look up and flush in embarrassment. Piercing green eyes stare back at me.
Watch your step, sweetheart.
A lazy, insolent grin spreads across a strikingly handsome face. Rugged, with a shaggy head of sandy blonde hair, the man standing before me is tall and broad-shouldered. I smile winningly and begin to thank him profusely until I realize that his eyes are roaming up and down my body unabashedly. I haven't even the time to be offended when he suddenly releases me.
No problem.
He disappears into the crowd as quickly as he had appeared, leaving me gaping after him.
What are you doing here, Rebecca?
I feel another hand on my arm, this one gripping me more tightly and twisting me around to face him. "I'm getting something for our dinner, Eric." I try to pull my arm free, and the grip becomes vice-like.
On your own?
He snarls. "Oh, Eric," I sigh. "Of course on my own. I can't have someone with me every minute of every day, babe." I try to placate him, but it's like he hasn't heard a word. "How did you find me, anyway?"
I came to pick you up from your class.
He says the word as though I was attending a pottery course. He still doesn't like to talk about my martial arts training.
I just missed you, but your driver told us where you were headed. You know I don't like you wandering about on your own.
His words are menacing, and I have no doubt he will raise the issue again later. Eric is highly possessive and protective.
Now, let's go.
His tone doesn't inspire much confidence that we will be enjoying a pleasant evening together.
Quinn will pick up whatever we need,
he continues.
We have a dinner guest this evening. We need to get home.
I step out of the shower and wrap the white bath sheet around me, pulling off my shower cap and shaking out my long, dark hair. I dry myself quickly and pull on a pair of black slacks, and, as a peace offering, a gray cashmere top which Eric has always adored. I slather my face in moisturizer and slip my feet into some silver-beaded heels. Finally, I put on a coat of mascara, emphasizing my already full dark lashes and making my eyes look almost silver by comparison. I add some pink lip gloss and pinch my cheeks to give them some color. I head downstairs, pausing to pull a few dead leaves off the flowers on the mantelpiece at the bottom. I hear laughter coming from the living room as I walk in, head held high, determined to impress this important guest and get back into Eric's good books. Eric insists that I always present the image of the perfect first lady, and I have never yet disappointed him. I pause just before the doorway, composing myself, raising my chin slightly and giving a tiny shake of my head. As ready as I'm ever going to be, I lift my foot and take the final step into the living room. It is about a nanosecond before my foot touches the floor that the voice registers, and my composed entrance becomes a thing of the past. I would know that voice anywhere. Aiden. But what in God's name is Aiden doing here? I see him an instant later, tall and blonde and as familiar as home. My head snaps up, meeting his gaze, and my legs collapse beneath me, sending me crashing heavily to the ground. I can't suppress a moan of pain as my knee knocks painfully on the wooden floor, and, as I look up in embarrassment, I'm briefly aware of the concern on his face and the irritation on Eric's. The latter is what brings me to my senses, and I stand up quickly, brushing imaginary dirt off my pants, self-consciously patting my hair as I mentally pull myself together and regain my composure. Forgive me, I begin as I make my way further into the room, deliberately avoiding looking at Aiden and focusing instead on Eric. These heels are trickier than they look. I laugh coquettishly, smiling up at my husband and praying that he will let this pass. The blue eyes are like chips of ice as he stares down at me, but he rubs his hand up and down my arm.
As long as you're all right, sweetheart,
he says finally, turning away from me to the drinks trolley.
Some wine?
Vodka tonic, please, I answer. And as his attention is diverted, I risk a glance at Aiden. It has been more than 3 years since I last saw Aiden, and time has been good to him. He is leaner, harder, and more serious looking, which somehow makes him even more attractive. A lump forms in my throat as it dawns on me that he looks like someone who has lived through something terrible. In the 3 years since I said goodbye, I had convinced myself that in time he would forgive me and would come to understand that, while he might not agree with my decision, it was the only way we had any chance at a better world, our only chance for freedom. Looking up at him now, I realize I have been deluding myself. Aiden has not forgiven me. There is no tenderness in his remote gaze. I don't ever want him to look at me like that again, and I almost take a physical step forward in order to break the distance between us. Eric turns back to us and hands me my drink, which I bring to my lips immediately with a shaking hand, draining half of it. Eric raises his eyebrows questioningly, and I laugh to cover my nerves. Bad day? I shrug. Eric smiles insincerely and then begins his introductions.
Rebecca, I'd like you to meet Aiden Morrison,
he indicates with the hand holding the whiskey.
Aiden, this is my wife, Rebecca Dane.
Aiden steps forward, his hand extended.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Dane.
I pick up on the sardonic emphasis on the Mrs. You too, Mr. Morrison. I move my glass into my left hand and hold out my right, which is icy from holding my drink. As he takes it, I feel the jolt. It's like an electric current that passes between us, and with it my emotions run riot. I cannot believe that after all this time I still feel such a physical pull to this man, as though my body controls my mind and not the other way around.
Aiden, please. Mr. Morrison is my father's name.
His voice is formal, detached, and as I gaze at him, I notice with a pang of guilt that he looks older than his 29 years. Even the contours of his face are sharper, more chiseled than I remember. He is still holding my cold hand in his warm one, and I search his face for any sign that he is as affected as I am. My heart plummets when I see that he remains indifferent. Rebecca, I insist as he drops my hand, which now feels empty.
Aiden is going to be joining Jeffrey's team.
Eric's voice rings out.
They've been experiencing a few setbacks that we're hoping Aiden will be able to assist with.
Eric turns to Aiden, addressing him directly.
Jeffrey tells me you're quite the accomplished geneticist. Aiden?
I don't even hear Aiden's answer. Instead, I turn away on the pretext of putting more ice in my drink, trying to make sense of what is going on. Aiden knows nothing about genetics. What is he up to? And how could my father be in on it, allowing it? The whole point of keeping Aiden in the dark was to protect him. And yet here he is, strolling into Eric's home like Daniel into the lion's den. I need to speak to my father desperately.
As I was saying, it's imperative for us to keep the sterilization system in place,
Eric is saying, as I tune back into the conversation. I steal a look at Aiden, and I see the familiar muscle pulsing in his cheek. He is angry. I can tell immediately, and I quickly try to follow the conversation that started without me.
So, basically, you want to create an Aryan race?
Aiden gives a short bark of laughter, but I know he does not find this in the least amusing.
You know, Mr. Dane.
He drawls.
That concept was first envisioned back in the 1930s, and it proved disastrous then, from what I've read. What makes you think that it would be any more successful now?
I am amazed at Aiden's boldness as Eric tries to rein in his legendary temper. He also seems more than a little shocked by Aiden's insolence. He covers his feelings with a sarcastic smile.
Aiden, you aren't comparing me to Adolf Hitler, are you?
Eric inquires, his tone suggesting that he had best not be.
Hitler was a despot.
He snorts, expressing his disgust. The irony of his indignation completely lost on him. He takes a swallow of his whiskey and continues.
All I'm trying to do is avoid unnecessary birth defects. We have no idea yet what the long-term effects of the radiation poisoning will be, or the severity of these same effects. I prefer to play it safe, rather than to be sorry. Surely it would be socially irresponsible if we all continued to produce children, regardless of the consequences.
I can see that Aiden is about to make a scathing remark, and I interrupt quickly, trying to diffuse an already heated atmosphere. I'm starving. Should we move to the dining room? I'm sure dinner is ready. Neither of the men responds to me. Aiden takes a sip of his drink and sets the empty glass down on the coffee table.
Don't you think that people should be given the choice? Surely, if they're educated about the possible complications, you will have fulfilled your social responsibility, and then it's up to them to make their own decisions. Take their own chances, make their own mistakes.
Aiden is speaking passionately, and I feel tears pricking at my eyes. His beliefs are so in tune with my own. His words are like my own thoughts pouring out of him.
Mr. Dane, wouldn't you prefer the chance of being a parent rather than having the decision made for you and having no hope at all?
As the words are out of his mouth, I foresee where the conversation is headed, and I try desperately to interject, stepping forward and trying to steer them into the dining room. Gentlemen, I think the food...
Ah!
Eric pounces on Aiden's suggestion, and I realize that nothing can stop him now. He is like the cat that got the cream, the sanctimonious son of a bitch.
Aiden, I'm not a man who runs from my responsibilities, nor am I a president who fails to practice what I preach. Rebecca and I both uphold the ideals that I have laid out for our people, and as such, we've both been sterilized.
I gape at him, at the smug smile spreading across his face, and I want to punch him in the mouth. Aiden looks as though he has been physically slapped. His eyes open in shock and horror as he turns from Eric to me.
You.
He stumbles over his words.
You've been sterilized.
Mr. Morrison, I almost yell. He is so dangerously close to giving himself away. A look of confusion is beginning to cross Eric's face, and I need to make sure he suspects nothing. As hurt as Aiden must be, I cannot allow his identity to be discovered. Eric would have him killed. I manage a small laugh. This is not really dining room conversation, and I'd prefer that we don't discuss such intimate details of our lives, if you wouldn't mind. I smile at each of them in turn, and then, without waiting for a response, I make my way into the dining room and take my place to the left of the head of the table. I think Aiden has seen reason, and Eric is distracted enough not to have given the incident too much thought. And a moment later they are seated alongside me, Eric to my right, and Aiden directly opposite. The starter is venison carpaccio, and we all begin our meal. I notice that Aiden checks his phone and spends a minute texting before putting it back into his jacket pocket. He catches my eye and gives me a disarming smile. Then he turns to Eric.
So, Mr. Dane,
He begins.
why don't you tell me a bit more about what you're hoping to achieve at the lab?
Eric puts down his knife and fork and dabs at the corners of his mouth with a napkin.
Well, Aiden, thus far we've been...
Eric's familiar ringtone pierces the air and he stops in mid-sentence, checking his caller ID.
I'm so sorry.
He is already pushing his chair back.
I have to take this.
Without so much as a backward glance, he exits the room, closing the door behind him. As the door closes, the room is plunged into silence so absolute you could hear a pin drop. I stare at the door, unwilling to look at Aiden, although I feel his eyes boring into the side of my face. Eventually, I cannot put it off any longer, and I turn to face him. As soon as I do, it's like a bomb has exploded.
What the fuck, Rebecca?
I flinch. Aiden never calls me Rebecca.
Sterilized. You let him have you sterilized? I thought you were here so that the world would change for the better. Isn't that what you said when you left? That you wanted to make the world a better place? How is your being sterilized and the perfect wife for Eric fucking Dane making the world any better?
I have never seen Aiden so angry. His eyes are so dark they look black, and the muscle in his cheek is jumping so fast I can barely keep track of it. Aiden, I don't know what to say. Where to even start? For 3 years I've dreamed of seeing him, and now he's looking at me with so much anger and hatred I can't bear it. Aiden, please.
No, Rebecca.
He shakes his head.
No, please, Aidens. Not from you, not after everything you've done. I knew you were leaving. I accepted it. But then I see you on TV, and you're marrying Eric Dane. What the hell, Rebecca? What did you think I'd do? Smile and nod and congratulate you?
He lowers his voice and glances at the closed door. I can't help myself. I reach for him, grasping his hand in mine. You don't understand, Aiden. Please, let me explain. I implore. His hand grips mine tightly for a second, and something blazes for a moment in his eyes. For the first time, I suspect he might not be as unaffected by me as his aloof manner would suggest. I barely have time to consider this when he snatches his hand away and pounds it on the tabletop.
Damn it, Bex.
He hisses, glaring at me in disbelief.
Don't. You have no right. What makes you think you have any right?
He continues, each word like a physical blow.
You abandoned me. You abandoned us. To become Eric Dane's whore.
There is an ugly pause that seems to stretch forever.
To think I could ever have loved you.
He shakes his head in disgust, and it is like my world implodes. The pain of those few words is almost unbearable. I sit back abruptly and feel my body sag in defeat. I look up at him, feeling gut-wrenchingly empty. Aiden sits back down opposite me and gathers himself together, pressing his hands to his temples. Suddenly he sits up straight and meets my gaze levelly, taking a deep breath.
I'm not here for you, Rebecca. I let you go a long time ago. I came for Alex. There's something you need to know. Meet me tomorrow. I'll call you with the details.
His voice is hollow, and his eyes, when he looks at me, are distant and devoid of emotion. I want to put my head down on the table and cry for the man I left behind, for the man I loved, for the man I've lost forever. By the time Eric returns to the room, Aiden and I have composed ourselves, and although the absence of conversation might seem strange to someone else, Eric does not appear to notice, and once he is seated, he immediately launches back into conversation with Aiden, outlining his plans for the immediate and foreseeable future. It seems that Eric has had more whiskey than he has let on, and he is more free with information than he usually is with me. I smile encouragingly and remain an avid participant, displaying nothing but awe and excitement at this newly imparted information. Aiden does not glance my way again throughout the remainder of dinner, and, when he finally excuses himself, thanking Eric for welcoming him into our home and casting only a perfunctory nod of thanks in my direction, I force myself to smile in acknowledgement and swallow back the lump that has formed in my throat. Eric closes the door behind Aiden, and I make my way back to the dining room and begin clearing away the dishes. Eric follows me and makes his way to the drinks trolley, pouring yet another whiskey. It is not like Eric to overindulge, and when he does, it does not usually bode well. He drops down into an empty chair and puts his feet up on the table, tapping his glass with a manicured finger.
Interesting evening.
At his words, I glance up and make eye contact. Eric is regarding me thoughtfully, and my heart skips a beat, the hair on the back of my neck rising. In what way? I ask, feigning ignorance and wiping down the dining room table, sweeping the crumbs into my open palm.
He's a very spirited young man, that Aiden.
Eric continues as though he hasn't heard me. I answer noncommittally, continuing to clear the table.
I wish you wouldn't do that like some commoner, Rebecca. That's why we employ a housekeeper, a whole troop of them, I believe.
I ignore him.
Quite a cocky little shit, actually.
He continues with venom, and my body stiffens involuntarily. I knew Aiden had riled him. I don't know what he was thinking, coming to stir up trouble. The ignorance of youth, I counter, trying to distract and calm him. Eric tilts his head to the side, speculatively.
He's older than you, love.
He laughs insincerely. Yes, but I am wise beyond my years. I smirk, and then begin stacking the dinner plates.
True.
Eric's tone is slightly teasing now. I have avoided the storm. When he continues, he sounds almost contrite.
Do you really think the sterilization was a good idea? I mean, I know I had a negative screening, but yours was clear. You could have had healthy babies.
With whom, Eric? You're my husband, and to be frank, you know my opinion on a substitute partner. This is the only issue on which I have ever voiced my disagreement. When Eric suggested that people be allowed to take a partner for the sole purpose of producing a healthy child, I had told him in no uncertain terms what I thought of that idea. It disgusted me. I couldn't believe that there were people who would even consider it as an option. Possibly, had I been living happily in Michigan with Aiden right now and unable to conceive, I might have had a different perspective. But the thought of bringing a child into the life I was currently living had been enough incentive for me to support the sterilization program. Eric regards me thoughtfully for a long moment, and when he speaks, he is the Eric that I seldom see, the one who I might have grown to care for in another life, if I didn't know better.
But you'll never have children.
He sounds apologetic and contemplative, and I wonder how much he has actually had to drink. Yes, but I have something better, I answer, stooping low and kissing the top of his head. I have you. His answering smile does not reach his eyes, and I turn quickly back to the table so that he won't see the tears shining in mine. Chapter 16. Aiden doesn't phone the next day, or the day after that. I am also unable to reach my father, although I have left countless messages for him. It has been almost 2 weeks since Aiden came to dinner, and I am beside myself with worry. Morgan is improving already, I deduce in a brief stopover at the dojo. It is too much to hope that she might learn some manners at the same time, as is evident by the constant stream of abuse hurled our way. I ignore her. I know that this is a front, and that beneath her confident exterior, Morgan is terrified and out of her mind with worry about Michael. I can sympathize, particularly in my current state over Aiden's whereabouts. I am also desperately concerned about Michael. I have been unable to unearth any information, and I still have no idea where Eric is keeping the boy, or any idea how to find out. The only escape I have is to throw myself into the search for the gifted. Each time I find someone else on the list, it will be one less Michael that I need to worry about. In the last week, I have arranged safe passage to the Rebeldom for a school teacher from South Dakota whose ex-boyfriend had decided she needed to get through the housework a bit faster. He had arranged for her procedure, forgetting to mention the risks that went with it. The wealthy ex dabbled in all sorts of black market trade and had unsurprisingly gone missing in the Rebeldom a few months ago, much to the school teacher's delight. I have also managed to confidently eliminate 5 people from the list, none of whom show any sign of being gifted. I have a lead on 2 policemen downtown who have been making a name for themselves by setting a record number of arrests in the past year. They are both on Eric's list, and my gut instinct tells me they are the real deal. Not wanting to give Eric any ammunition to use against me later, I leave the dojo via the back exit, determined to squeeze in an unaccompanied run before heading home. I plug in my iPod and start to run, trying to collect my thoughts and find my focus. My feet drum against the sidewalk in a steady rhythm, just within the realm of human capability, at around 6 minutes per mile. The difference is that while some people might maintain this speed for a few miles, I can run it indefinitely. The furthest distance over which I have tested my endurance at this slow pace is 62 miles, which I finished in less than 6 hours. I was bored to death maintaining the slow speed, and I couldn't be bothered doing it again. Quan clocked me a few days ago at just over 70 miles per hour, which means I have officially achieved the second fastest land speed recorded for any living animal. The cheetah, with a top speed of 75 miles per hour, or so I learned at school, is the only animal on the planet that might outrun me, and even then only over a short distance. I am also fairly certain that, in times of crisis, I could push my body to go even faster. An adrenaline rush increases the oxygen supply to the muscles, improving both speed and strength. One of my favorite songs starts, and I accelerate. I'm running along a narrow dust road and there are no cars in sight. I pull my hoodie up over my head and lose myself in the challenge of pushing my muscles beyond the normal limit, so that the trees lining the roadside become a blur. I keep this up for only a minute or so, covering about 1.5 miles. I am not far from town, and there is a higher likelihood that I might be seen, so I slow down to what would constitute a typical jogger's pace, and turn the volume down slightly so that I will hear any approaching cars. 5 minutes later, I'm convinced that I'm being watched, but for the life of me, I can't identify anybody following me. I pick up the pace slightly and turn down a quiet side alley running between 2 tall buildings. About a third of the way down, I notice another runner turn into the alley from the opposite end. I am on my guard, but it is highly unlikely that if someone is following me, they would have had the time to circle the entire building. The runner is on the opposite side of the road, and I surreptitiously keep an eye on his location. It is impossible to get a good look at his face, as he is also wearing a hoodie. Not unusual for the chilly morning. It is only a few seconds before we cross paths, and I get a good look at his face.
Morning,
He calls, grinning as he passes, and I automatically nod my head in greeting. My mind is whirling, trying to place his familiar face. But, as I turn to look back, I come to a grinding halt. He is gone. I look up and down the alley, but he is nowhere to be seen. I run back the way I have come, looking left and right and scanning all the alcoves and garages, but all is quiet and empty. Eventually, I give up my fruitless search and, putting my earphones back in my ears, I turn back in the direction I was originally headed, resigned to continue with my run. I almost jump out of my skin as I collide with him.
are you looking for me, sweetheart?
He has a faint rural southern drawl, and immediately I remember. You're the man from the market. I take a step back, risking a quick glance around, planning my escape route.
Ah,
The wicked green eyes gleam.
I made an impression, I see. Don't worry. You're not the first lady who couldn't forget this face.
He crosses his arms across his broad chest and leans back, rocking to and fro on the balls of his feet, seeming quite at ease. What do you want? I ask.
Just to meet you. To introduce myself.
I say nothing, and he sighs, extending his hand exaggeratedly.
Reed McCoy.
I offer my right hand, which he takes, turning it over and kissing the back of it. This time I cannot restrain myself and roll my eyes heavenward. Reed McCoy laughs, a throaty rumble that starts deep within his chest. Nice to meet you, Mr. McCoy, I reply. Now, if you don't mind, I really have somewhere else I need to be. I pull my hand from his, turn on my heel and flee, streaking down the quiet alleyways until I am well out of town. I don't stop until I've put at least 5 miles between us. I come to a halt and pull my hoodie down, resolving to get my father onto Reed McCoy immediately.
Really?
His voice comes from directly behind me, and I turn around, shaking my head slowly, a small smile playing on my lips. He is as fast as I suspected. So, it was you following me earlier? It is not technically a question, but he answers anyway.
Guilty.
He opens his arms wide, sauntering forward until he is only a few feet in front of me. He is just as rugged and sexy as I remember from our brief meeting at the market. His jaw is covered in stubble, several shades darker than his shaggy dark blonde hair. His green eyes are piercing and unabashedly roaming my body. He is probably only a few years older than I am. I'm guessing he is about 30. Flushing slightly, I clear my throat. What is it you want exactly, Mr. McCoy? He meets my gaze and smiles lazily.
Oh, come on now, sexy Bex. There's no need to be so formal.
He is cut short as the wind is knocked out of him. I aim my assault perfectly so that he takes a direct blow to the sternum. He is still gasping for breath, a sternal fracture making it difficult for him to breathe, and I gather myself up to deliver a knife-hand strike when he launches himself at me, both of us rising a few feet in the air before I land painfully on my coccyx.
What the hell, lady?
Reed is rubbing his chest and his breathing is still labored. I don't give him any time to recover and lift my knee toward him and then let my foot go. Bam! My front kick connects with his jaw and his head snaps back. His body flies backward in an arc and he hits the ground, shoulders first, before collapsing in a crumpled heap. He will not be getting up again. I stand, wincing, and hobble a few paces, brushing the dirt from my sweatpants and wondering who on earth he is. Who would possibly send someone after me? Eric? No. Eric is convinced of my loyalty. He would not harm me. A noise behind me brings my attention back to the present.
Seriously?
I hear the yell, and I can barely believe what I am seeing. Reed sits up and spits out a mouthful of blood.
You bitch.
He rests his arms on his knees and dabs at his mouth with his right hand, examining the blood. He rests his tongue on his lip, gazing up at me, and shakes his head in apparent annoyance.
Now, was that entirely necessary?
He asks, but it's obviously a rhetorical question, and I would not have answered anyway. I'm still trying to recover from my shock. He gets unsteadily to his feet and stretches his back, leaning first forward and then backward at the waist. He should not be getting up. In fact, he should be unconscious, if not dead. I barely have time to consider this when he hits me, his shoulder connecting with my breastbone and his weight upsetting my balance. I fall backward hard, and my head cracks painfully against the gravel. Stars burst before my eyes, but within seconds my vision clears and I look up into Reed's enraged green eyes.
Are you done?
He snarls. I try to shift him, but he holds me firmly, and eventually I give up. He is far too strong. Done, I concede unwillingly. He eyes me suspiciously, obviously not believing a word. Seriously, I insist, bringing my hands up in front of me, palms open and facing forward. He lifts himself up and then offers me his hand. After a second's consideration, I take it and he pulls me to my feet. I contemplate him for a long moment. This man knows who I am. He called me by my nickname. He's also obviously very much aware of my abilities. This is a dangerous situation, and Reed McCoy should not be allowed to live. But therein lies the problem. Apparently, as frustrating as it is, I cannot kill the man. I blow my hair out of my eyes, feeling agitated. It has been 6 years since I received my abilities, and there has never been anyone I couldn't defeat in all that time. Reed obviously has the abilities of strength and speed, the same as I do, and judging by the ease of his breathing after so recent a sternal fracture, I am willing to bet my life that he also has the ability to heal. For 6 years I have believed myself to be unique, one of a kind, the only person on Earth who possesses all 3 transhuman abilities. It appears I was wrong. This man is my equal. So, I begin. You're fast and strong, and apparently, I indicate his chest. You can heal. Any other talents I should know about?
Do my God-given good looks count?
No.
It must be torture, being this attracted to someone you're determined not to like,
He says, and I bark with derisive laughter. Where did you get your gifts, Reed?
Changing the subject, sexy Bex.
Don't call me that,
What should I call you?
he asks. Anything else, I retort. Just not that.
Whatever you say, Tiny.
I stare at him incredulously.
What?
He shrugs.
You said anything?
I gape at him. He cannot be serious.
Well, you are kind of pint-sized.
He laughs. I'm 5'5", I snap. That's hardly tiny.
You look pretty teeny to me.
He cocks his head to one side and then,
I could call you Mrs. President if you'd prefer.
I grimace. That would be even worse. Call me what you want, McCoy. Reed refuses to tell me where he got his gifts, but what he knows astounds me. He knows that my loyalty is to the Resistance. He knows about my abilities, and he knows about Eric's army. He is also fully aware that Eric is trying to recruit new members into his army and that I'm trying to pip him to the post. Do you know a man called Aiden? I ask.
No.
He answers.
Should I?
My heart plummets and I shake my head.
I want to help you.
Reed finally admits. Why? I can't help but question his motives.
I've lived in the Rebeldom. I know what's worth fighting for.
The wicked green eyes hold mine, unabashedly, and I flush, averting my eyes first.
Don't question my motives, Rebecca. Don't try to find a reason to doubt me. You could use the help. I'm here to help.
His tone is final.
Now,
He grins, breaking the serious mood.
where do we start?
As I run back through town, heading for home, I ponder the morning's events. I am still no closer to finding Michael, Aiden, or my father, all of whom I'm desperate to know are safe. I have still got over 190 names to get through on Eric's list. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to check on the 2 policemen downtown, and I'm hoping Eric hasn't beaten me to it. I am about to hop into a long, hot bath when my phone rings. Eric. Hey, babe. I pull the elastic band from my hair, freeing my ponytail and stick one foot into the water, testing the temperature.
Rebecca.
Eric is using his formal voice, the one he uses when he's not alone.
I'm on my way home. I'm bringing a house guest. He'll be staying with us a while. Circumstances.
I know that Eric will give me no further explanation, so, stifling a sigh, I reply, Of course, no problem, love. I'll get Helen to prepare the guest room. See you in a bit. I pull out the plug, ruefully watching the steamy, scented water escaping, and I step into the shower instead, turning the jets on full power. 10 minutes later, I've just finished plaiting my hair, which falls in a long braid down my back, when I hear the front door open and close. I smile to myself, rise gracefully from my bed, straighten the eiderdown, and walk out the door. Eric passes me at the top of the stairs, stopping only briefly to kiss my cheek.
Sorry, babe.
He says, by way of apology.
What a day. I stink like a polecat. I'll be 5 minutes.
He is stripping off his clothes, and I follow him into our room as he heads for the shower.
Terrible story. I'll fill you in later. I've left him downstairs in the TV lounge.
He sticks his head under the jets, and I throw his clothes, which I have picked up as I followed him, into the laundry basket. I pull the bedroom door closed behind me to protect Helen's modesty and make my way downstairs, a feeling of excitement in my chest. I enter the TV lounge and a blonde head turns to peer at me over the couch. Hello, Michael. I grin. As soon as Eric mentioned he would be bringing a house guest, I suspected it might be Michael. My delight that I was right is overshadowed only by my relief that he is fine, in good spirits, and appears none the worse for his 3-week absence. Eric is in the shower for only 5 minutes, but in that short space of time, I learn that Michael has been staying at the Dane Court Plaza and, as I suspected, has been playing far too many video games. Michael is absurdly pleased with himself because he has managed to convincingly play an innocent, naive schoolboy. He has admitted his ability to Eric. He said that trying to hide it would have been pointless. He has not mentioned me or Morgan, except to ask Eric if he had any idea where his sister was, which he claims was to put him off track. Michael seems to be the star of his own private spy movie. He is also desperate to know how his sister is. He is almost more desperate for me to feed back to her how he has not slipped up.
She thinks I'm such an idiot.
He snorts. I hide my smile behind my glass, and a moment later, Eric enters the room. Chapter 17. In the morning, I tell Eric I'm off to have coffee with some girlfriends, and I leave, determined to track down Cole Thomas and Jared Jones, the policemen who have been making waves downtown. Before I leave, I stop by the dojo to fill Morgan in on the good news. As I walk through the entrance, I notice a familiar figure leaning casually against the back wall, eating an apple. "What are you doing here?" I ask.
Would you believe I'm interested in taking up classes?
"No."
Then why do you think I'm here?
He taunts. I ignore him and walk toward Quan and Morgan, who are doing some warm-up exercises. I raise my eyebrows questioningly at Quan.
He said he was looking for you.
He murmurs, and I glance back at Reed.
Is he going to be a problem?
Quan continues. "Nothing I can't handle," I assure him. I fill Morgan in as quickly as possible, laughing at her whoops of joy. I answer her question about when she can see Michael uncertainly. "Morgan, it's just not safe right now. For you or for Michael. He's fine. I promise you. He'll come to no harm at my place, and if I suspect otherwise, I'll get him out immediately."
What if Eric sees through him?
She demands.
He's not exactly the master of discretion, you know.
I think you need to give your brother a little more credit, Morgan. I keep my voice gentle, trying not to sound too judgmental. In true Morgan style, she stalks off, shoving her hands deep into her pockets and muttering under her breath. I catch Quan's eye and he rolls his own.
I'll explain it to her.
He laughs. I turn towards the door, a smile on my lips. Nothing can dampen my good spirits at finding Michael. Kids, huh? Okay, maybe not quite nothing. Reed comes towards me. I keep walking away from him.
Manners, Tiny.
He appears in front of me. What do you want? I try to sidestep, but he blocks my path. I ignore him and step the other way. He blocks my way again. Get out of my way.
Or what, Sexy Bex?
Or I'll make you.
Sounds to me like that could be an invitation.
I suppress the urge to scream. Do any women actually fall for this machismo act you have going?
Why? You jealous?
He grins.
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Right now, I'm kind of a one-woman guy.
I push him aside and stalk past him, painfully aware of how like Morgan I must seem at this moment, and hating that he can elicit such a reaction from me.
Where are you going?
He calls after me.
You need a wingman?
I'm fine, I call over my shoulder, waving away his offer. 20 minutes later, I enter the 22nd Street precinct. Hi. I bat my eyes at the officer at the front desk. Ted. I continue, reading the name off his shiny gold badge. Ted obviously doesn't leave the station much if his clean uniform is anything to go by. His eyes widen in recognition and he straightens his shoulders and clears his throat, trying to appear more impressive.
Mrs. Dane,
He licks his lips.
what are you doing here?
I'm looking for Jared and Cole. It's a private matter. I glance around the room as if I might spot them walking by and Ted falls for it, assuming I must know them personally.
You just missed them.
He smiles back, addressing my breasts. Ted, I speak firmly, and he raises his eyes. Once we've re-established eye contact, I lower my voice conspiratorially. Any idea where I might find them? Ted doesn't even hesitate.
Yes, ma'am. They just headed down to Baker Street.
I choose to ignore the fact that he is once again speaking to my chest. Thank you, Ted. Jared Jones and Cole Thomas share a birthday, but there are 12 years between them. Jared is 43 and Cole is 31. They have been partners for 6 years, although nothing exceptional was noted about their performance until about a year ago, when their arrest record started climbing substantially. Crime is not common in any state within the boundary fences, and only a handful of arrests are made each year. but between them, Jared and Cole have apprehended over 20 people in the past 6 months alone. It seems they are catching every criminal in the greater Chicago area. Eric's records did not confirm which ability, if any, the men had, but I figured I would find out soon enough. I find the 2 men walking the beat down Baker Street, the epitome of the perfect police officers, Cole even tipping his hat to a few of the local residents they pass. I follow them for a while, and then inspiration grabs me. I run around a few buildings and down a few lanes and approach the 2 policemen from the front, my head held high, keeping myself in their eye line and ensuring they cannot miss me. There are very few law enforcement officers who would fail to recognize their First Lady.
Mrs. Dane.
The shocked cry is all I need to know that my plan has worked.
What are you doing out here without any guards, ma'am?
Cole addresses me while Jared has already taken up a position a few feet away, scanning the area with an expert eye. It strikes me that although these 2 appear to have been given an edge over the past year, they were probably always good cops.
It's not appropriate for you to be out here on your own. This area is not safe.
Safer than ever, I believe, mostly because of you 2. I purr admiringly. But thanks, boys. It's good to know that 2 of Illinois' finest are looking out for me. I smile up at them, deliberately avoiding answering their question.
What are you doing out here, Mrs. Dane?
Cole is not to be deterred. I decide to take the bull by the horns. I'm looking for you, actually. I smile disarmingly up at him, and then peek around him to fix my smile on Jared. Both of you, I continue, and then, to their looks of bewilderment, I say, I wanted to meet and congratulate the 2 men who are doing such an amazing job of ridding our streets of unsavory characters. Both men drop their eyes shyly, and I press forward. Look, I know you're working, but could I buy you both a coffee as a gesture of our appreciation? It's the very least I can do to thank you boys for all you're doing to make our city a safer place. They look dubious. I'd also appreciate the escort before I make my way back home, I add. This is the deal maker. Both men turn towards me, Jared speaking for them.
We know a great place, not far from here, ma'am. Unless you had somewhere else in mind?
No, I protest. That's perfect. You know your own town. Lead the way. I finish my coffee and place the empty cup back on the saucer. Inside, I am seething with frustration. These 2 have given nothing away. They will not admit to anything, and no amount of hinting, regardless of how unsubtle, has drawn them out. I sigh and reach for my handbag. This is pointless. I will just have to find out by some other means. We are in a small, quiet coffee shop off a very deserted alley. I am a bit surprised by the choice of venue, but then I assume that the partners are being considerate of my high profile and are strategically keeping us away from crowds to be able to protect me more effectively. Both men stand as I get to my feet, proving that chivalry is not dead, not in the police force at least. As we exit the bistro onto the quiet road, I turn to thank Jared and Cole, and as I do, I only just catch a look pass between them. What was that? I ask bluntly, looking from one to the other, an ominous feeling coming over me. I didn't like that look. Something is not right.
What was what?
Cole replies. Jared's face is giving nothing away, and looking at him, I might have been convinced that I've been imagining things. But one look at Cole's flaming cheeks, and I know that something is up. To hell with it. I don't have time for these games. Where did you get your ability, Cole? I direct my question at what I sense is the softer target. Cole doesn't answer, but looks to Jared for direction.
What ability?
Cole asks, but he has the worst poker face I have ever seen.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Cole.
I hear Jared's voice, but before I can turn to face him, I feel the impact on the back of my neck. Jared has hit me. He has actually landed what would normally have been an incapacitating blow. I do not particularly want to alert them to my strength or my healing ability, so I drop painfully to the ground, feigning a blackout.
Pick her up!
Jared's deep voice barks, and a moment later I feel Cole lift me gently. He carries me for a few paces, and then I am deposited on the back seat of their police car. Rougher hands, which I assume are Jared's, bind my wrists behind my back with what feel like thick plastic cable ties. This is so not good. We don't drive very far before the car comes to a halt. Both doors slam, and then I hear their muffled conversation coming from outside the vehicle. They are obviously discussing what would be the best thing to do with me. Eventually, the back door opens, and I shut my eyes tightly. I don't want them to know I'm awake until I've established some sort of game plan. Cole swings me over his shoulder, and although I keep my eyes closed, I deduce from their conversation that we're at Jared's residence. Cole deposits me on a sofa of sorts, and then there is a moment of silence between the two. I need to see my surroundings, so I throw caution to the wind and open one eye.
Good afternoon.
Jared stands nearby, thumbs hooked in his belt, a ridiculously smug smile playing on his lips. What are you doing? I ask.
Trying to decide what to do with you.
He answers simply.
I have an idea that you're not here on your husband's orders, so that poses the question. What are you doing here, Mrs. Dane?
He eyes me curiously. Cole enters from a door on the left, which I can only assume leads to the kitchen, 2 cups of steaming coffee in his hands. I suppose it would be too much to assume one of those might be for me. I nod toward the mugs in Cole's hand. Cole looks about to apologize for forgetting his manners, then thinks better of it when he sees Jared's scowl. Jared takes one of the mugs from Cole and blows on the steaming liquid before tentatively taking a sip. He smacks his lips in exaggerated appreciation, glancing at me for my reaction. I force a laugh. What? No donuts? Jared narrows his eyes. I sigh loudly, lie back on the sofa, crossing one ankle over the other and address Jared, who seems to be calling the shots, and who I am more likely to get any answers from. Why are you doing this, Jared? He ignores me. Is it because of your ability? I continue. Are you worried that I know? Because there is nothing to be concerned about. I'm here to help you. He glances at me, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Cole's head jerk up, and then turn from side to side as he looks from Jared to me. I figure I have nothing to lose and take the plunge. You're both in trouble, Jared. I risk a glance at Cole, but his bemused expression gives nothing away. Your abilities have come to the attention of certain powerful individuals who want to create an army of people like you. You need to get out of here. You need to run. His silence prompts me to continue. I can help you, Jared. I turn to Cole, who is still just standing there, staring. I can help both of you.
What people?
Jared interrupts suddenly, as though he has only now registered what I've been saying.
Who wants to make this army?
There's nothing for it now, so I take a deep breath and continue. My husband, I admit. My husband will come for you. Jared's sudden grin takes me by surprise.
He already has.
Chapter 18. It takes a moment for his words to sink in, and when they do, my blood runs cold. I would find no allies here.
If Mr. Dane thought we were valuable before, imagine how much more we'll be worth when we turn in his lying bitch wife.
Jared muses. Damn it, I knew this would happen eventually. It was inevitable that Eric would get to some people before me, but I hadn't expected that the two policemen would consider stooping to his level. Are you insane? I let the question hang in midair, between the two of them. You vowed to protect and serve. Your responsibility lies with the people. You have to protect them. My husband is trying to force his beliefs on us, to force us to follow him blindly without any free will. How can you possibly be okay with this? My chest is heaving with indignation as I gape at them. Cole has the decency to look half ashamed of himself, but Jared still wears his smug, sarcastic smile.
How do you think?
His tone oozes condescension.
Money, my dear.
He continues, answering his own question.
Lots and lots of money. Your husband can be very persuasive.
He winks at Cole, as though they share a private joke, and I shake my head in disgust. Other than a brief glance in my direction, they ignore me, and I figure I will not have a better opportunity. There is no time like the present. So I jerk my arms forward, snapping my restraints easily, and before Jared and Cole can even register their surprise, I have flown out of the door. Nobody follows me, and I safely assume that they both possess the gift of strength and not speed. I don't go very far. Damn it. I can't leave. These two morons know my secret and will sing it from the rooftops the very first chance they get. Jared is holding his phone, fingers punching in a number as I burst through the door, the hinges ripping from the doorframe and the door itself flying across the room and ricocheting off the opposite wall. Jared drops both the phone and his jaw, which I smash closed with a ruthless uppercut. With his strength, he will not be incapacitated for long, but there is a more immediate threat. I turn to look for Cole, my eyes still scanning the room when the pain rips through my right thigh and brings me to my knees. I hear my own scream reverberating in my ears and automatically clamp my hand down on the wound, trying to staunch the bleeding. There is an exit wound on the other side of my thigh. A shadow passes over me and I look up to see Cole pointing the still smoking handgun at my face. Where in God's name did he get a gun? Most of the country's munition stores were destroyed in the war, and when the rebuilding began, many traditional weapons, including guns, were banned. They were formally made illegal in 2039, when Eric officially took office. I had come to realize then that this was far less about preventing future war, and far more about Eric ensuring that his super soldiers were unbeatable. It would hardly do for them to be taken out by a bunch of ordinary men bearing firearms.
Bitch!
Jared's snarl from behind me draws my attention, and I glance over my shoulder to see him wiping the blood from his mouth and nose with one dark blue sleeve.
What do we do?
Cole asks, still pointing the gun at me, although his hand is anything but steady. He will not meet my eyes.
We hand her over to Dane?
Jared grunts, giving me a withering stare.
But first?
He leers at me sadistically, spitting out even more blood.
Shoot her in the other leg?
I give an involuntary gasp of anticipated pain, and as I do so, the room erupts into activity. I am fleetingly aware of a blaze of light from the gun in Cole's hand, and almost instantaneously I feel the agonizing pain as the bullet tears through the flesh of my left thigh. Unlike the first time, however, the bullet does not pass through but remains embedded deep in the thigh tissue. At the same moment, I hear an almighty roar and a blur of white bursts into the room through the open doorway that I only recently damaged, throwing itself at Cole and bringing him crashing to the ground.
You son of a bitch.
I recognize Reed's accent. He raises his fists and starts pummeling, but I cannot spare the time to assess what damage he is doing. I am all too aware of the dark form approaching on my left. My left leg is still useless, and although my right thigh has stopped bleeding, it is still tender. Ignoring the pain, I push myself to my knees and then up onto my right leg. Jared is unarmed, but he is still strong. For the first time in years, I fear for my own safety. Jared is still grinning, and it infuriates me. I lunge, and he swats me aside like an irksome fly. I hit the floor hard, and a whimper escapes me. I hear a furious curse uttered behind me and turn to see Reed fly from Cole's inert frame. He stations himself between me and Jared, his back to me.
I think it's about time you pick on someone your own size, Copper.
Reed's usual sarcasm is missing, and there is a cold anger in his voice that sends a chill down my spine.
Cole!
Jared's cry for help draws my attention, and I glance over again at Cole, who is still not moving. I start to drag myself towards him. My right leg is almost fully healed, and I pull myself up, hopping forward on one leg as I hear the scuffle of the fight begin. Despite his impressive strength, Jared is no match for Reed, and within a matter of seconds there is silence. Reed is panting slightly, more the result of his anger than physical exertion. Jared is lying on the threadbare carpet and will not be getting up again. I curse silently. I do not relish death or pain, regardless of whether or not they are deserved. Reed's actions were in self-defense, and in my defense, but still, I cannot bring myself to look at him yet, so I turn back to Cole. I reach forward to check Cole's pulse, and in that instant his eyes fly open, and he launches himself at me, landing a painful blow on either side of my head before I have time to recover. He gets his arm around my neck and jerks me against him, crushing my windpipe. I am gasping for air, and stars burst in my vision. I can barely make out the shape coming at us and hear Reed's cry of rage when the ice-cold barrel of Cole's gun presses against my temple. Cole loosens his hold around my neck ever so slightly to better position himself, and Reed has come to a halt a few feet away, his eyes flicking from me to the gun. I can practically hear his brain whirring, trying to think of a solution.
Don't worry, Tiny. We'll have you out of there in no time.
His voice is low and soothing. He is using the tone one would employ to talk someone down from the top of a building, and in spite of myself, I roll my eyes. Cole is silent, but I can feel his body quivering. Whether from fear or simply adrenaline, I can't be sure. Seriously, Reed, I choke out. Tiny? Really? Even now? He flashes his wicked grin.
I'm nothing if not consistent, sexy Bex.
Shut up, both of you!
Cole yells. I can sense his agitation in the clenched muscles of his arms and the rigidity of his stance. He is so wound up he could easily pull the trigger without meaning to. If you call me sexy Bex again, I might be inclined to let Cole just shoot me. I manage. Reed cocks his head to one side, and eventually, with forced confidence, he murmurs huskily,
Your call, Tiny.
How many times do I have to tell you not to? I break off in mid-sentence, twisting backwards and at the same time grabbing Cole's gun hand with both of mine and forcing it upwards. There is a crack as the handgun goes off, and Cole swears under his breath. I aim for the gun hand with a knife hand strike, and the weapon clatters to the floor, Cole yelping in pain and surprise. He rushes at me, and I allow him to push me backwards, using his own momentum against him. At the last minute, just seconds before he slams me into the wall, I drop to the ground and throw out one leg. Cole trips and rushes headlong into the wall. I stand rapidly, and with a burst of speed, I am right behind him. I grab the back of his neck and push, using his body weight and his impetus and slamming him face first into the wall. Blood spurts from his mouth and nose, and his body slumps into unconsciousness. I do not allow myself one moment's hesitation, I place one foot on either side of his body, pick the gun up off the floor, and fire 2 shots into the back of his head. There are a few moments of utter silence, and I concentrate on resisting the urge to throw up. I feel Reed's hand on my shoulder and turn slowly to face him. His face is softer than usual, his eyes searching mine.
You okay?
I nod my head, not trusting myself to speak. Reed shakes his head.
Don't go beating yourself up about it, Tiny. They ain't worth it.
I draw in a deep breath, nodding my head again, then grimace in pain as I try to put weight on my left leg. I can feel the blood pooling in my boot, and I'm starting to feel faint. I am suddenly very alarmed about how much blood I may have lost. Reed throws his arm around me, practically supporting my entire body weight.
What is it?
My leg, I hiss through clenched teeth. He lifts me and carries me across the room, placing me back on the sofa.
Why isn't it healing?
He sounds slightly frantic and tears my jeans from ankle to hip. The pain is getting too bad for me even to mind. The bullet. I breathe slowly in and out through my mouth, trying to remain conscious. It's still in there. The bullet lodged in the tissue is preventing my body from healing itself.
Oh, shit.
Reed swears, looking around the room and patting down his pockets. God knows what he thinks he might find in there.
Hold on.
He disappears for a second and is back with a paring knife from Jared's kitchen. Oh, shit, I yelp. But I meet his eyes, nod, and grit my teeth. A roar of pain escapes me as he pierces my skin with the blade, and as he plunges it in deeper, I black out. I wake. I assume only a few seconds later. Reed's hands are still covered in blood, and he is taping gauze over the wound, which is already starting to itch, a sign that the healing process has begun.
How are you feeling?
He asks. I have no idea how he knows that I'm awake. He has not so much as glanced up from his task. Better, I answer truthfully.
There you go.
He sits back to admire his handiwork.
You're pretty tough. You know that, Tiny?
I know. There is a long pause, during which I consider exactly how much I have to thank him for, how much I owe him. 1,000,000 different opening lines are on the tip of my tongue, each one discarded before spoken out loud. Eventually, I decide to keep it simple. Thanks, Reed. He chuckles.
For what?
What do you think? For saving my life. How did you know where I was, anyway?
I followed you.
He doesn't bat an eyelid. Stalker. I shove his shoulder with my own. He meets my gaze for an instant, smiling, and then looks down, shaking his head.
It's my pleasure, Rebecca.
I smile at the use of my name.
Just do me a favor.
He continues.
Next time you're heading into trouble, rather than being a stubborn pain in the ass, just ask for my help, will you?
He grins.
A tiny little thing like you shouldn't be wandering off on your own.
He chuckles and I lie back, closing my eyes and refusing to comment. Chapter 19.
How was your coffee with the girls?
Eric asks, pouring pepper sauce over his filet steak. Michael barely looks up. He is far too busy piling his plate high with mashed potatoes. Great. I smile sweetly. They send their regards.
How was Laura?
He asks casually, and I freeze, glancing across at him. I am not sure what it is, but something about his tone just doesn't sound right to me. Laura canceled. We didn't see her. I reply casually, half filling my glass with wine. Wine? I ask, the bottle hovering above his glass.
Please.
He nods, relaxing back into his chair and looking far more at ease. Relieved to have dodged the bullet, I tuck into my supper. mulling over the fact that Eric still feels the need to throw in these little tests every now and again. I don't think it has anything to do with him not trusting me. I am still fairly certain that I'm the closest possible confidant in his life, and if he were capable of real trust, then I would be the one person in his life who would hold his. It is more that Eric seems incapable of blind faith. He needs constant reassurance and validation. This is no doubt an issue that stems from his childhood and his mother's emotional abandonment of him. Michael, who seems to have temporarily satisfied his insatiable appetite, is keeping up a steady stream of random commentary, which allows me time to think carefully about the deteriorating situation between Eric and me. I must mend the rift that is forming in our marriage, which has only worsened since the night I saw Aiden. Seeing him again has stirred up so many memories, and I am finding it that much harder to be affectionate and intimate with Eric. Michael, on the other hand, is playing his role perfectly, displaying gratitude to Eric for finding him, endlessly questioning him as to what will happen if he opts to accept a voluntary conscription. He appears to idolize Eric and to uphold his ideals as his own.
I just wish we could find my sister.
Michael is now telling Eric.
If I could just explain it all to her, how wrong she has it. I know Morgan, she'll be freaking out.
He's so convincing, I think to myself, smiling behind my wine glass. Eric's next words are true to form.
We're doing everything we can, Mikey. We'll find her soon.
He puts his knife and fork together and dabs at the corners of his mouth with a napkin.
Now, have you seen the new home theater system? I had it installed this morning. I thought we could test it tonight.
He pushes back his chair and follows Michael, who is already halfway out the door, turning to wink at me. I smile back, and then, as he disappears around the corner, I pull out my phone and send a short text message. I'm ready. I pick up my glass and make my way upstairs, detouring past the TV lounge to make sure that Eric and Michael are busy. Michael's whooping makes me smile as I walk up the stairs. Less than a minute later, my phone rings and I answer, shutting the bedroom door behind me. Hello?
Bex, it's Dad.
Dad, what the hell is going on? Where have you been?
There's no time, Bex. We have things to discuss, but let's just say I'm no longer on Eric's payroll.
A pause, and then...
He began to suspect that I might have been jeopardizing the serum. It was time for me to get out.
Where are you now?
Outside the borders.
I take this to mean he is living in the Rebeldom, and my heart lurches because he is now largely inaccessible. I've become accustomed to having him around. It makes me feel lonelier than I have felt in a long time. Aiden? I question, my heart in my chest.
With me.
He answers curtly.
Eric didn't like his attitude. He was never employed, and we thought it safer to get him out of the States.
There is a definite note of pride in his voice. Before I can question him further, he speaks.
Quickly, Bex, I need your report.
I don't question why he's taking my report. I simply start talking. It only takes 2 minutes to file my weekly report, feeding all the information I have gathered back to the Rebeldom. The only really new information in this week's report is that I've discovered that Eric has a new commander in charge of his army. I have not managed to learn any specific details, but this new development will now be given priority status for me to investigate further. Once my report is complete, my father doesn't simply hang up, as is the norm. Instead, he utters one last instruction before the line goes dead.
Unit 3, tomorrow, 6:30 a.m.
I nod, although he can't see me. A time and place. A meeting. What comes next is something of a surprise.
Bring McCoy.
There is a click, and the line goes dead, leaving me sitting alone on my bed, a confused frown etched across my face. Why would they want to see you? I ask Reed as we make our way to the boundary fence the next morning. Eric, thankfully, has a budget meeting with his financial advisors, and I know from experience that these last most of the day. It is still dark, and we can barely make out the 2 guards patrolling this section of the fence. I feel a shiver go through my body. I have never been able to cross the fence without thinking about the wretched girl I had seen butchered all those years ago.
You take Tubby. I'll get this guy.
Reed indicates the nearest guard with a jerk of his head, and his dark blonde hair flops into his eyes. He lets out a puff of air, blowing it out of his eyes. "Don't you think you're overdue for a haircut?" I ask.
Nope.
He shakes his head exaggeratedly so that more shaggy hair falls into his face.
It adds to my sex appeal. Why would I cut it off?
Because it needs cutting.
Oh, Tiny, please don't be the Delilah to my Samson.
You're hardly Samson, I snort.
I'm strong like Samson.
He counters.
And I'm fast, too. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'd kick Samson's ass in a fight.
I roll my eyes. So you didn't answer my question. What do they want with you?
Why are you so interested?
He fires back.
Jealous? Must be quite a shock finding out you're not the one-of-a-kind you always thought you were.
I bite my tongue and say nothing. Reed is infuriating, and I refuse to get drawn into an argument with him.
I've been in the Rebeldom for a long time, Rebecca. I have my own contacts and my own agenda. I don't ask you about your boyfriend, so why do you get to question me about my life?
I don't have a boyfriend.
Sure you don't.
Now he's the one rolling his eyes.
Look, Rebecca, we both have our secrets. I think we should respect that, okay?
I nod in agreement. Shall we? I ask, sweeping my arm out toward the fence.
Oh, let's.
He grins. As we are about to set off, I can't help but remind him. I thought you said you didn't know Aiden, I say.
And I thought you said you didn't have a boyfriend.
He retorts. It takes about a minute to subdue the guards at the fence. Reed's opponent had strength, and Tubby, despite his deceptive appearance, was quick as hell. Having knocked both out, we vault the fence and sprint into the Rebeldom. It is about 65 miles to Unit 3, and I pump my legs as fast as I can, feeling the rush that I always feel when I can use my abilities freely. Reed is keeping up, but the space between us widens throughout the hour-long journey, and eventually I slow down slightly so that he can catch up. I had suspected that I might be faster, given the amount of time I spend running and training, although Eric believes I spend most of my time at the spa. As gratifying as it may be, knowing that I am faster, I am quite sure that Reed is stronger. About half a mile from the camp, I slow to a walk, giving the rebel scouts plenty of time to report our approach. It wouldn't do us any good to fly into Unit 3 with no warning. We would probably be attacked in a matter of seconds. A few minutes later, a lone figure comes out to greet us, and, as I shade my eyes to block out the sun, I recognize the approaching figure. "Dad!" I yell, breaking into a run and closing the remaining distance between us. My dad opens his arms and I run straight into them, hugging him tightly. I feel the muscles in my body relaxing, seeing him safe, and being back in the Rebeldom where I do not have to constantly look over my shoulder is like a balm.
Mr. Davis?
Reed inclines his head respectfully.
Reed.
My father nods in acknowledgement. Exactly how do you two know each other? I ask, confused.
Your father's reputation precedes him.
Reed clarifies thinly, and my dad smiles, neither of them answering my question.
Put this on, Bex.
My dad fishes in the bag he is holding and produces a familiar bobbed blonde wig. I heave a sigh and flip my hair down, pulling the wig up and over my head as I stand back up. Tucking in a few stray locks of hair, I catch Reed's appreciative look. "What?" I ask him, pulling the wig down into place.
I think it's a good look on you, that's all.
He drawls. I stick out my tongue at him.
Well, it protects your identity, that's the main thing,
my dad says. I rest my head on his shoulder as we walk into the camp, smiling and greeting a few familiar faces. "I missed you, Dad," I whisper, placing my hand over his on my waist.
I missed you too,
my father replies, kissing my temple lightly. The peaceful moment is broken by a buxom, raven-haired woman, skirts flapping around her ankles, approaching us determinedly. I straighten up, anxious, and look at my father, but he only shakes his head, a low chuckle escaping him. Before I can register, the woman stalks past us and with a cry of, "You bastard!" lands a resounding slap across Reed's cheek. All the tension remaining in my body releases at once and I start to laugh, unashamedly, until tears are pouring down my cheeks. "Well, I take it she definitely missed you," I manage to splutter, holding my stomach.
Shut up, Tiny.
Reed is rubbing his jaw while his assailant pummels her way back through the crowd, muttering under her breath. "Why are there so many people in the camp?" I ask my father as soon as I manage to stop laughing. Unit 3 is a military camp. There are usually only a few civilians, generally visitors.
Dane's scouts have been getting closer and closer to Camp 7, so we thought it best to evacuate it until they moved off. It doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, though, so we might send them all back to Vegas. We just need to arrange transportation. They should be gone by the end of the week.
I nod, grinning back teasingly at Reed as he follows us through the crowd. Chapter 20. "Aren't you the popular one?" I smile, lifting a small frame holding a photograph of my mother off my father's desk. On the short trip to his office, no fewer than 3 women have greeted Reed, waving and batting their eyelashes. Reed had quickly recovered his bravado, waving back and even blowing a kiss at a tall, leggy blonde with a gorgeous blonde baby on her hip. My father leads us to his office, then leaves us alone for a few minutes, saying he has something to take care of and will be back in 5 minutes. I take the wig off and scratch my head. I hate this thing, I say to no one in particular.
Blondes have more fun, so they say.
Reed grins, which reminds me of the attractive girl outside. "Is that baby yours?" I ask him.
Nah, I haven't seen Gabby for about 2 years, and that kid ain't older than a year, so I'm in the clear.
He puts his feet up on my father's desk, clasps his hands behind his neck and rests his head on them. "You are such a pig." I put the frame back on the desk and cross the room to look at the NUSA map on the far wall.
No, I'm not. I just don't want to be tied down. Love 'em all, marry none.
The dimple in his left cheek is prominent, even with the coarse stubble covering his cheeks and jaw. I really don't know what they see in you. I shake my head and turn my back on him.
Oh yes, you do.
His voice is low and certain. I meet his eyes questioningly over my shoulder, and he breaks the sudden mood.
Let's just say I'm packing more than just a 9mm, sweetheart.
I snort with laughter and then hear my father behind me.
You still laughing, Bex?
He asks.
It sounds good on you.
I smile, shake my head, and then get down to business. "So, what's up, Dad? Why are we here?" He doesn't answer, turning to address Reed instead.
Reed, General Ross wants to see you down at the administration center.
No problem. I'll catch up with you later, Rebecca.
There are pros to being in my dad's company. Reed seems to have dropped the annoying nicknames. As soon as he is out of the door, I turn back to my father. "What gives, Dad? What's going on? Why am I here? And why didn't you contact me sooner? I left you messages. I've had no word of you or Aiden for weeks. I pause only to draw breath, and he grabs my shoulders.
Rebecca.
He shakes me gently, stopping my tirade before I can build up too much momentum.
Calm down.
As always, his voice is like a tonic, and despite myself, I feel my body relaxing again.
I know you've been worried, love. Believe me, if I could have sent word, I would have. I think you know that.
Yes, Dad. I know. I admit reluctantly.
When Dane began to suspect I might be interfering with the research at the lab, I figured it was time to go. It happened suddenly. I heard he was getting suspicious and was going to launch an investigation, and I was gone within the hour. I took Aiden with me, obviously. I should never have helped him in the first place. That boy always seems to land himself right in the middle of a heap of trouble.
He tries to look annoyed, but the smile on his face contradicts his words. Why did you help him, Dad? He could have been killed. I'm still furious about that. We had an agreement. He was never supposed to get involved.
Rebecca.
His voice is stern and scolding.
We made that agreement just after you got your abilities, before you went and changed the rules.
I redden under his level gaze.
As you know, your decisions and the consequences of those decisions necessitated that Aiden be told certain truths, about your abilities, for example.
He sighs before going on.
Sometimes I think we should just have explained everything to him before you left. We should have known that one day he would try to find you, despite your warning. You underestimated him, sweetheart. Aiden is a man, and his protective instinct is very strong, particularly where you are concerned.
I never underestimated Aiden, Dad. I knew that if I told him my plan, he wouldn't have let me go. I say softly. It is still difficult for me to think back to that time.
What?
My dad asks. He has not really heard me. He is too wrapped up in his own thoughts. He would never have let me do what needed to be done, Dad. He would never have let me within 100 miles of Eric Dane if he had known the truth.
Yes, well, there is that, I suppose. And it's been invaluable the past 3 years.
He doesn't sound very sure of himself, and I'm feeling a bit uncertain myself. So I take a deep breath and change the subject. Why am I here now, Dad?
Oh, yeah, about that.
I frown, wondering where this is going. You're not here because of me, Bex. I blink in surprise, but before I can ask the obvious question, he continues.
You're here because of him.
He inclines his head in the direction of the doorway, and I turn to see Aiden standing in the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, surveying me with a displeased expression.
Well, I'll leave you two to it.
My father doesn't even attempt to cover his discomfort, or apologize for ambushing me. He doesn't say another word, and, other than the apologetic glance over his shoulder at me as he passes Aiden in the doorway, he does not acknowledge either of us again. I listen to the sound of his retreating footsteps, and only when I can no longer hear them do I look at Aiden again. I am so relieved that he is here, that he is safe, that I want to grab hold of him and never let him go. But judging from his still stony expression, I figure that would probably not be well received. So, I begin hesitantly, you mentioned at dinner that...
Save it, Rebecca.
Aiden comes into the room, stopping only a few inches from me. If I reached out, I could brush the soft cotton of his shirt.
The only reason that we're having this conversation is because of Alex. Make no mistake, I wouldn't be contacting you otherwise.
There is a silence after this hurtful remark, and then he twists the knife even deeper.
I really couldn't care if I never laid eyes on you again.
Okay, Aiden. I finally find my tongue. I've heard you. over and over and over again. You hate me. I get it. Can we please get to the point? What is it? About Alex. He is brought up short and is momentarily lost for words. I feel a brief flare of gleeful malice. It's nice for the shoe to be on the other foot for a change. Aiden recovers quickly.
His speed has manifested.
So much for my moment of one-upmanship. He has left me literally speechless, and I stand there, my mouth opening and closing, but with no words coming out. I knew this was a possibility, and I thought I had prepared myself, but it is still a colossal blow. I sit down quickly on my father's desk, my head hanging, and expel a huge breath of air I did not realize I had been holding.
He needs to see you.
Aiden's voice is gentler.
He's not adjusting, and I am obviously not the best person to explain things to him.
Where is he? It makes sense now why Aiden has been pushing for me to see Alex. I'm the only one who can identify with what he's going through.
He's not here.
He admits, looking uncomfortable. Well, where is he? He looks at me, licks his lips, and laughs nervously. This is typical Aiden avoidance behavior. Aiden? He runs his hands through his hair and then opens his arms, shrugging his shoulders.
He's in Nevada. He's still at headquarters.
My father had arranged that Jonathan, Jesse, Aiden, and Alex were all sent to the rebel headquarters shortly after I had infiltrated Eric's camp. It was highly unlikely that Eric would ever trace them, but even so, I had not wanted to take any chances. Between them, Jesse, Jonathan, and my father had convinced Aiden that he needed to relocate for Alex's sake. What's he doing in Nevada, Aiden? Why isn't he with you? Aiden looks irritated and casts his eyes upward.
He's not a pocket watch, Rebecca. I can't keep him on my person at all times in case we manage to smuggle you out of the States. I prefer to keep him as far away from the fighting and Eric Dane as I can. We need to organize this properly, set a time and date, and I can make the necessary arrangements from there.
You could have had my father arrange that. I snap. You could have stayed with Alex. Nobody asked you to come to Chicago and make a scene. A thought suddenly occurs to me and I ask, who have you left him with anyway? Jesse? I'm praying not. Jessie is not the most responsible person. Her penchant for drinking at 10 in the morning is a dead giveaway.
He's safe, Rebecca.
Aiden's tone is dismissive. He is warning me to drop it, but I can't. What do you mean he's safe? How can you know that Aiden, if you're not with him? You're not supposed to leave him, ever.
Oh, yeah.
He thunders.
But it was fine for you to leave him. To leave us. Your hypocrisy is rich, Rebecca.
I stare at him. He's right, of course. Not that I want to admit it. I gave up having any rights or opinions the day I chose to leave them. The fight goes out of me and I slump back onto the desk. You're right, I admit. I'm sorry. I have no right to question you, but you said I need to help him. How can I help him if he's not here? And who is taking care of him? I try to keep the accusatory tone out of my voice. For the first time, it is Aiden who looks slightly uncomfortable. He will not meet my eyes and he is fidgeting with his fingers. I know that look. Aiden? I cannot keep the accusatory tone out of my voice. He's with my dad. I nod. That makes sense.
And Jenna.
Aiden adds quickly. Jenna? I'm confused.
Jenna.
Jenna? I still have no idea what he is going on about.
Jenna.
He yells, as though getting it out faster might be easier. Jenna Larson? I blink rapidly, and then the penny drops. What? I roar. What in God's name is my son doing with Jenna Larson? I'm on my feet, and before I know it, I'm right in front of him, prodding his chest with my finger. Our faces are only inches apart, and at the same moment that this registers, I realize that getting this close to him is a mistake. Close proximity to Aiden is very taxing on my self-control. You left our 5-year-old son with another woman, a woman we barely know.
No.
He's yelling almost as loudly as I am.
I did not leave Alex with someone we barely know. I left Alex with someone I know very well. And my dad, Rebecca? Or did you not hear that part?
There is an uncomfortable silence. I tell myself to let things go, but I cannot help myself. And I ask, how well do you know her? Aiden knows exactly what I'm implying.
That is none of your business, Rebecca.
He says firmly. He's my son, Aiden. I wait for the hammer to fall. There are so many hurtful things he could say to that. Surprisingly, what comes next is not what I expected.
He's safe. Trust me.
He has also calmed down and is standing just a few feet away. I do trust you. I smile bleakly. Chapter 21. It's true, I do trust him. When it comes to Alex, I trust him implicitly. I trusted him enough to leave to do what I needed to do, safe in the knowledge that Aiden would raise Alex with all the love and protection that he needed. It almost broke my heart to go. In fact, I almost couldn't go through with it. The sacrifice of the two people that I loved most in the world seemed too great a pain to endure. But every time I looked into my baby boy's brown eyes, which were so like his father's, I thought about the world that he was growing up in, and I couldn't bear it. He deserved so much more, and I had been given the tools and the abilities to make a difference. I had known when I returned from the Rebeldom armed with my 3 abilities and ready to take on Eric Dane that this was something I was not prepared to sacrifice. Aiden needed a child. He needed something to fill the void when I left. It was why I had made my father delay our leaving. In the end, it was only a year after Alex was born that I could summon the courage and the strength to go. Selfishly, too, I had wanted to leave a small piece of me behind before I said goodbye to the girl who had lived and loved in Michigan. I had always known that I would leave them, hoping that when the war was over and we had a chance of the life that I had envisioned for my son, I might be able to return and play a role in their lives, no matter how minuscule. Part of the reason that I had been so insistent that Aiden never crossed paths with Eric was to ensure that Eric never got anywhere near Alex. And apart from the phone call I had made in the cemetery, I had had only one telephone conversation with Aiden since I had left them. Aiden had called me a year ago to tell me that Alex had shown signs of having the ability of strength. They had been playing with a ball, and it had rolled underneath the wardrobe. Before Aiden could get up off the floor, Alex had toddled over and lifted the wardrobe with one hand while reaching for the ball with the other. I had spent endless hours with my father trying to make sense of it. At first, I was convinced that he had administered the procedure to Alex without our knowledge. But his outrage at my accusation soon told me that this was not the case. My father ran tests on Alex, and even on me, in Eric's lab. But weeks went by, and eventually we had to accept the fact that, as impossible as it seemed, Alex had inherited my ability. It was simple genetics. It became even more essential that we hide Alex. I never spoke of him again, not even to my father, although I always kept tabs on where he and Aiden were, so that I might be able to warn them if trouble was headed their way. The last time I'd had to do this was the night I had sent word that they needed to get out of Kansas. They had been visiting a high school friend of Aiden's when rebel activity had drawn Eric's attention to the state. It became more important that I stay near Eric so that I could make sure that he did not get to know about Alex. Alex is the first child ever to have inherited an ability. The only way to become gifted is through genetic modification, by undergoing one of the procedures. Because the genes are altered after birth, they are not innate and cannot be passed down through generations, or so it was thought, until me and Alex. We are fairly certain of this, as my father would have known if any other child was brought into the lab for testing. We had told Aiden of my abilities as soon as I had fallen pregnant. My father had wanted me closely monitored as well as have tests carried out on the fetus. His concern arose out of lack of knowledge, for no one who had been gifted had ever conceived a child. Aiden had been surprised and angry when he heard how I had risked my life, but he had not questioned my motives after I asked him not to. He was beside himself with excitement over the imminent arrival of our baby. I had never seen anyone so thrilled. His enthusiasm was infectious, and my pregnancy was filled with laughter and animated discussions about names, room decor, and sleeping arrangements. I managed to set aside my greater plans, and when Alex was born, Aiden and I fell completely and utterly in love with him, and even more so with each other. I was, for that time, the girl who had it all. I had a handsome man at my side, whom I loved with all my heart, and who would protect me and cherish me all his life. We had a beautiful bouncing baby boy with curly blonde hair and big brown eyes, who was the center of our universe. The day Alex took his first steps, Eric Dane became the self-appointed president of the new United States, and my world disintegrated. Dane had now become the ultimate despot, and I could no longer postpone my plan. I watched Aiden twirling Alex around as though through misted glass, and my heartbeat pounded in my ears. I ran to the bathroom and threw up again and again. I refused to cry. I knew that if I started, there was no way that I would stop. I packed a few clothes in my old black leather suitcase, and that night, after reading Alex his bedtime story, I retrieved it from the cupboard in the hallway. Aiden was making coffee, and I watched him, unnoticed, as I stood in the dim doorway. He brushed his hands on the back of his jeans, putting 2 sugars in each cup, and then, cursing under his breath, fishing out a bit of sugar from one. I smiled to myself. He was always forgetting that I had cut down to 1 spoonful after Alex was born in an attempt to drop the baby weight, and had just never gone back to 2 spoonfuls. As if drawn by my longing, he glanced up and caught my eye, a wicked grin spreading across his gorgeous face.
Come here, beautiful.
His husky voice elicited a physical response from my body that I had to force myself to suppress. His arms reached for me and then dropped limply to his sides as he took in the suitcase and my walking shoes.
Going somewhere?
He asked lightly, turning back to the coffee, determined not to betray any emotion. It took me a few moments to collect myself, and then I walked into the kitchen. I have to, Aiden. He was still stirring the coffee, in slow motion. I took the spoon from his hand. Look at me. With what seemed an incredible effort, he raised his eyes to meet mine.
I always knew.
I was so occupied with trying to put what I had to say into words that it was a surprise when he spoke first. What? I asked.
I always knew that you would want to leave at some point, ever since you told me about your abilities.
He shook his head, a sad smile on his face.
I figured there was a reason you went through with your procedures, and that you would eventually get around to whatever it was you had started. I just made the mistake of thinking that having Alex might have changed your mind.
It was an accusation, and I closed my eyes, hating that he was going to think so badly of me. I have a job to do, Aiden. I can't explain it to you, or make you understand, but please trust me enough to know that I would never leave you if I felt I had any other choice. His silence was deafening. I swallowed the lump in my throat and continued. Please know that whatever I do is for the best, for our son's future. I want him to have a full and abundant life, a better life.
Without a mother?
He cut me off. Hopefully one day soon, when I've achieved what needs to be done, I'll come back. Hopefully he will understand, and I can be a mother to him again.
What about us, Rebecca? Do we just pick up where we left off if you ever decide to come back?
I could hear it then, the anger simmering just below the surface. I think you're making it pretty clear that that will never happen, Aiden. It was almost a whisper, but he heard me. He drew himself up to his full height, and I braced myself for whatever nasty, hurtful things he was going to say to me in his anger. Then, suddenly, he seemed to deflate, and he took a step forward, grabbing hold of me and holding both of my hands so tightly that my fingers started to ache. He searched my eyes for a minute, and I saw my own reflection staring back at me in his.
Please, Bex.
His plea was so earnest, so heartfelt, that my stomach constricted in physical pain.
Please don't leave us. Whatever it is that needs to be done, please let someone else do it. Stay, Bex.
His voice broke.
Stay with us.
I closed my eyes, feeling a tear track its way down my cheek. Then I picked up my suitcase and flicked the hair out of my face. I can't, Aiden. I'm sorry. As the words left my mouth, his arms, which were once again reaching for me, dropped to his sides. He pressed his lips together in a grim line and his eyes hardened.
Get out then.
Aiden.
You do what you need to do, Rebecca. Take as long as you want. But let me tell you something.
He pointed his finger at me.
Don't come back here. Don't think you can come back to this family and have any rights. Don't contact Alex again, ever. You want to abandon your son, you go right ahead. You live with it. But I don't ever want to see you again.
He turned back to the coffee, picked up one of the mugs, and poured the hot, steaming liquid down the drain. He rinsed the cup under the cold water tap and slammed it upside down in the draining rack. Aiden. I tried to get him to look at me, but he shook his head.
Get out.
His voice was so low and so filled with rage that I knew there was nothing more to be said. I could not end this well, despite my best intentions. I picked up my suitcase and, with my back to him, I took a deep breath and uttered my final words. Don't ever come after me, Aiden. It could get us both killed, Alex, too. Please, no matter what you see or hear, don't ever come after me. There was not so much as a whisper to acknowledge that he had heard me. I shut my eyes and walked to the door. He didn't follow me, choosing to stay in the kitchen. Just before I closed the front door, I turned around and spoke into the empty hallway, uttering the words that I knew I would regret not saying. I love you, Aiden. Whether you believe that or not, I need you to know that you are everything good in my life. I will never forget. The click of the door closing behind me was the single saddest sound I had ever heard. Chapter 22.
I'm pretty sure that his ability to heal will manifest soon. It's only a matter of time.
Aiden's voice pulls me from my reverie, and it takes me a minute to follow what he is saying. I nod my head in agreement. I am also confident that Alex has inherited all three of my abilities. He is a prodigy, a phenomenon unlike anything science has ever seen. You want me to speak to him, Aiden? But how can I do that when he's not here? I ask.
We will make arrangements,
he says simply. I nod my head again, and then something occurs to me, and I ask, wait, does he even know who I am? That I exist? How do I approach this situation? My heart is beating a little faster in my chest as I wait for his answer. There is so much that will be conveyed in what he has told my son about me.
You approach him as his mother, Rebecca.
He answers, and my heart leaps.
That's what you are. He knows that. I show him your pictures.
He pauses as though he is hesitant to admit this.
I tell him about you almost every night. He likes to hear.
At my questioning look, he hastens to add,
Look, I was angry that night, and I said some things that I didn't mean.
Hope flares in my chest until he speaks his next words.
I'm not a monster, Rebecca. I wouldn't pass my prejudices on to Alex. No matter what my feelings toward you are, Alex needs to be allowed to make up his own mind.
Thank you. I'm genuinely grateful that he has not let his anger affect his judgment, and has not tried to sway or influence Alex negatively against me.
Yeah, well, don't get too hopeful.
Aiden adds nastily.
In all likelihood, he'll feel very little for you. It's very hard to love someone who's not around.
I bite back a cutting retort and walk across the room, not bothering to turn around. Let me know how you want to go about arranging the meeting. I throw back over my shoulder. My hand is already on the door handle when I hear him shout.
Rebecca!
What, Aiden? I'm exasperated, and I brace myself for another hurtful remark. Why can't he just leave me alone? He does not reply, but I hear his footsteps approaching, and heaving a sigh, I turn around, both hands behind my back resting on the doorknob. He comes to a stop about 2 feet away from me.
Was it worth it?
Was what worth it, Aiden? I'm so tired of the sniping, and I just want to get back to my mission. It's all I have left. I'm about to leave when I catch the expression in his eyes. It is the first time he has let down his guard, and the pure, unadulterated anger is gone. Aiden? I step forward unconsciously, closing the space between us and hardly daring to breathe.
Why didn't you stay?
He sounds like a little boy lost, and it only cements what I suspected, that beneath the anger, the hurt remains. I am so tired, and my heart has been broken so many times, and I am so fearful of his rejection. I have no answer for him, none that will excuse what I did anyway. I just want to lie down and sleep for 100 years. Instead, I put my face in my hands and I let the tears fall. I hold nothing back, and soon I am sobbing, huge, gasping sobs that rack my whole body.
Hey!
Aiden's shock rings through in his voice. He has never seen me lose control before. His arms encircle me, and he pulls me to his chest, my face buried in the soft cotton of his shirt. I grab handfuls of it, clinging to him desperately and breathing in the smell of him. After being without him for so long, the feel of his lean, toned torso underneath my fingertips is almost too much to bear, and my head swims with desire. I have loved this man my whole life. He has been my lover and my best friend. He has consumed me, and no amount of time or space can diminish what I feel for him.
Hush, hush.
He whispers under his breath, his hand stroking my hair as if I were a child. Murmuring sweet nonsense, he continues to calm me until I am capable of rational speech. I keep my head down in embarrassment, and my body continues to shudder with the aftershocks of my sobs.
What's going on, Rebecca?
He asks into my hair.
Why did you marry him? Tell me the truth. I think I deserve it after everything you've put me through.
His fist involuntarily grasps a lock of my hair, and my eyes prick with the pain as it pulls at my scalp. It was always my plan to marry him. I'm determined to tell him the truth, no matter how painful it is to either of us. I keep my face buried in his chest, and my hands are still clutching his shirt. You know as well as I do what a monster he is. You know about the resistance. I was the only one who could get to him. I feel his jaw clench against my temple. He is still stroking my hair absent-mindedly, and a part of me is conscious only of the feel of his hands in my hair and his arms around me. I wish this moment could last forever.
You left us.
He is still so hurt, and I shake my head, my nose rubbing against his chest, wishing I could take back everything I had ever done to cause him pain. I made a deal with the devil, Aiden, and I can't change it or go back. The tears are flowing again, soaking his shirt.
No,
He agrees.
you can't.
We stand like that for a moment, and before I realize what I am doing, my right hand is tracing patterns on his chest, his torso, his shoulder. He releases me so quickly that I lose my balance, and his right arm shoots out to steady me.
Damn it, Bex, this isn't a game.
He runs his hands through his hair and tugs it in frustration. I know! I yell back at him, half crying and half laughing hysterically. You think I don't know that? I've lost everything, Aiden, everything, for a war that I don't even think I can win anymore. I live with a man who makes me sick, a man who has hurt so many people and destroyed so many lives. And I have to laugh and smile and act like he's everything in the world to me. And the only way I get through every single goddamn day is to pretend that he's you. My chest is heaving with emotion, and my eyes are so blurred with tears I can barely see him anyway. So I shut them tightly again, trying to rein in my emotions. I sense rather than hear him approaching, and when he speaks, his voice is hesitant.
Has he hurt you?
What? I open my eyes.
Eric. I know his reputation. Has he hurt you?
I shake my head. Not like that, no. His body sags with relief. I walk over to the desk, but I'm too tired to perch on it, and instead, I sink to the floor, drawing my knees up in front of me. Aiden doesn't hesitate. He comes over and sits beside me, taking my hand and turning it over and over in his.
Alex has your fire.
He begins, and I lean my head back against the wooden desk, smiling through my tears.
He questions everything I say, and he never does as he's told. But he gets away with it because he's so darn cute.
He grins at me.
He's beautiful, Bex, just like you.
I look up at him and my heart soars as I finally see a glimpse of the compassion and tenderness that is so intrinsically Aiden, the part of him that he has become so good at hiding from me. Can I ask you something? I manage, feeling for the first time in a long while that I can be completely honest with him, without fear of ridicule or of arousing his anger.
Sure.
He squeezes my hand and I take a deep breath. Do you really believe I don't think of you and Alex every day? That I don't miss you? I open my eyes and stare straight at him. Do you think I just stopped loving you, Aiden? It is his turn to close his eyes.
It was easier to pretend.
He suddenly leans across me, and with barely any effort, he sweeps me onto his lap, turning me so that I am straddling him and we are facing each other. I look down into his beautiful brown eyes, and it's as if the whole world is frozen in time.
Tell me we mattered, Bex.
He whispers, staring hungrily at my mouth. I stare down at him, trying to make sense of it all, trying to think rationally. He reaches up and runs his thumb along my bottom lip, then dips it into my mouth for a second. My stomach dissolves and desire flares up in me so powerfully that I cannot stifle the groan that escapes me.
Tell me.
His voice is thick with longing. He knots his hands in my hair and yanks my head down, speaking against my mouth, his teeth grazing my lips. We mattered, I whisper, wrapping my legs around him and pressing our bodies together. We still matter. I lower my head and open my mouth, allowing him access, and the embers inside me burst into flames. All I am aware of are his warm hands traveling up and down my body, and his searing kisses trailing a path from my lips to my throat, when a faint knocking invades my consciousness. I draw in a shaky breath and pull my head away from Aiden, pulling my shirt back up over my shoulder and putting a restraining hand on his chest. It takes only a minute for him to register, and he also turns his head in the direction of the door. The knocking persists, slightly louder. Aiden licks his top lip, puts his head back against the desk behind him and calls out,
Yes, what is it?
We need to get back. We're running out of time.
Reed's southern drawl comes through the door.
The big boys want to see you two before we leave.
We hear his footsteps retreating, and Aiden and I stare at each other, our breathing slowly returning to normal. I'm sorry, I eventually manage, combing through my hair with my hands.
Don't be.
He grins, the proper Aiden grin that I've missed so much.
That was honestly the nicest fight I've ever had.
Aiden, I begin hesitantly. Jenna. I'm not sure how to continue. He gazes down at me as though seriously considering something, and I don't even realize I'm holding my breath.
She's just a friend.
He finally answers.
Nothing more.
A wave of relief washes over me.
Don't look so delighted.
He teases, and I laugh, standing up and offering him my hand. I pull on the blonde wig again.
Do you get to keep that?
He asks, grinning sexily. I slap his arm playfully.
Well, this is going to take one hell of a cold shower to get rid of.
He glances down and I raise my eyebrows at the source of his discomfort. I'm sorry, I repeat, compressing my lips to contain my giggles.
No, you're not.
He tugs at the wig.
Wench.
5 minutes later, the smiles are wiped off our faces. My dad, General Ross, and Vice President Williams are gathered in the strategy room, and Reed is lounging on a nearby chair looking relaxed. I'm not sure if I'm imagining it, but he seems to stiffen slightly when Aiden and I enter, and he refuses to meet my eye. I turn my attention to the 3 men at the table. These are the 3 most powerful men in the Rebeldom. They are the founders of the resistance, and they have opposed the Dane rule right from the beginning. Brief greetings take only a minute, and then they immediately get down to business. They agree wholeheartedly with my plan to search for and recruit the gifted on Eric's list. It is only logical that I do so, given that Eric will be doing this himself, and if he succeeds, he will be unstoppable. He will have an army that will be too big to defeat. We need to speed up the process, however, and so it has been decided that the list is going to be split into 6 parts, and 6 different people will hunt for the gifted. This will enable the resistance to work through the list far more quickly, and the chances of Eric getting to the majority of the candidates first will be greatly reduced. The 6 of us who will be searching for the gifted in the 10 states are myself, Reed, Quan Lee, who is now actively working for the resistance, and 3 of the general's gifted soldiers, all of whom were briefed separately to ensure that as few people as possible knew about me and my allegiance to the rebels.
I can help.
Aiden steps forward, a dissatisfied expression on his face.
No, Aiden.
My father answers, not entirely unsympathetically. I think he feels exactly as Aiden does, helpless. It can't be easy for either of them to stand back as I embark on such a dangerous mission.
Think of Alec.
My father continues, placing a supportive hand on Aiden's arm. Aiden looks about to argue, and then he shrugs my dad's hand off, gives a quick nod of acceptance, and steps back, taking a seat not far from Reed. Reed immediately stands, putting as much distance between himself and Aiden as possible. I frown in consternation. What is his problem? He approaches the table and takes his allocated 30 names, skimming over them briefly. His green eyes narrowed. Then he puts the list in the back pocket of his jeans. I hope that he won't drop those pants in the wash this evening and forget to take it out.
Reed,
General Ross's voice booms out.
once we've exhausted all these options, what should our next step be?
I blink in surprise. Why is he asking Reed? Reed looks contemplatively at the general for a few moments.
Ask Rebecca.
He finally answers.
What?
Splutters General Ross.
Why?
I try and fail not to be insulted by the disbelief in his tone.
Why?
Reed asks.
Seriously?
The general does not respond.
Maybe because this was her plan to begin with?
Reed continues, sarcasm sneaking into his tone.
Maybe because she's the one taking the greatest risk, and the only one who has first-hand knowledge of the enemy.
There is an uncomfortable pause. My father is nodding in agreement, though I don't think he's even aware of it. General Ross looks slightly surprised, while Vice President Williams looks meditative, as though considering something important. Aiden, to my surprise, is looking at Reed. His eyes narrowed.
We are all aware of the risk Mrs. Dane has taken, McCoy.
General Ross sounds irritated that Reed may be implying that he is not appreciative of my position.
That being said, Mrs. Dane is a woman. A very,
He looks to his comrades for validation.
Tiny one.
Reed asks. Deadpan. I scowl in annoyance. He ignores me, addressing the 3 most powerful men in the Rebeldom directly.
The bottom line, gentlemen, is that Rebecca is our ultimate warrior, physically, mentally, and strategically. She's also the logical leader of this army, which I'm sure I don't need to remind you, she has created. Why, before she came along and started doing all your dirty work, the resistance was getting nowhere.
He pauses, surveying his audience.
We had soldiers.
The general argues.
Bodyguards.
Reed replies coldly.
You created bodyguards, not soldiers. Your gifted's first task has always been to keep you safe, which is important, obviously, but it's not exactly winning us any wars here.
General Ross has turned magenta, his mouth opening and closing like that of a bullfrog. My father is looking at me with pride, and Williams is stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, Reed continues, his voice softer but more solemn than before.
I follow her,
he states simply, and, as everyone gapes at him in disbelief, he adds,
Rebecca Davis is the rightful leader of the Legion. I follow her.
Chapter 23.
You can't go back.
Aiden is vehement. I sigh and cross the room, closing the door and giving us a modicum of privacy. I can still vaguely hear the raised voices coming from the strategy room. After Reed's pronouncement, General Ross finally found his voice and started arguing about the fact that I was a woman and all the sexist arguments that go with it. Reed was not shy in retaliating with his own argument, and my father and, surprisingly, Vice President Williams were backing him up. I excused myself, and Aiden followed me. We have walked only a few short steps down the passage when Aiden grabs my hand and pulls me into one of the subsidiary meeting rooms. He immediately tries to convince me that I should not go back to Illinois, that I should rather stay in the Rebeldom with him and Alex. Aiden! I make a conscious effort to lower my voice. Aiden, you can't honestly expect me to give up now. Be realistic. I have to go back. I have to finish this.
At what cost?
He asks.
This is not play pretend, Bex. You could be killed.
I'm not afraid to die, I insist. I don't fear death, Aiden. I fear a cage. I can see him about to argue, and I hurriedly add, No, Aiden, please don't do this. I'm going. Deep down, you know that I'm right. You don't have to like it, but you have to let me finish this. I don't have much time here, and I can't bear the thought of spending one more day fighting with you.
You'll go back and be his whore?
His face is stricken. Don't think about it like that, I beg. It's all a lie, Aiden. I hate him. Eric Dane has taken everything from us. I could never feel anything for him but disgust. Soon this will all be over and things can... I trail off, not sure of what I am saying. Well, we can figure things out then. He shakes himself. I don't think he wants to dwell on it any more than I do.
So?
He asks, sounding slightly more upbeat.
What's the story with the southern bad boy out there?
He jerks his head in the direction of the still-raised voices. Reed? I ask, half laughing. Reed is an entity all of his own.
Sounded like a load of sanctimonious bullshit to me.
He remarks.
All that about following you and your being the divine leader, etc., etc.
Hey! I exclaim. Why do you have a problem with people following me? Is it another I'm a girl thing? I pout.
No.
He answers, deadpan.
It's a he was looking at your arse the whole time he said it thing.
By the time we make our way back into the room, conversation has ceased. General Ross is nowhere to be seen. My father comes over to hug me.
It looks like you've been promoted.
He chuckles. Lucky for me. I laugh. Aiden maintains his silence throughout my farewell with my dad, walking quietly beside me to the outskirts of camp.
So?
He says when we finally stop and face each other. So, I murmur, not sure what to say.
So?
Reed grins as we both turn to stare at him.
What?
He laughs, holding up both hands in a gesture of peace.
That's it.
Aiden lunges for Reed, his hands balled into fists at his sides. I quickly step between them. Aiden! I warn, but he tries to swat my hand aside. Aiden! I repeat. Reed is standing still, regarding Aiden thoughtfully. Aiden finally stops pressing forward and looks down at me. He seems to deflate as I maintain eye contact. Then, very deliberately, he raises his arm and points his finger at Reed's face.
That's enough, McCoy.
He repeats, and Reed nods almost imperceptibly before he grins and resumes his usual devil-may-care attitude.
Gee, sorry. Clearly no one here can take a joke.
An uncomfortable silence stretches out before he decides to leave us alone.
I'll be over there.
He indicates vaguely toward a spot some distance away. I ignore him, focusing on Aiden, and he saunters off.
What is it with that guy?
Aiden groans, running his hands through his hair.
I mean, talk about embracing your inner asshole.
I laugh at the expression. He's not that bad.
You're right.
He shakes his head.
He's not. It's just that it kills me that he gets to go with you, to spend time with you.
He exhales slowly.
He gets to protect you.
He concludes. I get it. I place a reassuring hand on his warm cheek. It must be hard, but just remember that you get to protect something far more important than me. You get to protect our son. The journey back to the boundary fence takes longer. My feet feel heavy and leaden. Running away from the people I love most in the world is far less inspiring than running toward them. Thanks for sticking up for me back there, I tell Reed as we walk the last mile.
No problem, Tiny. Just doing what I think is right.
I nod my head.
Your boyfriend doesn't seem to be a big fan of mine.
He muses. No, not so much, I answer, not even bothering to deny the boyfriend bit.
He's got more guts than I gave him credit for.
He exceeds. He does.
Yeah, well...
He shakes his shaggy head.
Can't say I blame him. I sure wouldn't want my missus spending time with someone as tempting as me.
I stifle my laughter. Do you really think that much of yourself? Or are you just looking for a reaction?
I'm simply an honest man who knows the truth.
He spreads his arms wide, turning in a circle as he speaks.
But, truth be told, I don't think you could handle me.
He pauses, cocking his head insolently to one side, and I feel my face going blood red.
Can't say I haven't thought about it, though.
He winks, and I feel better than I have since we left camp. Chapter 24. Eric is in a foul mood when I get home. I can tell immediately by the set of his jaw and the crease between his eyes. I look at Michael questioningly, but he just shrugs his shoulders, jumping slightly as Eric yanks open the fridge door. "Honey?" I ask. He ignores me. Michael discreetly picks up his plate and heads for the TV lounge. "Eric!" My voice is slightly louder. He turns to scowl at me.
What?
He snaps. "What's wrong?" I ask, bewildered.
Where were you today?
"All over the place," I answer immediately. "I went for a run, did some shopping, and ran some errands." I throw down the bag I'm holding, out of which falls a packet of curtain hooks. "I finally got these. That curtain in Michael's room has been driving me nuts. He tugs it so hard half the hooks have come off." I smile tolerantly. Eric smiles back, but it doesn't reach his eyes. He reaches into the fridge, takes out an apple which he starts peeling with a sharp paring knife he pulls from the knife block. He bites into the apple, turning the knife over in his other hand.
Interesting day,
he remarks, without looking up. He walks away without another word. I have to get Michael and Morgan out of here, I say, wringing my hands. My relentless pacing must be driving Quan nuts as my heels click against the wooden floor of the dojo.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Quan maintains his calm, as always.
He might not actually suspect anything.
He does. I pause and stare at him. He definitely suspects something. I can't have those kids caught in the crossfire if this goes south. He contemplates this for a minute.
Agreed,
he says simply.
It's not worth the risk. We'll get them out. We can ask Reed to arrange safe passage.
Thanks, Quan. Let me know where and when. I'll get Michael there. 20 minutes later, my mood lightens considerably. What happened to you? I laugh as Reed enters the dojo. I've been training with Quan to get my mind off things, and I wipe the sweat from my face with a towel.
Jane Sharp of Iowa is now a member of your Legion.
He grunts, rubbing at his bruised cheek, which already looks like an old injury. His shirt is torn, and his hair is far more ruffled than usual. Well, that's great. I slap him on the back. So why do you look like you just went 10 rounds with an Iron Man?
She was strong,
he answers, pulling off his shirt to reveal a broad, muscular chest and torso. I avert my eyes, not entirely comfortable with his being half naked. So are you, I reply. I still don't understand.
Give it a rest, Tiny.
He pulls on a white vest and combs his hands through his hair. There is a moment of silence, and then he sighs.
Okay, fine. She thought I was coming on to her. She reacted. It was all a bit of a misunderstanding.
I like her already. I bite my lip to keep from smiling. He throws the torn shirt at me. I change the subject. When are you getting her out of the States?
Tonight. Why?
I need you to take the Kellys with you.
The kids?
I nod my head. It's important.
No problem, just tell him to meet me here at the dojo at 8.
Thanks. I click my neck, first one way, then the other.
How's your list coming on?
Reed asks. I haven't been able to do much, I admit. I ponder for a second whether telling him is a good idea, and then decide why not. He is my right-hand man, after all. Between him and Quan, I do not feel as isolated as I once was. We are a team, the three of us. I think Eric might suspect something, I reveal. Reed's head jerks up.
What? Rebecca, if he suspects you, you need to get out of there.
I don't know. Maybe I'm being paranoid. I shake my head. I'm not sure about it, but something is definitely off.
Well, the minute you feel things could be taking a turn for the worse, you let me know, all right?
I don't answer. I'm trying to figure out the best way to get Michael out of the house tonight to rendezvous with the others. I'll feel infinitely better knowing that the Kelly kids are safe in the Rebeldom and far from Eric's reach.
Rebecca!
Reed practically yells in my ear, and I jump, startled, to face him.
I said,
He whines.
the minute things get touchy, I want you out of there. You got that?
Yes, sir. I mock salute, feeling a rush of gratitude for his concern. I'll see you later. I sling my bag over my arm and head for the stairs. Try to keep your paws off Miss Sharp tonight, cowboy. Remember, there will be children present, I call over my shoulder. I hear the thud as something lands softly on the floor a few feet behind me. You missed, I call, not bothering to turn around. As luck would have it, Eric is working late that evening. Michael has only one backpack. Much to his dismay, I have not allowed him to pack more than is essential. He can't believe I made him leave the Xbox, claiming it was an absolute necessity. I tell him that where he is headed, there won't be any power anyway, and then I grin at the look of horror on his handsome face. As we are leaving the house, I check for any signs of movement, but other than a gentle breeze rustling the leaves of the sycamore trees down the drive, there is nothing. Michael and I sprint to the dojo. Any doubts I have been harboring about personally accompanying Michael to the dojo are forgotten as we come through the doors. A cry of "Michael!" is all the warning we have before Morgan throws herself bodily at her brother, squeezing him so hard he looks as though he might be battling to breathe. I have seen Morgan cry before. I had watched her sob uncontrollably in the cemetery many weeks earlier, but I was still unprepared for this emotional reunion. Neither sibling could control the tears coursing silently down their cheeks. Morgan seems intent on studying every inch of Michael's body to make sure that no harm has come to him, much to Michael's embarrassment. Reed, seeming to sense this, halts Morgan in her tracks.
All right. We all know incest is a family game. But for the love of God, girl, we don't really have time for this.
Morgan turns scarlet, but ceases her ministrations immediately, muttering under her breath and glaring at Reed. Quan and Reed go over a few last-minute details, and I say my goodbyes to the Kellys. As relieved as I am to see them heading for safety, there is a part of me that is incredibly heartsore. I hate goodbyes. I have always hated goodbyes. We all tense when there is a knock at the door. Reed, brazen as always, chuckles.
Dear God, in the morning, y'all are on edge.
He admonishes us.
It's just Jane.
He walks to the door and yanks it open, and a few things happen at once. The first thought that crosses my mind is that I can understand why Reed hit on Jane Sharp. Standing in the doorway is one of the most beautiful Chinese women I have ever seen. In the same instant that I hear Quan's shocked intake of breath beside me, my subconscious registers that this woman's face is familiar to me, and in the seconds that it takes to register why, I realize that there is only one reason why she would be here. I am about to turn and shout a warning at the Kellys, but before I can even turn my head, Nina Lee steps aside and I stare into the cold, calculating blue eyes of my husband.
Rebecca, Rebecca, Rebecca.
He croons.
My, you have been a busy girl.
There is no time to respond, so I yell, "Quan, get the kids out of here!" While I try to decide on the best course of action, but Quan doesn't move. He is frozen, not taking his eyes off his wife as she engages in combat with Reed. I glance at them, and for a moment, I too am mesmerized. I can understand now why this woman left marks on Reed's face. As I watch her, I am amazed that he escaped with only a few scratches. She must simply have been toying with him. It is apparent that she has the ability of strength, but more so than anyone else I have met with this gift. A second later, she blurs for an instant and reappears behind Reed, and it hits me like I have been punched in the gut. Nina Lee not only has the ability of strength, she has speed too. And at this point, I would be willing to bet my life that she also has the capacity to heal. Eric has created his own ultimate weapon after all. I pull myself together and force myself to focus on Michael and Morgan. In the few seconds that my attention has been diverted, Quinn, Darius, and about 8 other soldiers have poured into the room. The vast dojo suddenly feels very small with the sheer number of people in it. Eric is standing in a corner, Darius and Quinn flanking him. He has not averted his gaze from me once, and the look on his face is fanatical. I take a few steps toward him, keeping a wary eye on his bodyguards. This is my chance to finish this. Eric meets my deadly glare head-on.
Come on, then.
His invitation is spoken in barely more than a whisper, but I hear every word. Quinn and Darius brace themselves, but they don't seem to be too concerned about my approach. After all, how much trouble can one little girl possibly cause? A scream diverts my attention, and I turn to see Morgan jump onto the back of one of Eric's soldiers, who has Michael in a stronghold. A quick assessment of the situation does not inspire a lot of confidence. Reed and Nina are still fighting while Quan seems unable to snap out of his shocked paralysis, and Michael and Morgan are fighting for their lives against 8 men. Damn it. Quan! I scream, tearing myself away from Eric and diving into the fray. There is no time to waste on incapacitation, and within seconds I have 2 dead men at my feet, only a small trickle of blood from my mouth to show for it. I wipe it with the back of my sleeve and turn my attention to the next man between me and Michael. He is enormous, well over 6 feet tall and about half as wide. I am reminded painfully of Jonathan and I hesitate, only for a second, but it is long enough. The giant's arm smashes down on the top of my head, cracking my skull painfully and my vision blurs. No prizes for guessing what his ability is. I think, hysterically. I am fairly certain that I have a mild concussion. I drop to the ground and roll between his open legs, punching up at his groin as I pass. He drops like a fly, clutching his scrotum and screaming like a baby. I run to the nearby wall and, grabbing Kwan's favorite piece of Korean history, his Hwando sword, I unsheath it, and in one move I turn, swinging the ancient but sharp blade in an arc, and cleave the giant's head clean off. Blood spurts from the wound spray my face, and I hear Morgan's scream of horror from nearby. My victory is short-lived. The sword is knocked from my hands, and I am pushed backward with force. Michael and Morgan have taken down one of the soldiers, but there are still 4 surrounding us. I need to get to Eric. It is the only way to end this. I turn around and feel a flare of satisfaction that Eric is no longer looking so cocky. He is watching me with a mixture of shock and pride. Seeing me approaching, he yells for Nina, who launches herself between us, arms raised. Reed comes after her. "No!" I yell, waving him away. "Help the kids! Help the kids!" He hesitates for a moment, but then turns away and launches himself at the remaining soldiers who are trying to restrain the Kellys. I realize with a burst of elation that there are only 3 left. The kids are putting up one hell of a fight. Eric catches my look and shakes his head at me.
I never suspected.
I feel a blaze of triumph at his outrage and dismay. The smug bastard. There are a lot of things you don't know, Eric. I spit back. Like how to be a decent human being, for example. To my surprise, he looks pained.
So, it was all a lie?
He whispers. No, I answer boldly. I totally agreed with you having yourself sterilized. He shuts his eyes and looks away.
Get me the children.
He addresses Darius.
Nina.
He turns his attention to his new commander.
Deal with her.
He jerks his head in my direction. It seems he cannot bear even to look at me anymore, let alone speak my name. I still cannot comprehend that the person I have been investigating for the past few days is Quan Li's wife. She is not dead. Her procedures didn't fail. They worked, and she became Eric's prized warrior. Poor, poor Quan. I cannot bear to look at him standing there, unsure how to proceed. My sympathy for my friend only strengthens my determination, and I turn to face Nina, my eyes blazing with hatred. The sounds of fighting around me have dissipated, and a quick glance over my shoulder shows Morgan Kelly pulling on Quan's arm, pleading with him. It seems my people have won the battle, if not the war. I turn back to Nina and see Eric placing his hand on her shoulder, indicating that they should leave. His face is enraged, but there is a glimmer of genuine fear in his eyes, as he is now vastly outnumbered despite his initial advantage. Reed is yelling at Quan to take the kids and go. Quan appears finally to have regained his senses and, with a grim nod and one last pained look at Nina, he pushes Morgan and Michael ahead of him in the direction of the door that leads straight into the house. They are obviously going to use the back exit. They are barely out of sight when there is an almighty crash, and the front door of the dojo, through which Eric and Nina initially appeared, bursts open and 4 men rush in. Eric's bravado returns immediately.
Checkmate, love.
Ignoring him, I take another step toward Nina, bracing myself for combat.
Oh, no, you don't, sweetheart.
Reed's voice comes from right beside me, and he sweeps me up in his arms, throwing me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Put me down, I yell, twisting and trying to get my feet back on the floor.
No chance.
He doesn't even hesitate, and he runs straight for the door leading to the back stairs, in the direction that Quan and the Kellys disappeared only moments before. I can only assume that the soldiers who burst into the dojo at the 11th hour are predominantly strength-gifted, and that Eric did not want Nina or Darius abandoning him, because nobody follows us. We run only a short distance before Reed drops me unceremoniously behind an American cranberry bush hedging a large property. What the hell was that? I hiss furiously.
You tell me, Tiny.
He roars, and I take a step back.
She would have killed you in 5 seconds flat.
What? Now my pride is wounded. I could have taken her.
Not like that, you couldn't.
He gestures at my head, and I put a hand up to my hair, encountering a sticky, warm mass. Bringing my hand back down, I am amazed at how much blood there is. I am not sure whether it is psychosomatic or simply the sudden decrease in my adrenaline level now that we are out of immediate danger, but I suddenly feel quite faint.
Wow, you're quick.
Michael's voice booms out behind us, and I jump about a foot in the air.
I'd never have caught you if you weren't carrying her.
He jerks his head in my direction.
Hey.
He suddenly sounds excited.
Are you that fast?
He asks me, apparently unconcerned by my obviously serious blood loss.
Faster.
Reed answers for me. He can see that I am not capable of carrying on a conversation right now.
No way.
Michael looks to me for confirmation. I nod.
Well, shitballs.
He suddenly looks quite morose.
Then I guess there's really no point in us having that race anymore, is there?
His face falls even further. I am too weak to explain this to Reed, who is looking flummoxed. We'd better get out of here, I manage, rising unsteadily to my feet.
Where are the others?
Reed asks Michael, putting an arm around my waist and supporting most of my body weight. I sag against him, welcoming the assistance. I won't get very far without it. Michael, ever the optimist, cannot stay down for long.
Oh yeah, sure.
He grins.
You guys went right past us. We were waiting for you. Come on, I'll take you to them.
Chapter 25. It is a sad party that enters the Unit 3 camp late the following evening. Our progress has been agonizingly slow thanks to my injuries and, of course, Morgan, who can only run as fast as an ordinary human being. My head has stopped bleeding, and all I am left with is a lingering headache. But we have not slept for 24 hours, and we are all exhausted, hungry, and dehydrated. I am also mentally fatigued. My cover has been blown. The life that I have lived for 3 years is over. A part of me is exhilarated. I feel as though the world has been lifted from my shoulders. Another part of me is devastated. I feel that it was all for nothing. All that time and effort wasted. All my sacrifices for nothing. We hear shouts from the camp as we get within earshot. The scouts have no doubt issued a warning, and I am sure that there are a number of rebel soldiers ready to attack us until we get near enough to be recognizable.
Rebecca!
My father's relieved yell stands out amidst the clamor, and I wave feebly in greeting. Michael and Morgan are on the brink of unconsciousness, and several pairs of hands shoot forward to catch Michael as he collapses, finally giving in to his exhaustion. Morgan jumps forward, wanting to assist, but is so weak herself that she is hindering rather than helping. Quan takes her by the elbow and steers her gently away from Michael, speaking in hushed tones. My father hands me a flagon of water, and I gulp it down greedily. Making our way into the mess hall, I slowly eat my way through 3 bread rolls as I explain what happened. My father sits next to me, holding my hand absent-mindedly. The mood is somber. This is a terrible blow for our side. Contingency plans will need to be made immediately. Reed sits across the table from me and adds a detail here and there, but is otherwise uncharacteristically quiet, eating his rolls and staring down at the table. I am a bit concerned about his silence, but it becomes obvious what the problem is when I conclude my story.
I'm sorry, Rebecca.
He looks up at me, bitter disappointment in his eyes. For what, Reed? You saved my life.
I found her,
he replies.
Jane. I'm the one who led her to you. If I hadn't, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Reed. I speak very clearly and very firmly. How were you to know she was a sadistic, evil bitch? It could have happened to any one of us. You just happened to get the piece of paper with her name on it. This reminds me of something, and I turn to my father. How did Nina's name get on that list? She's clearly been working with Eric for a long time. Her procedures took place years ago. So why would he put her name on a list of possibly gifted candidates?
It's obvious, Bex.
My father answers.
Eric set a trap.
What? That makes no sense to me. The list was in his possession. Who would he be setting a trap for?
Well, for people just like us, I suppose. People who might want to oppose him, who might figure out what he was up to and react defensively. Think of it as a booby trap designed to expose anyone who might get as far as we did.
He smiles at the skeptical look on my face.
You keep forgetting, Bex, that Eric may be a tyrant, but he is not a fool. He did not get where he is today by being careless. He is also naturally suspicious. In fact, it is a credit to you that you managed to deceive him successfully for so long.
He pauses, glancing back at Reed.
My daughter is right, McCoy. There's no way you could have known. You did everything right. He stands up and looks down at me, and for a moment there is a flash of something in his eyes. Pity.
What is it, Dad?
I have something here that might make you feel a bit better, Rebecca. Come with me.
He turns and makes his way through the mess hall and out through the exit, which I know leads straight out onto the training field. I'm about to ask what we're doing out here when I spot him, and my heart skips a beat. I cross my hands over my chest, squeezing myself for a moment. Aiden was right. He is beautiful. His blonde locks are no longer. His hair is shorter and darker, and he has shot up. I cannot believe how big he has grown. His skin is tanned bronze, and he has lost all traces of the baby fat I so adored. His little stomach is flat, and I feel a brief pang of loss when I think of the little rounded belly he had the last time that I saw him. My dad hands me a handkerchief. Tears have sprung to my eyes. I squeeze his hand gratefully and then start forward, suddenly unsure of myself. Alex is kicking a ball around, frolicking in the autumn leaves. My father and Reed stay behind as I approach Alex, giving me my much-needed privacy. When I get close enough that he can hear me, I speak softly. "Hi, Alex." His brown eyes flick in my direction, and he does a slight double-take, then freezes, staring intently. Almost a full minute passes, and suddenly he bounds forward like a spring, screaming, "Mommy!" at the top of his little lungs. He crashes into me, almost bowling me over, and then grips me around the neck, so tightly that I can barely draw breath. "Hi, baby." I rub my hands up and down his back, holding him close to me. "Oh, I've missed you." I spend the next half hour with my son, and I don't think I have ever been so happy. He is so smart and so beautiful, and it is almost impossible to believe that this perfect little person is mine. He is also very affectionate and loving and seems to know everything there is to know about me. I silently thank Aiden, who is the most selfless person on earth. Despite everything, it is apparent that Aiden has, true to his word, told Alex all about me. He has spoken highly of me and has praised me, as is obvious from Alex's adoration. My son is well-mannered and happy, and Aiden has done an amazing job of raising him. We walk back across the field together, hand in hand, Alex still chattering. He never seems to run out of things to say. My father, Reed, and a third person are waiting for us, and, as we draw nearer, I give a whoop of joy and surge forward, recognizing the enormous man. "Jonathan!" I yell, throwing myself at him. Jonathan picks me up as though I weigh nothing.
"Hiya, Becca."
Oh, I've missed that gentle, gruff voice. "What are you doing here?" I ask, taking in his face, the new lines and the flecks of gray in his tawny hair that weren't there the last time I saw him. Jonathan holds me at arm's length, glancing up and down and then folding me into another bear hug.
"You're even more beautiful than I remember, Becca."
He smiles down at me, and for a moment I flush with mortification, remembering that I not only left Aiden and Alex, I left this second father behind too. I cast my eyes downward, about to apologize for my behavior, but Jonathan steps forward and takes Alex by the hand.
"Come on, Allie. Let Grandpa teach you how to play ball."
They start to walk away, and I am about to protest. I have only just found my son, when my father puts a restraining hand on my arm.
We need to talk, Bex.
The tone of his voice stops me in my tracks.
Come with me.
He glances back at Jonathan and Alex and then walks back into the building. Obediently, I follow. Reed is already seated at a low table when we re-enter the mess hall. I sit opposite him, a bad feeling washing over me. I cannot even bring myself to ask them what's going on. I'm quite sure that whatever it is, I am happier not knowing.
Bex,
my dad begins, and I focus on him, trying to keep my breathing regular.
It's Aiden.
I nod my head slowly, still reluctant to ask. He glances across at Reed, both sharing a confused look. They're probably wondering at my lack of reaction. My dad seems suddenly to pull himself together and continues.
Aiden is missing.
I feel a chill run down my spine, and my breathing is now so slow that I feel lightheaded because of the lower oxygen level in my body.
He arrived a few days ago with Jonathan and Alex shortly after Reed had sent word that you were worried that Eric was becoming suspicious.
I cast a fleeting look at Reed, suddenly regretting that I had mentioned my concerns to him.
He was worried naturally.
My dad pauses, searching my face for any signs of response, but I keep my expression deadpan, focusing only on breathing in and out. In and out.
Anyway, last night when we received word that you had all been ambushed and that you had been injured, he went a bit berserk. He insisted we go to Chicago, that we get you out of there. Obviously, we couldn't do that.
He sounds apologetic, and I squeeze his hand, trying to convey that I understand.
Anyway, this morning we realized he had gone.
I sense that this story is coming to its conclusion, and I try to pull myself together. I can feel the fragile threads of my composure starting to unravel, and I make a tremendous effort to remain calm. Okay. I'm pleased that my voice is confident. Okay, so we need to retrace our steps. I'll go back. It shouldn't take too long to find him.
We're not going back, Tiny.
Reed's voice comes out of the blue, and I turn to him. Yes, we are, cowboy. I force myself to smile at him. This is Aiden we're talking about. I have to find him before he gets himself into real trouble.
He already has.
He sounds exhausted when he says this, like it is literally draining him. My father does not contradict him, and I frown in confusion. What are you talking about? I ask, panic starting to override my determined calm. My dad reaches into his pocket and pulls out my cell phone.
Sorry, Bex, I took it from your bag just after you arrived.
He slides it across the table. I do nothing but stare at the phone for a while. I don't know if I want to see what they are talking about.
Rebecca.
Reed starts, but I don't let him finish. I snatch up the phone and flip open the cover. My hand flies to my open mouth and a stifled yelp escapes me. The photograph on the screen shows Aiden sitting in a chair, bound by his wrists and ankles. Both of his eyes are blackened, and there is blood trickling from his nose. I slam my fist down on the table, denting the metal. Motherfucker! I scream, fury rising up inside me like an unleashed animal. I kick the table over, and running at the door, I kick it right off its hinges so that it slams into the passage wall.
Becca!
My dad is beside me in an instant.
Calm down.
I don't acknowledge him. I put my fist into my mouth and bite down on it for a second. Then I raise my head, flip open my phone, hit dial, and bring it to my ear. You son of a bitch. My voice is so low it is a wonder he can hear me.
Well, if it isn't my errant wife.
Eric's voice is light, but the underlying tremor reveals how angry he is. Where is he? I don't have time to play games with Eric. I ignore my father, who is frantically waving his arms trying to get my attention.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where is he? I growl.
Why would you possibly think that I would tell you that, Rebecca?
He snaps back, all pretenses abandoned. Because I'm going to find you, Eric, one way or another, and if you make it easier for me, I might just let you live. He laughs harshly into the phone.
Really?
He calls my bluff. No, not really, I answer. I'll probably kill you anyway, but if you tell me where Aiden is, I'll do you a favor and make it quick, and slightly less painful.
Such fire, Rebecca. My, what a brilliant little actress you are. I never suspected. Not once. Not your abilities. Not your betrayal. And certainly not your boyfriend.
My blood runs cold, and I realize why Reed and my dad have been trying to get my attention. In reacting so emotionally, I've played into Eric's hands. I've just confirmed how important Aiden is to me. Damn it! He will not tell me where they are. He wants to torture me. I'll see you soon, Eric, I say slowly and clearly into the mouthpiece. I'll find you. There's an arrogant chuckle on the other end.
Not if I find you first, love.
Chapter 26. I slam down the phone and turn on my heel. What do we do? What's the plan? I fire the questions at Reed and my father, neither of whom will meet my eye. We have to get to him, I insist.
Yes, Bex, we do.
My dad answers quickly, trying to diffuse my anger.
But think about it, sweetheart. They could be anywhere in any state. They've had time to travel. We need more information.
We need to get Aiden out of there, I scream, unable to comprehend that I may well be absolutely no use to the person I want most in the world to protect. Shit, I yell, stamping my foot in frustration. I pull back my hair and tie it into a messy ponytail and pace back and forth. It is hopeless, but for want of something else to do, I rack my brain, trying to devise an immediate plan of action. I cannot believe that less than 48 hours ago I was still safely ensconced in my fake identity. How had things spiraled out of control so quickly? I should have just snapped the bastard's neck when I had the chance. I mutter, half to myself.
Rebecca.
My dad's tone is slightly scolding.
Don't be ridiculous. You know you could never have done that. Killing Eric without exposing what he's been doing would make a martyr out of him. Someone else would simply have picked up where he left off. We have to change the way the people perceive Eric and his methods. That's the only way to bring about true change.
I nod absent-mindedly. I'm not really paying much attention. A rage is burning in me, and I want to get my hands around Eric's neck. But even more so, I am furious with myself. I would never have admitted it to anyone, but a small part of me had hoped that Eric might be persuaded to change, that the right person might be able to show him the error of his ways and bring him around, that he might then realize that there was a better way to live and a different way to use his power. What a fool I had been. I had so wanted to believe the best in people. Naive, foolish girl. I curse my ignorance and continue my fruitless pacing. Reed has not said a word, but his eyes are hooded and he watches me like a hawk. I know he feels responsible. It makes no matter that it could have happened to any of us. The fact is, it happened to him. He opened the door for Jane, literally and figuratively, and this is how Eric found me out. But no, that is not quite accurate. The night at the dojo, Eric may have learned of my abilities for the first time and had his suspicions regarding my betrayal confirmed. But I am 99% sure that he suspected my duplicity before then. How could he have known? I had been so careful.
McCoy, Mrs. Dane.
The general barks his greeting as he comes through the door, nodding at each of us in turn and then addressing my father. Rebecca, please, I correct him. He barely acknowledges that I have spoken.
Do we have any idea where Dane is now?
Regrettably, no.
My father is rueful. The general looks at me as though this is entirely my fault. Vice President Williams enters behind him, but unlike General Ross, he walks directly up to me, takes my right hand in both of his, and looks me straight in the eye.
I am sorry, Miss Davis.
He squeezes my hand, and, as I look down at his mottled, wrinkled hands and take in the lines around his kind eyes, I almost give in to the breakdown that has been threatening to overwhelm me since I saw the picture of Aiden on my phone. "Thank you, sir," I whisper, my eyes downcast. I am thankful, not only for his kind words, but also for the fact that he calls me by my father's name and not the name I have come to hate.
Don't fall apart yet, my dear,
he whispers, lifting my chin with a wizened finger.
Your young man needs you.
I nod quickly and he moves off, walking with a slow shuffle to speak to my father. For a minute, standing by myself in the middle of the room, I feel completely and utterly alone. Despair threatens to overwhelm me. Then I look up, and a pair of wicked, startling green eyes meets mine, and I take courage in the knowledge that I am not alone. I walk over to stand beside him and rest my shoulder against his. I am exhausted.
You know, for someone who is like 100 years old, he sure makes a lot of sense,
he drawls. He's only 67, Reed. And yes, he does. There is a pause, and then he says,
We'll find him, Tiny.
I know we will, I reply, feigning a confidence that I don't feel. General Ross immediately advocates that we should continue with our search for the gifted on Eric's list. The larger part of me, the part that wants nothing more than to search for Aiden, is angry. But the militant part of me, the one that left Aiden 3 years ago and has lived with Eric Dane, knows that he is right. If we abandon the search, Eric could potentially be adding soldiers to his army every day. We need to meet him on as equal a footing as possible.
It's not safe for any of us to go into the States alone now,
Reed interjects. To my surprise, the general agrees.
You'll be working in pairs.
Vice President Williams looks up from the papers he has been riffling through.
McCoy and Davis,
he calls.
Smith and Wakeford.
I recognize the names of the general's 2 soldiers who have also been working on the gifted list.
Lee and Kelly?
My head jerks up in surprise. What happened to Bernard? I had not known the 3rd gifted soldier personally, but I knew his name well enough.
He didn't make it back from Iowa.
It is my father who answers. My heart plummets. Another Legion member lost in this war. I barely have time to commiserate when Williams's words register. Kelly? I look from the general to Williams and my dad. My father is looking sheepish. Always a bad sign. The vice president is looking resigned. The general, as usual, simply looks astonished that someone is questioning him. You don't mean Kelly as in one of the Kelly kids, surely? I laugh, convinced that I am jumping to conclusions. After all, Kelly is a common name. It is the general who answers me.
Michael Kelly is 17 years old. Pre-nuclear, federal law dictated that the minimum age for enlistment in the United States military was 17.
That was subject to parental consent, Harrison. 18 was the legal requirement without parental consent.
My father clarifies, earning himself a filthy look. I wonder briefly at the fact that I have never until now known the general's first name.
17 is quite old enough to make up his own mind,
the general retorts pompously. Michael Kelly is only 16, General, I correct, and he has the maturity of a 5-year-old.
Besides,
the general huffs, as though I have not spoken.
This is war, young lady. In times of war, we call upon any who are able-bodied to fight in the name of their country.
Oh, yes? I spit back disrespectfully. And what is the name of our country, General? Do we even know? Are we so much better than Eric Dane if we're prepared to send children into battle?
Rebecca.
My dad's interruption lacks its usual luster, and I suspect that he agrees wholeheartedly with me on this particular topic. No, my voice rings out, echoing through the room.
With all due respect, Mrs. Dane.
The general splutters, only to be interrupted by Reed.
Calling the lady here by the name that you know she hates don't show no respect, General, do or otherwise.
He comes to stand beside me. General, this is my army, I state, and the general's chest swells with indignation. Michael Kelly will not be a part of it. I wait for the thundercloud to fall. I know that my words will not go uncontested.
She's right.
The conviction in the newcomer's voice is plain. We all turn and stare as Morgan Kelly strides confidently into the room, her hair pulled back off her face in a French braid. Quan follows only a few steps behind. I try to catch his eye, but he studiously avoids looking at me. Morgan mouths a very obvious "thank you" to me before she turns to address the council.
My brother will not participate in this war. I am his closest living relative, and I will not allow it. You do not have my consent. Michael stays here.
The conventional consents and guardianship hardly apply here, Ms. Kelly.
The general barks. Morgan smiles serenely, but when the next words leave her mouth, they leave no room for argument.
That doesn't alter the fact that my brother will not participate in your war.
Your brother has volunteered.
My brother, sir, is an idiot.
That is your opinion.
Morgan plays her trump card.
Mr. Lee will not allow it.
Quan's answer, as all eyes in the room fly to him, is the briefest of nods. At this, the general stands, slamming his palms down on the table.
We need 6 people.
He roars, looking to the vice president and my father for affirmation.
You know we need 6.
He's almost pleading. I look at my dad, and he gives a visible bob of his head. Vice President Williams, too, looks bitterly ashamed, but is nodding his acquiescence.
And you have 6.
Morgan continues to smile sweetly. Flustered, the general scans the room, as though a soldier might magically materialize before his eyes.
You were correct in your deduction that a Kelly would fight for the Legion, sir. You just had the wrong Kelly.
Oh, you beauty.
Reed whispers under his breath, and I shake my head, a grin spreading across my face. This girl is an unstoppable force of nature. There is no point arguing that she is too young herself. She turned 19 last week. I cannot stop her, and she obviously has Quan convinced. He will protect her. I have bigger things to worry about. The general looks as though he has just bitten into a lemon. His lips are so pursed, I wonder if they will ever relax again. Poor man, I find myself thinking. He is so archaically sexist, and at every turn he finds another woman telling him what to do. A thought occurs to me, and I step closer to my dad. Dad, I whisper, don't you think it's a bit stupid that Reed and I are paired? I glance back at Reed, and he raises his eyebrows in my direction. He can hear me. I mean, we have an unfair advantage, and surely each of us should work with one of the others.
I had thought of that, Bex.
My dad doesn't even glance up from his papers.
But...
And now he puts down his pen and meets my eye.
You and Reed will be going straight into the heart of Illinois. Eric will keep his army close, particularly now that he knows what you are capable of. You and Reed will have a hard task searching Chicago. The rest of our people will have it easy by comparison.
Okay, that makes sense then. I smile at him. Stop worrying, Dad. I'll be fine. I'll have him. I wink at Reed, watching my back. This gets my dad laughing.
Is that supposed to make me feel better, Bex?
Morgan steps forward and starts discussing strategy with my father, who is animatedly outlining his plan for finding and recruiting the gifted, whose names appear on the list. I notice Quan slip out the back door and I follow him quietly. Quan is about halfway across the field by the time I catch up with him. "Hey!" I call, from a few paces behind. "What's the hurry?" I am smiling, but when he turns to face me, the smile is wiped off my face. Quan looks haunted. His face is pale and his eyes are hollow, with deep black rings below them. Days-old stubble mars his usually clean-shaven face. My heart constricts with sympathy, and, as I approach, I lift my hand and place it on his forearm. "Are you okay?" He doesn't answer. "No, of course you're not," I answer myself. "I'm sorry. Stupid question." I rack my brain trying to find the right words, but I come up empty-handed. "Why do you think she did it?" I finally ask, morbid curiosity getting the better of me. He seems to consider this, a frown creasing his tanned forehead.
I don't know. Power, perhaps. It obviously wasn't enough for her. I obviously wasn't enough.
Pain clouds his eyes. "If that was the case, then she's an idiot," I reply.
She had a 3.6 GPA at college.
He smiles weakly. "Yeah, well, she failed at life," I mutter.
I can't stop thinking about it.
He admits. "That's natural," I say. "She was your wife, Quan, and you thought she was dead."
Not that.
He corrects me.
I keep thinking about how I froze back there. If something had happened to those kids because of me, I would never have forgiven myself.
"That's why you're supporting her, isn't it?" I ask. He takes a deep breath.
That is part of it. I owe her. But also, I won't make the same mistake twice. Morgan being my partner tips the odds. If it comes down to it, I won't hesitate. I'll protect Morgan, even if I have to take Nina down.
"Let's hope it doesn't come to that," I answer, not wanting to point out that with her abilities, Nina could take both Morgan and Quan out without so much as breaking a sweat. Chapter 27. After dinner that evening, I read Alex a bedtime story and tuck him up in my bed. I stand by the door and watch him sleeping, a million thoughts going through my mind. Oddly, being around him has calmed me. His sweet smell fills the room and his long lashes sweep down his face. His little feet peek out of the blankets, and as I pull them back over him, I notice that the toenails on his left foot are filthy. I smile sadly. So much for his boast that Daddy lets me bath myself. I doubt that Aiden would allow these toenails. Stifling a sigh, I rise and taking my coffee with me, I go outside. I walk away out of camp, my eyes on the stars. Autumn is well on its way, and there is a chill in the air. I clasp both hands around my cup, grateful for the warmth. I have spent the day closeted inside, strategizing and planning. It is agony to stand by and do nothing while Aiden is out there, in pain. Every nerve in my body is screaming to rush straight back to Chicago and rip the Capitol apart until I find him. But the general, much as I dislike him, is right. If Eric does not want Aiden found, then in all likelihood I will not find him. All that I will accomplish will be to get caught, and then the Legion will be down one leader, and the chances of Aiden ever being rescued will drop from slim to none. Nobody else would make his rescue a priority. I have to have more information. We need more resources. And this means that I have to wait. I throw out the dregs of my coffee and sit down on a nearby boulder. I lie back, ignoring the cold stone that is chilling me through my sweatshirt and jeans. I stare at the stars for a long time, wondering what I could have done differently. There are so many things I could have changed.
Mind if I join you?
The voice is so close and so unexpected that I scream in fright. Reed, in turn, gets such a fright that he jumps almost a foot straight up in the air.
Damn, woman.
He clutches at his chest, his eyes wide.
If you're trying to give me heart failure, you sure as hell are going about it the right way.
He clambers up onto the rock and I start to laugh. Reed looks at me like I am crazy, which, truth be told, I probably am, and he also starts to chuckle. Within a few seconds, we are both hysterical, clutching our stomachs, tears pouring from our eyes, our faces bright red. The more he laughs, the more I can't stop either, and it takes ages before I feel calm enough to look at him again. Eventually, we both calm down, only the odd snort escaping us. We both lie back on the rock, side by side, looking up at the stars in companionable silence. "Is that the Big Dipper?" I ask, pointing at a cluster of stars to the east of where we are lying. I am not really expecting an answer.
No.
Reed answers curtly. "No?" I ask. "Just no?"
Well, it's not, Tiny. What do you want me to say?
I sit up, irritated, and look down at him. How do you know it's not?" I glance up at the sky again, squinting slightly. "It looks like a big spoon," I say contemplatively. A guffaw escapes him. "What?" I snap.
Oh, Tiny.
"What do you even know about it?" I humph, turning my back on him. Reed pushes himself up with his hands into a sitting position. Our elbows are touching and I jerk my arm away, ignoring his bewildered expression.
That
Reed gestures at the constellation I had been looking at.
is the Little Dipper.
"The what?" I narrow my eyes in suspicion.
Part of Ursa Minor.
He continues in his deep voice.
Ursa Major.
He emphasizes the second word and points at a larger constellation close to the one I'd been examining.
Is the constellation that contains the Big Dipper.
He traces the pattern of the ladle with his pointing finger and lies back on the rock in a self-satisfied manner. "Oh." I am silenced. I stare up at the stars, wondering how he knows so much about them.
The Big Dipper is basically made up of the 7 brightest stars of the Ursa Major constellation.
Reed begins hesitantly. My silence indicates that I am not planning on interrupting, and he takes this as encouragement and continues.
Ursa Major and Ursa Minor are also known as the Big Bear and the Little Bear. The Big Bear is supposedly Callisto, and the Little Bear is her son Arcus.
I lie back so that we are once again side by side, looking between the two constellations as he speaks.
In Greek mythology, Zeus lusted after a young woman named Callisto, a nymph of Artemis. According to the legend, Zeus's jealous wife Hera wasn't too happy about it, and she turned the beautiful Callisto into a bear.
"Not ideal for a love affair being a bear," I comment, grinning.
Well, depends on the guy, I suppose.
He drawls.
I mean, I've known a few men in my time who would give anything for a fine piece of bear ass.
I give a screech of laughter and slap his arm, turning on my side to face him. He does the same. "Finish the story, McCoy," I order.
Okay, so later, Callisto comes across her son Arcus in the woods, and Arcus is about to shoot her. Zeus, ever the gentleman,
He raises his eyebrows sarcastically.
in order to avoid tragedy, turns Arcus into a bear and puts them both into the sky.
He waves up at the two constellations and then drops his hands to his chest, rolling onto his back. I roll back too, gazing from one constellation to the other and reflecting on the story. "What's a nymph?" I ask suddenly, eliciting another deep chuckle. I glance across at him, but his eyes are closed.
A nymph, Tiny, is a sexy nature spirit who gets up to no good.
Ah. I nod wisely. Known a few of those in your time, no doubt.
Shut up.
He replies.
The only small, sexy thing I need to be worrying about right now is you. There will be plenty of time for nymphs later.
What? Like when we've rescued Aiden, stolen an army, assassinated the president, and basically saved the world.
Yeah.
He nods confidently, opening his eyes and meeting my gaze.
Then.
Much later, my neck and back are stiff and I sit up, pulling my sweatshirt tighter around myself. Reed sits up too, rubbing his neck. You know what I worry about? I ask, although I'm not sure why I feel the need to unburden myself to him. Maybe it's because he's here. Maybe it's because he's helping me for reasons unbeknown to me. Maybe it's because at this moment he's the closest thing I have to a friend.
What, Tiny?
When I answer, my voice is small, uncertain. I worry that I won't be able to save him. Tears prick at my eyes and I blink them away.
What will happen if you don't?
He asks. One thing I like about Reed is that he allows me to explore all options and doesn't always feel the need to protect me from the worst-case scenario. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You know.
He presses. I think I'll die. The words escape me before I can even think about them, but once out, I know they are true. How will I carry on without Aiden? I cannot comprehend a world in which he doesn't exist.
No, you won't, Rebecca.
His voice is strong and sure. How do you know?
Because I do. I know. And so do you.
Why won't I ask.
You tell me.
He looks me in the eye and lifts my chin with his thumb and index finger. Alex, I answer, swallowing my misgivings and straightening my back, meeting his gaze.
That's right.
He nods.
You'll live for Alex. You'll fight for Alex. You'll win for Alex.
Why are you here? I ask a short while later, as we make our way back to the camp.
Me?
He looks uncomfortable. Yes, Reed. I stop and face him, emphasizing each word. Why are you here?
I'm here to help. I believe in the resistance, and I want to make a difference.
This is yet another version of his generic answer to this question. I believe you, I say. But you just don't strike me as the type who would go out of his way to help people he doesn't know. No offense.
None taken.
He looks back the way we have come and then toward the camp as though hoping something will happen that might mean he doesn't have to answer. He sighs and then looks down at me, narrowing his eyes.
Geez, okay, you win.
He runs his hand through his hair and then starts talking, not pausing for breath, as though it is easier to simply get it all out.
You asked me where I got my abilities. I got them the same place you did. I got them from your father.
I inhale sharply in an attempt not to interrupt.
I was 4 years old when the bomb started.
He continues.
My mama was a teacher at Gunston Middle School. My daddy was in the Army. We lived in a small apartment in Army-Navy Drive. The Pentagon was the closest military base geographically, but my daddy was stationed at Fort Myer.
He looks up at the sky, lost in thought. The pause seems interminable.
I was sick that day.
He speaks suddenly, and I start. He looks down at me, and there is a great sadness in his eyes. I am suddenly not so sure I want to hear the rest of his story.
I was sick. I didn't go to school. And my daddy happened to have a meeting at the Pentagon that day. He took me with him. I was so excited.
He grins at the memory.
I was so full of beans. I remember he kept telling me to settle down. Settle down now, Reed. Settle down. I didn't listen. Kept running around and talking at the top of my voice, you know?
I nod. I can imagine Reed as a naughty child all too easily.
Anyhow, eventually he told me to wait by the car. He asked one of the young lady cadets training nearby to keep an eye on me. I remember she sort of glanced at me, not looking too keen at the idea of babysitting, but my old man gave her a smile and a short conversation. Later, she was eating out of his hand. We were parked right next to one of the training fields, and he thought no harm could come to me. So off he went to his meeting, and I was playing on the field, using up some of that energy. I suddenly realized I needed to pee, and I had no idea where my daddy was. So I started to cry. The cadet, Casey her name was, she comes over, asks me what's wrong, and then takes me into the nearest administration building, trying to get my business taken care of.
Reed stops and looks past me, over my shoulder. I resist the urge to turn around. I know that there is nothing there. He is lost in his memories. When he resumes, his voice has taken on a somber quality that wasn't there before.
When the sirens started, it was chaos. Casey let my hand go, and there were people everywhere. I was being pushed this way and that. People were trampling me, and I was screaming for my daddy. I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I wet myself. I remember being scared, despite everything that was going on, that I would get into trouble for it.
I can feel the tears in my eyes threatening to spill over. I cannot stop them, and I daren't lift a hand to wipe them away. My heart is breaking, and although I suspect what's coming next, it's still shocking to hear.
He picked me up and threw me over his shoulder. I remember feeling safer straight away and thinking he was strong like my daddy because he could pick me up, and my dad always said I was a big, strapping boy. He ran with me on his back for what felt like ages, and then we were going down, down, down. So many stairs, and all I could think was, how will my father ever find me down here?
And did he? I ask, praying that somehow, miraculously, there might be a happy ending.
Nah, he didn't.
Reed shakes his head, dark blonde hair falling in his eyes.
He and my mama died in the war. And the man?
I ask hesitantly, knowing the answer but wanting to hear it from him. I need to know why he is here now.
Jeffrey Davis.
He confirms.
Your father. He saved my life.
I feel a rush of affection for my dad, who saved the young boy when no one else would.
I was down in that fallout shelter with him for 2 years. He took me under his wing and held me when I cried for them. When we finally emerged, he sent me to stay with some relatives of his in Georgia. It took us nearly a month to get there. I remember the whole journey he kept complaining about the traveling, saying things like, "I'll never make it to Michigan." The conditions were terrible. He didn't stay very long. He obviously had to get back to the VP. But he made sure that I was taken in and safe.
Family in Georgia. I smile, remembering my father telling me about them. Who took you in? I ask, my curiosity piqued. These were my relatives.
Ms. Kathy and Mr. Norman, your dad's cousins. They didn't have any kids of their own, and after the war, well, let's just say they couldn't have. They raised me like their own, though.
He smiles.
Your dad kept in touch, always wanting to know that we had enough food and water. When I turned 18 and left school, he sent for me every summer, letting me work with him. It didn't interest me at all, that hocus-pocus science stuff, but man, I loved spending that time with him.
I try to picture the younger Reed and my dad, trying to curb the pang of envy that he got to spend time with my father. Reed takes a deep breath, and I sense we may be getting to the point of his story.
7 years ago, when I was 25, he sent word that he needed my help with something that he couldn't trust anyone else with.
He looks back toward the camp.
He didn't have to ask twice. I always felt I was living in a cage.
He shakes his head, as though to clear it.
Anyway, when I arrived, he was preparing for a surgery. He asked me to assist. I did.
His eyes search my face appraisingly.
When I saw you asleep on that table, I thought you were the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
My head whips up. What?
I assisted him with your procedures. Nothing hectic.
He adds quickly as I draw in a shocked breath of air.
Don't worry. I didn't drill into your brain or anything.
He laughs at the relief that must have shown on my face, and then continues.
I just carried stuff. Carried you. Pushed a button here and there.
His eyes mist over as he remembers.
He told me about your plan. I remember thinking how brave you were. He was so worried about you. He said he wished that he could protect you. Watch over you.
There is an awkward pause. Reed looks as though he is contemplating something, and then, swallowing, he admits.
It was no coincidence I found you, Tiny. I was watching you. I've been watching you for years. He made me for you.
What? I feel like a broken record, but I cannot understand what he is saying. I just cannot wrap my head around it.
He made me.
He says very slowly, emphasizing each word.
For you. He was worried. He said that with the task you had ahead of you, you were likely to lose a lot. To lose the things dearest to you. He didn't want you ever to be alone. So he made me like you. So that even when everything else was gone, you would still have one constant thing in your life.
His smile doesn't reach his eyes. He is unsure of my reaction.
I'm your constant, Rebecca. Your equal. I'll always be here.
I'm touched and honored, but there is still something bothering me. So what? Because he saved your life, it was his to risk? I cannot believe my father would use Reed like this.
No.
Reed shakes his head.
He never asked me to go through with the procedures. I volunteered.
I digest this for a while, my head tilted to one side. Eventually, I brush some dirt off his shoulder and say casually, "You do know that makes you an absolute fool."
Yeah, well, you didn't see what I saw lying on that surgical table.
I smile up at him. Thank you. I rest my hand on his chest. He places his hand over mine, holding it there for a second, before very deliberately removing my hand and placing it at my side.
It's a pleasure, Tiny.
He coughs and then heads back to camp, leaving me standing alone, contemplating the stars, feeling very humbled and just a little bit foolish. Chapter 28. It feels like only moments later that the shouting wakes me from a fitful sleep, but the faintest pink on the horizon shows that dawn is only a couple of hours away. Leaping out of bed, I hastily pull on my jeans from yesterday and pull a hoodie over my vest. The chill in the air sends a shiver through me. I stick my head out into the corridor. "Michael!" I yell, as a familiar blonde head hurtles by. He whips around as soon as he hears my voice and then quickly backtracks. "What's going on?" I ask, leaning as far out of the door as possible while keeping it as closed as I can to keep the noise out. Alex is still fast asleep. Michael shakes his head, glancing up and down the corridor.
No idea.
He pants.
I was on my way to find the general.
"Stay with Alex," I order. His shoulders slump.
Aw, man.
"You'll get over it," I mutter under my breath as I take off at a sprint, heading for the strategy room. Alex will be fine with Michael. Since we arrived, my son has followed Michael around like a puppy. He positively idolizes him. Alex is also able to use his speed with Michael, and Michael is happy to race endlessly around camp, for nothing more than Alex's amusement. I don't make it as far as the strategy room. As I burst through the doors that open onto the communal courtyard, I find that a crowd has gathered. I fight my way through it and come face to face with Reed, who, for the first time since I've known him, is looking genuinely worried. "What?" I yell over the noise. "What is it?" I cannot hear his answer. It is drowned out by everyone speaking at once. I shake my head in frustration and he grabs my hand, pulling me through the crowd with no concern for the bystanders we are pushing out of the way. As we emerge, I spot my father exiting the dorms on the opposite side of camp, and Reed signals for him to meet us at the administration office, which thankfully appears to be devoid of people. We hurtle toward the building, and I mutter my annoyance at the few minutes we have to wait for my father to make his way through the crowd. "What is it?" I ask again.
I don't know, Tiny, but whatever it is, it's serious. I saw the scout from the Northern Lookout a few minutes ago, and he wouldn't leave his post unless he absolutely had to.
"A breach?" I ask, praying that I'm wrong.
A breach?
My dad is panting and I whip around to face him. "Shit!" I curse. My dad wastes no time filling us in.
About an hour ago, we got word that something was coming this way. The general headed out there, and about 20 minutes ago, we received confirmation. There's a small group making straight for our camp.
"Eric?" I ask the obvious question and he nods.
It looks like it.
"How did he find us?" I ask.
He must have had someone follow us the night we left.
It's Reed, who answers.
How long till they get here?
He addresses my dad.
Probably about 2 hours.
I have never heard my father sound so defeatist. "How many?"
We're not sure. 5 cars.
He cocks his head to one side, contemplating. Then he seems to reach a conclusion.
Around 20.
He estimates.
Give or take.
My blood freezes in my veins. 20 soldiers with unknown abilities. I mentally assess who is currently in Unit 3. Of the gifted, there is me, Reed, Quan, Morgan, Michael, and 5 soldiers, including Peter Smith and Frank Wakeford. 10 of us. The civilians are numerous. Then there's my dad, the General and Vice President Williams, Alex and Jonathan. I force myself to keep counting. There are about 20 others in the camp. Men, women, and a few children. Thankfully, this camp is smaller than most others. The additional numbers that were present at our last visit are gone. They were sent back to Vegas shortly after we left. This camp is mostly used as a point of contact with the rebels working within Illinois, the proximity to the capital making it a convenient rendezvous point. Half of the civilians in the camp at present are working undercover in the States and are here visiting family or being briefed on their upcoming agenda. It doesn't really matter at this stage why they are here. It only matters that they are. I need to get these people to safety. It takes me only a minute to come to a decision. I cannot think further than Alex at this stage, and, as long as he is my priority, I cannot think objectively. I sprint back toward the dorms. "Michael!" I yell as I burst into my room. Alex is awake. He looks confused but not necessarily frightened. I pull him into my arms and hold him tightly for a brief, beautiful moment. Thankfully, Michael has had the foresight to dress him. "You need to get him out of here." I address Michael, my eyes conveying the seriousness of the situation. For once, Michael doesn't argue. He nods his head quickly, and then rests his hand on Alex's head. Bending down, he grins at Alex.
You hear that, buddy? We're going on a road trip.
Alex pumps his arm in excitement, an enthusiastic
"Yes!"
escaping him before he catches my eye, and immediately a suitably solemn look appears on his face. "Oh, don't pretend you're going to miss me." I laugh, wagging my finger at him. Alex grins and then grabs me in a tight bear hug.
"I will miss you, Mom!"
he proclaims. "I'll miss you too, boy." I rub his back, swallowing the lump in my throat. Over Alex's shoulder, I catch Michael's eye and he nods his head, assuring me that he will protect my son. I nod back, sending up a silent prayer that Michael achieves his potential and that neither of them comes to any harm. I'll meet you in the courtyard in 5 minutes, I instruct, and Michael starts throwing clothes into a bag. I resist the urge to grab Alex and run as far away from this place as possible. Instead, I follow them out through the door and then I race in the opposite direction. I am in the courtyard 5 minutes later with Jonathan, who has 2 enormous rucksacks over his shoulders.
Your traveling companion,
I tell Michael, who looks far more confident now that he has this giant of a man to rely on.
Did you see your sister?
I ask Michael.
Just said bye to her now.
He confirms.
She's with Quan and the General.
He turns away and then practically gives himself whiplash as he spins around.
You will look after her?
He sounds awfully young and unsure of himself. I will. We all will, I assure him.
Gramps!
Alex yells beside himself. The excitement of camping with Michael and his favorite grandpa has him positively brimming with enthusiasm. He is raring to go. I hug him again, taking in as much of his smell as I can, running my fingers through his hair and touching his soft skin. I rise and turn to Jonathan, hugging him tightly. Thank you, I whisper, my eyes closed against his massive chest.
Don't you worry, Becca.
His voice is steady, and it soothes me far more than he could know.
We'll take care of him,
he continues, and I smile weakly through the tears. I know they will. I step away from Jonathan and turn to Michael, trying to convey a conviction that I don't feel. You'll be fine. I touch his cheek fondly. I'll see you soon. I hold up a cell phone that I took from the supplies room and, making sure I have his attention, I slip it into his pocket. Don't call anyone, I whisper as I give him a final hug. Wait for my call.
Sure.
He smiles winningly, and I take a deep breath. I lead them around to the garages and toss a set of keys to Jonathan.
Rebecca.
He looks dubious. I understand his concerns. There are only 6 Jeeps in the garage, and if the 3 of them take one, it leaves only 5 cars between 30 people. It'll be a tight squeeze, but we'll make do, I reassure him. Besides, I smile. A few of us can run. Michael snorts in the background. Michael and Alex climb into the back seat of the Jeep. Opening the trunk, I load 4 6-gallon drums of diesel from the fuel stores. They now have fuel for over 1,200 miles, and Dodge City is only 870 miles away. Jonathan, I start, but he puts up a hand, stopping me.
With my life, Becca,
he promises.
I won't let anything happen to that boy. The only way they'll get to him is over my dead body.
I flinch at his expression. The thought of anything happening to Jonathan is almost as painful as contemplating something happening to Alex. He is also a member of my family. Bye. I hug him fiercely and then I step back, flinging open the double garage doors. The engine roars to life, a deep growling, and then, with a screech of tires, the Jeep lurches forward. Jonathan spins the steering wheel and they head toward the south side of camp, sending up a huge spray of dust which obscures Alex's face at the rear window, his little arms waving madly.
What the hell?
I hear a shout behind me and the general skids to a halt beside me, his red face contorted in anger.
Where in God's name are they taking that vehicle?
He roars down at me. I lift my chin defiantly and meet his dark gaze head on. Away from here. They're headed for Dodge City.
Dodge City?
General Ross is practically gibbering with rage.
We need that car, Mrs. Dane. Bring them back immediately.
No, I state calmly, turning back towards camp. He grabs my shoulder, swinging me around, and I automatically push him away. He stumbles backward, his eyes widening in disbelief. "General!" I force myself to keep calm, my voice steady. "We don't have time for this. We need to plan, right now. You can yell at me all you like when our people are safe, but for now you need to help me get everybody out of here." His mouth opens and closes like a goldfish. Then he seems to come to a decision and he shuts it abruptly, giving a curt nod and running back towards the administration building. "And stop calling me Mrs. Dane," I yell after his retreating form. I follow him, wondering how much time has passed since I left the courtyard. No more than a few minutes. In that time, Reed, my father, and Vice President Williams have not been idle. Everyone is gathered in the courtyard, each with only one bag of personal belongings.
The good news is there are only 28 of us left.
Reed fills me in.
9 of us gifted, the power trio here.
He indicates my dad, the general, and the vice president.
And 16 civvies, 14 adults, 2 kids.
He gestures at the 2 children, huddled with their parents, a boy and a girl. They look to be about 8 and 10 years old.
The scouts are staying put at their sentry points. They are well out of camp and can just hide out until the danger's passed.
Right. I nod curtly. Load up the 5 jeeps with as much food and water as you can, and 20 gallons of gas per car. I order Quan, Morgan, Smith, and Wakeford. They do not hesitate, scattering in different directions to follow my instructions.
We have a long way to go, Tiny.
Reed cautions. I know, but it's all we have space for. It'll be enough. I force a confidence I don't feel and move on to more pressing matters. You 3. I point at the remaining 3 soldiers, whose names I am not sure of.
Swanson, Bradley, and Relis, ma'am.
The nearest one salutes. Okay, well, you 3 take the kids and their parents in the first jeep. I want them out of here as soon as your supplies are packed. Here are the coordinates. I hand him a hastily scribbled note my father has pushed into my hands. We're all heading for Dodge City. Nearly 900 miles away, Dodge City, Kansas, is one of the Resistance's main bases.
Ma'am, that might not be the best idea.
Relis replies.
We could help. You need more men. Sending all 3 of us with one vehicle is not the most strategic solution.
No, Relis, it's not. I address the young soldier. But it is the most humane one. I need as many men as possible protecting those children. He nods, his lips in a grim line.
That might not be necessary, Mrs. Dane.
A timid voice speaks out. I ignore my irritation at the sound of the name and turn to face the bespectacled father of the 2 children. Rebecca, please.
Rebecca.
He casts a nervous glance in his wife's direction.
The thing is, Rebecca, I can help to protect my children.
Another nervous glance at his wife, whose eyes are narrowed.
I kind of have an ability.
He finally gets the words out, and I raise my eyes, ignoring his wife's squawk of,
David.
What is it? I ask, already thinking ahead.
Strength.
I just catch his answer through his wife's wailing. Right. I ignore the squabbling that is now going on in front of me. Relis, what's your ability?
Strength, ma'am.
And you 2? I ask Bradley and Swanson.
Speed, both of us.
Bradley answers. Okay. Relis, your wish has come true. You're with me. Swanson, Bradley, I need these 2. I indicate David and his shrieking wife. And their children out of here. Now. They spring into action. The children are thrown into the back seat, and as soon as their parents realize what is happening, they rush to follow. This one, too. I grab the young woman I have seen on numerous occasions fetching the general's coffee and push her bodily towards the car. Veronica, right? I yell, and she nods, her doe eyes round and terrified. Swanson yanks open the door again, and Veronica dives inside. I am briefly entertained by the still bickering couple and David's reluctant mumbling. I catch the words, "poker bet," and I stifle a laugh. Then the rest is drowned out by his wife's indignant shrieking. I salute the two soldiers, and within moments the jeep is careening through the dirt away from camp, a huge cloud of dust behind them. It is too much to hope that Eric's men haven't noticed this. We need to get everybody out of here without delay. They need all the head start they can get. How much time? I ask the general.
About 40 minutes.
He answers.
They've slowed down their approach. All the activity has probably got them wondering and trying to establish what defense we have surrounding the camp.
40 minutes. We need to move. Quan! Morgan! I bark, and they appear in front of me, Morgan gasping for breath.
The other 4 cars are packed,
Quan states. Smith and Wakeford arrive and stand beside him. Take Morgan and as many others as you can, I tell Quan, and he opens his mouth for a second as though he wants to argue. Then he glances back and points his finger in quick succession.
You, and you 3 over there.
He barks, and the 5 women follow him immediately. My heart swells with gratitude that he has chosen the remaining women, getting the weaker people out first. He has also taken one more person than he can accommodate comfortably, but this can only help. Within seconds, they are all in the second jeep, and Quan guns the engine. Quan! I shout, streaking up to the car. Take care, my friend. I rest my hand on his shoulder for a second and smile across at Morgan. Then I bang my hand down on the roof of the car, and he puts his foot down. The Jeep's tires find no purchase for a second, and it starts to slide in an arc. Then the tires find grip, and they fly out of the camp in the same direction as the first Jeep. Dad! I yell, and he steps forward. It's time for you to go. He waits while I contemplate the remaining group. Okay, Dad. Mr. Williams, you go with Wakeford, and take 3 of these men with you. Smith, you take the general and the other 3 men. There is a flurry of activity. I feel a gentle hand on my shoulder and I look up into my dad's eyes.
Stay safe,
he says. There is no time for anything else. A second later, there is a squeal of tires and a massive dust cloud rises as the 2 Jeeps roar out of the camp.
What do we do?
Relis is tapping his foot, eager to be on the road. I turn to face him and read. Now we wait. Chapter 29. Our best chance of ensuring the others get to safety is to lead Eric's men away in another direction. We need to get them to follow us instead. It takes 20 minutes before I can make out the 5 land cruisers, a trail of dust in their wake. This part of the old Kentucky is dry and deserted, and the camp is a temporary one. It is too close to the states to set up permanent residence. The nearest permanent established town is the one in Dodge City, Kansas, where we are all headed.
What are we waiting for?
Relis's voice breaks with strain and he bounces slightly on his seat. I ignore him, keeping my eye trained on my side mirror. Reed is tapping the steering wheel. Hang on, I murmur. Give it another minute.
You just tell me when, Tiny.
Reed is, as usual, calm under pressure. The only sign that he is not as relaxed as he outwardly appears is the tiny muscle jumping in his cheek. He hides his anxiety well. The first Land Cruiser is only about a quarter of a mile away when I scream, "Go!" Reed rams the accelerator. The car shoots forward and slides out slightly before finding purchase, and a minute later we are speeding along the dusty road. The difference between the states and everything outside the boundary fences is astounding. It is like 2 completely separate worlds. inside the States, everything has been rebuilt, and technology has advanced so greatly that it has now far surpassed the pre-nuclear world. The barren lands outside the States have been neglected. They are lifeless and deserted, deteriorating since the war, with no one to improve, maintain, or rebuild them. The lack of maintenance has resulted in massive potholes and debris collecting on the roads, and the Jeep bounces up and down so hard that my teeth snap together painfully. I grit them, and Reed glances sideways at me, wearing an apologetic grin.
You might want to hang on to something, sweetheart.
I consult the GPS. Take a right, here. I indicate, with the hand that is not gripping the grab handle, but he doesn't hear me. He is too busy trying to navigate the debris. Here! I roar above the noise of the engine, and Reed spins the steering wheel, the car flying around the corner almost on two wheels. The impetus throws me against Reed. Reed slams into the driver's door, and out of the corner of my eye I see the dark form of Relis, who is sitting behind me, slide uncontrollably across the leather back seat and hit the opposite door with a thud, followed by a groan. Reed quickly countersteers, and we are once again careening along at breakneck pace. I check the mirror and then swivel around in my seat to get a better view. 3 of the 5 vehicles have followed us. 2 have continued along the path taken by the other Jeeps. Damn it! I curse, swinging back around and slumping in my seat.
Nothing you can do, Tiny.
Reed yells above the noise.
They'll be okay. They've got one hell of a lead.
It's only 30 minutes, I reply, praying that it will be enough.
Yeah? Well, ours is about 30 seconds.
He hauls the steering wheel to the left to avoid a massive ditch, and I knock my head painfully against the window.
Sorry.
He apologizes, a pained expression on his face. Just drive. I set my jaw, eyes scouring the horizon, trying to come up with a plan. The first impact causes our Jeep to lurch forward for about 4 yards, and a yell from Relis makes me look back. Blood pours from his nose, where he has obviously smacked it on the back of Reed's seat.
Kid!
Reed yells.
What's your first name anyway?
Robert. Bobby.
It is difficult to make out his words, muffled as they are.
Well, Bobby, could you do me a favor and buckle up?
The Land Cruiser hits us again, and the screech of metal makes my hair stand on end. Reed speeds up, and I silently salute his driving skills. I am amazed that he has managed to keep control of the vehicle for so long. The woods. I point to the right, and Reed veers off-road, the Jeep bouncing over rocks and old concrete. Where are we? I ask, trying to navigate the GPS.
Muhlenberg County.
Reed answers, closing his eyes as he launches us over a massive pile of debris.
This is the old Lake Malone State Park.
He adds as we advance on the tree line.
Over 1.5 miles of nothing but trees, Tiny. You really might want to hold on to something.
Navigating the trees allows no time for conversation and gives us a bit of breathing space. The Land Cruisers are all right behind us, but they cannot follow a direct path, and so they cannot ram our vehicle. I keep checking behind us to see where they are.
Give it a rest, Sexy Bex. You're giving me whiplash.
Reed complains. How are you doing? I ask Relis, who has been silent for the past 5 minutes.
Not bad.
He replies, touching his fingers to his nose.
The bleeding has stopped. Anyway, I don't think it's broken.
You're definitely stronger than you look, kid.
Reed catches his eye in the rearview mirror and grins. He is not grinning a moment later as he slams through some old post and rail fencing, and our front windscreen shatters.
Son of a bitch.
Reed curses as the Jeep veers dangerously to the left.
I can't see a thing.
He tries to stick his head out of his passenger window, only to have it almost ripped off as we pass far too close to an enormous tall pine. I throw myself between the two seats, lean back as far as I can. Stretching out my right leg, I kick up at the windscreen. Relis is gazing down at me in astonishment. It takes 4 jarring attempts before the windscreen slides up and flies over the top of the car. Seeing is no longer a problem, but the branches and leaves whipping around our faces are scratching painfully. "Get us out of these fucking trees!" I yell, as a particularly large branch breaks off into the car and connects with my stomach. As if following instructions, Reed rams the accelerator, and the next thing we are out of the trees and airborne as the ground slopes away suddenly. We hit the grass with an almighty crunch and then continue our descent, flying down an enormous bank. The woods have obviously slowed the other cars down, and looking back, I see only one of the Land Cruisers emerge from the tree line high above us. The car is airborne for a couple of seconds, and the entire undercarriage is visible from our low vantage point.
"They're still coming,"
Relis shouts unnecessarily, but I look back anyway and realize that they are gaining on us. A quick glance shows that neither of the other 2 cars has yet emerged from the trees. The Jeep's smaller turning radius has allowed us to widen the distance between us and our pursuers, but the Land Cruiser's superior engine power is showing. Despite Reed's best efforts, there is no way we can outrun them. I watch helplessly as the Land Cruiser inches forward, only a few yards from our rear bumper. I brace myself for impact. "Incoming!" I warn Reed, whose knuckles have gone white from the effort of holding us on course over the rugged, unpaved terrain. The Land Cruiser hits and the impact reverberates through my whole body. "That's it!" I yell, scrambling over the front seats and landing unceremoniously beside Relis on the back seat. "Excuse me, Bobby." The impact has set the Land Cruiser back, but I hear the telltale roar of the bigger engine and it starts gaining on us again. I perch in the middle of the back seat, fumbling with the lever that releases the seat back. Eventually, I manage to release it, and the left side of the back seat folds down, allowing me to wriggle the lower half of my body into the trunk. I lie down on my back and start kicking the back door, almost the same way I kicked out the front windscreen. This time, however, I hang on to the sling handle that is used to pull the trunk closed from the inside.
"What in God's name are you doing?"
Reed roars from the front seat. I am about to answer when I feel the metal start to give. Even with my strength, it is a difficult task, and it is not helped by my uncomfortable position. I double my efforts, kicking as hard as I can. It is almost unexpected when the trunk suddenly bursts open, and I yank back as hard as I can on the sling handle. The pull as the trunk drops almost yanks me right up and out of the Jeep, but Relis grabs my belt and pulls me back. I land on my back and then, resting on my elbows, I watch as though in slow motion as the metal trunk door slides down out of sight. A second later, the Land Cruiser hits it at high speed, and there is an almighty roar of the massive engine as the enormous vehicle's nose soars straight up in the air and starts to tip over. In the space it takes me to blink, the vehicle begins to roll, flipping over and eventually coming to rest on its roof.
"Yee-haw!"
Reed hollers from the front as Relis drags me to the safety of the back seat.
"Woman, you are something else."
"Thanks, cowboy." I smile at him in the rearview mirror.
As great as that was, we have another problem."
Relis interrupts, his finger pointing behind us. The other 2 Land Cruisers are descending the hill, and there is absolutely nothing around for us to take cover in. "The road." I point, but Reed has already started turning.
"Yeah, I see it, Tiny."
We head for the road and speed up. Our lead has bought us more time than we anticipated, and it is a while before the land cruisers start making any noticeable progress. I check the GPS. Okay, stay on this road. It should take us right through Hopkinsville, Christian County.
When the hell are we going to get out of Kentucky?
Relis pipes up from the back. Once we pass through town, we need to get onto Route 24. That'll take us over the Kentucky Dam and into Marshall County. From there, I'd suggest we head south into Tennessee, then Arkansas, Oklahoma, and up into Kansas. There's no point risking getting anywhere close to the Missouri boundary fence.
Agreed.
Reed is uncharacteristically serious.
But we need to lose our friends back there or we won't get far. I don't think we're going to be able to refuel at this speed.
He gives me a wry smile. I give it some thought, and then, with the briefest of nods, my mind is made up. Then we make a stand in Hopkinsville. I look from Reed to Relis, but neither of them argues. This is our best defense. Reed guns the engine and we fly toward the town. We enter Hopkinsville only a few minutes ahead of the land cruisers. Reed yanks the handbrake and the car slides out, completing a full 180-degree turn before jerking to a halt. I look at the smoke from the overstressed tires rising off the street through the window behind him, and Reed shrugs his broad shoulders.
I've always wanted to do that.
We don't have time to come up with a plan. I can already hear the roar of the land cruiser's engines approaching. "Split up!" I yell, sprinting into one of the abandoned buildings nearby, and Reed and Relis streak in opposite directions. I find a building with a street-facing window and peer out, seeing a door slam just across the street before the land cruisers hurtle down the main street side by side. I glance around me, and a board with faded plastic pictures of road safety catches my eye. The miniature tables and chairs stacked in the corner confirm my suspicion that I have unwittingly chosen a preschool to hide out in. I turn my attention back to the street. A flicker of a curtain in the house across the road, and I see Reed giving me the thumbs-up sign. I sign back that all is okay, and the curtain drops back in place as the land cruisers skid to a stop just a few yards from our abandoned Jeep. The doors fly open and 5 men emerge from each of the vehicles. I inhale sharply. We had guessed wrong. There weren't 4 men per vehicle. There were 5, which meant that not 8 but 10 of Eric's soldiers were going after the others. The absolute silence following all the recent noise is strange and my ears are ringing. I can hear my heart beating, and the low murmur of voices as the men in the street decide on their best course of action. The slightest of noises to my right breaks my concentration, and I look toward the sound, jumping to attention with a muffled cry of shock. Standing in a doorway just a few feet from me, leering and drooling, stands one of the true casualties of the war. This creature is probably not much older than me, but his face is ravaged and scarred, his teeth yellow and decaying. When he speaks, his voice is hoarse and rattles, as though there is too much fluid in his chest.
"Hello, pretty lady."
I can barely make out the words. They are so distorted. I do not think these beasts that scour the barren lands have much practice in conversing. The last is a hiss, and my blood goes cold at the sick smile that stretches across his face. I risk a quick look back at the street and see that the soldiers are scrutinizing the building that I'm standing in. Glancing back at the sad sight before me, I raise my hands in a gesture of peace. "Please," I begin. "I don't want to hurt you." But the words have barely left my mouth when, with a blood-curdling wail, he runs at me, raising his right hand, which is holding a wicked-looking rusted blade. "Argh!" I roar in frustration, launching myself through the window that I had been looking out of only a moment before. I burst into the group of men and grab one as I pass, pulling him along with me as I rush headlong up the street. As soon as I am 100 yards away from the others, I ram him head first into a brick wall, hoping that his ability is speed and not strength. His lifeless body slumps to the ground. Definitely speed then. I turn and race back the way I have come. Only a few seconds have passed, and as I approach the group of men who are now standing back to back, their arms raised and ready to defend, Reed comes flying out of the house he has been hiding in.
What the hell, Rebecca?
He opens his arms in question.
Did I miss something? Is this Plan B?
More like plan get the hell away from it, I shout, pointing at the deranged man standing on the verge observing us, saliva dripping from his open mouth. Reed recoils, his lip curling in disgust before he regains his composure.
Aw, Tiny. Did you make a new friend?
He calls out to me. Ha ha, very funny, I holler back, all the time assessing the 9 men, trying to figure out the best way to separate them. Reed suddenly blurs beside me, and a moment later, a dark-haired soldier is hauled from the group, too quickly for any of his companions to react. Reed grunts as he takes an elbow in the ribs. Strong, I assume, I ask, keeping one eye on the remaining 8.
How'd you guess?
Reed maintains his hold on the struggling soldier, who is doing everything he can to throw off his attacker. What are you waiting for? I hiss.
Aw, Bex, you're no fun.
Keeping his hold on both the soldier's wrists, he places his booted foot in the middle of his back, and with a jerk of his leg, he snaps the man's spine. The soldier's eyes go glassy, and as Reed releases him, he slumps to the ground. So we pick them off one by one? I whisper, and Reed nods.
That's the general idea.
He glances around curiously.
Where's the kid?
I had forgotten about Relis. A quick sweep of the street does not reveal him, and I refocus on the task at hand. I am about to launch myself forward when pain flares in my left calf. I yelp, and as I look down, my eyes widen in horror. The deranged man is biting deep into my flesh, his crazed eyes staring up at me. I force back the bile that rises immediately in my throat, and I am about to kick the creature off me when I am slammed to the ground. I become aware of a yell of surprise to my right, and I realize that Eric's soldiers have taken advantage of our momentary distraction to launch an attack. The best defense is a good offense, I suppose. There are 3 men holding me down, and the deranged man is still biting my leg. I am momentarily disappointed that they perceive Reed as the greater threat, and that 5 of them have attacked him while only 3 have concerned themselves with me. Then I hear Reed's familiar battle cry, and I can't help but grin. I quickly assess the situation. 2 soldiers are gripping my arms while one is straddling my chest, trying to keep me pinned to the ground. From the burning in my leg, it is obvious that the deranged man is still clamped down on my calf. I am more revolted by him than threatened by the others, so getting my free leg underneath me, I launch off the ground, spinning my body horizontally and kicking out with my injured leg. I howl with pain as the deranged man is flung off me, taking a bite-sized chunk of my flesh with him. The man on my chest is still sitting securely, albeit he has rotated a good 90 degrees, but the 2 restraining my arms have lost their secure hold and are struggling to regain their grip. I don't give them time to. I jerk my arms out of reach and, crossing my hands, both palms facing upward, I hit the assailant straddling my chest with the force of a small freight train. He is airborne for a short time, arms and legs flailing wildly, and then he drops like a sack of potatoes, a muffled oomph escaping him as he hits the ground and the breath is knocked out of him. I speed over to him. He stirs but doesn't get up, and I turn to the 2 other men who are running right at me. I bend my knees and focus on the men, flexing my hand and waiting for the right moment. The speed at which they are running seems like a snail's pace and assures me that this is not their forte. I tuck in both thumbs and wait for the perfect moment, breathing in slowly, filling my body with oxygen, tightening my core and focusing all my energy through my hands. As soon as the men are within appropriate range, I throw my arms forward with enough force to break through about 10 concrete paving bricks, the sides of my hands slicing through the air so quickly that they emit a hiss. I hit the assailant on the right square in the trachea, which is crushed instantly despite his strength. The attacker on the left suffers a severe depressed skull fracture. The shattered bones shoot inward and are embedded in the cranial tissue, causing instant death. I turn away from the fallen soldier and look across to the injured man, who is now sitting up, rubbing his chest and staring at me with disbelieving eyes. He makes no move toward me and seems to cower under my scrutiny. The wheezing and gasping sounds to my right indicate that this assailant has suffered a fatal tracheobronchial injury. He rolls onto his back, both hands clawing at his neck as he tries frantically to draw in the air that his body so desperately needs. We both know that this is a fruitless exercise. He will not be able to breathe with the injury he has sustained. He is as good as dead. I take 2 steps toward him, ignore his flinching away from me, and lift my good leg. I place a booted foot over his hands and throat. He stares helplessly at me for a brief second, and then closes his eyes. I throw my weight down and try not to think of the sickening crunch. I do not look down again, and I turn to Reed, who is still fighting 3 men, 2 other bodies lying nearby. I am about to rush forward when a furious growl erupts to my left, and I turn just in time to fling myself out of the way as one of the land cruisers rushes straight at me. "Reed!" I yell, seeing Relis sitting in the front seat. The enormous off-roader hurtles straight at the group of men, and only Reed and 1 other have the common sense to launch themselves out of the way. Relis hits the remaining 2 at high speed and slams on the brakes only a short distance from the preschool in which I was hiding. Both men are crushed against the brickwork, the hood of the monstrous car crumpling on impact. The sound of the horn blares from the car. I look to the last remaining soldier, but he takes 1 look at Reed and me closing in on him and turns on his heel, using his gift of speed to its fullest. I grin at Reed, but then it registers that the Land Cruiser's horn is still blaring, and I streak forward in sudden panic. "Relis!" Ignoring my injured leg, I rip the driver's door off the car and throw it aside, lifting Relis off the steering wheel. He is unconscious, a nasty gash on his forehead oozing blood.
Let me.
Reed gently pushes me aside, pulling the young soldier from the car and laying him down gently on the street. He places his head on Relis's chest, listening intently.
I can hear a heartbeat.
He looks up at me, his gaze softening.
Kid's obviously one heck of a lot stronger than he looks.
His mouth turns up in a small smile. I stare down at the brave young man, fighting the ridiculous urge to cry. An unpleasant noise reaches me and I turn my head, wishing immediately that I hadn't as I see the deranged man lift his head from a nearby corpse, his mouth and chin running red with blood. Dear God, he was right, I whisper, my leg finally giving way. I collapse next to Reed and Relis, my hands resting in my lap.
Who?
Reed sounds confused. Eric, I answer, turning to face him, wide-eyed and stricken. Eric was right. I look back at the stomach-turning sight and finish. They are monsters. Chapter 30. The rest of the drive to Dodge City goes by without incident. Relis is sprawled across the back seat, still unconscious. I stare unseeingly out of the window of the Land Cruiser that we stole from Eric's men. The Jeep was much older and had taken a lot of pounding, and we weren't too sure that it would make it all the way to Kansas. I kept thinking about the creature that we had left behind, the feast that he would make of the casualties of our battle. I have always known that the deranged and the Rados existed, but to actually see one in the flesh was shocking, an awful eye-opener. It had me doubting that Eric was all that far off the mark. Surely ordinary people needed to be protected from what's out here.
Penny for your thoughts?
Reed interrupts my reverie, looking down at me with a puzzled frown on his face. I shake my head, tucking a stray lock of hair behind my ear. It's nothing, I answer, turning away from him. He sighs exasperatedly, and I look back at him. What is here to say? You saw it. I can't help but think. Well, sure, Eric's methods may be extreme, but is it really better to allow those monsters into our world, to unleash them on society?
Those monsters wouldn't exist if Eric Dane hadn't fenced in what few resources remained in this country and abandoned the rest to starve.
Reed answers.
The deranged are like that only because they've been isolated from society. They're little less than savages.
But they do exist, Reed, I insist. And regardless of how they got here, it just wouldn't be right not to keep them locked out, away from normal people.
Look, Rebecca.
He starts, lifting his hands from the steering wheel, and then bringing them back down with a slapping sound.
What we saw back there, well, yeah, sure, it's ugly. I ain't gonna argue with that. But that's the exception, not the rule. There are perfectly normal, healthy people living in the Rebeldom. They don't deserve your husband's treatment. Trust me, I know.
The emphasis on the I reminds me that Reed grew up in what I refer to as the barren lands, that he still has family there. I don't answer him for a long while, thinking about this. He is right, of course. I have been to the barren lands. I have lived among the people. And, although the fences may provide protection, insisting on sterilization and curfews and all the rest of Eric's ridiculous laws do not achieve anything but fuel his power and curb the human spirit. The 10 states are no more than police states where people exist. They do not live.
Tiny?
Reed is wondering at my silence. You called him my husband. It's an absent-minded whisper.
Oh, shit.
He shakes his head.
I'm sorry, Rebecca.
I nod, but as he has his eyes on the road ahead, he doesn't see it.
Really, I'm sorry.
He places a warm hand on my leg, and as I look down at it, I notice that he has beautiful hands, strong and tanned, and that he bites his nails. I feel a tweak in my abdomen, and for one wild moment, I imagine his hand traveling up my thigh. My entire body jerks in response, and I flame bright red as his wicked green eyes widen. He removes his hand and puts it slowly back on the steering wheel.
The toxins are probably still working their way through your system.
He offers.
A human bite is the worst. It can cause infection and inflammation. You've probably already got a fever. The shivering is your body's way of fighting it.
I am not fooled. His reluctance to look at me is obvious. He knows exactly what just happened, but I am happy to go along with his fake theory. I am not attracted to Reed, I tell myself. During the rest of the journey, my thoughts turn naturally to Aiden, and I flush with mortification at the sudden and short-lived attraction to my traveling partner. Aiden is the love of my life. He always has been and always will be. And he is out there, somewhere, in considerable pain. It hits me again, the frantic need to find him, and I sit up straighter, vowing that as soon as we get to Dodge, I will make a plan and I will not stop until he is safe. Hours later, we enter Kansas. You know, you're about to get a lot less unique, McCoy. I stretch out my neck, clicking it first left and then right. My calf is tingling, and I am hoping it will be fully healed by the time we get to Dodge. Isn't Dodge City the cowboy capital of the old states or something? I grin and glance across at him. A moan comes from the back seat and I whip my head around, staring intently at Relis. He stirs, turning restlessly from one side to the other.
Let's get the heck into Dodge.
Reed howls. Dodge City, Kansas, sits above one of the world's largest underground water systems, the Ogallala Aquifer. In 2016, before the war, it was hypothesized that the aquifer would dry up as early as 2035, one of the hazards of overpumping for irrigation. Now it is the reason that one of the largest rebel bases is situated here. It has an unending water supply. The withdrawals are now minimal in comparison with those of the pre-nuclear state, and the aquifer will continue to be our largest water source indefinitely. Relis regains consciousness briefly as we enter the city, managing a short,
"Are we out of Kentucky yet?"
before slumping back on the seat, unconscious once more.
Probably concussed.
Reed chuckles. I cannot bring myself to laugh. I'm still feeling slightly awkward after what has passed between us. We head toward the old television station that serves as the general's headquarters. As we turn into the street, a lone figure walks out of the building to meet us. Oh, thank God! Relief courses through me at the sight of my father, unharmed. Dad! I leap from the car before we have come to a complete stop, eliciting an irritated growl from the driver's seat. We hug briefly. Where's Alex? I ask. And Morgan? And the others? Did everyone get here okay? Dad? Dad. He is not answering me, and now I see it. The sadness in his eyes. Dad! I shake him, my heartbeat thundering in my chest and my hands beginning to tremble as the icy hand of fear trickles down my spine. Before he can answer, Michael comes racing out of the building, Morgan right behind him yelling,
Michael, stop! Let him tell her!
I grab my father's jacket in desperation. Tell me what? I plead, turning to look at Michael as he skids to a halt beside us. Tell me what, Michael? He is babbling, speaking so fast I can barely catch what he is saying, but all I can make out is his apology, over and over again.
I am so sorry. I tried. I really tried. I'm so sorry, Rebecca. They caught us and I didn't know. I'm so sorry.
I am mesmerized by his mouth. I'm watching it open and close and I hear what he is saying, but it seems as though he's speaking through a dream. His eyes are shining with tears, but his face is receding, and I want to tell him to stop moving around because it's making me dizzy. Morgan bumps into Michael and grabs his arm, and he turns to look at her, and I can hear Reed calling my name.
Rebecca. Rebecca. Rebecca.
And then mercifully everything is black. It's Jonathan, not Alex. Jonathan, not my son, but the man who was the only father I had known for 19 years, Aiden's father. My dad relayed the story which he had heard from a sobbing Michael who had stumbled into Dodge only a few hours earlier, an exhausted Alex hanging from his neck. They had had a problem with their Jeep and had needed to stop so that Jonathan could check the engine. He had managed to sort out the problem temporarily, but the delay had cost them. One of the Land Cruisers had caught up with them. They had tried to make a run for it, but, as with us, the superior engine of the Land Cruiser had made it impossible to outrun. By the time the vehicles were only a few hundred yards apart, Jonathan realized that they would soon have no time left to come up with another plan. He stopped the car on the outskirts of some thick woods, handed a crying Alex to Michael along with the remote GPS. one of the rucksacks and the cell phone that I had given him and told him to run.
You run as far and as fast as you can, son.
He had rested his massive hand on Michael's shoulder. Jonathan had made a screeching U-turn and raced back toward the oncoming car. Michael had not realized the older man's plan until it was too late. He had stood helplessly as the Jeep made a beeline for the larger Land Cruiser. He had watched, disbelievingly, as the two vehicles connected, a ball of flame engulfing both of them as the fuel tanks exploded. Jonathan had sacrificed himself so that Alex and Michael could live. Michael had done exactly as Jonathan had asked. He put Alex on his back and he started running. 350 miles he covered, carrying my young son on his shoulders. My eyes fill with tears as I hear this, and I step forward and wrap my arms around the young boy who has grown into a man in the last 24 hours. Thank you, Michael. I step back, wiping my eyes.
He told me to give you a message.
He begins, hesitantly. I swallow and raise both eyebrows in question. Michael takes a deep breath.
He said to tell you that he loves you, that he never doubted you, he never believed the lie. Not for a minute. He said that you were always destined for greatness.
He pauses, seeing the unshed tears that have filled my eyes, but I nod quickly, urging him to continue.
He said that you would find his son.
I blink, and the tears course down my cheeks at this poignant reminder of Aiden, but I do not wipe them away as Michael finishes.
He said that you would change the world.
I have cried myself into oblivion, letting the tears fall, soaking my shirt. My stomach hurts, and my throat is tight from the racking sobs, and I have only now calmed down enough for the hiccups and shudders to subside. I am lying on my back on the roof of a small apartment block. I walked away after Michael had given me Jonathan's message. I walked until I ended up here, and then I gave myself over to the flood of emotions that have left me feeling hollow and empty. I become aware of footsteps growing nearer and nearer until they come to a halt only a few feet away.
He died honorably, on his own terms.
Kwan's voice is oddly soothing and unbelievably fresh tears well in my eyes.
He died saving someone he loved. I don't think he would have any regrets.
I laugh miserably, dabbing at my eyes. I was pretty sure I had no tears left to cry. I sniff.
You have lost someone very dear to you.
He acknowledges. I've lost so much. My voice trembles in a rare moment of self-pity, and he bows his head in thought. When he raises it again, he contemplates me thoughtfully.
Jonathan was a sacrifice this war demanded.
I shut my eyes considering this. I didn't want him to die. I state the obvious.
I know you didn't,
he answers.
But would you rather have lost your son?
I shake my head. No. He rests his hand on the top of my head.
You were given this life, Rebecca, because you alone are strong enough to live it.
We sit in companionable silence for a few more minutes before he changes the subject entirely.
He likes you, you know.
He smiles knowingly before continuing.
Mr. McCoy.
He likes anything with a skirt, I reply sulkily. Kwan laughs.
I think he likes you more than he wants to, and possibly you feel something for him.
I deliberately close the subject. I have to find Aiden, Kwan. I'm not prepared to explore this topic. I'm too uncertain and I need to focus my energy on finding Aiden. Kwan, as is his nature, does not push it. Instead, much to my amazement, he grins.
Now, that's something I think I might be able to help you with.
Chapter 31. I follow Kwan back down the stairs and across the street, neither of us saying a word. After a while, the suspense is too much and I cannot keep quiet a moment longer. What's this about, Kwan? I ask. But he just smiles secretively and says,
You'll see.
I don't push it. Now that I am anxious to discover what it is that might help me find Aiden, the walk back seems interminably long. I can't believe I had ventured so far from the base. Back at headquarters, and I follow Quan down 2 flights of stairs. This building used to be the Fox studio, and there are numerous sound booths downstairs, small soundproofed rooms. I know that these are often used as holding cells for detaining prisoners. They have been secured with barred gates and reinforced lockable doors, making them ideal makeshift prison cells. Who's down here, Quan? I ask, my curiosity piqued. I am starting to get an idea of what is going on, but I don't want to get my hopes up and I force myself to keep calm.
He was in the land cruiser that attacked us,
Quan answers, stopping outside a locked door, just a short way down the passage. I draw in a sharp breath. In my self-absorption, I have not even asked, and I had not even known that the last land cruiser had found my friends. I'm sorry, I didn't know, I say. Quan smiles, waving away my apology.
Don't be silly. You had a lot more to deal with. Anyway, your dad and the general's cars turned back to help, so there were 4 of us with abilities when it came down to the wire.
Against 5 of them, I point out. And Morgan's little more than a child. Hardly a fair fight.
I won't tell her you said that.
He smiles and then continues more seriously.
Well, all is well. That ends well. It turned out okay.
He glances up and down the darkened passageway.
We killed them all.
His voice is tinged with regret, and my heart aches for him. I know how much value he holds for human life.
Except one,
he continues, gesturing toward the door.
He put up one hell of a fight for someone gifted with speed. He didn't try to run, which would have been the obvious thing to do once he realized we had killed his associates.
I turn the key and push the door open, my eyes taking a minute to adjust to the dim light. Why, hello, Darius. I greet my husband's henchman. His ebony skin is slick with sweat. There is no electricity in the Rebeldom, and everything runs on gas or fuel. The air down here is thick and muggy, and the temperatures are much higher than they are above ground. Even his bald head is shining with perspiration. He is shirtless, and his tribal tattoos are visible, running from behind his left ear, down his neck, and across his chest. Darius looks dangerous, and he is. He's not as deadly as Quinn, who has the gift of strength, but he is a warrior and has natural strength that surpasses most human capabilities. He refuses to answer or acknowledge me, staring straight ahead at a spot on the wall, unblinking and unmoving. I mentally start to prepare myself for what will no doubt be a very long night. Darius will not give Eric up lightly. It would go against his honor. I am about to take a step into the room when Quan takes a firm hold on my wrist and steps back into the hallway. I follow him, curious as to what it is that he intends to do. He shuts the door with an audible click and turns the key, double-checking that it is locked.
Is he in there?
The sudden voice right next to me makes me jump, and I whirl around to glare at Reed. He ignores me, addressing Quan.
You ready?
He asks, and Quan nods. What's going on? I ask, not quite understanding what they are planning. Reed takes hold of both my shoulders.
Do me a favor, Tiny,
he says, lifting me into the air and slowly turning a full 180 degrees before setting me back on my feet. He is now closest to the door, and I am in the corridor.
Go and spend some time with Alex, will you?
He finishes, turning to the door. It suddenly dawns on me what they are planning. Oh, no, you don't. I grab his shoulder and pull him back. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Quan rolling his eyes. What a very un-Quan-like thing to do. I seriously need to stop letting these two spend so much time together.
Yeah?
Reed is waiting for me to continue, a bored look on his face. I need to speak to him.
To get Aiden's whereabouts out of him.
Reed poses the question. Obviously, I cross my arms over my chest.
We'll do that, Tiny.
He answers.
Now go and spend some time with Alex. That's not a request. Let me and Allie here handle this.
He pushes me toward the stairs. But...
No, Rebecca.
It is Quan who now interjects.
We don't doubt that you can do this. In fact, we know that you can do this, but so can we. And once we get this information out of him, we all know that you'll take off immediately, and you might not survive the mission.
His solemn gaze makes me almost ashamed of my obvious disregard for my life.
You need to spend some time with your son.
He finishes meaningfully, looking me straight in the eye. I slowly breathe in through my nose and look from one to the other. These brave men who stand beside me and support me. I honestly don't know where I would be without them. I am humbled by their loyalty and honored to have them by my side. They will not let me down. And they are right. I need to spend what precious little time I have with Alex. Don't take too long. I smile and turn to go. I reach the bottom of the stairs, but before I start climbing, I glance back. Quan nods at Reed and turns the key. In the second before the door is opened, Reed looks up at me, catching my eye. He looks as though he is about to say something, then seems to think better of it, closes his mouth and gives me a ghost of a wink before he turns his back on me and they enter the room, shutting the door behind them. I spend the rest of the day with Alex. It is comforting and exhausting. A 5-year-old has copious amounts of energy. When nightfall comes, we eat with the others, and then I immediately excuse us and we head for our assigned room. I am exhausted, emotionally, physically, and mentally. I'm trying so hard not to think about what's going on downstairs that I can think of nothing else. Eventually, with Alex's warm little body pressed up beside me, I bury my nose in his soft hair and fall into a dreamless sleep. 12 hours later, I wake up with the sun filtering through the faded curtains. I wake Alex and force myself to take my time getting ready. There is obviously no progress. I would have been notified immediately of any developments. We get dressed, brush our teeth, and I pull a brush through my hair before tying it up in a ponytail. Stamping my feet to get the circulation going, I open our bedroom door and we make our way to the mess hall for breakfast. The only people downstairs are the General and the Kellys. Choosing the lesser of two evils, I steer Alex toward Michael and Morgan and sit down. As we start on our bread and marmalade, Michael engages Alex in an animated conversation about running and high school track. I listen with one ear. I am still utterly preoccupied with what I know is going on downstairs. Maybe I should just go down and listen at the door. Alex wolfs down his breakfast, and then he and Michael head outside to play, Morgan following a few moments later.
I thought you'd be far more eager to get started, Rebecca.
The General's gruff voice permeates my musing, and I look across the room, frowning in confusion. I beg your pardon?
It's just that when those boys came out with the good news last night, I figured you'd be off like a shot. But I'm glad to see you're learning to exercise some restraint, taking the necessary time to...
I don't hear any more. I am already out of the door and tearing down the corridor to the men's dorms. It takes me 4 incorrect attempts before I find the right door. Flinging it wide, I open my mouth to voice my irritation. Instead, I clap my hands over my eyes and turn around, blushing scarlet, as Reed leaps out of bed in shock. wearing nothing but a sexy southern smile.
Whoa!
He yells.
What the hell, Tiny?
Sorry. This is not happening. I want to die. I want to crawl into the floor. I am so embarrassed and I don't know where to look. I turn back around. Reed is using a pink skirt as a fig leaf. The blonde woman lying in his bed rolls over and pulls the sheet up to her chin, her tousled hair falling over her shoulder, her blue eyes half closed.
Who are you?
She asks, crinkling her nose in confusion and looking to Reed for an answer. I'm no one, I answer, refusing to look at Reed. I don't know why I feel such an intense dislike for this woman that I've never met, and a part of me does not want to think about the possible reasons.
Amber,
she introduces herself.
Nice to meet you, no one.
She doesn't look impressed. She raises an eyebrow at Reed, who is looking at the floor, the ceiling, anywhere but at the two of us. Lovely to meet you, I say insincerely. Then, wanting nothing more than to get out of there as quickly as possible, I straighten up and address Reed directly, forcing myself to focus on his face and not look down. Which is Kwan's room? I ask, tiptoeing back toward the door.
One down on the left.
His reply is curt. Right, okay, thanks. I flee, pulling the door closed behind me and resting my back against it for a second. Exercising a bit more caution, I knock rapidly on Kwan's door 3 times. No answer. I turn the handle and open the door slightly, peeking through the crack. The bed is perfectly made. I push the door open wider, but the room is definitely empty.
I think he's gone to see a man about a horse.
Reed pushes the door completely open and steps past me into the room. I avoid meeting his gaze. What?
Drain the lizard.
He yawns without covering his mouth, showing a healthy pink tongue and a row of straight white teeth. Seeing my obvious confusion, he continues.
Shake the snake. Take a slaw.
Okay, I interrupt, smiling politely. I get it. Thanks. There is an uncomfortable silence.
Look,
Reed begins.
Amber is just...
None of my business, I interrupt. He's wearing only a pair of blue jeans. Where's your shirt? He grins.
Why, does this make you uncomfortable, Tiny?
He takes a step closer and I automatically take a step back. His pupils dilate in surprise and his eyes sparkle with the challenge. He takes another step forward and I stand still. Another 2 steps and he is standing right in front of me, all tanned, muscular. 6 feet of him. I try to look anywhere but at his impressive naked chest, with its light covering of dark blonde hair. He takes another step and this time I can't help it. I take a step back. I can feel the heat rising in my cheeks, and I curse the fact that he has this effect on me. Stop it! My voice is louder than expected and confident. He pauses, looking mildly curious. I mean it, Reed. I lift my chin and look him in the eye. Please, stop it. He takes a few steps back and I feel the tension leaving my body. With that, I regain my ability to think rationally and immediately ask the question I came here to ask. You finished interrogating Darius? It is more a statement than a question, and he nods his head in answer. Why didn't you guys wake me? I ask. He sighs loudly as though he was expecting this.
You needed your sleep.
But...
It was late, Rebecca,
he says, sounding unusually irritated. But...
It was after midnight.
He snaps.
Some of us needed to get to bed.
He pauses, his eyes searching my face, which I'm pretty sure is registering my shock at his sudden outburst. He lowers his voice, forcing a smile.
I know you think that we all have this unending stamina, but believe it or not, sweetheart, even someone of my superior endurance has to go to bed every now and again. Sometimes I even sleep.
He winks. I roll my eyes, but am secretly relieved that we are back on familiar territory. Where is he, McCoy? I ask. Where is Aiden?
Cook County Correctional Services, hiding in plain sight. Looks like we're going to be heading back to the Windy City.
Chapter 32. The Cook County Jail, located at 2800 South California Avenue in Chicago, is the only prison in the new United States. Crime in post-nuclear America is minimal, and this prison, which is capable of detaining almost 10,000 prisoners, is home to only a few hundred convicts. The prison was initially earmarked by Eric as an intended monument to serve as a reminder of the lawlessness that prevailed before the new Declaration of Independence was signed in 2039. This declaration formally stated that the 10 new states no longer formed part of the old America and would be governed independently. Eric eventually decided against the monument proposal for Cook County and kept the prison for its original use, although not many staff were required, and large portions of the facility were no longer in use. I can only assume that Eric will have upped the guards on duty in light of his new prisoner. I force myself to pack slowly, trying to formulate a better plan than the one I have, which basically consists of getting to Chicago, finding Aiden, and killing Eric. The details are a little bit hazy, but I have a long drive ahead of me to come up with an exact plan. I pack the Land Cruiser that we stole from Eric's men with enough fuel and supplies to get me the 870 miles back to Cook County. By late afternoon, there is nothing left to do but hit the road. I spend a precious half hour with Alex and my father. The atmosphere is a somber one, but Alex plays on regardless, blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding around him. Eventually, my dad breaks the silence.
You know this is a suicide mission.
He won't meet my eyes, keeping his gaze fixed on Alex, who is now kicking his ball around. I cannot summon the energy to contradict him, so I remain silent. Eventually, I realize I need to go before I lose what little light remains of the day. My father has already tried to convince me to leave the next day, rather than drive through the night or spend it asleep in the car out in the barren lands, but I need to get going. The strain of trying to keep it together for Alex is taking its toll, and the frustration of doing nothing is building to breaking point. Take care of him, I whisper in my dad's ear as I hug him.
I will.
His answer is immediate. I have to do this, Dad. It's the only explanation I can offer.
I know.
His reply is unexpected, but then I remember how much he and my mother loved each other, and I think that maybe he just might understand after all. It is with a heavy heart that I slam the door shut. I have a hollow, empty feeling inside, and I share my father's pessimism. I know that the chances of surviving this mission are slim. I am all too aware that the decision I have made could well make an orphan of my son. But I hope that if that is the case, he will one day come to understand that I died trying to save his father, that I was trying to fight for a better world for him to grow up in.
Aren't you forgetting something, Tiny?
Reed's voice is uncharacteristically gentle. I smile and turn my head to look at him through the driver's window. Goodbyes aren't really my thing, cowboy, but I appreciate the... I trail, noticing that he and Quan are both carrying rucksacks. Oh no, you don't! I warn, opening my door and clambering out of the Land Cruiser to face them. Where in the hell do you two think you're going? I ask. They look at each other and Quan rolls his eyes. Again. This is becoming a habit.
You win,
he tells Reed, who chuckles.
Never bet against a Southerner. Besides, this one is pretty predictable.
He jerks his thumb at me. I don't have the heart to come up with a suitably sarcastic reply. You two are not coming with me.
Yes, we are.
Reed crosses his arms over his chest. No, you're not. I insist, mirroring his actions. Quan ignores both of us, opens the back door, and throws his rucksack on the seat.
You didn't really think we would let you go off and have all the fun now, did you?
Reed asks, throwing in his own rucksack. Seriously, you guys. I open the door and remove both rucksacks. I have to do this alone. You two are needed here. Reed laughs and Quan just shakes his head. I grit my teeth in frustration. You can't come.
Why not?
Reed counters. Because this mission is suicide. I finally admit out loud.
Oh, really? We had no idea.
Quan raises his brows sarcastically.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky.
Reed shrugs his massive shoulders and regards me seriously.
I don't believe in luck.
There is a brief pause and then...
But I do believe in you.
He looks down at me, a rare, sincere look on his face, and I gaze up at him, a warm flush spreading up from my neck and over my cheeks.
Oh, sod it.
He suddenly blurts out.
I'm coming with you, Bex, because I can't sit idly by and watch you go off on some suicide mission.
His use of my pet name takes me by surprise.
Yes.
He continues.
I'm that guy, the idiot who rushes off and helps the woman he loves save the guy that she loves. Pretty sad, huh?
I don't know what to say. I have no answer to this, and I look uncomfortably at Quan. Unsurprisingly, he appears completely unfazed by Reed's proclamation.
I'm coming because my wife left me believing her dead so that she could serve Eric Dane.
There is an uncomfortable silence as we all consider this, and then Reed's drawl breaks the tension.
Okay, you win, Miyagi.
Quan laughs and throws the two rucksacks back into the Land Cruiser.
We're coming,
Reed reiterates, opening the driver's door for me while Quan climbs into the back. Temporarily speechless while I try to digest this news, I get into the car without another word. We drive until nightfall and then we decide to rest until morning. Making our way through Chicago and breaking into Cook County will be no easy feat, and we should be well rested. We drive most of the next day and then we abandon the Land Cruiser after hiding it and travel the last few miles on foot. We approach the boundary fence with caution.
Wait here,
Quan whispers, leaving us behind a copse of trees while he goes off to scout out the entry point we've selected. Reed and I sit in awkward silence for a while before he speaks.
Look, Tiny, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I know it changes nothing. I just wanted you to know. No regrets and all that.
I nod, looking up at him for the first time. He gazes down at me, looking first at my eyes, my nose, and finally my mouth. He picks up a lock of my hair and rubs it between his fingers.
Oh, hell.
He growls suddenly, and I jerk up in surprise.
Seeing as we're about to die anyway, I might as well make hay while the sun shines.
He murmurs, and, clamping a warm hand around my neck, he pulls me forward and brings his head down to meet mine. Before I can even register what is happening, his mouth is on mine. My lips are forced apart, and his tongue is in my mouth, exploring and playful. His stubble tickles my chin, and his hand comes around, cupping my neck and cheek. He kisses me with a passion that I never suspected, and although somewhere deep down my subconscious acknowledges how wrong this is, my body responds with a mind of its own. My tongue darts back and forth, teasing and toying with his, and my hands move across his back and up over his shoulders of their own accord, to bury themselves in his thick hair. I am pulling him closer and my body is aching, my back arching toward him, Our kiss deepens and his arms come around my waist, his big hands flexing over my hips. I am lost in the moment and a low, throaty groan escapes me. The sound brings me reeling to my senses and I pull away from him. The second our contact is broken, my mind clears and I press the back of my hand to my mouth, my chest rising and falling as I try to bring my breathing under control. Reed looks physically pained and he rises suddenly, running his hands through his hair. He turns and walks a few paces away from me, standing with his hands on his hips, his head hanging. After a few moments, he turns back and gazes at me, as though trying to memorize every inch of my face. I lower my gaze, my cheeks flaming bright red. He takes a few steps and stands in front of me. Placing his hand under my chin, he lifts my head until our eyes meet.
You're amazing, Rebecca. You're sexy and brave and wonderful. He's a lucky man.
I blink in confusion.
I'm no fool, sweetheart,
he continues.
I know you love him, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you get him back safely. I want you to be happy. That's really all I can hope for at this stage.
He runs his finger down my cheek, and I shiver involuntarily. I cannot say anything. There is nothing that I can say that will make him feel better, or that will change the situation. We sit quietly until we hear Quan approaching.
Okay.
He whispers when he reaches us.
Only 2 guards close enough to worry about. I dealt with both of them.
When we fail to react to his smug announcement, he looks from me to Reed, an indignant expression crossing his face.
What's up with you two?
Reed answers.
I kissed Rebecca. I don't think she's recovered yet.
There is a playful tone in his voice, and despite myself, I giggle. Quan looks at me with a knowing smile.
You okay?
I'm fine. I put a lot of emphasis on the fine, glaring at Reed as I do. He smirks and winks at me.
You keep telling yourself that, sexy Bex.
Chapter 33. As we cross the boundary fence, my senses automatically go on high alert. It has never been so dangerous for me to be within the States. Adrenaline is coursing through my body, and within a few minutes I'm drenched in sweat.
Calm down, Tiny.
Reed warns.
I can practically hear your heart racing from here.
Reed has been back and forth between the States and the Rebeldom so many times he is completely at ease. He is right, though. The constant vigilance is physically draining, and I force myself to relax slightly. We eventually find ourselves only a mile away from the prison, and we hide out in an empty factory. It is almost nightfall, and our highest chance of success will be to get Aiden out at night when there are fewer staff on duty, and those who are working are tired and less attentive. The information that we have on the prison is extensive, but our biggest concern is that it may be out of date, in which case it is worthless. The only way we'll know whether our sources are accurate is once we are inside the prison itself. It is a risk we have to take. At nightfall, we prepare and head out. It's relatively easy getting into the prison. We enter through a maintenance access point and make our way to D Block, which houses the most dangerous criminals and has the most security features. It is more than likely that this is where Aiden will be. We are not challenged, and this in itself is disconcerting. Possibly it is just a coincidence that we haven't come across any guards yet, but an uneasy feeling is building in my stomach. I glance sideways at Quan and his expression mirrors my concern. Reed, too, shakes his head when I catch his eye. Something is not right. I pause, in 2 minds. Half of me wants to turn back, reassess and replan. The other half of me is reluctant to stop now when we could be so close to finding Aiden. While I'm considering these options, I glance around, taking in my surroundings. We are in a large room with a few doorways leading in different directions and security gates on either side. There are a few medical cabinets mounted on the far wall, and a couple of hospital beds are lined up against another wall. I presume that this is the prison hospital. I'm only half paying attention, so it takes me a moment to register the change. It is ever so slight. 1 minute the doorways are all closed, and the next minute an infinitesimal gap appears around the second door from the left. I see something small and black appear, and, in the second that it takes to recognize what it is, I yell, "Get down!" and throw myself to the floor as something whizzes above my head. Reed and Quan also drop to the floor, but Quan is just a second too late. He slaps his hand up against his neck, and through his fingers I see the telltale blue feather of the dart.
Son of a bitch.
Reed is already streaking toward the door as it bursts open and the room starts filling with soldiers, led, I note, by Quinn. Quan's eyes are already closed, although the steady rising and falling of his chest assures me that he is alive, just knocked out. I am considering my best course of action when I see about 10 men flying off Reed all at once. I blink in confusion. Not even Reed is that strong, and then I realize that most of the men in the room are ordinary, with no special abilities. Eric, obviously, did not seriously expect me to try to break into the prison, and, if he did, he had obviously assumed that I would be quickly darted and pose no real threat. He did not anticipate that it would come down to a fight. I rush into the fray, incapacitating people left, right, and center, but keeping my eye on Quinn as I make my way toward him. He is the obvious target. I grimace in pain as I am slammed in the ribs by an oncoming soldier. There are definitely a few gifted along with the others in the room. I turn to the strong man beside me and bring my fists up in a fighting stance. His eyes on my hands. He smiles in anticipation of victory. He does not even see the roundhouse kick coming, but my foot lands squarely on his jaw and he soars through the air to land on his back. He is up after a minute, but by then I am already almost across the room. I reach Quinn at the same time that Reed does. We look at each other and Reed pouts.
Why is it you get to have all the fun?
He remarks as he backs away, heading straight for the man I have just left, who has followed me in a fury of embarrassment.
Going somewhere?
I hear Reed ask him before I turn my full attention to Quinn.
Hello, Mrs. Dane.
He oozes sarcasm and I smile sweetly. Hello, Quinn. I am about to attack when there is a blur to my left and I whirl to face the new opponent. Before I can make a move, the newcomer lands a blow to my rib cage. Even though this soldier is gifted with speed and not strength, it still winds me, and this momentary distraction has given Quinn the opening that he needs. I turn back just in time to see Quinn launch himself, not at me, but at my attacker. Quinn is a lethal opponent, and I watch as he dispatches the younger man easily. I gape at him as he stands upright, kicks the body aside, and takes a step back toward me. I mentally shake myself. This man is dangerous. I leap forward, both my hands around his neck, and I throw him to the ground. Where is he? I hiss between clenched teeth, bracing myself for his reaction. It doesn't come. Quinn lies calmly beneath me, his arms at his sides.
Let me go, Rebecca.
His voice is steady. First, you tell me where Eric is keeping Aiden. I push down harder with each word and he flinches.
He's got him at home, at your place. Now let me go. I'm on your side.
I laugh derisively. Give me one good reason why I should trust you.
Because I believe you know my uncle.
He manages, his face going purple. I ease up slightly in surprise. He smiles at my obvious confusion.
My father's brother is Kenneth Williams.
I cannot believe it. Quinn is the vice president's nephew. I would never have seen that one coming. Reed was inclined not to believe it. But once Quinn had helped us overcome what remained of Eric's men, and then handed me a private mobile phone that had a secure direct line to the VP, I have no choice but to accept that Quinn is indeed one of us. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, thinking that these past 3 years with Eric might not have been so lonely if I had known Quinn's true identity, known that someone else close by was on my side. He looks sheepish, as though he knows exactly what I am thinking.
They figured it was safer that you didn't know. That way Eric could never suspect.
They? I ask, and then I sit back, shaking my head. My father knew too? Quinn shrugs.
That's your business. I just do as I'm told.
When did they move Aiden? I ask, changing the subject.
Yesterday, I moved him myself. Eric wanted it kept under wraps. He didn't want anyone to know in case the information got back to you.
What's he been darted with? I indicate Quan, who is still lying motionless on the floor a few feet away.
It's a fast-acting sedative. He won't be out too much longer, but it would be better if you got out of here before the cavalry arrives.
Let's go, Tiny.
Reed stoops and retrieves the dart gun, examining it as he walks back to us.
You plan on going back into the Rebeldom now?
He asks Quinn, who shakes his head.
Ideally, headquarters would prefer it if my cover isn't blown. For obvious reasons.
Reed nods, sliding back the bolt and engaging the next round.
Well, let's make sure we make it look real,
he says as he takes aim. Understanding dawns on me as Quinn nods and braces himself for the sting.
Good luck, Rebecca.
Quinn's eyes meet mine for a second before the dart flies straight and true, the needle plunging into his neck. Quinn collapses, his eyes staring straight at me unnervingly. Thank you. I mouth the words, and a second later his eyes close.
We need to get out of here now.
Reed stoops and picks up Quan, throwing him over his shoulder and starting back the way we came. I pick up the dart gun that he has discarded, check that the next dart is in the barrel, and follow him. We spend the rest of the night back in the abandoned factory. Quan wakes up just before dawn.
Nice of you to join us, sleeping dragon.
Reed chuckles. Quan rubs at his neck, his eyes pulling together in a grimace. His gaze falls on the dart gun that I have left on an old workbench, and he eyes it with distaste.
How long was I out?
About 5 hours, I answer, handing him a flagon of water. How's your head?
Tender.
He takes a long drink of water and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. By the time the sun rises, we have filled Quan in as to what transpired at the prison after he passed out. Eric will by now have discovered our failed attempt at the jail and will be prepared. He'll know that we're in town and coming for Aiden. There's no point allowing him time to move Aiden again, and there's really no point in waiting till nightfall. The advantage of having been the First Lady is that I know the Chicago mansion inside and out. I have also spent 3 years deceiving my husband and sneaking around, so I know how to get on and off the property undetected. Having said that, there are bound to be more guards and additional security on the premises in anticipation of our arrival. I lead the way, keeping a keen eye out for patrols. We manage to get to the pool house and take cover inside while we plan our next move. There's no way we can get in undetected, I tell the others. Eric has too many cameras this close to the house, motion detectors and foot patrols. We're going to be found out one way or another.
So why not sooner, rather than later?
Quan asks, and Reed grins immediately. What have you got in mind, Quan? I ask, intrigued. Reed chortles.
Fools rushing where angels fear to tread, Tiny.
It becomes clear what they intend to do, and I nod my head slowly. Genius, I concede, Chapter 34. I peek around the door. I cannot see anyone, but this does not mean that there is no one in the vicinity. Not that it really matters anyway. Now! I yell, and the three of us burst from the pool house and storm toward the house at top speed. I reach the patio door a second before the others and yank it open, running straight into the living room. Jumping over the settee, I race to the stairs. Before I get there is a flurry of activity and several soldiers race toward us from all directions of the house. Reed, Quan, and I are blocked from the stairs by the sheer number of bodies, and we stand back to back, forming a deadly triangle in the middle of the foyer. I am astounded at the number of soldiers Eric has at his disposal. My father once estimated that Eric had only a few tens in number, but I am starting to think this was a gross underestimation. There are at least 20 men surrounding us already. Painful blows rain down on my head, neck, and shoulders. My initial concern for Quan is soon forgotten as the battle wages on. Men are dropping at our feet, incapacitated, unconscious, and dead. Quan's ability is speed, but years of training and his martial arts skills make him a deadly opponent. He is so fast and so precise that even the strong soldiers are succumbing. Reed's strength is also unfailing, and his body count is the largest by far. His familiar battle cry rings out, and I smile, feeling the bloodlust and the desperate need for vengeance settle over me. I think of Jonathan, who is gone, and Aiden, who is in pain, and I let the anger fuel my strength. I simply concentrate on the next adversary, and then the next, and the next, until there are no more. Blood pours from various wounds all over my body, and I feel like I have been hit by a train, but I limp toward the stairs anyway. I am halfway up when the tingling begins, but it will still be hours before I am fully recovered. Reed and Quan stagger up behind me. I head for the library, which is the obvious choice for a holding cell simply because of its vast size. I open the door and my heart skips a beat. Aiden is in the middle of the room, tied to a chair. His mouth is gagged and his blonde hair is stuck to his head with sweat. He is wearing nothing but a pair of standard prison trousers. His bronze chest is bare, multiple lacerations marring his naked beauty. His eyes are swollen almost entirely shut. At the noise of our entrance, he looks up, a desolate expression crossing his face. On seeing us approach, I see a flash of hope in his eyes. I am about to rush across the room to him when I hear a slow clapping, and, as my eyes adjust to the dim lighting, I see Eric standing in the far corner. He makes his way to the center of the room, his footsteps echoing around the high-ceilinged library. Reed takes a step forward and places himself directly in front of me, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. I step around him deliberately and put out a hand to stop Quan, who is still in the doorway. I feel hatred gurgle up in my chest, and the festering anger that I've been trying to stifle all these years suddenly rears its ugly head. I am about to launch myself at Eric when he speaks.
Not so fast, Rebecca.
He looks at me mockingly, and then inclines his head toward the doorway. I glance back, unconcerned, and then do a double take. Nina has Quan in a headlock, her right arm around his neck. His face is red from the exertion of trying to break her grip, but she looks completely at ease, dragging him into the room as though he were weightless. I meet Reed's eyes and see his concern. I am unpleasantly surprised at just how strong and fast Nina is. Sneaking up on Quan is no small feat, and although his ability is speed, he is no easy target, nor is he without skills. Nina is moving him around as though he is a rag doll. I keep my eye on her, but at the same time I am aware that Eric is just beyond my reach. I could get to him and snap his neck in less than 5 seconds, but he has upped the ante by taking Quan hostage. He has created an eye for an eye scenario. Eric is betting that I'm not prepared to sacrifice Quan, even for his life.
The ball's in your court, Rebecca, love,
He croons, arms folded across his chest. I can practically hear Reed's brain whirring, trying to come up with a solution. I meet Nina's hard glare evenly. How can you do this? I ask her. How does she live with herself after abandoning her husband and letting him believe her to be dead? Nina doesn't answer. She simply smiles arrogantly. Bitch! I hiss. Eric laughs without mirth.
Oh, Becca, so feisty.
He walks across to Aiden and places a hand on his shoulder. I flinch involuntarily. Eric simply moves past Aiden to stand on his other side.
I'm not sure language like that is appropriate for our First Lady.
He wags his finger at me in admonishment.
So,
He continues, looking around the room.
it looks like we have ourselves a catch-22 situation. What do you think we should do about that, love?
I smile at him. I think you should let Quan and Aiden go, and then you and I can have a little catch-up. I cock my head to one side as though considering the options, and then I continue, in the same innocent, honeyed voice. I'll let my friend here. I indicate Reed, and drop the sweet act. Deal with your bitch. He has a way with ladies. I very deliberately click my neck, first right, and then left. To my irritation, Eric smiles.
Okay, that's enough chit-chat.
Reed announces, stepping forward. No. I shake my head. Quan is now unable to speak. Nina has such a tight hold on his throat. What do you want, Eric? I sigh in exasperation.
Want?
Eric raises his arms, palms outward.
What do you think I want, Rebecca?
I truly have absolutely no idea. How does one anticipate a madman?
Obviously, I want you.
Eric presses his fingertips together and rests his chin on his hands.
But I think you've made it pretty clear that that is no longer an option.
That never was an option, Eric. You never had me, and I don't think you ever truly wanted me. I was just another possession, something you could manipulate, someone you could control. For the first time, I see genuine emotion cross Eric's face. It is fleeting, however, and he immediately resumes his deadpan expression.
What does he have that I don't, Rebecca?
He gestures at Aiden, who is twisting and turning his hands, trying to free himself from his restraints. He looks bewildered, glancing between Eric and me. He has a heart, Eric. I spit.
If I don't have a heart, Rebecca,
he hisses back, with genuine fury.
Then how did you manage to break it?
I flinch in surprise.
You betrayed me,
he continues. His eyes are so dark they look black, and I recoil automatically. I have never seen Eric so angry. Betrayal can only happen if you love, I reply.
You betrayed me,
he roars, and I feel Reed brace himself beside me. Every muscle in his body pulled tight in anticipation of a fight. I stare warily at Eric. I am surprised by his display of emotion, and I wonder for the first time whether there may be some truth in his words. Is it possible that all this time Eric really did care for me? No. I push the thought aside and focus on the task at hand. I need to take Nina out of the equation. She is the real threat. Nina has made her way to Eric's side. I meet Quan's eyes and try to convey that he should stay calm. Then I continue my conversation with Eric, trying to keep him distracted. You think you loved me, Eric, but you didn't. You only loved who I pretended to be.
How can you presume to know what I felt, Rebecca?
Eric asks angrily. Look, I shout, pointing at Aiden. Look at what you've done. Someone like you isn't capable of love. As I say it, I feel the hatred rise up again in my chest. What has this man ever done to you?
He took you from me,
he yells back, his hands balled into fists at his side.
He took the one good thing in my life. You were my redemption, the one thing I got right, and he destroyed it. You've waged a war against me, Rebecca, in the name of hatred. Why didn't you just ask me in the name of love? I may be a lot of things, but I never lied about loving you. You never believed in me, did you? I could have changed. I would have changed for you.
He has opened himself up and made himself more vulnerable than I could ever have expected. Reed is staring open-mouthed at Eric, and Nina is frozen to the spot. I am also shocked by Eric's outburst. This behavior is so out of character for him, practically an act of lunacy. He seems to realize this, and he appears to pull himself together, straightening his collar and taking deep breaths. Oh, Eric, I begin, gazing at him with mock pity before my eyes harden and my pity becomes disdain. He never took me from you. I wasn't yours to begin with. I was never yours. I never loved you. The words are pouring out of my mouth like lava, and I cannot seem to stop. I want to hurt him, to inflict as much pain as I can after everything he has done to me and the people I love. How could I have? I continue. You're a monster. You don't deserve to be loved. You've destroyed lives. Eric slowly straightens his back. He clenches his jaw and he looks me straight in the eye, taking every word I say head on. You are a monster. I enunciate every word.
Easy, Tiny,
Reed whispers, cautioning me against going too far, but the look on Eric's face makes it clear that it is too late. Eric draws himself up to his full height and puts his hands in his pockets.
All right, Rebecca. You win.
He nods, his lips drawn together in a grim line.
You want me to be your villain? Fine. I'll be the villain of your story.
My brow furrows in confusion, and as he turns to Nina and whispers in a low voice,
Do it.
I suddenly understand what he is saying. I leap forward, and too late I realize my mistake as Nina casts Quan aside and pulls a gun from her coat pocket. Perhaps if Nina wasn't so exceptionally gifted, things might have ended differently. Maybe if I had paid more attention, I might have made a different decision. It doesn't really matter now. What matters is that in the split second before I could reach her, Nina has pulled the trigger, and fast as I am nowhere near as fast as a speeding bullet, let alone 3. I whip my head around and watch helplessly. I have never seen Reed move so fast, but the first bullet hits him in the neck, a spurt of blood spraying through the air. Had there been only one bullet, he would have saved Aiden's life. The second 2 bullets hit Aiden square in the chest. His eyes widen in surprise, and he looks down at the blood flowing down his chest and torso in disbelief. Then, almost in slow motion, his eyes meet mine across the room for a second before they close. He looks almost peaceful. I open my mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. It goes on, and in that moment I feel as though my soul has shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. I don't understand why the world has not stopped turning, why people are still moving, yelling, fighting. My world has come to an end. I am vaguely aware of someone pulling desperately on my arm, and I slowly turn my head to see Quan yelling at me and pointing at the door. I follow his finger and see soldier after soldier pouring into the room. I look down at my hands resting in my lap and turn them over and over, wondering why they look so normal when everything is so different. The universe has veered off course, and I have no idea how to get it back on its orbit. Quan is still screaming, but he lets my arm go and crosses the room toward Reed. Smoke is filling the room and my eyes are starting to water. I look back toward the door and my eyes lock with Eric's. He is standing in the doorway, his hand on the frame the only thing that is keeping him in the room, as Nina gently tries to push him out. Up until that moment, it was as though everything was moving in slow motion, but the second that I meet Eric's gaze, it is as though someone has pressed the fast-forward button and everything speeds up. Eric killed Aiden. I launch myself to my feet and pummel my way through the soldiers surrounding me. I have no idea how many men died in the aftermath of Aiden's death, nor do I care. It isn't enough. It will never be enough. Racing down the stairs, I hunt furiously for any sign of Eric or Nina, but they are nowhere to be seen. I am about to run back up the stairs when I see Quan coming the other way, a body draped across his shoulders. Reed. Blood is pouring from his neck. The back of Quan's shirt is already stained crimson. His deathly pale face is enough to bring me to my senses, and I immediately focus on the army of soldiers surging down the stairs after us. This is reality. Aiden is gone. Reed may well be next, but I have to at least try to save him. He risked his life to save Aiden. I cannot abandon him now. I vow that I will not rest until I have avenged Aiden's death. I will find Eric and I will kill him. I will kill Nina and every last man, woman, or child who stands in my way. I meet Quan's worried look and I nod my head. Run, I confirm, and he sprints out of the house, carrying Reed. I wait a few moments, disposing of a few of the soldiers coming down the stairs so that Quan has a decent head start, and then I follow him, hoping that my grief will not consume me. Chapter 35. I pump my hands down in rapid succession, and then, blocking his nose and tilting his head back, I place my lips over Reed's mouth and blow oxygen into his lifeless body. I repeat this process over and over again.
I think it's working.
Quan is at Reed's side, pressing his hand over the bullet wound in his neck, trying desperately to staunch the bleeding. I carry on for 3, 4, 5 cycles before I dare risk checking if Quan may be right. I peer over to where his hands are pressed against Reed's neck and watch intently as he hesitantly withdraws his hands. The bleeding seems to be slowing down. I can only hope this is because he is healing and not because there is no more blood in his body to bleed out. I lay my head on his chest and listen carefully, holding my breath. My own heart is pumping so loudly it is difficult for me to hear anything else, but after a while I hear the definite thud-thud of his heartbeat, and I collapse back on the ground, my head in my hands, trying in vain to hold back the tears that are now falling freely.
I'm so sorry, Rebecca.
Quan places his hand on my shoulder consolingly.
I had to choose. I didn't want to, but I could only carry one, and I figured he had a better chance of survival because of his ability.
He trails off, and I force myself to look up at him. You did the right thing, Quan. Aiden was... I try again. Aiden didn't. I cannot finish the sentence, so I simply repeat. You did the right thing. And then I rest my head in my hands once more. The truth is that he made the right choice. Reed has the ability to heal, and although the bullet hit him in the neck and could well have been a fatal injury, he at least has the chance of surviving. Aiden was just an ordinary man. He was shot twice in the chest, at close range. I watched him die. There was never any chance he might have survived. It was not a choice I could have made, and I was grateful that Quan had made it for me and that Reed was alive because of it. Barely. Needing to get Reed to safety, we make our way back through the boundary fence and are soon driving back into the Rebeldom. There is a small camp about 250 miles from the fence, near Toledo, in the old state of Ohio, and we head for it. I call my father en route to bring him up to speed with what has happened, my voice breaking so much toward the end that Quan takes the phone. Just before he hangs up, I snatch it back. Find him, Dad. I want to know exactly where Eric is. It is an order. Reed was right. I am the rightful leader of the Legion. It's time I started acting like it. I gnaw my lip for the whole journey, frequently casting anxious glances back at Reed, who is sprawled across the back seat, unmoving.
He's going to be fine,
Quan insists for about the 10th time. I know that my constant checking is distracting him, and so I turn myself around in my seat, my legs curled underneath me. I now have a clear view of Reed's face. I will know the instant he wakes up. We drive on for another 2 hours, eventually arriving at the camp. I hoist Reed over my shoulder before Quan can even open the door and carry him inside, laying him down in one of the old dorms. This camp was used as the base camp near the capital before Unit 3 was established in Kentucky, and has not been used for some time, although resources are always stocked at every rebel camp in case of emergencies. Quan checks Reed's pulse, nodding in approval before he leaves the room. I soon hear him rummaging around camp, organizing food and water to replenish our dwindling fuel and supplies. I sit down next to Reed, my feet resting on the edge of his bunk. As late afternoon approaches, I slide them under the covers for warmth. I sit like that for hours, watching the rise and fall of his chest, still not convinced that he will recover. His neck has stopped bleeding, but he has not moved for hours. I ignore the tears that course down my face. I let them fall, an unending stream of loss and grief and failure. I cannot help but replay what happened over and over in my head, wondering what I could have done differently, if there was a way I could have saved him. I see Aiden's face in my mind, the shock as he realized that his wound was fatal. The smug smile on Eric's face haunts me, and a black hatred festers inside me, reserved for him alone. I replay Reed's role, and I am astounded by his selflessness. He risked his own life to save Aiden's. This big, brave man lying before me has the heart of a lion. I touch his hair fondly, moving it off his face, and I lean forward and kiss his forehead, tasting the saltiness of my own tears. Night falls, and I do not move. My tears have finally dried up, and my body aches from having been in the same position for so long. Reed has still not moved, but I think his color has improved. My mouth is set in a grim line. I finally know what I am going to do, what I must do. Tomorrow I will begin, but for now I am too weary even to stand. I am emotionally, physically, and mentally exhausted. I sit forward in my chair, resting my head on Reed's chest and closing my eyes. Just before I fall asleep, I take his hand and it warms me more than he could know. I hold it tightly as though it is a lifeline, and I take comfort in the fact that, in this moment at least, I am not alone. I wake to find a hand stroking my hair very gently, and I keep my eyes closed, finding the human contact soothing. My neck and body are stiff, and eventually I cannot take it anymore. I need to stretch. I turn to face Reed, and he meets my gaze, his eyes sleepy and still slightly dulled with pain.
Morning.
He grins, but it quickly becomes a grimace. Where does it hurt? I ask, sitting upright and leaning over him, examining his neck.
Did he make it?
It takes me a minute to register his question, and when I do, I breathe in deeply through my nose, keeping my mouth tightly shut. I swallow down the lump that has formed in my throat and, ignoring the fresh tears that have welled in my eyes, I shake my head in answer to his question. No, he didn't make it.
Oh, shit.
Reed grabs me and pulls me down onto his chest, cradling me like a child.
I'm so sorry, Rebecca.
He holds me so tightly I cannot get up, and my rigid body slowly relaxes. I am mortified that I cannot control myself, and I sob into his shoulder, crying hysterically. His shirt is soon saturated, and still the tears do not stop. I take huge, shuddering breaths and try to regain control of my emotions, clenching my jaw and digging my nails into my palms so hard that I draw blood. After what feels like an eternity, I manage to calm myself, and I lie as still as a board, letting Reed's hands, which are rubbing my back and hair, soothe me once more. When I am ready, I lift my head and turn to face him, not caring that my face is a mess, that my eyes are practically swollen shut, and that my lips are puffy and my skin blotchy. I finally trust myself to speak. "Thank you for what you did," I say in a small voice. He contemplates me, cupping my cheek in his big hand and rubbing his finger under my eye, wiping away the last of my tears.
I'm sorry that it wasn't enough.
He replies gruffly. I don't doubt his sincerity, and I place my hand over his. "I'm not," I say. "I would never have asked you to trade your life for his, Reed. Please know that." He looks dubious, but he nods his head.
Are you going to be okay?
He asks. "Eventually," I say. "You just focus on getting well. I have a plan, and I'm going to need your help." I leave Reed to rest, closing the door quietly and resting my head against it. I'm not sure if I meant what I said. I truthfully have no idea if I would rather that Reed had died saving Aiden, and I don't want to think about it. There are no what-ifs in this life, and I cannot dwell on what could have been. Besides, Reed's loss would also have been too much to bear. I make my way through the camp, and I see Quan kneeling in the yard. Reluctant to interrupt his meditation, I move on and find a makeshift bathroom that he has rigged up. He has hung a clean pair of jeans and a white vest over a nearby chair and filled a tub with water. A bar of soap and a cloth are next to the clothes. I send silent thanks his way and take off my filthy clothes. I lie in the water, not caring that it is cold, just caring that for the first time in ages I'm beginning to feel clean. I scrub myself until my skin is pink and tingling. I wash my hair and comb it through with my fingers. At some point during the catharsis of the bath, I find the strength to go on. I clean my face, wiping away every last trace of the tears that I have cried, and as my body begins to feel better, so my mind begins to clear. I resolve that I will not break down, not yet anyway, and that Aiden's death will not go unpunished. I dress in the fresh clothes that Quan has laid out and venture out into the yard to find him.
You look better,
he remarks. I feel better, I reply. Thank you. Quan gets straight to the point.
What's the plan?
He asks. We fight, I answer simply. 10 minutes later, I am on the phone to my father making arrangements.
Rebecca, you've suffered a great loss, sweetheart. You need to get back to Dodge so that we can plan this properly and figure out what to do next.
I know exactly what needs to be done, Dad. Eric Dane needs to die. This war needs to end. I'll avenge Aiden's death, make no mistake. This much is true. Eric will suffer the consequences. His rules. An eye for an eye. I want the Legion assembled and sent to me. I want them in Ohio within the week. And find Eric. We fight. Now. I snap the phone shut. Quan looks at me and I heave a sigh. What? I suppose you also think I need time to grieve and that I'm not thinking clearly? Quan smiles and shakes his head, keeping his eyes on the ground.
Not at all. I'm wondering why I haven't seen this Rebecca before.
He pauses for a moment, considering.
You must understand, Eric Dane has taken everything from me too. I have just as much reason to want him gone. I'm tired of this war. I agree with you. We need to finish it.
He grins.
And I kind of like the plan. It's bold. I'm in.
Well, I'll be damned if I'll miss the action.
Reed calls from his chair. He is still too weak to be walking around. I grin at the two of them. We're storming Chicago. The members of the Legion start arriving 2 days later. I walk out to greet the men who have obviously come from my father's camp in Dodge City. Relis is grinning from ear to ear. Swanson and Bradley are slightly more composed, and they salute me immediately.
Reporting for duty, Ms. Dane.
Nice to have you here, Bradley Swanson. I nod at each of them in turn. But please, it's Rebecca, or Ms. Davis if you prefer. I reserve a special smile for Relis. How are you, Bobby? I ask.
Very good. Thanks, Rebecca.
His enthusiasm makes me laugh.
Wakeford and Smith stayed behind Miss Davis.
Swanson interrupts, sounding unimpressed. Yes, that was intentional, Sergeant. I admonish. We cannot leave the General and the Vice President defenseless.
Yes, ma'am.
Swanson is suitably embarrassed. I am about to ask where the rest of the soldiers are, when I see a blonde head emerge from either side of the jeep the soldiers arrived in. Swanson! Bradley! I bark, and the two immediately stand to attention. Yes, ma'am! They yell as one. I stare incredulously as Michael and Morgan emerge from the jeep, and immediately rush to greet Quan and Reed. You brought the kids? I lower my voice. Both soldiers look uncomfortable, and even Relis takes a few steps away from me.
Ma'am, we didn't really have much of a choice. The girl is technically an adult, and the boy wouldn't let her go without him.
Swanson answers.
Believe me, Miss Davis, if we could have had it any other way, we would have.
Bradley interjects. I imagine what the journey must have been like having the Kellys constantly bickering in the car, and my anger dissipates somewhat. These men have been punished enough.
General Ross said to tell you that there's another convoy arriving in 2 days from Nevada.
Swanson informs me, eager to move past our disagreement. Nevada is essentially the Rebeldom capital. The desert state is home to more members of the resistance than any other place in the country. Most of the Legion soldiers are sent there to keep watch over our people. I nod in acknowledgement and salute the 3 soldiers, dismissing them. I walk over to the group and hug Morgan and Michael. What in God's name were you two thinking? I ask Morgan. She is usually the mouthpiece for the two of them.
She wasn't thinking.
Michael laughs, winking at Relis, and the young soldier shakes his head indulgently while Morgan flushes scarlet.
Actually,
she states quite seriously, regardless of her flushed face.
I was thinking that if you're going to attack Chicago...
She raises her eyebrows incredulously, making it quite clear what she thinks of my idea. Then you're probably going to need all the help you can get. I regard her in disbelief for a minute, and then I grab her and tuck her under my arm. I've missed you, I laugh, rubbing her head with my knuckles. Letting her go, I laugh as her hands immediately come up to smooth down her ruffled hair. Michael is laughing and Relis is looking at Morgan with such fondness that I turn away before I feel sick. I'll be in the planning office. I address nobody in particular, and I walk away, smiling to myself. To my surprise, they all follow me. I am hesitant to go over the plan before the rest of the Legion arrives, but I suppose the more times we run through it, the less chance we have of anything going wrong. I am pleasantly surprised as the newcomers pick up a few problems with my initial concept, and we adapt and evolve the plan to accommodate these. Quan and Morgan bring in some food just after 8, and I'm amazed at how late it is. I wolf down some bread and pour a cup of black coffee and head outside for a walk.
Wait up, sexy Bex.
I slow my pace so that Reed can catch up. He is walking around and is almost fully healed, but I think the enormous effort his body required to heal the injury he suffered short-circuited his ability to heal for a period. I equate it to a battery that has run out of power and needs time to recharge. All of his abilities are returning steadily, but they were all affected by his near-fatal injury. As if reading my mind, he speaks.
I think by tomorrow night I should be as good as new. I can feel the tingling, and I'm starting to get bursts of speed and strength. Don't worry.
He catches sight of the look on my face.
I'm not using any of my abilities until I'm 100% healed. But I can sense they are there, if you know what I mean.
Good. I offer him some coffee and he shakes his head in disdain.
I'm from the South, sweetheart. We drink tea. Sweet tea. It comes sweetened. There's no such thing as unsweetened tea back home.
I laugh. You know, you aren't really Southern cowboy. You were born in Virginia.
There's a saying in Georgia, Tiny. Southern is a state of mind. You don't become Southern. You're born that way.
He smiles his slow, lazy smile, the dimple in his cheek more prominent now that he's been ill, and his face is thinner. Why don't you wear the hat? I ask in jest.
That's Texas.
He chuckles.
And don't get cute.
I look up at the sky, but the night is cloudy and there is not one star to be seen. I'm glad you're here. I feel that he needs to know. After everything that has happened with Aiden and everything that Reed has told me, he needs to know that although I may not love him back, he is special to me.
Yeah, I know.
He sounds sad, like he knows exactly what I'm saying. Reed, I begin, turning to face him, but he puts his hand up and stops me.
No, Rebecca, don't. I'm not Aiden. I'm not the perfect guy for you. I'm not your soulmate. Yeah, I love you. That's life. Sometimes we want things we can't have. Hell, sometimes we even want things just because we can't have them. I'm not gonna collapse and climb into a hole because you don't want me. I'm not gonna sit around and wait for you to get over him. I'm a red-blooded man, darling. I'm made of a bit more than that. But please, do me a favor and don't feed me any bullshit about how important I am to you, and maybe one day we can be more than friends. I don't want to hear it.
He shakes his head and then meets my eye.
If you ever feel ready and you want something more, you let me know.
His face loses some of its seriousness, and his lips turn up ever so slightly.
If I'm still feeling the same way, maybe we can work something out.
I smile at him.
Until then.
Reed cocks his head to the side, taking in every detail of my face.
Let's sweep what I said under the rug.
So, what you're trying to say, I put on a confused face, is that you can live without me?
I might just survive, Tiny.
He nods solemnly, and I laugh out loud, leaning my head on his shoulder. I'm still glad you're here.
Yeah, me too.
He kisses the top of my head, and I drink the rest of my coffee in silence. Chapter 36. When the convoy arrives from Nevada, for the first time in a long time I began to feel hope. More than 30 gifted arrived, including a few familiar faces. I'm wondering how David, the father from Kentucky with the gift of strength, escaped his wife's clutches. And Veronica smiles timidly at me as she emerges from another vehicle.
I'm not here to fight,
she assures me, obviously noticing the shock on my face.
But I figured the general could get his own coffee for a while. I'm a trained nurse,
she continues.
and I think I might be able to help here at camp.
I smile encouragingly. Are you any good at making food? There are going to be a lot of hungry men around here.
No problem.
She winks at me and then heads off to familiarize herself with the camp.
Rebecca?
I feel a hesitant tap on my shoulder, and I turn around to find an astonishingly pretty girl with long red hair and big green eyes standing behind me.
I'm not sure if you remember me.
She begins, and I interrupt her immediately. School teacher from South Dakota, of course I do. Elizabeth, isn't it? I hug her briefly and then hold her at arm's length. How are you? You're looking good.
I'm great.
She laughs.
Your dad has been really good to me. He set me up teaching the kids at a school in Nevada.
And your ability? I raise my brows. Elizabeth's gift of speed was forced on her unwillingly by a wealthy ex-boyfriend. She smiles shyly.
Now that I've gotten used to the idea, it's actually pretty amazing.
She admits.
I still don't think I would choose this if I could go back, but we have to do what we can with what we have, I suppose.
Well, it's great to see you. I'm only half listening now. My attention is being distracted by the other new arrivals, all lining up behind Elizabeth to report for duty. Well, I assume you're not here to fight? I force my attention back to her. She laughs.
No, definitely not. I thought I could help Veronica. We've become friends, and when I saw how many of the Legion soldiers were coming here, I figured she would need some help keeping things in order. We can cook, clean, provide medical attention, that sort of thing.
She looks almost embarrassed, as though fearful of rejection. That would be wonderful, I admit. She squeezes my hand.
Good luck, Rebecca.
Thanks. I turn away, and one by one I greet my army. Later that night, Quan sits beside me at dinner.
Bless those two.
He nods toward Veronica and Beth. I tend to agree with him. The supper they served tonight was better than anything I'd eaten in weeks, and the camp is already so much cleaner. An army marches on its stomach, so they say. I muse out loud, surreptitiously watching Reed. He has jumped up to help Beth carry the plates and glasses inside. I feel a twinge of envy as he smiles down at her and she stares up at him adoringly.
She doesn't stand a chance.
Quan is following my gaze and I quickly turn away. I cannot think of a reply, so I content myself with mopping up my gravy with a piece of bread.
If I may just say,
Quan begins, and I have too much in my mouth to object. I know what's coming and I really don't want to hear it.
It is possible to love two people, Rebecca.
He pulls up a piece of grass and tears it into strips as he speaks.
Aiden is gone. He's not coming back.
His body is not even cold, Quan. It's too soon. I shake my head vehemently.
Okay, fair enough.
Quan nods.
But taking into consideration the life we live,
he indicates all the soldiers milling around.
Life is precious. There's no guarantee we'll be here tomorrow.
He pauses and turns to look directly at me.
I'm not telling you what to do. It's your life. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't wait too long to live it.
He leaves me then and walks over to chat to Michael and Morgan. I wonder briefly where Relis is, and then I see him approaching them with 2 steaming cups of coffee, and I smile to myself. This is why I chose this life, why I walk this path with the resistance. I think as I gaze around, watching all the faces around me, the laughter and the affection, the overall appreciation for life, for love. Ultimately, we fight for free will. I turn to see Reed coming back outside, alone, and my body relaxes. I watch as he makes his way over to the group Quan is sitting with and flops down on the grass, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He and Quan are soon laughing together and pushing each other around. Michael is watching them, a ridiculous grin on his face. Morgan is leaning back against Relis, who has discreetly put an arm around her waist. Quan is the only one who has noticed this, and he gives Morgan a secret smile of encouragement, not wanting to draw the others' attention and have them embarrass her. I feel a fondness for this amazing group of people who have traveled this incredible journey with me. I would risk my life for every single one of them, and I know that they would do the same for me. My eyes are drawn to Reed again, and I try to evaluate my feelings for him. I'm physically attracted to him. Of that there is no question. What woman wouldn't be? It's more than that, though. He's an incredibly complex person, with his southern charm and his forced confidence, but there are moments when I see another side to him. Moments that show that he is human and feels pain just the same as everybody else. There's a vulnerability to him that he is very good at hiding. I try to focus my thoughts. Is Quan right? Do I love this man? I heave a sigh and stand up, stretching my legs. I honestly have no idea. There's no one else in the world I would rather have beside me in the upcoming battle, but that does not necessarily equate to love. Reed is an amazing person and an amazing protector. He is almost larger than life, untouchable, invincible even. Aiden was an ordinary boy who became an ordinary man. But to me, he was always extraordinary. His humility and inner strength were part of what made him so intrinsically good. I wonder if I will ever get over his loss. I make my way over to the planning office and light the kerosene desk lantern, going over my strategy. I have partnered up every soldier who is coming with me into Chicago. Almost every pair consists of one person with strength and one with speed, to be better prepared for any situation. We have no idea what we are walking into. 30 of us are storming Chicago tomorrow. As this number is far too many to sneak through the boundary fence, I have decided that we will not be hiding. I run my eyes down the list of pairings, hoping that I've made the right decisions and changing a name here and there. David, Veronica, Beth, and the Kellys are staying behind. They have not been trained to fight. They are not warriors. They will attend to any of our number who may be injured and sent back to safety. I run my eye down the list again, and my heart grows weary. There are people on this list who will not live through tomorrow. That is the nature of war. Unable to bear dwelling on this any longer, I push back my chair. I need to get some sleep. As I am about to extinguish the flame, a shadow crosses over me and I jump in alarm. Relis! My hand on my chest, I try to calm my racing heart. What are you doing in here? He smiles hesitantly.
I just came in search of a blanket. Morgan is cold.
He is so honest and so unabashed. I admire him. So, I ask, drawing out the word, how exactly did that happen? I narrow my eyes playfully and he grins.
The heart wants what the heart wants, I guess.
He's rummaging through goods on the shelves on the far wall while he's talking.
She's a pretty special girl.
She's a handful, I counter, and he laughs out loud.
That she is.
He agrees, and then he turns serious.
I love her, though. I know you'll probably say we're young, and what do we know? But I figure, hell, if I get a chance at happiness, I should grab it, you know?
Over there. I indicate the far left where a few rugs are folded. He grabs one and turns to face me. Actually, I say, smiling back at him, what I was going to say is that I'm very happy for you, for both of you, and age has nothing to do with love. Trust me, I know. I pause, getting my emotions in check before I continue. She's a lucky girl, Bobby. Extinguishing the flame, I turn toward the door, and then, speaking back into the darkness, I add, "Don't stay up too late, soldier. We have a busy day ahead of us." Not waiting for a reply, I step outside and make my way back to my dorm, where I collapse onto my bed and sleep until dawn. I wake up with a start. The faint pink tinge of dawn on the horizon catches my attention, and I sit for a few minutes just enjoying the sunrise. When I can delay no longer, I get dressed quickly in soft jeans and a black vest and pull on my boots. I spend a few minutes braiding my hair, ensuring it will stay off my face. I tiptoe down the hall to the bathroom, keeping as quiet as possible, and letting the residents of the camp enjoy a few more minutes of peaceful slumber. I wash my face and brush my teeth, gazing at my reflection in the tiny mirror that has been wall-mounted above the sink. My mind flashes back to a few months earlier, standing in my luxurious bathroom in Chicago, my reflection gazing back at me out of the gilded double mirror. I look a lot leaner now, a lot harder. I've come a long way since that day, and I am stronger for it. I wouldn't trade this life for that one for anything in the world. This is where I belong. I dab at my face with the small hand towel that is draped over the sink, marveling again at the changes in camp since the arrival of Beth and Veronica. I make my way down the corridor to the kitchen, and, as I round the corner, I see Reed's boots propped on the big wooden kitchen table. As I come further into the room, his long, lean legs come into view, and then he is smiling up at me, a steaming cup in his hand. I'm about to make a comment about sweetened tea when a soft voice asks,
"Tea, Rebecca?"
I glance across the room and see Beth standing timidly to one side of the room with a pot in her hand. "Yes, please," I answer, feeling slightly uncomfortable and hoping desperately that I'm not intruding.
Coffee.
Reed corrects. He doesn't take his eyes off me.
Rebecca drinks coffee. Black. 1 sugar.
Elizabeth's smile falters for an instant, and then she seems to compose herself, and she smiles at us.
"Sure."
She turns and busies herself making the coffee.
Big day.
Reed states the obvious. Yeah. We lapse into a comfortable silence. Elizabeth puts a steaming cup of coffee down in front of me, and I thank her, picking it up and warming my hands on the ceramic mug. She engages Reed in conversation once more, and I lean back, shutting my eyes and trying to relax. By the time we become aware of the sounds of the others waking up, Reed and I have finished our breakfast, so we offer thanks to Beth and leave, making room in the kitchen for the next lot. The members of the Legion are by and large mercenaries. They are trained and they are deadly. They also know how to coordinate and follow instructions. I had told everybody that I wanted to be ready by 10 a.m. At 9:45, they are all gathered in the courtyard, ready to go and awaiting further instructions. By 10 o'clock, we're on our way to Chicago. 4 of our speed-gifted run ahead, including Quan, to scout out and send back information. And by the time we reach the Illinois boundary fence, we are well prepared. Subduing the few guards within a 2-mile section and crossing the boundary fence is easy. But as a matter of principle, I have my men pull down a half-mile stretch of the fence. The symbolism is not lost on my soldiers, and they cheer, clap their hands, and stamp their feet in noisy approval as we demolish this small piece of Eric Dane's control. No longer will we sit idly by and allow Eric Dane to segregate and control us. We are taking back our country and uniting 2 worlds. I am already aware, courtesy of Quinn, that Eric has taken refuge at Dane Court Plaza. We head straight for the plaza, our numbers fanning out across the road and blocking all road traffic. Pedestrian traffic, too, has come to a standstill. Civilians on the street stop and gape at us as we pass, and a few turn and run like hell. I pay no attention to any of them. I am focused on Eric's men. It is the gifted who we need to worry about, not the citizens of Illinois. As we turn into Michigan Avenue, I see them. Eric's army. He has been building this army for years, and I'm amazed that he has managed to keep it hidden for so long, given the sheer size of the force that he commands. There are about 100 men standing in the street, and I am willing to bet my life that each one of them is gifted. I hear a few nervous murmurs from behind me.
Are we ready for that?
Quan whispers to me.
Hell, I was born ready.
Reed replies, and I stifle a terrified laugh. I am not nervous for myself. I am prepared to die for this cause. It is the brave men who stand alongside me that I am frightened for. For Quan and Reed, who have never left my side. For the young men who are standing tall even when so vastly outnumbered.
Please, is that all he's got?
Relis comments from just behind me, and I turn and stare incredulously at him. You do realize that we're outnumbered? I ask. Like about 4-1?
Yes.
He answers calmly.
But we have you guys.
He points first at Reed and then at me.
I've seen you two in action. You're scary. Quite frankly, I wouldn't like to be standing on that side of the street.
He jerks his thumb at the line of soldiers facing us.
We're going to be fine.
He finishes confidently.
Oh.
He adds, almost as an afterthought.
And don't forget about him.
He pats Quan on the shoulder and Quan rolls his eyes heavenward.
It always helps having a Japanese ninja on the team.
Hey.
Reed interrupts, sounding put out.
He's Korean.
I smile through my fear. Okay, everyone. Our primary target is Eric Dane. You get the chance, you take him out. Also, I glance sideways at Quan. The Chinese woman, Nina. If you have an opening on either, you take it. Quan looks pained for only a second before he nods grimly. Other than that, Legion, you aim to stay alive. And take out as many of those bastards as you can. I conclude. The battle cry that follows this instruction is like a catalyst, and I feel myself being pushed along as the Legion rushes down the street. The Dane army follows suit a second later, and all too soon the final battle begins. Chapter 37. I throw myself into the fight, at first trying to be everywhere at once and trying to ensure that not one single member of my Legion is hurt. My hands are soon bleeding and swollen. There is no time for my body to heal. I am taking far too many blows, and I am starting to feel slightly dizzy when Reed grabs my arm and pulls me from the fray.
What in God's name are you doing, Tiny?
He roars, pushing my hair back and scanning my face. His shirt is torn and he has a few scratches on his hands, but other than that, he is unharmed.
You're going to get yourself killed, you idiot. Stop fucking around and focus.
He yells right in my ear, making me flinch.
You can't save everybody, and getting yourself killed isn't going to help a single man out here. Now, have some respect for everybody and get it together.
He shoves me aside and grabs by the hair a man who was about to attack me, a wicked-looking knife in his right hand. Reed swings him around just in time, the blade missing my face by less than an inch, and he keeps swinging him, throwing him bodily against the pole of a streetlight. As he slumps to the ground, Reed meets my eye.
Now do some damage,
he shouts, turning and throwing himself back into the fray. He's right. I force myself to focus only on what is right in front of me, and I pick out a Dane soldier who is one of 3 who are battling Swanson. As I am about to reach for him, The man turns with an amazing burst of speed and claps a hand over each of my ears. The pain that follows is unlike anything I have experienced. Using his temporary advantage, he grabs me by the front of my shirt with one hand and is no doubt about to punch me in the face with the other. Resisting the urge to cover both my ears with my hands, I sweep my right arm across my body and force him to break his hold. My sense of hearing is damaged. Everything is muted, and I shake my head, hoping that my healing ability will soon rectify this. I have no doubt that if this man had the gift of strength, I would probably have had permanent hearing problems. The soldier in front of me is about to attack again, and, for want of a better plan, I turn the tables on him and clap his own ears. With my strength, I not only burst his eardrums but knock him out cold. Glancing down, I see blood pouring from his ears. He is bleeding internally. I step over him and see a blonde soldier dueling with Relis. Coming up behind him, I strike him with a knife hand right on the kidneys, hoping that his gift is speed. No such luck. Although his hand immediately flies to the injured area, he turns around to face me. I focus all my energy, balancing on the balls of my feet, and I punch forward with all my speed and strength, striking his abdomen. My aim is to hit and rupture a vital organ, and it works. My opponent drops to the ground.
Thanks,
Relis pants, before moving away from me and on to the next threat. A soldier steps out of a nearby circle and makes to follow Relis and attack him from behind. With a cry of rage, I grab him by the front of his shirt and bend him over toward me. Keeping him in a headlock, I grab his belt with my other hand and haul him into the air, vertical and upside down. I fall backward, landing on his head, which takes the impact of both of our combined weights. I stand up and step away from the crumpled body. I take down soldier after soldier. Every now and again I catch a glimpse of a Legion member, but there are so many Dane soldiers I am not able to keep track of what is going on. I can only hope that my men are all still fighting. I force myself to focus on only one enemy at any given time. Eventually the numbers seem to be dwindling, and I can make out some of my own. I risk a quick glance around and I freeze as I see a blonde head disappear behind an enormous soldier. Forgetting everything else, I race toward them. About 2 yards away from him, I leap onto his back, throwing my arms under his and locking my hands behind his neck. Meeting Morgan's eye over his head, I hiss, straining with exertion as I bend his neck forward. "What are you doing here?" The strong man is spinning on the spot, unable to throw me off or loosen my death grip. He is already battling to breathe. Morgan watches, her mouth hanging open. "Morgan!" I yell, seeing another threat approaching on her left. It is too late, and just as I am about to leap down and launch myself between her and the new assailant, Quan streaks past her, moving so fast he is a blur. He makes contact with the newcomer at incredible speed, and the two disappear through the crowd so fast that I cannot track them. Morgan chases after them, and I curse as I lose sight of her too amidst the chaos.
"Are you having fun up there, Tiny?"
I hear a familiar voice ask, and I look down to see Reed fighting 4 soldiers at once. Forcing Morgan's assailant's neck down as hard as I can, I hear a crunch as the vertebrae are severed, and then we both fall to the ground. I sprint up to Reed and, standing beside him, I take up a fighting stance, drawing the attention of one of the 4 soldiers he is fighting. I throw all my weight onto my left leg as I jump into the air and release my right in a front kick. I hit my opponent directly below his chin and he flips over backwards in the air, landing face down on the gravel. I jump up and spin in the air, my foot connecting with the back of the next soldier's head. Before he can recover, I flick my leg in the opposite direction, connecting with the side of his face. Blood spurts from his mouth and nose, but I don't stop my ceaseless onslaught, kicking my leg back and forth, until he eventually spins on the spot, in a full circle and falls down, unconscious.
I always knew those legs of yours could make a grown man cry, sexy Bex.
Reed grins, still fighting furiously, his fists slamming left, right, and center.
Rebecca!
Quan appears beside me.
You need to go. You need to find Eric.
I blink ignorantly. I am so caught up in the battle I have forgotten about Eric and my mission.
You've done enough here, Rebecca.
He insists urgently.
You need to finish this. Go. Find Eric before he gets out.
He nods up at the vast building. I don't need any further prompting, and I sprint into the Dane Corp skyscraper. I race through the lobby and hit the call button on the nearest elevator. It is already on the ground floor, and I enter as soon as the doors open, jabbing at the button for the 91st floor. The doors start closing, and I lean back against the car wall when a huge shape crashes through the still closing doors, causing them to open again as the sensors pick up the intruder. I raise my arms and then sink back against the cool glass. You should be outside. They need you, I reproach.
Yeah.
He agrees. I don't need your help, McCoy. I snap, my mind running riot when I think of the people that we have abandoned outside.
Oh, yeah. And what if you fail?
He snaps back, and I stand rooted to the spot in shock.
This ends today, one way or another.
He continues slightly more gently. He has a point. I might fail. And if I do, he is right. I would want someone to finish the task I have set out to achieve. As soon as the doors open on the 91st floor, I fly out of the passenger elevator and head straight for the private elevator. I press the call button, but, unsurprisingly, the elevator is fixed at the top floor. I prise open the doors and peer up the shaft. Sure enough, just as before, the elevator car is right outside Eric's office. I swing into the shaft and start to climb.
Rebecca.
Reed's whisper is almost indiscernible. Yes? I pause, looking back down at him. He hasn't moved. He is looking up the shaft, a tortured expression on his face. You're scared of heights? I try and fail to keep the disbelief out of my voice. I shake my head and continue with my climb. I just need to get up 5 stories.
Ah, shit.
I hear Reed's muffled curse behind me, and a moment later I hear him following me. I exit on the 96th floor and make my way quickly to the maintenance closet at the end of the corridor. I rip open the hatch and climb up into the ventilation system. I am already crawling toward Eric's office when I hear Reed behind me.
Rebecca.
The sense of urgency in his voice makes me stop and look back. I cannot see a thing, but I can guess what the problem is. The ventilation shaft is so low and narrow that I can barely move in it. There is no way Reed will be able to follow me. I reverse until I am looking down into the space below the hatch. He is looking up at me, a questioning look on his face.
How do I get up there?
He asks. You don't. I had anticipated this, but it is still a severe blow.
We don't have time for this, Tiny.
He reprimands. You'll never fit. I sigh. I can barely manage it, Reed. I'm sorry.
You're not going in there without me.
He orders. I ignore him. Once I'm in, I'll send the elevator down for you. Wait for the green light. And before I can change my mind, I turn and start crawling, trying to ignore the ominous feeling building in my stomach. I hear him calling me back frantically, but I continue climbing, and eventually it is quiet. As I near Eric's office, I slow down and listen. I hear muted voices, but nothing I can clearly make out. I ease myself closer, moving slowly and trying to make no sound. I am almost directly above Eric's office now, and there is nothing but silence. I can no longer hear the voices. I strain my ears, listening intently. Maybe they've left the office. Then suddenly, Eric's voice rings out.
Why don't you join us, Rebecca?
I lie still, wondering if he is bluffing.
Do you really think that after the break-in I wouldn't be monitoring the ventilation system so that it wouldn't happen again?
I drop my head in defeat. I had forgotten about that. I had not bothered to cover up how I had gained access to Eric's office when I had stolen his hard drive. I curse my own carelessness, then slide forward on my belly, not worrying about the noise as I drive the palm of my fist down on the grid. It clatters on top of Eric's desk, and in one graceful move I drop down beside it. Eric is standing near the elevator door, and beside him, dressed from head to toe in black, is Nina. They are the only two people in the office. Eric smiles grimly, but I can see the grudging admiration in his eyes.
So here we are.
Eric begins, as though we have assembled for a civilized conversation. There are only two of you? I ask incredulously, wondering why he does not have more soldiers guarding him.
Yes.
His voice is clipped. He is trying not to show too much emotion. Eric forgets how well I know him.
You see, this office is inaccessible, Rebecca. The only way in is through the ventilation system, as you well know. And I know for a fact that only a small person could gain entry that way. And even then, only one at a time.
He gazes down at me familiarly before continuing.
I also have to admit that I didn't think you would make it this far, considering.
He walks to the window and looks down at the street below. From this height, it would be impossible to make out who is who. I can only hope the Legion is overcoming the Dane army.
I must say, Rebecca, I'm impressed. I really didn't think you had it in you.
He gestures toward the battle being waged below.
I also have a lot of faith in Nina here.
He smiles fondly at Nina.
Anyway.
He suddenly turns back to face me.
I have a feeling that by the time we're done here, you'll be far less inclined to kill me.
He says this so confidently that I want to snigger, but I don't reply. I am watching Nina, who moves like a shadow, following Eric everywhere. She positions herself perfectly, always between Eric and me, but standing slightly to the side so that it is not obvious, and we are able to carry on a conversation and maintain eye contact. Why did you abandon your husband? I address her directly. As before, she shows no emotion.
I was destined for something greater,
she finally responds. I laugh, despite myself. Watchdog. Well done. It's quite an achievement. I curl my lip in disgust, but she does not react.
Rebecca.
Eric calls for my attention.
What exactly do you hope to achieve with all this?
He twirls his hands in the air and raises his eyebrows as though I am being melodramatic. I allow myself a minute to consider his question before I answer. We are overthrowing your rule down there, Eric. The boundary fences are nothing but a way for you to retain undeserved power over our resources and maintain your social control by keeping our people living in fear. We're going to show them the truth, that the barren lands are not what you have made out. The fences will come down and we'll rebuild. America will become stronger and stand together. Free will, Eric. That's what this is about. Free will and democracy and equality and fairness. That's what I'm trying to achieve down there. I point toward the street, although I cannot see it from where I'm standing. I take a deep breath before I continue. Up here? Well, that's another story. Up here, I want you dead. That's pretty much it. I'm prepared for it. So as Nina strikes, I launch myself out of the way. I have pushed her to boiling point. I could see the tension in her body building during my speech, and I knew she would not be able to maintain her calm facade much longer. I am once again amazed at how quick she is. She strikes like a cobra. 1 second she is next to Eric, and the next she is almost across the room, standing right where I had been a moment before. I hear Eric's roar of rage, but I do not have time to dwell on whether this is a result of my comments, or because Nina has acted independently and without his orders. Before I can completely prepare myself, she leaps again, and this time I am not able to get out of the way quickly enough. She grabs me around the waist as I try to move, and we both come down heavily on the marble floor. I twist immediately underneath her and throw my weight around, unsettling her hold on me. I leap to my feet the minute she rolls off my body, and a second later she is facing me, murder in her eyes. I have finally broken her immense self-control. She is spitting like a cat and operating on blind fury. I try to balance my weight on the balls of my feet. I need to be able to move around and quickly. My right foot is only slightly ahead of my left, and my arms are up in front of my face. I focus all my energy on making my body as light as possible. Nina mirrors my fighting pose, and it strikes me that we have had the same mentor and therefore have a very similar style. Quan has taught us both well. This discovery holds an appeal in that I can anticipate many of Nina's moves. But of course, this works both ways. For want of something better to do, I take a quick step forward and slap her. A ringing, flat-handed slap across the left cheek. She shrieks with rage. I have humiliated her, and I can see the flash of anger in her eyes. I imagine how Reed would approve, and I smile, infuriating her even more. I am not smiling a minute later as I fight for my life. Nina is an astounding warrior. She takes offense to new heights. She attacks and does not stop attacking. This puts me on the defensive, and I am expending huge amounts of energy simply avoiding and defending her blows. For a full 5 minutes, I do not get one opportunity to hit her back. Eric is still yelling in the background, but Nina and I are both far too focused on each other to hear a word of what he is saying. My brain is also telling me that this cannot continue. At this rate, Nina will soon start to wear me down, and I will eventually reach a level of exhaustion that will cause me to start making mistakes. I need to turn the tables on the bitch before that happens. I turn and flee, running straight at the opposite wall. Eric's office takes up at least a quarter of the entire floor, the balance being his private apartment, accessible via an interleading double-glass door from his office. I run straight at the door, Nina hot on my heels. As soon as I am close enough, I put on a burst of speed and aim, not for the door, but for the wall just to the left of it. I run straight up the wall as fast as I can, and about halfway up I fling my body back, my legs flying in an arc. I am airborne for a second, and then my feet hit the floor. My timing is perfect, and I have landed just behind a bemused Nina. I reach forward, grabbing her by her black ponytail and the collar of her black shirt. I throw her forward and to the right, her body smashing through the double glass doors. I let her go, and she slides across the floor, face down, into the private apartment. I have finally managed to give myself the breathing space I need, and when Nina jumps up, wiping the blood from her forehead, I am ready for her. She is immediately back on the attack, but this time she does not subdue me. I strike back with just as much force, and soon we are a blur, both striking out furiously. My body is soon aching, and I am fairly certain that a few of my ribs, my nose, and possibly the big toe on my right foot are broken. Nina is also showing signs of fatigue, and yet both of us refuse to slow down or ease up. This is a fight to the death, and we both know it. I have lost sight of Eric, but I do not have time to dwell on that. He will not go far in the elevator. Reed will make sure of that. I am quite sure he is still in his office, and I put him out of my mind. He is no threat, and I will deal with him later. Strike after strike. My battle with Nina shows no sign of abating. She is now focusing on landing all her blows on my left side, concentrating the damage she is inflicting. I scream as I feel an excruciating pain, and I hear the sickening crack of a rib breaking. Almost immediately, I feel a sharp, sudden pain in my chest, and my automatic intake of breath causes me to bend over in agony. My lung has been punctured. I cannot even comprehend this fact. There is no way I will be able to fight Nina with a punctured lung. In just a few minutes, I will be lucky to be able to draw breath. My breathing is already becoming more labored, and I focus on breathing through my nose and taking smaller breaths to minimize the pain. In the few seconds it takes me to register what has happened, Nina is still coming. She is like an uncontained force of nature. My heart rate accelerates, trying to pump oxygenated blood more quickly around my body, but this only serves to make me feel dizzy. I cast my mind around, desperately trying to figure out a way to end this quickly. I force myself to think. What would Reed do? Reed. The second I think about him, I realize how foolish I have been. I have moved farther and farther from the elevator. I start retreating, taking more blows than ever. My reflexes are not as quick, and I am not able to block and evade Nina as effectively as before. My breathing is becoming more difficult with each passing minute, and without sufficient oxygen reaching my cells, tissues, and muscles. I am already becoming fatigued. I make my way back into Eric's office. A quick glance around shows me that Eric is still at his desk, frantically punching at the keyboard. I do not know what he could possibly be doing that could be more important than keeping his eye on Nina and me, nor do I care. What matters is that I might just make it to the electronic keypad beside the elevator. The hold button is illuminated. As I suspected, Eric is keeping the elevator on this floor, ensuring that no one else can use it to gain access to his office. I weave around the furniture, trying to use as little energy as possible, dodging Nina's assault rather than trying to block her. Nina is like the ultimate predator. She has sensed my weakness and is doubling her attacks. I back up until, mercifully, I feel the cool metal of the elevator doors against my back. I swing around, dropping to my knee as I do so, and hit the hold button, releasing the elevator. With any luck, Reed will see that the elevator call button below has changed color and will summon the car. Nina's next blow, which was aimed for my head, hits the metal doors, causing a massive indentation. The metal practically crumples beneath the force. I barely have the energy to stand, but it is imperative that I stop her from pressing the hold button until the elevator has been called from below. To my relief, I hear the soft ping of the elevator as it starts to move from its stationary position. Filled with renewed hope, I gaze up at Nina. "Oh, you are in so much trouble now," I smile, drawing on the last of my strength. Nina curls her lip and grabs me by the throat, pulling back her arm for the final blow. Determined to keep my eyes open, I gaze up at her unflinchingly.
"Nina!"
Eric's yell shocks both of us, and Nina's head whips around to look at him. I wonder at Eric's stupidity for just a moment, but the instant that she freezes is all I need. I curl my fingers into a fist, and, summoning every ounce of strength that I have left, I strike her in the chest just off center, exactly where her heart is. Nina flies back, the force of the blow throwing her almost halfway across the room before she hits the ground. The exertion is too much for me, and I collapse back against the wall, finally losing consciousness just as the elevator pings, announcing its arrival. I catch a glimpse of Reed, looking like an avenging angel, his sandy hair flying, the look on his face terrifying. Desperately grateful that the cavalry has arrived, I close my eyes and let the blackness consume me. Chapter 38. Nina slaps my face and I groan. I cannot believe she is still attacking me. I try to open my eyes, but they remain shut.
Rebecca.
Another slap. This one slightly gentler than the first. I shake my head. The voice belongs to a man, and the lilting, sing-song way he speaks my name could only belong to one person. Reed? It comes out barely more than a whisper. My breathing is still labored. With a tremendous effort, I manage to open my eyes.
Dear God in the morning, Tiny. You scared the bejesus out of me.
He admonishes.
Is she okay?
I hear Eric's concerned voice from somewhere nearby. Eric is still alive.
She's fine. No thanks to you.
Reed spits over his shoulder. Nina? I ask, clearing my throat and taking a deep breath, trying to assess the damage. The pain seems to be subsiding and there is a lot of tingling in my chest, which is a good sign.
She was out when I got here. She's dead,
he says, examining some of the cuts on my face. This close-up, I notice there are a few blue flecks in his startling green eyes. What? How? I ask.
I would hazard a guess at an aortic rupture.
He presses down lightly on my stomach and I gasp in pain. He lifts my shirt and his face contorts in horror.
Shit.
He manages to stretch the word out into 3 separate syllables. I don't even want to imagine how bad it must look. A what? I ask, still trying to get my head around the fact that Nina is dead. Reed is still intent on his inspection and he answers me almost involuntarily.
You hit her in the chest, right?
He asks, his fingers still moving over my abdomen, pressing down every now and again.
Just over the heart.
Yeah, so? I ask, trying not to wince as his hands move over my ribcage.
The force of the impact must have ruptured the aorta, causing bleeding in the chest.
He pauses, making a slow circle over the right side of my ribcage, applying gentle pressure.
No easy feat with her exceptional gifts. You must have hit her pretty damn hard.
He nods in approval, and then he sits back abruptly, pulling my shirt back down.
Right.
He stands, and leaning forward, he offers me his hand. The meaning is clear. I will live. I'll have time to heal later. This is not the time to show weakness. There is still work to be done. I allow him to pull me to my feet, trying to wince as little as possible. Reed steps aside and I get my first clear view of Eric. He is sitting in his leather chair, his arms secured. There is a black bruise around his right eye, which I presume is Reed's handiwork. I limp forward until I'm standing right in front of him. He eyes me warily. Any last requests? I ask.
I don't suppose there's any chance you might let me go.
Eric's arrogance is still there, simmering just below the surface. His sapphire blue eyes regard me intently, as though he's conducting an in-depth study of my face. I laugh harshly. No, I reply. No chance.
Oh, Rebecca.
He shakes his head and meets my gaze levelly.
Do you really think you know what is going on here?
I don't reply, and he continues.
Do you really think that I am your only enemy?
Absolutely. I speak with the utmost conviction. He presses his lips together in a straight line.
Because of Aiden?
He asks, and I nod, not trusting myself to answer.
Tell me something,
he says, and I raise my eyebrows, wondering why he feels that I owe him any answers.
Since you're about to kill me,
he says.
Do you really think that I'm the sole person responsible for everything that you claim you're fighting against?
I recoil in surprise. This is not what I expected.
Do you really think that I'm the mastermind behind all of this?
He asks before I can voice my confusion. Reed stands beside me, not saying a word, and I look to him for an explanation, but he shakes his head. Stop trying to excuse yourself, Eric. I step forward. I cannot just stand here and listen to his lies. I want this over with. Eric seems to sense my resolve, and he speaks quickly, his voice sounding more urgent.
Listen to me, Rebecca. You don't understand. You have no idea what you are up against. We need more time.
He is frantic and his eyes bulge as I place my hands on either side of his head. You are out of time, Eric, I say softly.
You have enemies you couldn't begin to comprehend.
He is almost yelling, his eyes moving rapidly between Reed and myself.
Adam Vincent,
he suddenly blurts out.
You need to find Adam Vincent. It's imperative that you find him,
he implores. It's over, Eric. I won't believe a word you say, ever. I look down at him pityingly. He nods his head, takes a deep breath, and looks me straight in the eye.
Do you really believe I'm the monster you've created in your mind? You know me, Rebecca. Search your soul. Do you really think I'm capable of all the evil that you're holding me accountable for?
His eyes are open and pleading. I don't think I have ever seen Eric look so sincere. I hesitate for a moment, staring down at him. I think of the man who brought me roses and the man who didn't ever want my feet to get cold. I think of the man who made me laugh and who always placed his hand on my back to guide me into a room. I think of the physical side of our relationship and the surprising tenderness that he showed as a lover. I think of how insecure he was about my sterilization and how much guilt he carried around with him because of it. I think of all these things as I stare down into the sapphire blue eyes that I have looked into for the past 3 years, and I feel the prickle of unshed tears welling in my eyes. The moment seems to go on forever. Then, as if in a dream, Aiden's face blossoms in my mind, his beautiful brown eyes and his strong jaw. I remember his favorite shirt and how it felt against my cheek, and I remember the day our son was born. I smile at the memories and a tear tracks its way down my left cheek. I remember Aiden's bewildered expression when I found him in Chicago, and the fear and shock in his eyes when he was shot, on Eric's orders. I shake my head slowly from side to side, on Eric's orders. With grim determination, I open my eyes. Yes, Eric, I finally answer, my thoughts fading and my mind returning to the present. I do. For a fleeting second, infinite sadness softens his face, and then he takes a deep, resigned breath. I close my own eyes too, shutting out the sight, and then I pull and twist, snapping his neck quickly. A painless death, the last thing I can offer him. Chapter 39. When Reed and I walk out onto North Michigan Avenue, I am struck by how quiet it is. Hushed conversations are taking place, but, after the sounds of the battle, it is eerily calm. I scan the street quickly and heave a sigh of relief. The only people standing are members of the Legion. Still, there are far more casualties than I am prepared to forgive myself for. About 15 Legion soldiers have lost their lives in this battle that I called them to. Their bodies have been placed side by side, ready to be transported back into the Rebeldom. I take a moment to compose myself, and then I force myself to face my worst fear. I run my eyes slowly over our casualties, remembering each name and face and thinking fondly of the individual who had died for me. I struggle to hold my emotions in check as I see Bradley and Swanson lying side by side, their eyes closed as though in slumber. I am distracted for a minute, looking desperately around for Quan and Morgan, and then I see them crouched at the end of the line. The relief that they are okay hits me like a physical blow. Reed puts his arm out and I hold on to it for both physical and emotional support. My body is healing, but I am nowhere near well enough to get back to camp unassisted. As we near the small group, I see that Morgan's shoulders are heaving and that Quan is resting his hand on her arm. With renewed concern, I hesitate, not sure if I want to see who they are mourning. Quan looks up and meets my eye, relief washing over his face, and then he turns back to Morgan, his mouth moving as he speaks soothingly to her. Reed and I come to stand over Relis's lifeless body. The young soldier is bloodied and bruised, and he obviously put up one hell of a fight. I choke back a sob. The war is finally over. Eric Dane's tyranny has come to an end. But I feel that the price may have been too high. Too many of the Legion have lost their lives. I turn my head into Reed's shoulder and bite back the scream that I want to release. He squeezes my hand and then drops down beside Morgan to place his hand on Relis's arm in silent thanks.
Rebecca,
Quan says, his voice low, and I glance around automatically to see if any danger is near. I freeze instantly. Hundreds of people have come out into the street from the surrounding buildings, and they are all surveying us curiously. I look at the setting sun and realize that these people will need an explanation. There is a lot of work still to be done. As if in answer to my prayers, a Jeep suddenly turns into Michigan Avenue and makes its way toward us. Stopping only a few feet away, my father and the vice president disembark. I cannot summon the energy to smile, but I feel slightly happier that they are here to deal with the mess.
Rebecca.
My dad makes his way across to me and holds me tightly for a moment, before searching my face. I nod my head, answering his unspoken question. It's over. Quan looks up and I see him close his eyes briefly, taking a moment of his own to mourn Nina. For all that she was, despite all the damage and destruction she caused, he still felt something for her. I can completely sympathize. Eric was a monster, but to feel nothing in the wake of his death would make me no better. A part of me is relieved that I still have a grip on my humanity, no matter how fragile. The loss of Aiden has not completely consumed and hardened my heart. I leave my father and the rest to deal with the political aftermath of Eric's death. Reed half carries me to the Jeep, and we drive back to the camp in silence. In my mind, I keep replaying Eric's last words, wondering how he could possibly have thought that they would make any difference. I wonder idly if there is any truth in his claims, but I doubt it, and it does not concern me too much. It is hard to believe that it is finally over. It is time to move on with my life. I will never again have to leave my son. The world is about to change. I think of my mother and how proud she would have been. I think of Jonathan, who had always believed in me. I think of Aiden, and I smile sadly to myself. I have finally achieved what I set out to do, but he would never know it. We arrive back at camp with a few others and our precious burden. We offload the bodies and prepare for a mass cremation. Michael Kelly seems to have grown up a few years in the face of his sister's grief. As soon as the memorial is over that night, I head straight for my dorm. I find Reed sitting in my room. I wondered where he'd disappeared to. I have not seen him since we arrived back. Hey. I am so tired I can barely string a sentence together and my chest still hurts. I'm hoping that a good night's sleep will allow my body to recover fully.
Hey.
Reed is sitting forward on a chair, his clasped hands hanging between his legs. "Where have you been?" I ask, as I slide off my jeans and pull on a pair of old soft tracksuit pants. I'm far too tired to worry about him seeing my bare legs.
I don't do funerals,
he says, by way of explanation. Okay. I nod. He is not the first person I have met who boycotts such sad occasions.
I was really worried about you, Rebecca.
He sounds so grim, so serious, that my head jerks up in surprise. I am not sure what he is talking about. What? I ask, slightly bewildered.
I couldn't get to you. I've never been so scared in all my life. When that elevator finally came down, a part of me didn't want to get in it because I didn't know what I was going to find up there.
He is speaking almost to himself. I sit down on the edge of my bed, facing him. Well, I'm glad you did, I reply. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't arrived when you did. I take his hands in mine and smile reassuringly down at him. Just knowing you were coming gave me what I needed to survive. At his questioning look, I smile. It gave me hope. He doesn't smile back, but he lifts his head, gazing at me thoughtfully.
Don't ever do that again.
He squeezes my hands so tightly that I wince and my eyes start to water. Okay, I stammer, nodding my head quickly. He seems to shake himself mentally, and then he meets my eye and holds my gaze for an intense moment.
I'm going to kiss you now,
he says simply. And it is so unexpected that I smile before my brain registers the words. Okay, I manage before he suddenly stands up and his mouth crashes down onto mine. I do not resist. I know that this is his way of dealing with his emotions, and I know that it will not change anything. We both know that there is a long road ahead and that we have much to deal with before we can consider having any sort of relationship. It also in no way dishonors Aiden's memory. I almost died today, and many of our friends were not so lucky. This kiss is our way of celebrating life, of honoring our fallen brethren, and promising that we will live our lives to the fullest, of acknowledging that the battle which we waged today was not in vain. We will endure. I meet Reed's kiss with alacrity, my tongue matching his, warm and willing. I turn my head to allow him deeper access, and he explores my mouth eagerly, his lips moving over mine and his stubble grazing my soft, agonizingly sensitive skin. His hands move over my hips, and he suddenly lifts me up and sets me down on the dresser. I press my body against him. He is standing between my legs, forcing my thighs apart, and his hard, lean body pressing against mine is excruciating, a blissful torture. His hands grab fistfuls of my hair, yanking my head back, and I put my arms behind me, my hands palm down on the dresser surface to brace myself. His hot, searing mouth moves down my throat to the crest of my breasts, and I wrap my legs around his waist. He groans, a deep, guttural sound that my body responds to. I am letting myself go with wild abandon. It is Reed who takes control of himself first. He gently loosens his hold on my hair, and at the same time, his kisses become sweeter and more playful. He nips my lip and smiles, his eyes searching mine. He moves slightly away, and when my body lurches forward to follow him and maintain the intimate contact, I flush red with mortification, and he chuckles into my neck.
I was right about those legs, Tiny,
he whispers, kissing my jawline.
They really could make a grown man cry.
He smooths my hair back, out of my face, and drops a final kiss on my nose.
Thank you.
He smiles, his dimple prominent, sits back on the chair and rubs his hand over his stubbled cheek. No, thank you. I smile, trying to hide my embarrassment at my total loss of control.
I've been thinking about what he said.
Reed's tone is thoughtful, and his abrupt change of subject confuses me. I force myself to focus. Who? Eric? I ask.
Yeah.
He answers, rubbing the back of his neck. He was just trying to save his skin, I insist. I wouldn't dwell on it.
I know.
But he doesn't sound convinced. What are you not telling me, cowboy?
It's that name,
he says, shaking his head as though trying to recall.
Adam Vincent?
He reminds me, in case I have forgotten. What about it? I ask, my curiosity piqued. Do you know an Adam Vincent? Do you know who he was talking about?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He answers, and I'm taken aback. So who is he?
Adam Vincent was the name of President Vincent's son.
Reed waits for this to sink in, and I am left speechless, trying to digest this new information. President Vincent had a son? Surely he would have been with him on Air Force One that day. I don't need to clarify which day I'm referring to.
Well, so everyone believes,
Reed says.
Adam Vincent was 17 years old when President Vincent died. That would make him 45 years old today, if he survived the war.
Reed, don't, I sigh. What difference does it make? Eric was clutching at straws to save his own life. He was lying, and he probably hoped that mentioning a name as recognizable as Adam Vincent's would buy him some time. It didn't work. His plan backfired. He's dead, and his reign is over. That's really all we need to concern ourselves with right now. I smile, and a second later he grins in return.
You're right, Sexy Bex.
He stands up at the same moment I do and slaps me gently on the backside.
Now, get some sleep before I forget I'm a gentleman and really take advantage of you.
He grins, and I laugh, climbing into my bed and pulling the covers over myself. I listen to the sound of his boots retreating down the hall, and I promise myself that everything will make more sense in the morning. Aiden.
I am dreaming of Rebecca when a voice intrudes, and I start to come around. Aiden! I am irritated by the interruption. I try to drift back to sleep, but her face is gone and the voice is growing more persistent. Aiden! I come to and slowly try to make sense of my surroundings. I am in a brightly lit room and it is cold. I close one eye against the glare, realizing that I am lying on a bed with absolutely nothing on. A thin, worn blanket is draped over the lower half of my body. How are you feeling, Aiden? A face looms overhead, and it takes me a while to adjust to the light. Where's Rebecca? I ask immediately. Safe in the barren lands, I believe, Eric answers. That doesn't make sense. Jeffrey told me that Bex was in trouble, that Dane had finally discovered her secret. I was trying to find her. I remember trying to cross the boundary fence, and then a sharp pain in my back. After that, I remember nothing. The bastards must have darted me. Why am I here? I ask, wondering how much time has passed. Eric laughs. Why do you think you're here? He scowls. I want to teach Rebecca a lesson. I keep quiet, trying desperately to loosen my arms, but they are secured with thick leather straps, as are my feet. What are you doing to me? I'm saving your life, he smirks. Maybe. Why? He shakes his head in exasperation, and his mocking scowl deepens. So very ungrateful. He sighs and walks away, his hands in his pockets. Why do you think? He suddenly turns back to face me, his eyebrows raised, his tone sarcastic. He walks back slowly and comes to stand over me, his eyes searching my face intently. What have you got that I haven't? He is speaking almost to himself. as if he has forgotten that I am even there. Great hair, I muse, sarcastically. But he doesn't even acknowledge me. I think of Rebecca and of Alex, and how all I want in the world is to see them again.
She never loved me,
Eric continues regardless. And for the first time, I wonder if he might be genuinely insane.
It was always you.
He taps my chest with his perfectly manicured index finger. I know that now.
How did you deal with it?
He asks me, suddenly somber. I cannot keep up with his maniacal mood changes.
Her being with me? Surely it wasn't easy. Why didn't you stop her?
She didn't give me the option, I reply. I didn't even know what she was going to do until it was done. Eric stares at me blankly, and then he smiles.
That sounds like our Rebecca.
She's not our Rebecca, Dane. My pride objects violently. She's my Rebecca. His sapphire blue eyes regard me intently, and he nods his head.
Yes, I suppose she is.
He presses his lips together. Why are we here? I ask again. This game is getting to me. My head still hurts, and the after effects of the tranquilizer are still very much in evidence.
We are here, my dear boy.
Eric is pacing again.
Because I cannot have Rebecca hate me.
I see for an instant the vulnerability behind those words, and then the arrogant, disdainful expression settles back onto his face.
I've made mistakes in my life, Aiden. I started out with the best intentions, and somewhere along the line, the greed and the power corrupted it all. I let other people dictate, and I did things I'm not proud of. Rebecca was my salvation, the one good thing in my life. She could have saved me.
He trails off, deep in thought, and I'm suddenly quite certain that he is on the brink of madness.
I'm not crazy,
he announces suddenly, and I blanch. It's as if he can read my thoughts. He grins, pulls up a chair, and turns it around before throwing his right leg over and straddling it, his arms resting along the top of the backrest.
We have one thing in common, you and I. We both love Rebecca.
He makes it sound so simple, and I stare at him disbelievingly for a moment, waiting for him to go on. When he remains silent, I cannot help myself. I start to laugh, my shoulders shaking. Eric is unfazed. He smiles at me as though he knows a secret that I don't. You're crazy. I wish I could stand up and stretch my legs. You know that? I regard him steadily. So, if you love Rebecca, I begin, cocking my head to one side as though I am genuinely considering this. As you say you do. I open my palm and gesture toward him, the leather restraint biting into my skin. Then why is she at war with you? And why am I here? I don't really think kidnapping me is the best way to get you back in her good books.
Of course it won't. But it will get her. Here. She won't listen to me. She won't believe me. Rebecca has no idea what she's up against. You and I are both a distraction. She needs to be completely focused if she's going to win this war.
What are you talking about? I interrupt, raising my voice in frustration. You are the enemy. You're the one she needs to defeat to win this war.
No, Aiden. Unfortunately, I'm not. Not anymore, anyway.
A noise comes from outside.
I can't explain anything to you, but in time, maybe Rebecca will understand.
The door opens, and two men clad in blue scrubs appear beside me. One is holding a syringe filled with amber liquid. What are you doing to me? I roar, twisting from side to side, trying in vain to prevent them from inserting the needle in my arm.
Oh, calm down, Aiden. Stop being so melodramatic.
Is all I hear, and then everything goes black once more. When I wake, it's like I'm having a bad dream. I'm still strapped to a bed, and he's looming over me. As I open my eyes, I see a flash of relief cross his face. The lighting in this room is very dim.
You made it.
He sounds pleased. What have you done to me? I demand to know.
I've empowered you, Aiden.
As he raises his hand, I flinch, waiting for the blow. But instead he leans over me, and in one swift movement, he unclips the leather strap, releasing first my left hand and then my right. I sit up and he steps away, giving me room. I glance at the door, but it would be foolish to try to escape. I'm quite sure there will be backup outside. I rub each of my wrists in turn, trying to make sense of what is happening. He looks back at the door through which an attractive Chinese woman appears.
Eric.
She nods respectfully.
Nina.
Eric smiles at her.
Would you be so kind as to do the honors?
She steps forward and punches my jaw, out of the blue. It is so unexpected, and I am so stunned that I barely have a moment to register the iron taste of the blood in my mouth. I raise my hand to my cut lip and stare at Eric uncomprehendingly. He must be utterly insane. After a few seconds, my lip starts to tingle, and I touch my finger to it tentatively. No blood comes away on my fingers, and I tap it a few times, but the blood has dried. There is no pain at all. My wound has healed. I'm still trying to figure out what is happening when the Chinese woman places a hand on Eric's arm.
It worked.
She smiles up at him, adoringly. He shrugs off her arm, a decisive look on his face.
Yes, it did.
Eric takes a phone from his pocket and, as if on cue, Nina turns and lashes out at me, multiple blows raining down on my face and chest. I am too stunned to draw breath, and when the attack is finally over, I gingerly raise my head. Eric snaps a photograph with his phone, and then he starts punching at the keys as he turns on his heel and heads for the door. My desperate cry of, "Why are you doing this?" is met with nothing but the gentle click of the door being closed. I'm taken to a cell and locked in. Every few hours, a big shaven-haired man brings me food and water and once even a book to read.
I thought you might be bored.
He gazes down at me, and I'm sure there's a flash of pity in his eyes.
I'm Quinn, by the way.
I have no idea how much time is passing. All I do is eat, sleep, and read. After a few nights, Quinn brings me a bucket of warm water and a hand towel.
You must feel like crap.
He sits in the corner of the cell while I do my best to clean myself. Thanks. I hand him back the bucket.
No problem.
Why am I here? I ask again, for what feels like the 100th time. I get no answer. Quinn stands and looks down at me, swinging the bucket slowly in his left hand. Then he turns and steps through the door.
We're moving you today,
he says before he shuts it behind him. Where to? I yell. But unsurprisingly, my question is met with nothing but silence. I am moved in a van, but a sack is placed over my head, and I cannot see a thing. I am desperate for information, and I'm starting to feel like I may be losing my mind. I hear Quinn close by. He must be accompanying me on my journey.
Where is she?
I hear him saying before he hisses.
Well, she needs to hurry.
I spend only one night in a new room, far more opulent than the last. Although I'm chained to the wall, I am free to move around, and there's a comfortable bed and even a television. I crash out on the bed, sleeping better than I have in days, not even bothered by the chain around my ankle. I am roused from my slumber by Eric yelling. The Chinese woman picks me up and hoists me bodily over her shoulder, as if I am weightless. I see flashes of an enormous, beautifully decorated home, and then I'm distracted by a scurry of activity as a small army of men run past us. Nina reaches our destination, a large, high-ceilinged library on the second floor, and she dumps me unceremoniously in a chair, which she straps me to. I wonder fleetingly where Quinn is. For some reason, I find him slightly less intimidating than the woman, Nina.
Right.
Eric looks incredibly on edge, and he regards me for a moment.
Do it.
His lips are pulled tight in a grim line. Nina lashes out at me, and I wonder how the chair hasn't toppled over. So strong is the force of her punch. What? I don't even get the word out, and she hits me again. Then she and Eric both stand back and regard her handiwork for a few minutes.
Healed already.
Eric shakes his head and glances behind him, as though he's expecting someone. Then he pinches his bottom lip together between his thumb and forefinger, his blue eyes thoughtful.
Okay,
he says.
Do it again.
Nina launches another full-scale assault. When she pauses, she mutters under her breath.
There was a book in his room. We need to keep an eye on Quinn.
Quinn doesn't know about his procedure,
Eric replies.
He wasn't there. He's just an errand boy. I'll deal with him.
He looks slightly irritated as he regards her, as though she has spoken out of turn, and then he nods. Immediately, Nina strikes me again, blow after blow until Eric tells her to stop.
Find out where Vincent is now,
he orders, and she flies from the room so quickly that I can barely follow her progress. My shock is short-lived as I am distracted by the tingling that starts in my face. As soon as I'm able to speak, I squint at him through my swollen eyes. Why? I ask again, hopelessly. And to my surprise, for the first time, I am not ignored. Eric stares down at me, almost pityingly.
Because she's almost here, Aiden,
he answers cryptically.
And she can't know.
He glances back at the door, and then, almost to himself, he adds,
Rebecca's coming.
The words are no sooner out of his mouth when I hear a crash from downstairs, and a few moments later, the obvious sounds of a struggle reach us.
She's here.
Eric's eyes narrow as he moves into the shadows at the far end of the room, and he nods at Nina.
I believe you have a date with your husband, Mrs. Lee,
he adds evilly, and she slips out of the room. I hear running and heavy footfalls on the landing outside, and then the door bursts open, filling the room with light.